Like you, I was just an ordinary person living a happy life. But one day on my way home from get off work, I was driving to avoid a kitten and hit a fire hydrant on the side of the road. That was the end of me. What I didn't expect was that I was reborn as a boy of 14 or 15 years old and traveled to a beast taming world called Qixingdi. Everything in the star land is affected by the brilliance of the stars. Both plants and animals have the potential to evolve continuously by acquiring the power of starlight, thus developing into extraordinary creatures, collectively known as star beasts. The humans here, as the most intelligent creatures on Earth, have the ability to become animal tamers. They sign soul contracts with star beasts and establish soul connections with them. Depending on their different beast taming talents, beast tamers can either drive star beasts to work and fight, or resonate with star beasts to gain their abilities. Beast masters and star beasts complement each other and build a great and brilliant beast taming civilization. As the best among humans, beast masters naturally become the group with the highest social status. In this life, in order to survive better in this world, I was admitted to the prestigious Beastmaster Academy, Star Chaser Academy. Even though I, Fu Han, had only just traveled to this world for less than an hour, I actually sensed the core of my soul and understood my own innate abilities. Maybe this is also the talent of a time traveler. The process of realizing my talent actually took only a short moment, and I suddenly understood what kind of power I possessed. Mrs. Lawn was standing by. Although my expression was only slightly paused, she keenly caught the change and raised her eyebrows and smiled. "Oh, did you have an epiphany?" I suppressed the ecstasy in my heart, tried to make my voice sound calmer, and nodded quickly. "Yes, I have realized the talent of beast control." A hint of joy flashed in Madame Land's eyes, and she immediately asked, "Oh, what kind of beast taming talent is that?" I thought about it for a moment and answered, "It's a talent for breeding. After establishing a soul connection with a star beast, it can increase its growth efficiency." As soon as I finished speaking, Mrs. Lawn showed an unconcealed surprise. "Oh my, it's growth enhancement. A very practical talent." After saying that, Mrs. Lawn brought a stone Jade beast to me. She said, "I just need this kind of talent to accelerate my growth. It's great that you have this talent. It seems that there is a destiny in the dark." I looked down at the black jade stone on the table, and a sense of anticipation gradually arose in my heart. "Then I will take it away." Madame Lawn looked at my slightly raised mouth corners, as if she could sense the joy in my heart, and she also smiled. "Okay, go ahead. Train him well. Maybe you will really get a big bargain this time." I said goodbye to her with a smile, picked up the stone jade beast, and quickly left the star beast garden. After leaving the garden, I could still clearly hear my excited heartbeat. At this moment, the stone jade beast in my arms was not the real reason for my excitement, but because I knew clearly that my talent for taming beasts was actually much stronger than it appeared. When Madame Lawn asked me about my talent, I only said growth enhancement. I was not lying, I did have this talent. But I actually hid a part of myself, because I have more than one talent. The innate abilities in the core come from the stars in the core. Most people only have one star in their core, so they can only have one talent. A very small number of geniuses have dual star cores, which means they have two talents. People with dual star cores are rare geniuses in the beast world. At my core, there is not only a star, but a dark red star orbiting a huge black hole. Yes, it is a black hole. When I traveled through here before, this black hole flashed through my mind. At that time, I felt as if my consciousness was floating in the universe. Now, the halo of that black hole is embedded in the center of my core, shining brightly. As my memory became clearer, I realized that my consciousness at the time was most likely guided into the core, and that black hole also endowed me with extremely powerful talents. This ability is called Starlight Imprint. Through the soul connection, I can observe and copy the way the star beasts use starlight, and then pass this method to other star beasts in the soul connection. In other words, I can copy the skills of star beasts and teach them to other star beasts. The efficiency of this skill inheritance is simply unattainable by the traditional star-breaking absorption method. Usually, in order for a star beast to learn the skills of other star beasts, it needs to absorb the broken stars of dead star beasts, which is both expensive and random. However, starlight marking can do this easily. For a beast master, the value of this ability is immeasurable. Not only that, the black hole also makes the area of my core extremely vast. The size of the core domain determines the number of star beasts that can be accommodated. And the core domain of an ordinary apprentice beastmaster can only accommodate one low-level star beast. The initial choice of Star Beast is therefore extremely important. After all, everyone can only contract one Star Beast, and all progress depends on it. But my core realm can accommodate not only one, but hundreds of Jade Beasts. Even higher-level Star Beasts can be easily accommodated. It is indeed the golden finger of a time traveler. It is ridiculously strong. Unfortunately, I am short of money, so I can only contract this Jade Beast in the short term. Thinking of this, I looked down at the little Jade Beast in my arms. Its round eyes were also staring at me, as if asking, "Where are you taking me?" At this moment, a burst of shrill laughter suddenly came to my ears. Wow, someone got the stone Jade Beast? Ha! It really makes me laugh to death. The voices of several second-generation royals sounded, accompanied by mocking laughter. I looked up and found that I had unknowingly walked to the edge of the playground and happened to run into a group of second-generation players who were resting on the sidelines. Those second-generation Star Beasts usually have a strong sense of superiority, and they always make sarcastic remarks when they see someone getting an ordinary Star Beast. I ignored it, smiled slightly, lowered my head to hide the Jade Beast in my coat, and prepared to leave. At this moment, a boy named Song Jie in the crowd suddenly spoke up. "Hey, it's not easy to raise a Jade Beast. You have to think it through." Although Song Zhe's tone sounded unfriendly, I knew it was a friendly reminder, so I nodded at him in response and continued walking forward. Song Jie is my classmate. Although he doesn't talk much on weekdays, he always gives people a sense of reliability. After I walked away, I vaguely heard someone asking, "Brother Song, is this Jade Beast really that bad?" Song Jie replied in a low voice. After all, Jade transformation is a rare, excellent skill among low-level skills. If it can evolve faster, it can still be of some use. In fact, I have the same idea in my mind. Jade transformation is indeed a good skill, and I have starlight imprinting, so I will naturally not miss the opportunity to copy it and teach it to other Star Beasts. So no matter what, I will contract a Jade Beast, even if it's just for this skill. Thinking of this, I quickened my pace and trotted back to the dormitory, my heart full of expectations for the future of this stone Jade Beast. After returning to the dormitory, I closed the doors and windows, ready to start contracting the stone Jade Beast. The contract process was not complicated, but for me, this was my first time after all, so I couldn't help feeling nervous and excited. Taking a deep breath and calming my mind, I sank my consciousness into my own core, mobilized the starlight in my core, and began to establish a soul connection. The Jade Stone Beast was of low level and low intelligence, and it quickly accepted my contract proposal. A ray of starlight flowed between us, and then the soul contract was successfully concluded. The emotions of the Stone Jade Beast were immediately transmitted to my heart. It seemed very happy and even a little excited. With the contract completed, I took the Jade Beast into the inner core realm. It turned into a small star with a dim red glow, slowly rotating around the black hole in its core. I smiled slightly and said to myself, "It seems that you are much cuter than I thought. Since you are my initial Star Beast, I will definitely make you stronger." Next, I couldn't wait to test the ability of starlight marking. I found that the Stone Jade Beast's rock life and efficient core could not be imprinted. This was not surprising because these characteristics were directly related to its body structure. However, the jadeization skill was engraved and became a star mark stored in the black hole. I had a thought. What would happen if I taught Jade transformation to the Stone Jade Beast again? Without hesitation, I mobilized the starlight and prepared to teach the jadification skill back to the Stone Jade Beast. The process of imparting skills is quick, but the amount of starlight consumed is unexpectedly high. I could feel the starlight in the core rapidly diminishing, and the entire core became dim, as if all its strength had been drained. It's not just the starlight that's being consumed. My physical and mental strength has also been weakened a lot. This time the skills imparted really took a toll on me. But it finally worked. I hurriedly sensed the status of the Jade Stone Beast, and the result made me ecstatic. Its skill, Jade Transformation, was upgraded. The original Jade Transformation speed has been greatly improved, and the strength and resistance have also been significantly enhanced. This is simply a pleasant surprise. Generally speaking, Star Beasts need to practice countless times to improve their skill levels, which is why Beast Masters must spend a lot of time and energy to help Star Beast train. But I was able to directly increase its skill level just by repeatedly teaching it. The ability of starlight marking is even more powerful than I expected. The more surprising thing is yet to come. Because the skill transfer process comes with a lot of starlight, the Star Beast level of the Jade Beast is actually directly increased. This kind of transmission obviously enjoyed the double bonus of growth enhancement and efficient core, so the Stone Jade Beast was upgraded by 2 levels at once. My mood immediately improved, and a smile appeared on my face. With such a powerful talent for taming beasts, I know my future path will not be too difficult. The growth rate of the Jade Stone Beast is gratifying. I estimate that it will evolve soon. By then, I will have a truly outstanding helper. However, the consumption of starlight marking is indeed not small. Starlight can be produced continuously through the self-reaction of the source substance and recovers quickly, but the same cannot be said for physical and mental strength. Especially for mental strength, if you want to keep it in full condition all the time, besides taking a long rest, you can only rely on mental strength recovery potions. This medicine is expensive. Even if I ask Muchi for help, it will cost a lot of money. I don't have a penny on me now. What should I do? All right, allowance. I suddenly remembered a good news. Now I have completed the Star Beast contract and officially become an apprentice Beastmaster. This means that I can go to the Academy for certification and not only receive a Beast Tamer terminal, but also a stipend. Thinking of this, I quickly looked at the time and prepared to go and certify my qualifications immediately. But just as I stood up, I sat back down on the chair. The energy consumed in imparting skills was so great that my legs felt a little weak. By dusk, I had finally regained some strength and appeared in a corner of the first floor of the cafeteria, fiddling with the Beast Tamer's terminal while eating the free buffet. The certification process is actually very simple. You just need to summon the contracted Star Beast and prove that you have the talent to tame beasts. Although the process went smoothly, I still attracted some ridicule when I summoned the Jade Beast. However, these taunts no longer mattered to me. What surprised me was that when the Jade Stone Beast appeared this time, it was obviously bigger in size and now weighed almost 10 kilograms. This gives me a headache. If the Jade Beast were bigger, I wouldn't be able to hold it. After completing the certification, I received the Trainee Beastmaster allowance and terminal. The annual allowance is 20,000 Alliance coins, which is not much on average per month, but it was paid out in one lump sum. Now the money has been transferred to my Beast Tamer account, which barely solves the immediate problem. As for the Beast Tamer terminal, it is actually a device similar to a mobile phone. It can not only communicate, but also has a scanning function, so it can scan Star Beasts to check their information. The core data of the Beastmaster terminal comes from the Tree of Eternity, a god-level Star Beast that is regarded as the source of knowledge. All Beastmasters must upload the information of the Star Beasts they have cultivated to the Tree of Eternity in exchange for relevant Star Beast information. However, for the sake of protection, the Eternal Tree will not disclose this information during the Beastmaster's lifetime. The terminal is connected to the spiritual network of the Tree of Eternity through a special method and can obtain and upload information about Star Beasts at any time. As a child who grew up in an orphanage, I never had many luxuries, and mobile phones were a useless burden to me. Now that we have the Beast Tamer terminal, the communication problem has finally been solved. Just as I thought of Muchi, he appeared. I saw him looking around in the cafeteria, and I waved to him, and he immediately walked over quickly. I heard that you got a Stone Jade Beast, he asked anxiously as he sat down. I continued eating and nodded. The energy from imparting skills had given me a surprisingly good appetite today. Muchi grabbed my hand, his face full of anxiety. How can you still be in the mood to eat? Brother, the Stone Jade Beast doesn't even move. What's the use of it? Even Lu Chunchun knows not to choose stones. I rolled my eyes and pouted. I don't have a choice. Hey, Muchi sighed. How about I accompany you to Belan and try your luck? Maybe we can find some good Star Beast cubs. I raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but laugh. The two of us? Just relying on your spirit leaf fairy. Won't it be useless when encountering danger? What should we do then? Muchi looked helpless. What else can we do? Just raise it. I shrugged. It's not that bad actually. After the Jade Beast evolves, it will be able to fight. Don't dream. Can that thing be raised to evolve easily? Wait, what is that in your hand? How do you have a terminal? Muchi's eyes lit up. I smiled and said, I understand. I've been busy this afternoon. Look, I have received the terminal. Muchi was stunned for a moment. Then his face was filled with shock. Are you really planning to cultivate the Jade Stone Beast? I lowered my voice and said, Don't worry, this Jade Beast is a little special, and it grows faster than you think. And I have the talent of growth enhancement, so I will be able to evolve in no time. But there is something I need your help with. I continued. Muchi raised his eyebrows. What's the matter? Can you help me get some mental power recovery potion? I continued to ask. That's not cheap. Mu Chi frowned. I have an allowance, I replied. Mu Chi nodded. Okay, but let me add you as a friend in my address book first so I can contact you later. Then I can also add you to the class group. I smiled and fiddled with the terminal. Just add the two of us. Forget about the class group. We haven't added each other in a while anyway. Seeing that I insisted, Mu Chi stopped trying to persuade me. After we added each other as friends, he hurriedly went to prepare the potion for me. I didn't waste any time and continued to think about how to make the stone jade beast grow faster. Coming out of the cafeteria, the afterglow of the setting sun shone on the tree-lined avenue of the campus. I was in a good mood, thinking about my next plan, and unconsciously walked to the secluded alley behind the cafeteria. Just as I was thinking about my future strategy, a shrill shout suddenly came from behind me. Fuhon, Rat! I finally caught you. When I heard the shouting, I subconsciously turned around and found that the person coming was a familiar face. Today, when I went to take the Beast Tamer certification, there were a total of 3 people taking the certification with me, and the guy with the buzz cut was one of them. I remember it very clearly. At that time, everyone summoned their own star beasts. When he saw the stone jade beast in my hand, he laughed the loudest and most unscrupulously, almost laughing his belly off. Others might have laughed at him, but his impudent attitude made me remember him. He seemed to be of low quality. I didn't expect him to follow me to such a place. Just when I was wondering, the guy with the crew cut spoke again. Fuhan, I guess you haven't been challenged to a gambling fight this month? The corner of his mouth tilted, revealing a malicious smile, and then he took out the terminal. I am now challenging you to a beast master, and the loser will pay 20,000 yuan. Do you dare to accept the challenge? As soon as I finished speaking, my terminal began to vibrate with a buzzing sound. I took out the terminal and saw a new notification. Apprentice Beast Tamer Luo Ji has challenged you to a Beast Tamer challenge. The loser must pay the other party 20,000 alliance coins. Do you accept the challenge? When I saw this message, I immediately understood why he was following me like a hyena. In order to inspire students' fighting spirit, Star Chaser Academy allows Beastmaster students to challenge each other one-on-one, and there is an opportunity for a gambling fight among peers once a month. Refusing a challenge will be recorded as a defeat, so no one wants to admit defeat easily. Luo Ji was a very smart guy. He knew that I had just received the allowance for an apprentice beastmaster like him, and he also saw that my star beast was a stone jade beast, so he wanted to force me to accept the challenge by offering a large compensation. He probably thought I was too scared to accept the fight, but even if I refused, he could still score a good win. But I don't intend to let him have his way. I have lived 2 lives. How can I be frightened by a challenge from a young boy? I had seen his star beast when I was certified. It was a thunderhorn worm. This is an insect-type star beast that looks like a rhinoceros beetle and can control lightning. The thunderhorn worm is an excellent level star beast. Its racial value is more than twice that of the stone jade beast, and its growth potential is also good. It is indeed a very outstanding combat star beast. So logically speaking, my stone jade beast doesn't have much chance of winning this duel. But I also know that this thunderhorn beetle is most likely just a newly contracted cub, and it may not have mastered lightning skills. It is nothing more than a large rhinoceros beetle. Would I be afraid? Of course I wasn't afraid. I clicked the button to accept the challenge without hesitation. Seeing me accept the challenge, Luo Ji was stunned for a moment. Then he sneered. I really didn't expect you to be willing to give me 20,000 for nothing. Then I will gladly accept it. Before he finished speaking, he waved his hand to summon the thunderhorn worm. In a moment, a black star beast shaped like a rhinoceros beetle appeared in front of him, with its horn flashing with faint lightning. Luo Ji ordered without hesitation. Lightning attack. Hit him. I raised my eyebrows slightly. I didn't expect that this thunderhorn insect had already mastered the skill. However, I remained calm. I held the jade beast in my hands and waited quietly for the thunderhorn worm to rush over. Seeing the thunderhorn bug approaching quickly, I whispered, Jade transformation. In an instant, the surface of the jade beast changed from pitch black to as crystal clear as jade, and its hardness and resistance were greatly improved. I took a bow step forward and used the impact force to knock the jade beast head on. Crack! A crisp sound echoed in the air. I took a few steps back while holding the stone jade beast, feeling the force of the impact. I secretly sighed in my heart. This thunderhorn beetle is really powerful. I looked up and saw that, as I expected, the horn of the thunderhorn beetle was broken. Seeing this, Luo Ji panicked and immediately ran over to check the injuries of the thunderhorn worm. I stood there, feeling a little amused and helpless for a moment. This guy was so arrogant just now, but now he is so anxious. I sighed in my heart. It seems that he is really just a young boy. However, I didn't want him to be so proud anymore, so I shouted, "Bite him!" After that, I threw the jade beast in my hand directly at him. Fortunately, I reminded him, otherwise Luo Ji would have forgotten that he was still taking on the challenge. He looked up and saw a piece of emerald green jade flying towards his face. He dodged in panic but failed to avoid it completely, and the jade beast hit him right on the top of his feet. Ah! The screams echoed in the quiet alley. In the end, I won the victory without any suspense and received 20,000 alliance coins as compensation from Luo Ji. Although the process was a bit funny, I still did my best to be kind and helped him notify the college's medical team. As for what he is thinking while lying there, I don't care too much. After returning to the dormitory, I summoned the stone jade beast again and carefully checked its condition. Just as I expected, the impact of the thunderhorn worm did not leave any trace on the surface of the stone jade beast. Hard! I couldn't help but give the stone jade beast a thumbs up. The stone jade beast blinked and looked at me, seemingly confused. Indeed, it won't move, but if you think about it carefully, swords, spears, and halberds won't move either. But I can move, and the jade beast cannot, so it's not a bad idea to use it as a weapon or a shield. I couldn't help but think of the days when I would carry a shot put in a shoulder bag and swing it around in street fights. At that time, as long as I swung the shoulder bag open, people around me would not dare to approach. Now the stone jade beast can be used as the god of war weapon again. So I lay under the bed and rummaged for a while, trying to find a suitable shoulder bag, but I couldn't find it after a long time. The next morning, there was a knock on the door. When he opened the door, he saw Mu Chi standing at the door with dark circles under his eyes, holding 2 small bottles filled with green liquid in his hands. "This is Borneal camphor extract," he said. "This plant extract is very effective and has almost no side effects. Just a small sip can quickly restore your mental strength. But the price is not cheap. 2 bottles of extractant cost me 16,000 alliance coins." I knew in my heart that Mu Chi only charged for the materials and stayed up late to help me make the medicine. Without saying a word, I took the medicine and transferred the money to his account. Before leaving, Mu Chi patted my shoulder and asked with some concern, "I can't help you more in the short term. Are you sure that your jade beast can evolve?" "Don't worry, I have everything under control." I patted his shoulder. "Just rest assured." In fact, I wasn't that confident at first. But after meeting Luo Ji yesterday and having a gambling fight with him in the alley, my confidence was filled up. At worst, when the potion runs out, I can spend all my money at the beast taming shop to buy some artificial star fragments. The stone jade beast is enjoying the blessing of double growth efficiency. 1 piece of broken star is used as 2 pieces. I don't believe it won't evolve. In the following days, I was busy teaching the jade beast the jade transformation skill over and over again. As my mental strength has caught up, I can teach it a skill every day. After a few days, not only did the stone jade beast become stronger, but my mental and physical strength seemed to have improved as well. I didn't expect this could also be a form of exercise. I couldn't help but sigh. Half a month later, after more than 10 times of skill teaching, the stone jade beast jade transformation skill was finally upgraded to the maximum level and became Jade Transformation Extreme. The level of the Jade Stone Beast was also raised from level 3 to level 9. When I was teaching its skills for the 16th time, I suddenly discovered that the Jade Stone Beast skill information had changed. Its primary skill, Jadification, suddenly became Advanced Skill, Jadification. Not only did the skill reach the maximum level, it was also directly promoted to an advanced skill. When I saw the description of the effect of Jade Transformation, I was completely stunned. Advanced Skill, Jade Transformation. The Jade Transformation state no longer consumes starlight and can last forever. At the same time, in the Jade state, it can gather the surrounding starlight and source essence and increase the concentration of starlight and source essence within a certain range. This means that the Stone Jade Beast has not only become stronger, but can also help me improve the efficiency of my practice. The source of energy that was originally only available through meditation or expensive ingredients can now be gathered directly around the Jade Stone Beast. Isn't this equivalent to a portable cultivation enhancer for me? This discovery made me fully understand the value of Starlight Seal. Without this ability, who knows how long it would take for the Stone Jade Beast to train its skills to this level. Maybe it would take several years to reach the maximum level. And now, in just half a month, I have such powerful help. The Jade Beast Jade Transformation skill has reached the maximum level, and Starlight Imprint can no longer impart this skill. But its level is still at level 9. If it wants to evolve, It must be upgraded to level 10. I gritted my teeth and spent 20,000 yuan at the Academy's beast taming shop to buy 4 first-level artificial star fragments. After the purchase, I looked at the empty balance in my account, and my heart was bleeding. Being a beast master is indeed a very expensive profession. However, fortunately, with the blessing of double growth effect, these 4 pieces of broken stars are equivalent to 8 pieces for the stone jade beast. After a day of hard work, the stone jade beast absorbed all the starlight from the shattered stars and successfully upgraded its level to level 10. At this moment, I felt the strong soul fluctuation coming from its body. Immediately afterwards, all the surrounding energies, elements, starlight, and source substances began to gather at high speed and gathered around the stone jade beast. I knew this was a sign of evolution. The jade beast has undergone many upgrades and is no longer the small piece it was at the beginning. It has now become a huge stone that I cannot even embrace with my hands and weighs nearly 100 kilograms. Under the effect of jade transformation, its body exudes an icy and crystal color, with occasional golden light visible, making it appear particularly mysterious and majestic. After the evolution began, crisp shattering sounds continued to be heard from inside the body of the jade beast, as if some kind of shell was breaking. Ding-ling-ling, along with these crisp sounds, I saw a rock-like arm breaking out of the body of the stone jade beast. Soon after, another arm emerged from the other side and quickly grew to more than 1 meter long. Although it is called an arm, its structure is actually very simple. It is made up of 3 stones. The large stone at the end is a rich jade color and looks like a boxer wearing green gloves. Therefore, the evolved form of stone jade beast is called jade fist beast. When I saw that the stone jade beast's arms had fully grown, I thought the evolution was complete. However, when I sensed it carefully, I found that the energy surge in its body not only did not stop, but became even stronger. Just when I was wondering, the body of the stone jade beast underwent new changes. First, its arms began to gradually turn into jade. At first, I thought it was the effect of the jade transformation skill, but as its arms turned into jade, the shape of its arms also changed significantly. The original stone fist became wider and flatter, and finally formed a complete palm structure, with fingers appearing one by one. What is even more surprising is that there are fine golden lines embedded in the jade color of the palm, which looks quite extraordinary. When the stone fist turned into a large, flexible jade hand, the energy fluctuations around the jade beast gradually subsided. Evolution complete. The stone jade beast blinked its round eyes and looked at me, still with an innocent look. However, it has now grown 2 majestic big hands, and it can support its body to stand up and can actually look me in the eye. I was a little dazed, but I knew in my heart that this was definitely a special evolution. I suppressed my excitement and quickly took out the terminal to scan the jade stone beast to see if there was any information about this form in the Tree of Eternity. When the terminal finished scanning the star beast, a piece of information feedback appeared on the screen. Big jade hand. A very rare special evolution form of the epic jade beast, Big Jade Hand. This special evolution will only occur under very harsh conditions, when the stone jade beast masters high-level jadification skills before its first evolution. Big Jade Hand has indestructible defense, can create a solid wall of jade light, and has flexible and powerful jade hands as a means of attack. It is a very powerful star beast. The system prompt panel shows the racial value of the stone jade beast. 435, Lord level, epic. Lord level. I couldn't believe my eyes and looked at it several times to confirm. The rarity classification of star beasts is common, rare, uncommon, epic, and legendary. The racial value assessment levels are pet level, ordinary level, excellent level, elite level, lord level, emperor level, and infinite level. The stone jade beast actually evolved into the epic level Big Jade Hand, and its racial value soared to 435, reaching the lord level. This was like a dream. Muchi's father spent a large sum of money for his initial star beast, but he only got an excellent star beast. Among the second generation of the royal family, those who can contract elite star beasts have enough to brag about. And I, a jade beast that was once at the bottom of the ordinary level, have now directly jumped to the lord level. It's really unbelievable. After checking the special evolution requirements of Big Jade Hand, I finally understood the reason. The conditions for this evolution are extremely harsh, because the stone jade beast usually evolves for the first time at level 10, and it is almost impossible to master high-level jadification skills before that. Even for a Jade beast with enhanced growth performance, it would be difficult to achieve such an effect through conventional training. But with the help of Starlight Seal, everything became easy. It can be said that without this magical ability, this special evolution would hardly have been possible. With a heart full of joy, I gently patted the arm of Big Jade Hand, thinking that it was time to give it a name. Looking at its majestic fist, an idea suddenly occurred to me, and the name Saitama seemed particularly suitable. The Jade Fist is like a boxer's and full of power. Saitama sounds both majestic and appropriate. After confirming the name, I summoned the Big Jade Hand back to the kernel realm, then sank into the kernel to check its information. This time, I saw that the little star transformed by the Big Jade Hand was 2 or 3 times larger than before, and the light also changed from red to orange, indicating that its starlight level had increased from 0 to 1. I decided to name this Saitama. When I saw Saitama's new skill, Wall of Jade, I was delighted. This was undoubtedly an unexpected surprise. I immediately imprinted the skill, which went smoothly, but when I tried to teach it, I ran into a problem. I found that my star level and mental strength were not enough to cast this skill mark. A blacksmith must be strong himself. I couldn't help but sigh. However, this is enough. Today's harvest has far exceeded expectations. I originally only expected the Stone Jade Beast to evolve into the Jade Fist Beast with a racial value of 160, but it actually soared directly into the sky and became a Lord-level Big Jade Hand. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? The only small regret is that it is getting late and I cannot take Saitama out to show him off for the time being, but there is no rush. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I had a good sleep and a happy mood. The next morning, I woke up to find a new message on my terminal. At first, I thought it was from Mu Chi, but it turned out to be a message from the Eternal Tree. My dear human friend, Beast Tamer Mr. Fuhan, hello. I will open the intermediate level of database permissions to you, and you can now access more Star Beast data. In addition, the message from Eternal Tree also reads, I have prepared some gifts for you. You can choose the resources you need later. When I saw this message, I couldn't help but smile knowingly. It seems that my good luck is not over yet. Maybe there will be more surprises waiting for Saitama and me. I saw a message from the Tree of Eternity displayed on the Beastmaster's terminal, and I couldn't help but be surprised. Although I knew that the terminal could connect to the Eternal Tree to share data, I didn't expect that this god-level star beast would actually send me a message personally. This mythical beast, which symbolizes wisdom and knowledge, was surprisingly kind and even gave gifts. The continuous surprises have made me a little numb. I curled my lips and smiled, and continued to check the next message. The system prompts. You have obtained 1 legendary contribution point. You can now go to the legendary treasury to exchange for rewards. It seems that this is a gift from the Tree of Eternity. However, this is the first time I have heard of legendary contribution points, and I'm not sure what it can be exchanged for. I followed the system's instructions and opened the interface of the legendary treasure house. When I carefully looked at the redemption list, I realized how precious this legendary contribution value is. There are not many items that can be exchanged, only 3. Spiritual Potion can increase the range of the Beastmaster Soul Field. Star Amber, to increase the racial value of Star Beasts to a certain extent. Source Essence, concentrated Source Essence. Although the description is simple, the value contained in it is clear at a glance. These 3 items are priceless treasures for the Beastmaster. What's more, these are just the most basic items in the treasure house. There are many precious resources in it that I have never heard of. However, I don't dare to hope for those things for the time being. The most suitable thing for me right now is undoubtedly the Source Essence. The space of my core domain is large enough, and the racial value of Big Jade Hand has reached the Lord level, which is quite good. On the contrary, my star level has always been low, and the dim red star level in the core looks even worse than Saitama's, which directly limits my overall growth. Therefore, improving the star level is obviously the top priority. Without any hesitation, I chose to exchange for Source Essence. Soon, a message came from the terminal. Exchange successful. Source Essence will be delivered to you as soon as possible. I leaned on the pillow and stared at the ceiling for a while, then sighed softly. Not a bad start. Keep up the good work. Then I got up, washed, dressed, and prepared to go out. Ever since I contracted the Jade Stone Beast, I can hear whispers and ridicule almost everywhere I go. Although they thought their voices were low, my ears were not idle. Today is no exception. In fact, I can now summon the evolved Big Jade Hand and let them take a good look, but I am too lazy to do such a meaningless thing. Instead, I had another idea in mind. I should try my best to hide Saitama's strength. It's the beginning of the month now, and maybe some money-giving boy will come to my door. There's really no need to let others know how many cards I have. So, after the morning class, when I went to apply for a training room, I deliberately chose a closed training room. Even though the enclosed training room cost $100 per hour, I chose it without hesitation. After entering the training room, I summoned Saitama. When I saw the majestic big hand appear in front of me, I felt inexplicably proud. After letting Saitama move around freely for a while to adjust to his new body, we began an hour-long attack and defense drill and skill test. Saitama's Golden Wall skill is very useful. It can prop up a defensive force field. Although I cannot move when the force field is activated, external attacks must first break the force field before they can hurt Saitama and me inside the force field. In our combination, Saitama is definitely not the enemy's priority target. In comparison, an ordinary person like me is obviously easier to deal with. However, with the Jade Wall, my safety in battle is greatly improved. During the simple drill, I also discovered Saitama's shortcomings. It supports its body with its two large palms and moves relatively slowly, which is the result of its evolution into the big Jade hand. If it was an ordinary Jade fist beast, its speed would be even slower. I designed some fighting moves for Saitama that require him to support with one hand and attack with the other. I didn't expect him to learn them so quickly. It seems his intelligence has improved significantly after evolution. However, even so, Saitama's attack methods are still very limited. Slow speed and lack of attack methods are the biggest shortcomings of Big Jade Hand. But I believe that as long as I contract more star beasts and learn the appropriate skills through starlight imprinting, these problems can be gradually solved. Saitama is already a Lord-level star beast, and his training value is extremely high. I am willing to devote all my energy to it. Although my current star glory level is not high, causing its growth to encounter a bottleneck, its skill set still has a lot of room for optimization. So, after leaving the training room, I returned to the dormitory, turned on the terminal, and carefully looked through the Star Beast database, trying to see if I could find a suitable skill learning target near the academy. The Star Chasing Academy is located in the eastern continent of Qixingdi, which has a mild climate and is one of the most densely populated areas in Qixingdi. The academy is located in the city of Chasing Stars, which is as prosperous as the eastern capital Dragon residence. Outside the high walls on the west side of the city of Chasing Stars, there is a vast birch forest called the White Forest. Wolves and bears can often be seen in the forest, but there are not many species of star beasts. Although Beland star beasts are relatively scarce, I found skills suitable for Saitama in an inconspicuous pet-level star beast. It is a star beast called Moon Lantern Monster, with a racial value in the single digits, and is a psychic little guy. This round, spherical star beast is usually only the size of a palm. It always appears in groups at night, floating beside the treetops and glowing. Once found, they form a group, and it is easy to find the lower magnitude cubs. Although the racial value of the Moon Lantern is very low, even lower than that of a domestic dog, it has a skill that I am very interested in, levitation. After evolving, Saitama gained psychic attributes and mastered the skill of creating a defensive force field. I guess he can also learn the psychic skill, levitation. If Saitama can gain the ability to levitate, his mobility will naturally be greatly improved. With mobility, he will no longer have a shortage of means of attack. Saitama has two hands, can float in the air, wave his big hands to attack, or even fall directly to smash the enemy. This sounds very good. With a goal in mind, I decided to take a trip out of town over the weekend. Saitama now has a certain level of combat capability, so I don't have to stay in the city in fear anymore. However, since I'm going to the wild, risks still exist, and I must prepare well. Chapter 7 Departure. First of all, food and water must be prepared as much as possible, and a portable water purification bag must also be brought. After stuffing a large bag of compressed food and clean water, Fuhan realized the benefits of not having to eat or drink with the Big Jade Hand. Then you have to buy a net gun that is necessary to capture the Moon Lantern monster. The Big Jade Hand cannot catch this kind of thing flying in the sky. After careful consideration, Fuhan also planned to go to the college's commission office to check out the commission tasks. As an apprentice beast master, Fuhan is qualified to take on missions. Moreover, the academy attaches great importance to students' practical ability, and mission credits are a very important part of the final examination. It would be great if I could complete some commission tasks while I'm out there. The commission office is actually a very busy place, with people coming in and out in an endless stream, whether issuing or accepting commissions. Especially those senior and combat-capable students will spend a lot of time in this place. Sometimes accepting commissions is secondary. The key is that a large amount of information that Beastmasters are interested in is gathered here. For example, someone went to Balan and encountered a powerful star beast and was injured. At this time, other people can act according to their ability based on the information. For example, if someone encounters a pregnant excellent star beast in the forest, then a capable Beastmaster can go to Balan to try his luck. In addition, many difficult tasks also require teaming here, and this is the easiest place to find a partner who is interested in the task. During this period, Fuhan has been to many places in the college, but he likes the atmosphere here the most. No one even noticed him here, let alone talked about him or laughed at him. It turned out that a powerful Beastmaster had no time to meddle in other people's business. However, after entering the mission hall, Fuhan soon ran into someone he knew, Songzhe. This cool guy who had reminded Fuhan on the playground that the Jade beast was difficult to raise was Fuhan's classmate. Both of them were not very sociable. Songjie was too strong to play with the others in the class, while Fuhan was weak and withdrawn in the eyes of others. Today, Songjie did not hang out with the second generation of Imperial Guards, but was talking to several senior students. It seemed that he was going to team up with those senior students to complete the mission. He's really good. When Fuhan was admiring the young man in his heart, Songjie turned around and saw Fuhan. Fuhan nodded in greeting out of courtesy, but unexpectedly, Songjie greeted his companions and came over. Without exchanging pleasantries, Songzhe spoke directly. Since you have come to the commission office, it means that the Jade Stone Beast has evolved, right? Fuhan said non-committally, I'm just taking a look. I heard that you beat up that guy's brother a while ago. With a 100-point racial value, you defeated the excellent level Thunderhorn. Frankly speaking, you did a great job. Fuhan followed Songzhe's gaze and saw a burly man with a short hair and a vest and several of his equally burly companions staring at Fuhan by the wall not far away. The burly man had a full beard and a fierce look in his eyes. Fuhan couldn't believe that guy was actually the same age as him. He was growing up too fast. Songzhe whispered, that guy is not very cunning, be careful. Fuhan retracted his gaze and nodded, thank you. Songzhe also nodded and turned away without saying a word. Frankly speaking, Fuhan really likes dealing with people like Songzhe, who are informal and decisive. After Songzhe left, Fuhan once again looked in the direction of the burly man with the crew cut, but he didn't know when those men had disappeared. Without caring, Fuhan turned to the bulletin board and began to browse the tasks that apprentice Beastmasters could accept. There aren't many field missions that low-level Beastmasters can accept, but there are a lot of tasks like manufacturing commissions. No wonder a functional Beastmaster like Muchi is so busy all day long. After looking around, there is only one mission suitable for Fuhan, and that is the mission to defeat the slime officially issued by the Academy. Slime, an invasive species from the Western continent, has a racial value of just over 2 digits and is very weak. However, the slimes that reproduce by splitting and multiplying have no natural enemies in the White Forest. If left alone for a while, they will be everywhere in the mountains and plains. When the number is large, it is inevitable that evolved individuals will appear. After evolving into elemental slimes, it is quite a headache. In order to protect Balan's ecological environment, the Academy has been issuing missions to defeat slimes. You don't even have to accept this kind of mission. After defeating the slimes, you just need to bring back their broken stars and hand in the mission. The mission reward is calculated based on the number of broken stars. The more broken stars, the more bonus you get. The mission reward was actually very low, and there were no credits, but that little bonus was better than the bean-sized broken stars from the slime. In fact, the Academy has increased the reward for defeating slimes in disguise, hoping that students will kill the slimes they see on the roadside. There is nothing to complain about an apprentice Beastmaster like Fuhan. As a brave man, this is how you go out to fight slimes. After leaving the mission station, Fuhan went to buy himself a new set of clothes and a mask. Thinking that the big Jade hand would follow him after he left the city, Fuhan still thought it would be better not to be recognized. No matter what others said, Songjie looked like he was about to leave the city, so it was better to be prepared. In this way, everything was ready. Fuhan went to bed early to get enough rest, and then took a car out of the city early the next morning. Then Fuhan bypassed the gathering place at the edge of the forest and went directly into the White Forest. After entering Balan, Fuhan summoned the Big Jade Hand to follow him. On the one hand, it was to allow the Big Jade Hand to help him deal with danger at any time, And on the other hand, it was to let the big Jade hand exercise more and use its two big hands more skillfully. Apparently, the big Jade hand still liked walking in the woods. After summoning it, Fu Han could feel that it was very happy. What made Big Jade Hand even more excited was that Fu Han always asked it to slap the translucent slimes on the roadside and flatten them. Beating slimes was a very fun thing for Big Jade Hand. Fu Han took it with him to walk in the woods and slapped them all the way, and Big Jade Hand was also very happy. At noon, when Fu Han stopped to rest, a group of woodland wolves appeared around Fu Han. The leader wolf watched Fu Han and Daishu from afar, then quickly left with the pack, walking so fast that Fu Han could not possibly catch up. Fu Han patted its big hands with satisfaction. The Yusho is now a Lord-level star beast. The so-called Lord level means that the star beast has the ability to occupy a large territory. The powerful Lord's aura makes the wolves hide away from him after just one glance. Unfortunately, this means that Big Jade Hand has lost many opportunities to gain experience and can only continue to bully the slime. Chapter 8 Suspension. In the blink of an eye, night fell, and the forest at night became a little dark and eerie. Fu Han, who was using a flashlight to illuminate, always felt that there was a bright light not far away. At first he thought it was the moon lantern monster he was looking for, but when he approached it, there was nothing there. After a few times, Fu Han realized that there must be nocturnal star beasts watching. Thanks to the Big Jade Hand, otherwise they might have launched an attack long ago. By the second half of the night, after searching in the forest for a long time, Fu Han's flashlight began to run low on power. Soon after, the flashlight flickered a few times and then completely went out. Fu Han felt a little regretful that he shouldn't have bought this cheap product. Although the boss said that the battery life of this solar-powered flashlight is 12 hours, in fact, its battery life is only half of that at most. Just when Fu Han was feeling frustrated, he suddenly noticed a bright light in the distance. After checking again and again, he found that the light was not flickering. He quickly groped closer and saw that it was indeed the moon lantern monster that Fu Han had been looking for. Fu Han smiled slightly and thought, not bad luck. The moon lantern monster's racial value was only in the single digits, and they didn't have much intelligence at all, so when Fu Han stood under the tree and observed them, the moon lantern monsters didn't react at all. There are about 40 or 50 moon lantern monsters in this nest. The big ones are as big as footballs, while the small ones are only as big as a fist. The terminal scanner can roughly detect the starlight of the star beast and calculate the star beast level. Although it is not completely accurate, it is also of sufficient reference value. In order to find a target to contract with, Fu Han used the terminal to check the level of the moon lantern monster. Although they were only moon lantern monsters, in fact, most of their star beasts were already above level 10, and their starlight had reached the first level. It was difficult for Fu Han, who only had a starlight of level 0, to reach a contract with them. However, there are still a few young ones among the large group of moon lantern monsters, those that are smaller in size. So Fu Han looked back and forth among those small moon lanterns. He wanted to find a slightly brighter one. Since he wanted to contract it, Fu Han would not release it in the short term. The moon lantern monster would glow in the dark, just enough to replace the useless flashlight. After observing for a while, Fu Han suddenly discovered that one of the small moon lamps was composed of 2 spheres. Fu Han raised his eyebrows and smiled. That's it. Occasionally, there will be a 2-body mutant moon lantern monster among the moon lantern monsters. They are actually similar to other moon lantern monsters, except that their racial value is slightly higher, reaching double digits. However, the rarity has been raised from common to rare. I just wanted to catch a lamb to learn a skill. In fact, individual differences are not important. However, since there is a rarer one, Fu Han naturally won't be polite. The flashlight recommended by the owner of the outdoor store was unreliable, but the net-catching gun was of good quality. Thanks to Fu Han's shooting experience in his previous life, the net-catching gun hit the target in one shot. Soon, the 2-body moon lantern monster was pulled to Fu Han's side, and the capture did not cause any reaction from the group of moon lantern monsters. The arrest went smoothly, and the contract was also signed very smoothly. Then the information of the twin moon lantern appeared in Fu Han's mind. Moon lantern monster. Race, moon lantern. Evolution level, initial, double mutation. Attribute, superpower. Race value, 11, pet level. Star beast level, 2. Health 60. Ability, basic characteristics, energy structure. The lantern monster is composed of energy and relies on tiny amounts of energy to sustain life. Special feature, dual light body. The skills of the double moon lantern monster will have the exorcism feature. Primary skill, levitation. Rely on starlight to resist gravity and float in the air. Primary skill, luminescence. Emits light. After reading the information about the moon lantern monster, Fu Han was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the two-body moon lantern monster also had such an excellent characteristic as the ability to exorcise evil spirits. Skills with the exorcism attribute will cause additional effects and more damage to dark and undead types. This attribute is usually only possessed by light-type star beasts. Despite its excellent characteristics, the moon lantern monster's racial stats are still too low. Its health dropped by 40 points just by being hit by Fu Han's web-catching gun. Fu Han secretly thanked his luck that it flew so high that most of the potential energy of the net-catching gun was consumed. If the distance was closer, it might have been killed directly. With such a small body, even if it has the ability to exorcise evil spirits, it will be useless when it encounters the generally powerful dark and undead elements. So this exorcism ability is useless. However, since the two-body moon lantern monster already has good exorcism properties, Fu Han suddenly became interested in its evolved form. So Fu Han took the opportunity to check out the evolved form of the moon lantern monster. After checking, it was discovered that the evolved form of the moon lantern monster was actually intermediate level information. Fortunately, Fu Han had already obtained intermediate level permissions for the database. Spiritual Moonlight. The legendary moon lantern monster evolves into Spiritual Moonlight, which requires the moon lantern monster to be immersed in the 7th moon pool for cleansing to complete the evolution. Spiritual Moonlight has extremely powerful properties to exorcise evil spirits. Race value, 235. Excellent. The 7th moon pond? Fu Han searched his memory for a moment and found that the so-called 7th moon pond seemed to be the legendary bathing pool for the moon. Does this legendary thing really exist? And how come the race value is only 235 with such strict evolution conditions? Outrageous! Fu Han immediately gave up the idea of evolving the moon lantern monster and started to imprint its skills instead. The skill of glowing was very simple, and Fu Han completed the engraving quickly. The skill of levitation was a little more complicated, but it was only a basic skill. Then Fu Han couldn't wait to try whether the big jade hand could learn to levitate. Without going far, he sat under the big tree illuminated by the moon lantern monster. Fu Han began to cast the skill mark of levitation and then taught it to Diyu Shou. After a while, Fu Han once again fell into a weak state of dizziness, blurred vision, and weakness in his limbs. The good news is that Big Jade Hand successfully learned how to levitate. The Big Jade Hand that had just mastered levitation was hanging upside down, its eyes full of confusion. Fu Han struggled to straighten it and guided it to adapt to its new ability. Watching the Big Jade Hand gradually adapt to the suspension, Fu Han leaned against the tree, took out a high-calorie nutrition bar, and started to chew it. At this time, the Big Jade Hand seemed to feel Fu Han's fatigue, so it came to Fu Han's side and opened its big hands to protect Fu Han in its hands. Fu Han felt warm in his heart, and then gradually fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the weather was fine, and it was already noon when Fu Han woke up. Looking up, the moon lantern monsters had disappeared. Only the Big Jade Hand remained in a guarding posture without moving at all. It was a quiet night, and Fu Han felt that he slept well, but after waking up, Fu Han was still sleepy and hungry. Fu Han took out a sip of borneal camphor extract, then ate 2 nutrition bars. He felt like he was fully revived. Since Fu Han was very weak after learning the skills yesterday, he didn't observe the levitation ability of the Big Jade Hand very carefully. So after Fu Han recovered, the first thing he did was to study the Big Jade Hand carefully. After one night, the Big Jade Hand had mastered the skill of levitation much better, but now it could only be about 1 meter off the ground, and its movement speed was only about the same as walking with the hand supporting itself. Fu Han was not in a hurry, so he took the Big Jade Hand in the forest to adapt to the floating ability and also did a lot of drills for the two-handed attack in the floating state. The target of the drill was naturally those poor, translucent slimes. By the evening, Fu Han felt that his mental strength had been fully restored with the help of borneal camphor extract, so he once again taught Diyu Shou the levitation skill. The Big Jade Hand's levitation was upgraded to levitation, the starlight consumption was reduced, and the speed was also increased. After teaching the skills, Fu Han rested under the protection of the Big Jade Hand and repeated it again the next day. After a few days, the Big Jade Hand's levitation was upgraded to level 3, and the level was upgraded to level 11. Double Moon Lantern. Chapter 9 Slime. The Big Jade Hand's levitation has been upgraded to level 3, and the level has been upgraded to level 11. However, the Borneo camphor extract was completely consumed. Although Fu Han maintained his mental strength, he was in the wild and did not dare to continue to improve the levitation skills of the big jade hand. However, the level 3 suspension has performed very well. At present, the floating height of the big jade hand has not increased much, and it is still a little over 1 meter. But the movement speed has exceeded that of most quadrupeds, and the movement is quite fast. Moreover, the starlight consumption of the floating is quite low now, so the big jade hand does not have much pressure even if it remains in the floating state. Fu Han also discovered another wonderful use of suspension. Fu Han found that he could sit in its big hand and then let the big jade hand carry him and move. This way was not only fast, but also did not require Fu Han to exert any effort. It is indeed a genius idea to teach Big Jade Hand the skill of floating. Big Jade Hand can serve as a floating vehicle, which is so practical. With the Big Jade Hand as a means of transportation, Fu Hanxin became more wild and wanted to walk around in the white forest more to see if there was any extra gain. However, at this time, the clean water prepared by Fu Han had been almost consumed, but there were still a lot of nutrition bars left that could make people full after eating a little. Fu Han was well prepared. He had already prepared a water purification bag, which he could use to replenish drinking water as long as he found a water source. After opening the terminal and looking at the navigation map, Fu Han discovered that the nearest water source was a pond more than 30 kilometers away. If he were to walk there, Fu Han would probably give up and turn back, but now that he had the big jade hand to take him there, it wouldn't be a problem. So Fu Han identified the direction and directed Diu Shou to move towards the water source. Slimes still need to be hammered along the way, and making money should not be troublesome. Fu Han spent all his money on this trip, and now he has to go even if it means screwing in screws in the factory. Fu Han also hoped to meet an opponent with some fighting ability so that he could practice his skills. After all, the slime along the way really couldn't get any improvement. The long-distance run of dozens of kilometers did not disappoint Fu Han. Fu Han and Daisha did gain something along the way. It is still a slime, but it is an evolved form, elemental slime. Fu Han first discovered a large pile of slimes next to a huge rock. When he was excitedly about to go up to pick up the money, 2 huge slimes, one purple and one yellow, jumped out from behind the rock. Fu Han hid in the distance and scanned the 2 big slimes with the terminal. The terminal gave information about 2 big slimes, which are rare evolutions of the slime thunder system. The yellow one is positive slime, and the purple one is negative slime. They evolve from slimes after absorbing enough lightning elements. Both slimes have lightning element form and are completely immune to lightning attacks. They will counterattack the attacker with lightning. These 2 thunder slimes have first-class starlight, about level 15 or 16. After thinking for a while, Fu Han thought that he could practice with them. The Jade Hand with full jadification level had extremely high resistance, and elemental attacks were not a big threat to it. Moreover, the mobility of the Jade Hand was now impossible for the slime to catch up, so even if he couldn't beat it, he could still run away. So Fu Han hid far away and sent Daishu to try fighting. The big Jade Hand was also straightforward, and he did what he said. There was no detour at all. He went straight to the face. Facing the Lord-level aura of the Jade Hand, the 2 lightning slimes reacted very violently. As soon as the Jade Hand approached the 2 lightning slimes, they activated their joint skills, and the strong lightning struck the Jade Hand in an instant. Fu Han's heart tightened when he saw this. He didn't expect that 2 slimes, one positive and one negative, could launch such a powerful lightning attack. Looking at the big Jade Hand again, its speed did not slow down at all. It came in front of the slime in a blink of an eye, and with its left hand and right hand, the dazzling lightning disappeared just like that. When Fu Han came to his senses, the big Jade Hand was already there happily, slapping other slimes. Seconds? Fu Han himself couldn't believe it. The big Jade Hand not only killed 2 slimes that were 4 or 5 levels higher than him in seconds, but he also kept his health at 100. The elemental slime was still weak and failed to break the big Jade Hand's defense. Although he was not able to train the big Jade Hand this time, he did have a clearer understanding of the big Jade Hand's strength. More importantly, in addition to a large number of slime fragments, he also obtained 2 thunder slime fragments, which are more valuable than this, right? It didn't take much time to kill the 2 thunder slimes, and soon Fu Han and Daishu arrived at the pond. Fu Han had just taken out the water purification bag to get some water when another slime jumped out of the water. Although this slime is not as big as the previous 2, it is also an elemental slime because of its aqua blue color. Fu Han first stepped back with his big jade hand, then took out the terminal and scanned the slime. Water slime, a rare water element evolution form of slime, which evolves after slime absorbs enough water elements. Water slime has the characteristics of both water element structure and liquid state. It is completely immune to water element damage, basically immune to physical damage, and has good self-healing ability. Water slime is not overtly aggressive, but be careful not to get wet by it. Race value, 68, pet level. Predicted star beast level, level 8. Looking at the characteristics of the slime, and then looking at the broad and powerful palm of the big jade hand, Fu Han knew that he could do nothing about this slime. Taking the big jade hand and going around to get water from a distance, Fu Han began to think in his mind that he should find a way to contract an elemental attacking star beast to deal with this situation. Although it takes a lot of investment to cultivate a star beast, and Fu Han is relatively poor, his core domain is vast, and he can maximize his talent advantage by contracting more star beasts. As he was thinking, Fu Han suddenly realized that he seemed to have missed something and hurried back. Fortunately, the water slime was still there. So Fu Han pointed at the slime and ordered, "Catch it here!" In the past few nights, the twin moon lanterns have been acting as Fu Han's flashlight. The moon lanterns, which have a racial value of only 11, are also very useful. Of course, ordinary summoners would not contract a moon lantern monster for the purpose of lighting. But Fu Han's core domain is so vast that he doesn't care about this issue. In fact, water slimes are also useful. The body of water slimes is made of pure water elements, which is purer than pure water. After contracting a water slime, Fu Han no longer has to worry about drinking water. He can solve the problem by just summoning it and squeezing it. This way, both the flashlight and the water purification bag can be returned. Great! Great! Fu Han has been fighting too many slimes recently, and when he saw the slimes, he reflexively thought about how to destroy them. He almost forgot that slimes are also star beasts and can be contracted. Besides, this was a rare low-level water slime. If Fu Han missed it, he would have to wait until he became a junior beastmaster to look for a water slime again. After a moment, Dayu came back with the water slime in his hand, and Fu Han immediately started the contract. The contract went smoothly, and a tiny star was added to Fu Han's core. Water slime, race slime, evolution level. First order water element evolution. Attribute, water. Race value, 68, pet level. Star beast level, 9. Health, 100. Ability, basic characteristics, water element construct. Relies on water element to survive. Completely immune to water attribute attacks. Basic characteristics, liquid. The liquid body allows the water slime to pass through narrow places and is basically immune to physical attacks. Primary skill, self-healing. Gradually restore health. It was an ordinary water slime with nothing special about it. Fu Han collected some water from it and tasted it. It was unexpectedly sweet and thirst-quenching. After contracting the water slime, Fu Han felt that he had gained a lot from this trip, and he began to think about quitting. After all, it was not easy to find an opponent suitable for the big jade hand, and Fu Han could not hang around in the woods forever. But it was already late today, so Fu Han rested by the pond and planned to go back tomorrow. In the open space beside the pond, Fu Han cleared a place as a temporary camp. Then he started to fiddle with a net gun, trying to catch a wild rabbit or a forest chicken. On the one hand, I have been eating beef-flavored nutrition bars for days, and I feel like vomiting. On the other hand, this can be regarded as a way to practice survival skills in the wild. However, just as Fu Han was about to start hunting, he suddenly heard the sound of fighting in the distance. Not only were there fierce collisions, but also the shouts of the beast master commanding the star beasts. So Fu Han put away his net-catching gun and quietly approached with the help of his big jade hand. Water slime. Chapter 10, Fierce Beast. The battle took place in the woods not far from the pond, where 3 beastmasters were fighting against a strange-looking black spider. A tiger-shaped star beast had already fallen to the ground in the battle group, and its beastmaster had also fallen unconscious. A female beastmaster was rescuing an unconscious beastmaster. Her crystal jellyfish created a protective shield to protect the 2 people, and she was also using healing skills on the unconscious beastmaster. Fu Han recognized the person who was fighting the spider. He was Song Zhe, a cool guy in black who was in the same class as Fu Han. Song Zhe was still dressed in black. His arms were wrapped in silver metal. The living metal extended into long blades, and Song Zhe used the blades to fight the strangely shaped spiders. The strange-shaped spider was a star beast that Fu Han had never heard of or seen before. It looked like a spider and was about 2 meters tall. It had a small disc-like body connected to 4 long legs. There were no organs on the body, and it seemed to be just a connector for the 4 legs. Its long, spear-like legs are covered with barbs and are very flexible. Its legs keep stabbing at the Qixingdi like spears. Jie showed extraordinary physical abilities, dodging, leaping, and flying like a Superman. The silver blade in his hand flashed with cold light, and he was not afraid of the powerful enemy. It was a pity that he seemed unable to find the opponent's weakness, and several counterattacks failed to cause substantial damage. Seeing Qixingdi's fighting posture, Fu Han couldn't help but envy him. Judging from the extraordinary physical functions Qixingdi showed, his beast control talent should be life resonance. This talent will allow the Beast Master to gain powerful vitality from his own star beast, greatly improving all functions of the body. Such a Beast Master would work hard to hone his combat skills and then personally fight in battle. The silver blade in Qixingdi's hand is its star beast. This star beast is also very famous and is known as the must-have star beast for life resonance beast masters. Mercury Magic Blade. Mercury Magic Blade. A very rare epic metal star beast. The Mercury Blade has a liquid body like mercury. It will curl itself up into a ball and hide in the dark to suddenly attack its prey, then turn itself into a sharp blade to cut the prey and digest it. The Mercury Demon Blade possesses extremely powerful physical functions and self-healing abilities and can be transformed into a weapon to cooperate with the Beastmaster in combat. Comprehensive Racial Rating. 511, Lord Level. The Mercury Blade has extremely strong life functions and can heal itself. After the life-sharing Beastmaster contracts it, he can obtain extremely powerful body functions and self-healing abilities. Not only does it have a racial value of over 500, it can also be transformed into a weapon for combat, which is indeed very suitable for Beastmasters with the talent of life resonance. However, although it is a must-have, there are very few Beastmasters who actually own this kind of star beast, because it is very rare and difficult to catch. Moreover, it is only distributed in the southern continent of Qixing, and it requires crossing the ocean to reach it. Qixingdi is Fu Han's classmate, and at most he is a first-class junior Beastmaster. The fact that he can find a Mercury Magic Blade for Qixingdi shows how powerful his family is. No wonder Qixingdi seldom interacts with people in the class because they are really not from the same world. The Mercury Blade was very strong, and Qixingdi's fighting ability was outstanding. But his physical strength was limited. When Fu Han first came to watch the fun, he was able to handle it with ease. But when Fu Han was absent for a while, Qixingdi's fatigue became apparent, and he was exhausted from parrying, and his decline became more and more obvious. Fu Han sighed lightly. After all, Qixingdi had given him some kind reminders, but Fu Han still couldn't do nothing to watch him die. So before Qixingdi was completely defeated, Fu Han commanded the Great Jade Hand to charge into the battle group. When she saw the big Jade Hand rushing out from the corner of her eye, the female Beastmaster panicked and hurriedly reminded, "Be careful." On the other side, Qixingdi frowned and said nothing, quickly retreating to the side of his companions, also raising his alertness to be on high alert. Seeing the star beast with 2 big hands rushing straight towards the spider monster, Qixingdi breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that help was coming. After carefully identifying the shape of the big Jade Hand, Qixingdi was a little confused. He thought, "Is this a big Jade Hand? Why is it floating? What incredible skill has it learned?" Even though Qixingdi was born into a famous family of beast masters, he still couldn't figure it out for a while. Then Qixingdi saw Fu Han wearing a mask, walking out slowly. Qixingdi frowned immediately. For some reason, even though this person was wearing a mask, he always felt that this person's figure was somewhat familiar, very much like a guy at the bottom of the class who was assigned a stone jade beast. No way, Qixingdi thought. At this time, the strange cry of the spider monster interrupted Qixingdi's thoughts. Looking back, I saw that the big Jade Hand and the spider were already fighting. The spider that was originally suppressing Qixingdi was grabbed by the big Jade Hand by the legs. The sharp barbs on the spider's legs made it unable to break free. The tall and thin spider looked tall, but it was actually very light. The spider was swung to the ground by the big Jade Hand grabbing its legs. Before the spider could stand firm, the big Jade Hand rushed up and grabbed its legs again, and then threw it again. The big Jade Hands are icy jade in color, with golden patterns wrapped around them. He looks like a god of war as he holds a spider and beats it. When dealing with the Thunder Slime, Fu Han vaguely felt that the combat power of the big Jade Hand seemed to be much stronger than he had imagined, and this speculation was now confirmed. Fu Han was very satisfied with Daishu's fighting performance, and the spirits of the others were also boosted. The girl who was taking care of the injured looked at Fu Han with admiration in her eyes. She thought to herself, this great god star beast is too powerful. There is hope. With the arrival of reinforcements, Zhangze quickly stopped, leaned against the ground with his magic blade, and gasped for breath. The spider had been completely suppressed by the big jade hand. Fu Han came to Zhangze and asked, "What is that thing?" As he spoke, Fu Han took out the terminal and began to scan the spider. Zhangze panted and said, "It should be an evil beast cultivated by the followers of the old gods. There are apostles of the old gods nearby." As he spoke, Zhangze looked at Fu Han and then at the big jade hand that looked like the god of war. He had some doubts in his heart, but he did not ask. Fu Han frowned when he heard Zhangze mention believers of the old gods and was extremely cautious. None of these cultists who believed in the old gods were good people. They were extremely dangerous and evil, and were the public enemy of all beastmasters. Soon the terminal also gave the spiders information. Spider-like beast. These ferocious beasts were cultivated by the followers of the old gods using evil methods, and they have different shapes and abilities. Race value. Cannot be evaluated. Fierce beast level, 18. Crusade reward. 18 outstanding contribution points, determined by the level of the beast's star shattering. Fierce beasts are all kinds of strange and unpredictable, and the database of Eternal Tree does not have accurate information. However, judging from the situation of the battle, it should be a sure win for Big Jade Hand. In a blink of an eye, the spider was thrown far away by the Big Jade Hand again, and it took this opportunity to limp away. The Big Jade Hand wanted to chase it, but Fu Han called it back. But as soon as the Big Jade Hand turned around, Zhangze chased after him with a knife in hand without saying a word. Fu Han was stunned, turned around to look at the female Beastmaster's shield, and asked loudly, "Can you do it here by yourself?" The girl didn't say anything, but just nodded vigorously, her eyes seeming to hope that Fu Han would quickly catch up and help. So Fu Han had no choice but to sigh and sit on the Big Jade Hand to chase after him. After a moment, Zhangze's figure appeared in front. This guy recovered his strength quickly and was running hard again in a short while. Fu Han chased after him and said, "Hey, come on up. Save your energy. We still have to fight later." Zhangze tilted his head to look at the Big Jade Hand, jumped onto the Big Jade Hand's left hand, then squatted on one knee and began to recover his strength. "What's going on? Do we have to fight so hard?" Fu Han asked. Zhangze frowned and said, "There were two monsters, and the other one kidnapped one of our companions." Fu Han was shocked, and his face became serious. After a moment of silence, Zhangze suddenly said, "Thank you." Fu Han sighed softly and thought to himself, "It's my bad luck to run into you." Chapter 11, please. Following the spider's trail, Fu Han and his team chased it all the way to the shady side of a high slope. But they didn't expect that there was a cave under the shady side of the high slope. Looking at the dark cave, both of them hesitated. Zhangze frowned and said, "The combat power of the dark beasts of the old gods will be greatly improved in a dark environment." Fu Han knew it very well, but saving people was the most important thing, and he couldn't retreat here. However, Zhangze's words darkness reminded Fu Han, saving people is important. Maybe it can help. Fu Han summoned his moon lantern monster. When Zhangze saw the two-body moon lantern monster, he immediately thought of its exorcism properties. He was delighted at first, but then he was shocked. He actually contracted a moon lantern monster? Could it be that he has the talent to increase the core field? Is he really that person? The one at the bottom? The skills of the twin moon lantern monster have the special effect of exorcising evil spirits, but it only has one skill, luminescence. It is impossible to cause damage to the dark beasts through luminescence. However, the luminescence with exorcism is enough to eliminate the advantage of the dark beasts in the dark environment. Unfortunately, the moon lantern monster was still unable to dispel the cold and corrupt smell in the cave. After entering the cave, both of them frowned deeply and couldn't help but speed up their pace. The cave was actually not very deep. It only took a moment for the two of them to pass through the narrow entrance and enter the chamber of the underground cave. The Big Jade Hand protected Fu Han, and Zhangze also raised the magic blade and was ready to fight at any time. However, the expected attack did not appear. Except for some disturbing dripping sounds, there seemed to be no movement here. Fu Han let the moon lantern monster float to a higher place to increase the range of light, and soon the two of them could vaguely see the entire picture of the cave. There was a bed made of logs, and an oil lamp was placed on the stones beside the bed. Fu Han and Song Zhe looked at each other and went to the bed to check. Fu Han touched the oil lampshade and found some residual warmth, which meant that the lamp was still in use. Song Zhe picked up the oil lamp and turned the switch. With a light click, the oil lamp was lit by the lighter. Song Zhe raised the oil lamp to illuminate the cave more clearly. Not far from the wooden bed was a stone workbench filled with test tubes of all sizes. Behind the stone table, a pile of bones had already reached half a person's height. Song Jie held up the oil lamp and walked to the pile of bones. He looked at it for a moment and said, "These are animal bones." Fu Han also walked to the pile of bones and took a look. He found that there were many animal skulls in the pile. He immediately understood how Song Jie identified them. "It seems to have escaped," said Song Zhe. "It seems so. We know that the apostles of the old gods might be very powerful, but they were after all scoundrels who could only hide in the dark. If they were discovered, they would of course run away. Otherwise, they would have to learn what the devil is 1 foot high. The way is 10 feet higher meant." Ah! At this moment, a painful groan sounded. The two hurried over to check and saw a silver-haired man in the Star Chasing Academy uniform lying on the damp ground. His eyes were tightly closed and his face was in agony. Song Zhe quickly squatted down to check his companion's injuries. After a moment, he carried the silver-haired man on his shoulders and said, "Let's go out first. Let's go." After that, Song Zhe carried the wounded man without saying anything and started running out of the cave. Fu Han was just about to catch up with Song Zhe's footsteps when he heard a slight whimper. "When I got closer, I saw a dirty-looking woodland wolf." This woodland wolf was the same, breathing weakly and still twitching in pain. Fu Han frowned deeply and thought about the white bones beside him. He guessed that these were probably used as experimental subjects or as food for ferocious beasts. Without thinking too much, Fu Han used his big jade hand to lift up the woodland wolf and rushed out of the cave. Outside the cave, Song Zi placed his companions in the place where the sunlight was strongest, and he found that this seemed to alleviate their pain. After Fu Han came out, he asked Daishu to put the woodland wolf under the sunlight. Only then did he discover that both the man and the wolf were surrounded by dark halos. Song Zi frowned and said, "It seems to be some kind of dark curse." Fu Han looked up at the setting sun and said, "It's getting dark. Darkness, darkness. It is estimated that after dark, the curse suffered by the man and the wolf will become more severe." Song Zhe said, "I wonder if Mu Weiwei has any solution. Why is there a woodland wolf?" Looking at the woodland wolf, Song Zhe was a little confused. The people found in the cave should also be victims. Fu Han said. Song Zhe was slightly stunned and asked, "Do you want to save it? The dark curse is difficult to remove." At this time, Fu Han also felt embarrassed. It was just a wild woodland wolf. There were at least 8,000 of them in this white forest. It really didn't seem worth spending too much energy on it. At this moment, the woodland wolf seemed to sense that Fu Han wanted to give up. It struggled to stretch out its front paws and place them on Fu Han's feet. It whimpered, as if saying, "Please save me. I still want to live." Seeing this, Fu Han could only sigh and said, "Let's give it a try." The Mu Weiwei mentioned by Song Jie was the healing beastmaster who had been taking care of the wounded. When Fu Han and Song Jie returned, the unconscious Song Wenyang had woken up, but he was very weak. Seeing Song Zhe and Fu Han bringing back the abducted Xia Yunshin, Song Wenyang thanked Fu Han solemnly, and then he fell asleep leaning on his tiger fear. Xia Yunshin's condition was still not optimistic. Mu Weiwei said that he was suffering from the erosion of some dark power. Fortunately, he seemed to be still struggling to resist. The erosion of the dark power on him was not too deep and should be able to be eliminated. But at the moment, Mu Weiwei's water healing skills had no effect on him at all. He could only rely on his self-healing ability until the power of light intervened. Because they were worried about Xia Yunshin's condition, they discussed and decided to go to the gathering place overnight so that Xia Yunshin could receive treatment as soon as possible. As for the woodland wolf, Mu Weiwei said it had been eroded for longer than Xia Yunshin and was basically beyond saving. Even if there were a master who could save it, the cost would be high. It's not worth it for a woodland wolf. Mu Weiwei didn't say this, but Fu Han could understand what she meant. Soon it was dusk, and the few of them were ready to set off. Daishu was responsible for carrying the two wounded. Mu Weiwei was taking care of them on the side, and Sanjia was leading the way with the magic blade. The few of them were about to set off. But Fu Han hesitated as he looked at the weak woodland wolf. "Senior?" Mu Weiwei asked when she saw Fu Han still hesitating. Mu Weiwei and the others thought that the mysterious Fu Han should be a senior student in the academy, so they always called Fu Han senior. But in fact, they were all third-year students, so Fu Han should be the one to call them seniors. Song Jie didn't ask any questions, and Fu Han didn't explain, so she just called them that. You guys go first, I'll give it a quick death. Fu Han explained. Upon hearing this, Mu Weiwei quickly turned her head away, very unwilling to witness such a cruel scene. Song Zhe also sighed and said, let's go first. After that, he set off first. Then Fu Han asked Dayu Shou to follow Song Zhe. After everyone walked away, Fu Han squatted down and looked at the woodland wolf. This time, the intelligent woodland wolf seemed to have sensed Fu Han's thoughts again. It struggled to put its head next to Fu Han's hand, licked the back of Fu Han's hand, and then whimpered softly. Fu Han seemed to hear it saying, please, please. At this moment, Fu Han's previous determination was completely gone, or maybe he had never been determined from the beginning, and he didn't even have a knife in his hand. Fu Han looked up and saw that Song Zhe and the others had already walked away. Then he sighed and reached out to the dying woodland wolf. This time, complex inscriptions flashed on his wrist, and those inscriptions contained a contract. Chapter 12 Skill Mutation. Song Zhe, who was in the lead, controlled the speed within a range that Mu Weiwei could keep up with. After Fu Han caught up with the team again, he walked silently at the end of the team. Everyone could feel that Fu Han seemed to be in a heavy mood, so they all remained silent. In fact, Fu Han was indeed a little solemn. He was sensing the situation of the woodland wolf. Woodland wolf. Race wolf. Evolution level. Initial. Attribute. Animal. Race value. 141, normal level. Star beast level. 16. Health. 18 near death, suffering from severe darkness erosion. Health continues to decline. Ability. Basic characteristics, wolf adaptability. Wolves have outstanding perseverance and can maintain excellent endurance and physical strength even if they do not eat for a long time. They also have strong adaptability and can survive in various situations. Primary skill, collaboration. It is easier to find opportunities to attack the opponent's weaknesses when fighting with a partner. After seeing the condition of the woodland wolf, Fu Han couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seemed that he was still impulsive and shouldn't have contracted it. The contract is used to establish a soul connection with the Star Beast. Whether the Beast Master abandons the Star Beast or the Star Beast dies, the Beast Master's soul will be damaged. Although the soul power will be restored, the soul weakness may last for several months. Right now, the woodland wolf is in a dying state, and its health is still declining. If Fu Han can't save it, he will suffer as well. Fu Han couldn't explain what he was thinking. In the previous life, there was a wild cat that suddenly jumped out from the roadside, and in this life, there is another dying woodland wolf. Fu Han could only say that he had probably not changed. On the surface, he looked mature and rational like an adult, but deep down, he was a soft-hearted guy. Of course, Fu Han was not helpless. The real reason why Fu Han contracted the woodland wolf was a word from Mu Weiwei. She said that Xia Yinshan needed to rely on his self-healing ability to hold on until the intervention of the power of light. Fu Han remembered the self-healing skill possessed by the water slime. The skill had actually been imprinted on it. If he taught self-healing to the woodland wolf, perhaps it would be able to survive. Although it might be painful, Fu Han thought that the woodland wolves seemed to prefer to live, and the wolf tribe did have enough perseverance to hold on until things turned around. When the sky was slightly bright, the group arrived at the gathering point. There were many beast masters who were about to set off or were resting at the gathering point. After seeing the wounded, everyone worked together to help the two wounded people get on the car back to Star Chaser City. When Song Zhe and Mu Weiwei wanted to thank Fu Han properly, they found that he had disappeared. From the beginning, Fu Han had no intention of revealing his identity, so he left without saying goodbye. Moreover, after a night, the health of the woodland wolf had quickly dropped to 8. Fu Han could no longer care about anything else. He quickly found a quiet place beside the white forest, sat down, and began to teach the woodland wolf skills. As usual, Fu Han's consciousness sank into the core realm. He mobilized the starlight to enter the black hole to cast the mark of the skill, and then cast the mark on the star transformed by the woodland wolf. And just when the skill mark was about to touch the star, a mutation occurred. A dark energy suddenly surged out from the orange stars of the woodland wolf, and this energy suddenly rushed towards the skill mark as if to devour it. Seeing this, Fu Han quickly used his mind to urge the mark to withdraw. But at this time, the dark energy pulled the skill mark towards the star of the woodland wolf even more violently. and then the skill mark sank into the star without Fu Han's control. After a moment, little star of the woodland wolf calmed down, and the skill mark and dark energy disappeared without a trace. Fu Han suddenly felt overwhelmed and quickly began to check the condition of the woodland wolf. This sight made Fu Han both surprised and delighted. The woodland wolf successfully mastered the new skill, but this skill was not self-healing, but dark self-healing. Advanced skill, dark healing, absorbs dark energy for healing, greatly improving self-healing ability and converting dark energy attacks into healing. Skill mutation? Fu Han didn't know much about this phenomenon and could only make a guess. The changes to the woodland wolf don't stop there. It also gains a new special feature, Dark Core. Special features Dark Core greatly enhances the perception and control of dark elements. At this time, Fu Han quickly looked at the attributes of the woodland wolf and found that the woodland wolf was still an animal type and had no dark attributes added. In fact, it didn't seem to matter what form it turned into at this time. Fu Han was concerned about its health. Fortunately, the health of the woodland wolf had become 9 near death, suffering from mild darkness erosion. The health of the woodland wolf has returned to 1, and the degree of darkness erosion has changed from severe to mild. The woodland wolf's life was saved. A huge weight fell from his heart, and Fu Han breathed a sigh of relief. After thinking about it, Fu Han summoned the woodland wolf to check on its condition. Unexpectedly, the woodland wolf's appearance had also changed. Its original fur was off-white, but now the tip of its fur had turned into a deep purple. The overall look was like off-white painted with a deep purple, thick and mysterious. The summoned woodland wolf was still very weak, but it still tried to wag its tail gently a few times, as if to express its gratitude. Seeing this, Fu Han hurriedly recalled it to the colonel, thinking, "Don't bother thanking me. Just get better soon and don't get me into trouble." After being taught the skill, he still felt very weak, but this time Fu Han didn't have the camphor potion. He could only sit under the tree to rest. Fortunately, he was outside the white forest and was protected by the big jade hand, so he should be safe. While Fu Han was resting, he was also paying attention to the condition of the woodland wolf. He found that its health level had recovered from 1 to 10 in a short while. Fu Han felt relieved. After resting for an hour, I got up, changed into my school uniform, returned to the gathering place, and then quietly took a bus directly to the college. After returning to the college, Fu Han still went to the cafeteria despite being sleepy. After eating nutrition bars for a few days, the food in the cafeteria suddenly tasted delicious. After a big meal, Fu Han returned to the dormitory and fell asleep without even having time to wash up. When he woke up, it was already noon the next day. After waking up, Fu Han immediately checked the health of the woodland wolf. This lucky guy was no longer in the dying state, and his health level had reached 60. Fu Han looked at the time and became confused. According to the previous recovery speed calculation, it should have fully recovered by now. But why is its health only 60? Could it have stopped recovering? The woodland wolf's dark erosion condition remains mild, and there seems to be no sign of further improvement. Fu Han does not know whether its dark healing can absorb the dark erosion and heal itself at this time, so he can only continue to observe. The woodland wolf also has a hungry state. Fu Han then remembered that this guy is not like the others, who can live without food or water. Although the woodland wolf can tolerate hunger, it still needs to eat. So Fu Han got up, washed and changed into clean clothes, then went to the fresh meat shop in the beast garden and bought 20 kilograms of beef and some regular nutritional supplements for the woodland wolf. This time, buying rations for the woodland wolves drained Fu Han's last bit of balance, leaving him penniless. Fortunately, there is still a small bag of slime star fragments, which should be enough to keep me fed and clothed. Chapter 13, Grand Secretary. There was no rush to hand in the broken star. Fu Han returned to the dormitory and summoned the woodland wolf first. This lucky guy's health has recovered a lot, and he can move around on his own. When he was summoned, he started to play around Fu Han. He kept wagging his tail, nudging and licking him, and Fu Han couldn't push him away. He really didn't look like a star beast with only 60 health. Fu Han recalled that when the health of the twin moon lanterns was only 60, the light was not very bright, and this woodland wolf was just like a normal wolf. Finally, Fu Han couldn't stand it anymore and pushed its head in front of the fresh meat mixed with nutrients. Only then did the guy start eating. After taking a few bites, he looked at Fu Han and wagged his tail. There was so much flattery and gratitude on his face that it couldn't be contained. Fu Han curled his lips and smiled. Seeing that it could eat and move, he felt a sense of accomplishment. The feeling was similar to evolving the stone jade beast into a big jade hand. Seeing that after it had eaten half a bowl of meat, its health level was still stuck at 60, Fu Han understood that its health level would probably not recover for a while. But there is no need to rush. It has survived a near-death experience and is in good condition. We could figure out what to do next later. It should be given a name. When Fu Han thought about this question, he felt a little annoyed. He had always had trouble naming things. In his previous life, he had always been a loyal user of the random naming function when playing games. He was quite careless when naming the big Jade hand, and he was careless again this time. Knock, knock, knock. Just as I was thinking about it, there was a knock on the door. Fu Han instinctively thought that it was Mu Qi who came. So he stood up and opened the door, only to find a pretty figure standing at the door, student committee member Yi Miao. You're finally back. Fu Han, since you've become a beast master and got a terminal, why can't you join the class group? Does our class make you feel like you don't belong? Fu Han was stunned for a moment and said, Is it my problem? Yi Miao was suddenly speechless and said, That's not what I meant, but you have to interact with everyone more so that everyone can understand you. Is it necessary? Yi Miao sighed and said, Forget it. But at least you have to add me as your friend, so that I don't have to come to you every time I have something to do. Fu Han nodded and said, Thank you for your hard work. Come in and talk. After saying that, Fu Han opened the door and invited Yi Miao in. Yi Miao then politely stood at the door, waiting for Fu Han to turn around and get his terminal. At this time, Yi Miao noticed that the woodland wolf with dark purple fur was gently wagging its tail. Hey, is this your star beast? Why did I hear it was a jade beast? Yi Miao moved closer and touched the woodland wolf's head. The woodland wolf was very well behaved. It sat down obediently, wagging its tail and allowing Yi Miao to stroke it just like a pet dog. Seeing this, Fu Han said, It's a pet. Yi Miao raised his eyebrows and said, Don't lie, don't think I don't know. The Grand Secretary said that you must have hidden your strength. This is not a pet. This is clearly a different colored woodland wolf. You are really good at using a different colored woodland wolf as a pet. Fu Han frowned and thought, What kind of university scholar is this? How come he knows that I have hidden my strength when I don't even know him? I have sent a friend request. Fu Han quickly changed the subject. Yi Miao knew he was interrupting her and stopped asking. After getting up and taking out the terminal to add a friend, Yi Miao said, The Grand Secretary asked me to tell you that someone came to give you an important item a few days ago. You were not here, so I had to leave it with the Grand Secretary for the time being. Go pick it up from him when you are free. As soon as Fu Han heard that it was an important thing, he knew it must be the source essence exchange for legendary contributions. He didn't expect it to come so quickly, and he actually missed it. Which university scholar is it? Fu Han asked. Who else? Our college only has one Grand Secretary, Yi Zhizhong, Grand Secretary Yi. Fu Han raised his eyebrows and asked, Surname Yi? Okay. I've told you what I want to say. Just don't forget it. I'm leaving now. After saying that, Yi Miao left in a hurry. Fu Han looked at Yi Miao's back as he hurriedly left and became more certain of his guess. It seems that Yi Miao and Yi Dakshuishi are definitely related, but Yi Miao just doesn't want others to know. It's normal. I don't want to be said that I owe all my achievements to my family. This mentality is better than those guys who are complacent because their family arranged a good star beast for them. Looking down, he saw the woodland wolf still wagging its tail in the direction Yi Miao left. Fu Han was furious and kicked it lightly, scolding with a smile. Are you a pervert? The kicked woodland wolf lowered his head and dared not move. Fu Han pointed at the basin and said, Eat quickly. It just put its head into the bowl and started eating again. After thinking for a while, Fu Han decided on the name of the woodland wolf. Let's call you Purple. After all, you are purple and colorful. Then Fu Han and Fu Zian took out the terminal and asked Mu Qi about Mr. Yi. Yi Dakshuishi is the most famous scholar in the Star Chasing Academy. He is the director of the library, and his main job is to organize the knowledge in ancient books and study ancient legends. So it is not difficult to find this old gentleman. As long as it is still daylight, go to the top floor of the library to find him. He will definitely be there. After knowing where to find the Grand Secretary, Fu Han immediately set off for the library. He was very anxious about improving his strength. Although Fu Han had not fallen behind in his meditation practice during this period, and with the help of the full-level Jade transformation of the Great Jade Hand, his meditation efficiency was still very good, but the starlight level was still increasing too slowly. Even the pervert Xiaozi had first-level starlight. When it was dying, it accepted Fu Han's contract and now has become the highest level. Fu Han couldn't stand the fact that his star level was only comparable to that of the twin-body Little Moon Lantern. Star Chaser College is one of the most prestigious schools in Qixingland, and its library is also one of the largest and most extensive libraries in Qixingland. The library was built very grandly. It was obvious that the Star Chaser Academy believed that knowledge was noble. Great! But if we compare the library with the cafeteria, then the Star Chaser Academy probably believed that eating was unnecessary. Fu Han was lost in thought as he walked through the bookshelves that seemed familiar to him and headed straight to the top floor. On the top floor, Fu Han gave his name and was then taken to the ancient book collection hall by the student union's deacon. After entering the museum, the deacon left quietly, leaving Fu Han alone, staring at the ancient bookcase in silence. After a moment, a voice asked, "Is that Fu Han? Come over here." The university scholar's voice was kind and low, and he sounded like someone who was easy to get along with. Fu Han responded and then moved closer. Then he saw Master Yi standing on the bookshelf stairs. It was a little different from what Fu Han had imagined. This university scholar was not wearing luxurious robes, nor did he have a long white beard. He was indeed very old, with a thin and hunched figure and thinning gray hair. He wore a washed-out white shirt with sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He wore large glasses with tortoiseshell patterns and had a squint when looking at people. He looked like the kind of old man Fu Han had seen on the news in his previous life, who had made outstanding contributions to the motherland, simple yet with extraordinary temperament. He didn't rest at an age when he should be enjoying his family life. Instead, he stood alone on a bookshelf 2 or 3 meters high. It's not hard to imagine how much he contributed to academia. So Fu Han's admiration was swept away, and he bowed and said, "Hello, Grand Secretary." The old man holding the book laughed and said, "No need to be so polite." As he said this, he put the books back on the bookshelf and closed the dust door. Then he grabbed the handrail and came down carefully. Seeing this, Fu Han quickly stepped forward to protect him. The Grand Secretary smiled, took 2 more steps, and then handed his hand to Fu Han. Fu Han held the old man's hand and led him down the stairs. After standing firm, the Grand Secretary looked up at Fu Han and said, "Madame Lan praised you highly. She said you were humble and polite." It seemed she was not bragging. Fu Han smiled shyly and waited for the old man to continue speaking. The old man hesitated for a moment and said, "I heard from them that you have a withdrawn personality." Fu Han nodded and said, "Not good at socializing." The university scholar smiled and said, "It's actually very simple. Introverts just need to wait for extroverts to come to them. I'm like that. I used to have quite a few friends, but now I have fewer. They can't outlast me." Maybe he looks down on me. Fu Han said self-deprecatingly. "Why? Just because you have the title of bottom?" The old man asked. Fu Han nodded and said, "The student is dull, and it took him a long time to realize his talent. Too cunning." The Grand Secretary pointed to the tea table in the corner and motioned Fu Han to follow him. Then he continued, "You are too cunning." Chapter 14, Insignificant. "You are so cunning." Ah! Fu Han was stunned. The Grand Secretary continued, "I heard that if you get something from an orphanage, you must hide it well, otherwise you will be asked to share it with others. You grew up in an orphanage, and I see that you are used to hiding things. I got my first legendary contribution when I was 40 years old. Not to mention me, even the geniuses I know got it after graduation at the earliest. If you're at the bottom, then aren't we all underground? You're not at the bottom, you're at the top. But everyone thinks you're at the bottom. How could you keep silent about gaining legendary contributions? If the people from the legendary treasury hadn't come and not found you, and had come to ask me, I'm afraid everyone would have been kept in the dark. Tell me yourself if you're cunning or not." Fu Han scratched his head and answered evasively, "Just good luck." The Grand Secretary waved his hand and shook his head, saying, "You can't get legendary contribution points just by luck. But I respect your wishes. No one knows about this yet. I haven't even told my granddaughter." As they were talking, the 2 of them had already come to the coffee table, and the Grand Secretary motioned for Fu Han to sit down. Fu Han immediately sat down and began to pour tea. The Grand Secretary did not stop him, but took out a bag of good tea and handed it to Fu Han. He felt more and more satisfied watching Fu Han busy pouring tea. "But I'm still a little curious. I guarantee with my reputation that I won't tell anyone about you. Are you willing to tell me? How did you get the legendary contribution points?" Fu Han nodded without hesitation. After all, the truth would come out sooner or later. One day, others would know that he had big jade hands. Besides, he had no ill feelings towards the university scholar, so he told Fu Han that he did not think it was inappropriate. So Fu Han said, "It's all because of it, you see." As he spoke, Fu Han summoned out the big jade hand. Big jade hand. The university scholar's eyes lit up. He stood up and looked at the big jade hand carefully and then said, "This is rare. But, oh, by the way, I heard from Madame Lon that the boy's surname Chu assigned a jade beast to the school, and you took it away. Is this it?" Fu Han nodded and said, "Yes." The Grand Secretary nodded in understanding and said, "If you cultivated it yourself, it would be different. And the boy surnamed Chu must not have mastered the advanced jade transformation of the stone jade beast. Otherwise, he would not have assigned it to me. In other words, you cultivated the advanced jade transformation of the stone jade beast. No wonder. But how did you do it?" "I'm afraid it took less than a month," the Grand Secretary asked. Well, I'm not too sure, it's just luck." Fu Han still didn't tell the truth about this question, because Fu Han knew that his ability was too strong. If someone with ulterior motives knew about it, he would not end up well. The Grand Secretary frowned and looked at Fu Han for a long while, then sighed. "In fact, I know it even if you don't tell me. I have been reading ancient books all my life, and I have seen a lot of strange things. I guess it must be the beast taming talent that only exists in the legend. But you're right not to say it, and never tell anyone about it again. If anyone has doubts, just say you encountered a well-evolved jade hand. Remember?" Fu Han nodded and thanked him. "I'll remember it. Thank you." After thinking for a while, the university scholar said, "Wait a minute. I'll show you some information about the big jade hand." After that, the university scholar stood up and went to the bookshelf. Soon the university scholar returned with a red hardcover ancient book in his hand. As if there was a search function, the university scholar quickly found the page he wanted, and then he held the book in his hand for Fu Han to see. "Look this." The Grand Secretary pointed to an illustration on the page. The illustration is hand-drawn, but it is beautifully painted and colored. It shows a giant golem, which is very majestic and has thorns on its limbs. The golem is black with golden textures all over it. Fu Han immediately felt that the golden texture was somewhat similar to the one on the big jade hand. When comparing them, they seemed to be really the same. Then Fu Han noticed a line of words below the illustration. The star-forged golem. It ignores the trivial forces of time, entropy, and death. Trivial? Time, entropy, death. Are these forces insignificant? At this time, the Grand Secretary explained, "Although there is no conclusive evidence, I suspect that this is the final form of the evolutionary line of the Great Jade Hand. But the specific evolutionary method is probably only known by the Eternal Tree. But one thing is certain, the line of Big Jade Hand is all about skill evolution. Just like Big Jade Hand, if you learn a certain ability before evolving, you will evolve into a special form. So you have to have an idea in mind. The Big Jade Hand is now icy jade color. If there is any skill that can turn it black, maybe that's what you should teach it. This kind of thing is not something that ordinary people can do, so you should do it according to your ability. In short, don't rush to upgrade it. Think it through before making a decision." "Thank you, Grand Secretary." Fu Han quickly bowed and thanked him solemnly. Knowledge is so precious, and the university scholar's generosity in imparting it is a true favor. And this information is very important to Fu Han. If the final form of the Big Jade Hand is really the Star-Cast Golem, and the Star-Cast Golem is really as powerful as described in the book, Fu Han will definitely find a way to make the Big Jade Hand develop in this direction. Just as the Grand Scholar said, others may not be able to do it, but Fu Han can. Starlight Imprint. This skill is perfect for cultivating the skill evolution of the Great Jade Hand. As for the method, Fu Han could try to find it himself. If he couldn't find it, he could perhaps exchange it with the Eternal Tree for something he was interested in. In short, everything depends on human efforts, and Fu Han believes that he is probably the most suitable person to do this. The Grand Secretary put away the book and waved his hand, telling Fu Han not to be so formal. After thinking for a while, the Grand Secretary said, "It's a pity that there is not much information about this kind of star-forged golem. There is only this illustration and a description. If you find new information, be sure to show it to me. If you can evolve a star-forged golem, remember to come to my grave and tell me about it. It will be my wish." Fu Han nodded and said, "Student has made note of it. Follow me." The university scholar took Fu Han to his workbench and said, "I guess you must have a duel talent, and there should be some space left in the core. The second star beast should hurry up and sign the contract. The later the Big Jade Hand is seen, the better." Fu Han nodded and said, "I went out to contract a star beast before. I contracted this one. Take a look." As Fu Han spoke, he summoned Xiao Zi. The Grand Secretary stopped and looked at Xiao Zi carefully. This time, Zizi seemed very alert. It hid behind Fu Han and bared its teeth. Xiaozi obviously did not catch the Grand Secretary's eye. After taking a casual look at her, the Grand Secretary said, "Not bad, a different color. You can keep her for now and talk about it later. You are quite smart. You even know to change to Source Essence to improve your strength. This is indeed the most useful thing for you." As they talked, the two came to the desk, and the university scholar took out a brocade box from the drawer and handed it to Fu Han, saying, "I'll change the box for you. Don't let others know. An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure." Fu Han took the brocade box and thanked him again solemnly. The university scholar looked at Fu Han quietly for a moment, then said, "Good boy. Go ahead and work hard. Before I die, show me some new things. I will always pay attention to you. I will try my best. I'll leave first." Fu Han bowed again and turned to leave. At this time, the university scholar added, "Make more friends when you have time. I think you meow in your class is a good girl." Hearing this, Fu Han was stunned and turned back to look at the university scholar. The university scholar's face suddenly turned red and he said, "Go ahead. You can do whatever you want." Chapter 15, First Class Starlight. Fu Han really has a hard time caring about making friends. As a person who has lived two lives, Fu Han knows very well that people like him who have no foundation must make great efforts to succeed. Fu Han doesn't have time to waste on social etiquette. On the way back, Fu Han was thinking about the final form of the Big Jade Hand. The clues provided by the Grand Secretary are actually very crucial. Finding a way to change the color of the Big Jade Hand can actually be understood as changing the texture of the Big Jade Hand. In the beginning, the stone Jade Beast was just a piece of stone. After obtaining Jade transformation, its texture was transformed into Jade, so it successfully evolved into a large Jade Hand. Therefore, perhaps as long as Fu Han finds those skills that can change the texture of rock-type star beasts, and this material is extremely powerful, the Big Jade Hand should be able to develop into the strongest ultimate form, Star-Cast Golem. However, the next evolution of the Jade Hand is at level 40, and now the Jade Hand is only at level 11, so it's too early. Fu Han can plan slowly. At the moment, he not only needs to improve his own star level, but also find a way to improve Xiaozi's strength. The later the Jade Hand is discovered, the more advantageous it is to deal with Han, so it is best for Fu Han to use Xiaozi to fight in public. Although Xiaozi is now at the highest level of 16, it is just a wild woodland wolf. It is okay to hunt with a wolf pack. As a combat star beast, its attack method is still too primitive. Moreover, Xiaozi's dark erosion state was not completely eliminated, and its health was limited to only 60. Although it was in very good condition, its health was relatively low after all. Fu Han was worried that it would be injured if it was slightly attacked. I don't know if the dark energy that erodes his skills will cause them to mutate again if he learns new skills. The problem seemed to fall on skill learning again. Fu Han scratched his head and wondered if he had to leave the city again. However, if you want to leave the city, you must improve your strength first. Tucking the brocade box in his arms into his clothes, Fu Han walked quickly towards the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Fu Han locked the doors and windows, then summoned the Big Jade Hand to open the Jade Wall. Then he hid in the Jade Wall and opened the brocade box. The source essence is a milky white square crystal, and if you look closely, it will flash pink fluorescence. Since Fu Han came to this world, he has never stopped his daily meditation practice. Especially after the Great Jade Hand mastered the extreme Jade transformation, Fu Han's meditation efficiency has also been greatly improved. The black hole in Fu Han's core and the star that provides growth enhancement, the light of these two core stars has increased from dark red to red, which is equivalent to a brightness of about level 5, and they are still halfway to reaching the first-class starlight. However, the source essence contained in the source essence is very abundant, and Fu Han feels that he may be able to upgrade to the first-class starlight in one go. Everything was ready, so there was no need to waste time. Holding the source essence in his hands, Fu Han entered a state of meditation. The soul world is very mysterious. Every time Fu Han meditates, he feels like he has gone to a distant corner of the universe. Then Fu Han uses the gravity of the core star to collect the scattered source substances bit by bit. Even with the help of the Big Jade Hand, it only slightly increases the concentration of the source substances. This time, the situation was indeed different with the essence of the source. Fu Han only felt that he seemed to be wrapped in rich source essence, and as long as his mind moved slightly, the source essence would surge over like a tide. After Fu Han began to meditate, the source essence in his hand began to disintegrate little by little and began to gather towards him. This process was much faster than Fu Han could feel. In less than an hour, all the source essence in Fu Han's hand was completely absorbed by him. When Fu Han felt that all the source essence surrounding him had been absorbed, he sank his consciousness into his own core. Looking at his two core stars, Fu Han was surprised to find that they had begun to emit orange starlight. Although the light was still dim, it was already a genuine first-class starlight. At the moment when Fu Han was delighted, he suddenly felt a movement coming from his core. Then a stream of information came out from the black hole. Fu Han frowned slightly, then concentrated and began to accept the use of new abilities from his core again. After a moment, Fu Han opened his eyes with great excitement. His innate ability has improved. It is now possible to imprint skills from shattered stars. Broken stars are the remains of the core of a star beast after its death. After the star beast dies, most of the starlight in the core will return to the galaxy along with the core star. But a small part will remain and condense into broken stars, which has a lot to do with the strength of the star beast. If the star beast is strong enough, the broken stars it leaves behind will also contain a lot of starlight. The star fragments of star beasts will contain information about the skills used by the star beast during their lifetime. Therefore, when other star beasts absorb the star fragments, there is a certain chance that they will comprehend the skills contained in them. Fu Han can now sense the skill information and imprint it when his star beast absorbs the fragments of stars. Fu Han only has this to say about starlight marking. A divine skill? Before, Fu Han was still thinking that he didn't know how many star beasts he needed to contract in order to obtain skills. Although his core area is vast, it is not infinite. When the core is full, he will have to start giving up some star beasts. By then, the soul will inevitably be weak, and buying soul supplements will be a considerable expense. I didn't expect that once my star level was raised, the star seal would give me a way to acquire new skills. I have never heard of a beast taming talent that can grow. Fu Han carefully sensed the core star that provided growth enhancement, and growth enhancement did not change and remained the same. It seems that most of the beast taming talents will not change, but starlight marking is a little different. According to Scholar Yi, starlight marking should be some kind of legendary talent. Thinking of this, Fu Han wanted to go to Academician Yi again and ask him about the legendary talent, but it seemed a bit inappropriate to do so. After all, the other party guessing it and oneself admitting it are two different things. After thinking about it, Fu Han decided that he could find a way to investigate the information about the legendary talent on his own. In any case, it would be better not to take the initiative to ask in the short term. Right now, the most important thing is, of course, to try out new abilities. Chapter 16, Getting Rich. Fu Han had some slime star fragments on hand. Although they were relatively small, it was not a big problem to try out the skills. So Fu Han took out the star fragments on the spot and let the big jade hand try to absorb them. Unfortunately, ordinary slimes have no skills, and after the big jade hand absorbed several in a row, Fu Han got nothing. Fu Han was not surprised by this. He was just dreaming that his golden finger might have some incredible power, so he just tried it blindly. Fu Han also has 2 thunder slime star fragments. The thunder slime must have mastered some skills, and Fu Han even saw them release them with his own eyes. Originally, he wanted to use the broken stars of the thunder slime to exchange for more money, but strength is obviously more important than money. Fu Han did not hesitate to give the broken stars of the thunder slime to the big jade hand to absorb. So when the starlight from the broken stars entered the core of the big jade hand little by little, the soul link gradually transmitted some information to Fu Han's core. The black hole quickly absorbed this information into its own black cavity and imprinted it. After a while, Fu Han discovered that the black hole had indeed extracted some skill information, but this information was incomplete and could not be used. It felt like 1/3 was missing. So Fu Han let the big jade hand absorb the other piece of broken star. This time, contrary to Fu Han's expectations, the skill was pieced together completely. Fu Han can teach this skill to other star beasts. Primary skill, lightning attachment. Lightning attaches to the surface of the body, causing lightning damage when attacking, and also causing lightning damage to the opponent when attacked. This is the inherent skill of the thunder slime. Fu Han has also seen 2 slimes use this skill to trigger a powerful lightning strike. However, that level of lightning strike is related to the lightning element structure of the 2 slimes. It should be difficult for other star beasts to achieve the same effect. Unfortunately, Fu Han had taught Xiao Zi's self-healing before, and now his mental strength has not yet recovered to saturation, so he cannot teach her skills for the time being. Otherwise, Fu Han really wanted to try to teach Xiao Zi this skill right away to see what would happen. I have to ask Mu-Chi to give me some mental potions. I just don't know how much money I can get from the remaining slime stars. It was already dark. Fu Han sighed inwardly and thought that he would have to go again tomorrow. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Fu Han woke up a little early. When he got up to wash up, Fu Han couldn't help laughing at himself. How can I be as childish as a child? I'm so excited that I can't sleep. But since he was already awake, Fu Han got up directly. The most lively place in the academy in the early morning is actually the playground, where many students practice martial arts in the morning. They are all combat-type beastmasters. There is no doubt that the physique of a beastmaster is very important in battle, so those who want to become a combat beastmaster will consciously exercise. Seeing this scene, Fu Han felt that he should also practice. Although imparting skills would consume a lot of physical strength and could serve as a training, the frequency of imparting skills would not be too high, so Fu Han felt that he needed to strengthen it. It is better to do it today than to wait for a day. So Fu Han did not delay and started running around the playground. After 20 laps, Fu Han was also out of breath, and when he felt that it was enough, he turned to the cafeteria. The cafeteria was busier in the morning than at other times, and it was filled with poor students who had just finished their exercise and were starving. The hot buns that were served one after another were simply in short supply. With an average of 20 buns per person, it was really difficult for the cafeteria steamers to hold enough steam. So Fu Han did another exercise in the cafeteria. Fortunately, everyone remained restrained and no one summoned star beasts. Otherwise, it would have been a lively morning. In the end, the buns were very delicious when they were eaten. After eating and drinking, Fu Han found himself sweating all over, so he had no choice but to go back and wash. This was also a little experience for Fu Han's campus life. Next time for morning exercise, he would wear something lighter. In a blink of an eye, Fu Han came to the commission office again. What Fu Han didn't expect was that it was very deserted today, with half of the people gone. Without asking the reason, Fu Han went directly to exchange the slime stars for money. With the help of 2 young lady deacons from the student union, the broken stars were quickly counted. A total of 136. How did you collect so many? That's amazing. In front of the 2 seniors, Fu Han still said modestly, I have been saving it for a while. Don't save so much next time. If the amount is large, we won't be able to pay you in cash. We can only report it and transfer it to your account. Fu Han said hurriedly, It's okay. There's no rush. Okay then, 136 pills, 80 each, totaling 10,880. Once we report it, it will be transferred to your account tomorrow at the latest. Just sign here to confirm. Fu Han quickly took the pen from his senior, signed, and left. After leaving the commission office, Fu Han headed towards the cultivation garden. There are 2 purposes for going to the cultivation garden. The first is that Mu-Chi might be in the cultivation garden. The second is that behind the cultivation garden is the school wall. There is a large piece of wasteland overgrown with weeds, and there is something Fu Han wants in that wasteland. While no one was paying attention, Fu Han went into the wasteland and searched for a long time. Finally, he found a stone jade beast that was similar in shape to the big jade hand. This is a way to hide one's strength. Anyway, the stone jade beast will not run or cry, so it makes no difference whether it is under a contract or not. As long as Fu Han shows it to others at the right time, the timeline of the Great Jade Hand's awakening will be greatly delayed. Putting the jade beast into his backpack, Fu Han came to the entrance of the cultivation garden again, then took out his terminal and sent a message to Mu-Chi. I'm at the entrance of the cultivation garden. Are you there? A moment later, Mu-Chi, with a sad face, appeared at the gate of the cultivation garden. Fu Han saw that he looked unhappy and asked, What's wrong? Why are you looking so sad? Mu-Chi sighed and said, I have to pay compensation. I have to pay compensation. Bai Lin has brought some damned old gods, and now the academy does not allow beastmasters below the intermediate level to leave the city. What a coincidence that the pure elemental water in stock has run out at this time. Now everyone is waiting for water, and they can't buy it even if they have money. If I can't find pure elemental water anymore, I can only compensate my customers. Now Fu Han finally understood why the commission office seemed so deserted today. It turned out to be because of this. The old gods that Mu-Chi mentioned were probably the ones that Song Jie and the others encountered. I guess the current situation is that the academy has sent experts out to investigate, and in order to prevent students from sacrificing in vain, they simply keep the low-level ones in the school. How did you get that pure elemental water? Fu Han asked with a raised eyebrow, thinking to himself, could it be that he had hit upon some great luck again? Mu-Chi said, the cheapest way is to hunt water slimes. They are full of high-end ones need to be synthesized, which is very troublesome. I tell you, this thing is indispensable for pharmaceutical production. I even want to contract a water slime. Don't forget to collect water slimes when you see them in the future. How much do you want? Fu Han asked. Muqi said, I just want 300 milliliters, that's enough. But I can't buy it. If there are extras, how much can you sell them for? Fu Han asked again. Muqi raised his eyebrows and said, according to the current market conditions, I'm afraid that even if 100 milliliters is sold for 500 yuan, there will be people who will buy it. Fu Han's eyes widened as he shouted, go get the container. We're going to make a fortune. In the afternoon, Muqi walked away, doubtfully carrying the 10 liters of pure elemental water that Fu Han had brought. Fu Han looked at the water slime in his inner core space and found that its health was only 20, severely injured. Fu Han felt somewhat ashamed. Fu Han thought to himself, don't worry, when I make money, I will upgrade your self-healing, and you will become a stronger water slime. Chapter 17 New Skills. There was still a lot of pure elemental water, and Muqi needed some time to operate. Fu Han just exercised, attended classes, and meditated as usual, waiting for good news. During this period, Fu Han also took the time to learn about the assessment for junior beastmasters. Apprentice beastmasters only need to prove that they have the ability to tame beasts. However, when they reach the primary level, the assessment of beastmasters has branches. For example, functional beastmasters like Muqi, who make medicine, do not need to take combat assessments. Combat beastmasters need to undergo combat assessments from the beastmaster instructors. The difficulty is not particularly high, just some combat drills with the instructor's star beasts, and the learning component is greater than the assessment. Xiaozi has survived in the wild for a long time and has excellent fighting instincts, so a trial of this level should not be difficult for him. However, Fu Han was not in a hurry to take the test. He planned to wait for the potion to arrive and let Xiaozi improve before going. This would be safer. 3 days later, Muqi brought good news. Muqi's family is in business, and he is very good at doing business. He pretended to have some extra pure elemental water to sell, and then slowly sold it. Not only did he sell the elemental water for a good price, but the pharmacist who bought the water also thanked him for it. This time, Fu Han did not have to go through any trouble to make the borneal camphor extract, but instead bought 3 bottles from someone else at a friendly price of 8,000 per bottle. In the end, Fu Han obtained 3 bottles of borneal camphor extract and 20,000 yuan, thanks to Muqi and the seriously injured water slime. What Fu Han didn't expect was that the performance gap between the water slime's self-healing, skill, and Xiaozi's dark healing was quite large. It only took Xiaozi a few hours to recover from the near-death state to 60 health points, and it took the slime 3 days to recover from 20 to 100. This speed is only slightly faster than natural recovery. It's not surprising. After all, self-healing is just a basic skill. For many star beasts that don't have the ability to self-heal, a little bit of effect is good. It's better than relying entirely on the poor recovery effect of the soul contract. For example, the big Jade hand has no self-healing ability, and it maintains 100% health only because it is strong enough. But Fu Han was not in a hurry to teach the big Jade hand the ability to heal itself. For now, he still had to improve Xiaozi's combat power to a limited extent. After all, he still had to rely on it in public. And the indestructible big Jade hand did not actually have much demand for self-healing ability. After getting the potion, Fu Han tried to teach Xiaozi the self-healing skill again, only to find that it could no longer learn self-healing. Apparently, self-healing and dark healing conflicted, so Fu Han could only imprint dark healing, and then teach it to improve the skill level. But dark healing is an advanced skill, and Fu Han's first-class starlight is still not enough to condense this skill, so it has to be put on hold. So Fu Han tried to teach Xiaozi the skill of lightning attachment. In fact, Xiaozi may not be able to learn this thunder skill, and Fu Han is just trying it out. Anyway, if the skill mark is not absorbed, it will not consume Fu Han. And this time the situation was beyond Fu Han's expectations. When Fu Han cast the skill mark of lightning attachment towards Xiaozi's star, he clearly felt a sense of rejection. This was because lightning attachment was not compatible with Xiaozi and could not be learned. Just when Fu Han was about to give up, Xiaozi's dark energy surged out again. Then, these dark energies entangled the skill mark without any explanation, dragging it into Xiaozi's star. After a while, when Xiaozi's stars calmed down, Fu Han hurried to check Xiaozi's condition. Name, purple. Race, wolf. Evolution level. Initial. Attribute, animal. Race value, 141, normal level. Star beast level, 16. Health. Dark erosion sequelae. Health limit reduced by 27. Hungry. Ability. Basic characteristics, wolf adaptability. Wolves have outstanding perseverance and can maintain excellent endurance and physical strength even if they do not eat for a long time. They also have strong adaptability and can survive in various situations. Special features, dark core. Greatly enhances the perception and control of dark elements. Primary skill, collaboration. It is easier to find opportunities to attack the opponent's weaknesses when fighting with a partner. Advanced skill, dark healing. Absorbs dark energy for healing, greatly improving self-healing ability and converting dark energy attacks into healing. Intermediate skill, shadow blessing. Attaches dark energy to the body, making the figure blurry and inflicting dark damage when attacking. Looking at Xiao Zi's long list of skills, Fu Han was delighted. It really had learned a new mutation skill, and it was an intermediate skill. Xiao Zi's skill set is actually very outstanding, and she has 3 unique abilities: Dark Core, Dark Healing, and Shadow Blessing. The magical thing is that Xiao Zi's own attributes did not change. Because of this, it is still an animal type. It is well known that the animal type is restrained by the dark type, and the dark type is restrained by the light type. But according to Xiao Zi's skill set, it restrains other animal types but is not restrained by the light type. Relying on Dark Healing, it should be able to beat other dark types. Very strong, Fu Han thought. However, Xiao Zi also paid a considerable price for these 3 skills. The sequelae of Dark Erosion is that its upper limit of health is reduced by 27. I am afraid that it will have to be a low-blood wolf in the future. But having low health also has its advantages. Fu Han remembered that there were several skills that could only be activated when the health level was not full. There were even skills that became more powerful the lower the health level was. In the future, he would just collect such skills for Xiao Zi. If there is any disadvantage, it is that the racial value is a bit low, only 141 points. Thinking of this, Fu Han couldn't help but laugh at himself. Your vision is still too high. 141 points is too low. Think about it. The Stone Jade Beast only had 100 points at the beginning, and now it has become a Lord level. Xiao Zi may also have some opportunities in the future. Let's take it one step at a time. The most difficult problem at the moment is to deal with Xiao Zi's hunger. Over the next period of time, Fu Han began to improve the skills of the Star Beast with the help of potions. Fu Han discovered that although he possessed first-class starlight, he was still unable to condense the mark of an intermediate skill because his mental strength was still insufficient. As a result, Big Jade Hands, Wall of Brilliant Jade, and Little Purple's Shadow Blessing cannot be upgraded, and at the moment these 2 skills are the ones that can best enhance combat effectiveness. Fortunately, teaching skills to Star Beasts is a very good way to train mental strength, so Fu Han can only continue to improve the basic skills of the Star Beasts. First of all, I still taught Big Jade Hand a skill called Self-Healing. After 2 skills, it can be upgraded to level 2 so it is not wasted. This allows rock life like Big Jade Hand to heal itself. Although the effect is low, it is better than nothing. Then the Water Slime's Self-Healing was upgraded to level 2, which can be regarded as a precaution against the situation where there is no water to drink in special circumstances. After that, Fu Han began to try his best to improve the levitation skill of the Big Jade Hand. Levitation was actually enough, but there was no better skill, so Fu Han chose to improve it. Reducing consumption and increasing load-bearing capacity is still a good improvement. A few days later, the levitation skill of the Big Jade Hand was upgraded to level 4, and on that day Fu Han suddenly felt that his mental power had become stronger. This time the improvement in mental power was different from the previous subtle and imperceptible improvements. It increased a lot in one go, just like the improvement of star level. A sudden qualitative change occurred. Although he knew little about mental power, Fu Han felt that his mental power level should have improved. In this way, Fu Han can upgrade his intermediate skills. However, the mental power and starlight required to condense the intermediate skills are more, and the recovery time required by Fu Han is also increased to 4 days. The main reason why it took so long was that the Borneal Camphor Potion was starting to lose its effectiveness. Fu Han knew that he might need a higher-level mental supplement, but he still had 2 bottles of Borneal Camphor extract, so he might as well use them up first. During this long recovery period, Fu Han was not idle. He did not stop doing proper physical training, and he did not neglect his daily meditation practice. Moreover, Fu Han added a new training subject, which was skill training in the closed training room. In fact, if the Star Beast uses its skills more, it can improve its skill level. The training room is full every day, That is, the beast masters are training the star beasts with skills. People like Fu Han who use their talents to brush up their skills are special cases. Intermediate skills consume so much energy, and Fu Han cannot be relied upon to upgrade them. Therefore, the 2-hour close training every day has become a compulsory course. The month ended in such a fulfilling way. The Borneo camphor extract was used up, and Fu Han and the star beasts all gained a good improvement. The level of the big Jade hand was upgraded from level 11 to level 14, levitation was upgraded to level 4, wall of brilliant Jade was upgraded to level 2, and the level 2 self-healing skill was also mastered. The level of purple has been raised from level 16 to level 17, shadow blessing has been raised to level 3, and the accompanying dark attack effect has become much stronger. The water slime's self-healing skill was also upgraded to level 2, and with Fu Han's starlight nourishment, its star beast level was upgraded from level 9 to level 10. The level of the moon lantern monster was also increased from level 2 to level 5. It can be said that the improvement of the entire team is quite obvious. Of course, this is also due to the silent effect of Fu Han's growth enhancement talent. It is a bit regrettable that Yu Shou cannot learn Shadow Blessing, and Xiaozi cannot learn Glowing Jade Wall. As the time came to the end of the month, there was one thing that could not be delayed any longer, and that was the qualification assessment for Junior Beast Masters. After becoming a Junior Beast Master, there will be a monthly payment and 5,000 federal coins will be automatically transferred to your account every month. This means that if Fu Han doesn't obtain the Junior Beast Master qualification by the end of the month, he will miss out on this month's 5,000 yuan allowance. Such a large sum of money is naturally unbearable. So on July 31st, Fu Han adjusted his state and went to the school general affairs office. Handsome Little Purple. Chapter 18. Keeping the Truth. What Fu Han didn't expect was that there would be so many people who were just like him, trying to get the allowance within a certain time frame. The general affairs office was already very busy early in the morning, and all of them were people who came to take the primary qualification assessment. Fortunately, Fu Han arrived early and was scheduled to take the assessment in the afternoon. Otherwise, he might have been scheduled to tomorrow. In the afternoon, some instrument-based physical fitness tests were first conducted. Fu Han completed them relatively easily. The instructor in charge of the test was very satisfied and stamped Fu Han's form with a red excellent stamp. After the physical fitness test, it was the star test, which was done through an instrument, and Fu Han just had to stand there and not move. After the test, Fu Han saw that the instructor had filled in level 12 on his form. Fu Han was a little surprised that he was actually level 12. It was estimated that the source essence brought a lot of improvement, and his recent efforts were also rewarded. After the basic test, combat beast masters like Fu Han will have to go to the training ground to undergo actual combat assessment. The academy still pays great attention to the protection of students' information, and the place for examination is still a closed practice room. This is a familiar environment for Fu Han. When we arrived at the training room, the person in charge of the assessment was a male instructor in his 30s, whose star beast was a gigantic, armored earth dragon. Armored earth dragon is a large animal-type star beast with short legs and a long tail. Its body is covered with a horny shell. There are also hammer-shaped horny scabs on its long tail, which it uses to attack invading enemies. It is a defensive counterattack star beast that excels in defense. In addition, the armored earth dragon has excellent load-bearing capacity and can often be used as a mount. It can also be equipped with heavy thermal weapons as a means of attack. Of course, the earth dragon used to test novices will not be equipped with heavy weapons. At this time, Armored Earth Dragon was lying on the ground and taking a nap. The instructor leaning on the Earth Dragon saw Fu Han coming in, and then he stood up weakly and took Fu Han's form. It seemed that both the dragon and the instructor were very tired. After taking a look at the table, the instructor pointed to the empty space next to him and said, "Summon the Star Beast." Fu Han quickly stood in the open space and summoned Xiaozi, letting it sit next to his legs. When he saw the teacher Xiaozi, his eyes lit up. "Oh, a different color. Not bad. What level is it?" Fu Han replied, "Level 17. The instructor nodded again and said, "Have you mastered the attack skills?" Fu Han nodded and said, "I got it." "Okay." After saying that, he walked to his armored earth dragon, kicked it, and ordered, "Get up and work." The armored earth dragon that was kicked slowly stood up, then slowly turned sideways to face Fu Han, and then the keratinous shell on its body began to emit a silver blue light. At this time, the instructor pointed at the earth dragon and ordered, "Come on, let your little wolf fight. Use your skills." Fu Han was slightly stunned and said, "This is not good." The instructor smacked his lips and said, "Stop talking so much nonsense, hurry up." Seeing that the instructor was getting impatient, Fu Han no longer hesitated. Xiao Zi, shadow. Then Xiao Zi activated Shadow Blessing, and a deep purple shadow emanated from his body and instantly wrapped around it. Seeing Xiao Zi suddenly surrounded by a black shadow, the instructor was also slightly stunned, thinking, why haven't I seen this skill before? But then he thought, it's just a level 17 star beast. It can't break my level 36 armored earth dragon, defense protection, right? Then, the instructor just heard Fu Han command, go! The next moment, the black shadow suddenly accelerated like a black flash and rushed straight to the earth dragon's buttocks. That was a blind spot that defense protection could not cover. Seeing this, the instructor immediately realized that something was wrong and quickly shouted, hide! But his earth dragon did not react at all. It was not that the earth dragon was disobedient, but mainly because it did not notice the attack at all, so it did not know how to dodge. Shadow Blessing. The ability to make the body blurry is not very effective for beast taming. Unless in a dark environment, the black shadow that Xiao Zi turns into can be easily noticed. But it is different for star beasts, especially those with poor color discrimination ability. It will be even more difficult to find their traces. As luck would have it, the armored earth dragon is one of those star beasts with underdeveloped vision, so it didn't react at all. The order Xiao Zi received was to attack with all his might, so he never thought of showing mercy. In a blink of an eye, he came behind the earth dragon's tail, raised his claws, and pounced on it. Puff! After a light sound, a dark shadow flashed from the earth dragon's tail. Ah! Then the earth dragon let out a shrill roar and began to run forward. The instructor's eyes widened immediately. He had never expected that a woodland wolf could use a dark attack, and the attack power was so strong. Just one attack on his level broke the tail of an armored earth dragon. In fact, Xiao Zi even wanted to chase it, but when Fu Han saw that the earth dragon's tail was broken, he quickly called it back to his side. Xiao Zi is very obedient and always follows Fu Han's orders strictly. That's how the poor earth dragon escaped. This is outrageous. The instructor held his head and said, this is outrageous. The instructor picked up the broken tail of the earth dragon, then came to the earth dragon hiding in the corner, scratched his head and said, really? Now I could take a break. It is not difficult to hear that the tutor is in a very bad mood at this time. Fu Han was also somewhat ashamed, and Xiao Zi nudged Fu Han's hand with its head to seek credit, so Fu Han patted its head as a way of praising it. At this time, the instructor shouted angrily, hey, go get a pass stamp yourself, get out. Really? I told you to hit the shell, but you hit the tail? I'm also drunk. In fact, it's not Xiao Zi's fault, it's all Fu Han's fault. In the 2-hour combat drills every day, in addition to practicing skills, Fu Han basically taught these things: detours, circumvention, attacking from behind, feinting, deception, and sneak attacks. Basically, he didn't teach anything about martial ethics. In addition, the object of the training is a big Jade hand. Brother hand, it is hard. I have practiced for so long and have never lost blood, so Xiao Zi always lets go. Xiao Zi also has the collaboration skill, which makes her particularly good at finding the opponent's weaknesses. So this scene just happened. Fu Han himself didn't expect that the seemingly sturdy armored earth dragon would have its tail removed by Xiao Zi's attack. Fearing that his instructor would change his mind, Fu Han quickly ran to pick up the form on the ground, then found the qualified stamp and quickly stamped it on his own form. At this time, the instructor said again, forget it, I'll do it. As he said that, he dropped the earth dragon's tail and strode over. Fu Han said embarrassedly, I have already built it. The instructor frowned, took the form and looked at it, then sighed, you can? How could this woodland wolf use dark attacks? Dark attacks restrain animal attacks. This will be very difficult for it. As he spoke, the instructor picked up the stamp of excellent and pressed it on qualified. Fu Han said a little embarrassedly, I don't know how I mastered it when I absorbed the broken stars. Maybe it was just luck. The instructor was still in a bad mood. He frowned and handed the form to Fu Han, saying, go ahead. If they ask, just say I made a mistake. After Fu Han took the form, he bowed, thanked him, and left quickly. After he came out, he heard the instructor shouting from behind, change people, change people. You may not believe me, but my earth dragon was injured. Change people, this is really bad luck. Hearing the noise of jeers, Fu Han ran away at a swift speed. In a blink of an eye, Fu Han returned to the General Affairs office. The instructor in charge of data entry looked at Fu Han's form and was stunned for a long time and said, why do you have 2 stamps on your practical assessment? Is it a pass or an excellent? Fu Han said, Yes, it is qualified. The instructor made a mistake the first time he stamped it. In fact, both passing and excellent can pass the assessment, and there is no essential difference. Fu Han thought that he should keep a low profile, so he did not tell the truth. Oh. The female instructor who was entering the information adjusted her glasses and began to enter the information and asked, "Why don't you say it's excellent? Anyway, both stamps are on it." Fu Han struggled in his heart for a while and explained, "As a human being, the most important thing is to be honest." The female instructor looked at Fu Han and nodded without saying anything more. She just added a comment to Fu Han in the notes when entering the information, holding sincerity and integrity and having a dignified appearance. Chapter 19, What a Pity. Fu Han did not get complacent because he defeated the instructor's star beast. Fu Han knew very well that the Earth Dragon should be the star beast used by the instructor as a mount, and its main job should be to carry weight rather than fight. Even so, it was not something that ordinary students could shake. There were too many coincidences that enabled Xiaozi to remove the opponent's tail. If the mentor really used his main combat star beast, not to mention Xiaozi, even the big Jade hand would not be his opponent. Therefore, Fu Han, who was honest and dignified, felt calm after obtaining the primary qualification, and what he cared most about was the allowance. As soon as he came out of the General Affairs office, Fu Han checked his balance. While having dinner, he finally received a reminder that his allowance had arrived. Fu Han was relieved that he had not missed it. In fact, the primary qualification is not just a little allowance. It also symbolizes that Fu Han has been formally recognized and accepted by the group of Beastmasters. The most direct manifestation is that several previously unavailable functions have been unlocked on the terminal, such as Beast Tamer Consultation Push. After this function was unlocked, Fu Han learned that the old gods who had been causing trouble in the White Forest had been captured. The ban on low-level Beastmasters leaving the city had also been lifted. In addition to consultation, the most important function is the Beast Tamer Trading House, which contains a lot of local and cross-regional trading information. The most common commodity is broken stars. Broken stars are authenticated and guaranteed by authoritative institutions and traded in the form of auctions, with the information of both parties hidden. Fu Han really needs this function. During this period of time, Fu Han has been thinking about using the spare money he has to get some broken stars, but he has no good channels. Now with this function, it is much more convenient. Unfortunately, after spending half an hour in the cafeteria and browsing the trading house, I still couldn't find a suitable star fragment. Either I didn't have enough money, or I didn't have enough money. It was quite boring. You still have to make money. After Fu Han sold 10 liters of pure elemental water last time, he quickly stabilized the pure elemental water market of the college. Within a few days, the pure elemental water of the college was replenished from other places, and the price of pure elemental water dropped to a level that Fu Han was too lazy to bother with. Now that the restrictions on leaving the city have been lifted, the price of pure elemental water will only drop to a bargain price. Selling water is hopeless anyway. After thinking about it, Fu Han felt that it was about time to leave the city. He would go to the commission office tomorrow to wait and see. If it didn't work, he could consider plowing by Lin Slime. As he walked and thought, Fu Han suddenly found himself habitually going into the alley behind the cafeteria. I didn't expect that I was still used to walking alone in dark alleys. Just as I was thinking this, a few big men in vests walked out from the end of the alley. Fu Han looked carefully and saw that this was his brother with a buzz cut and a muscular buzz cut. No way, so punctual? Fu Han thought in surprise. At this time, the muscular man with a crew cut shouted, "Not bad. You've been promoted very quickly, and it's time for you to pay back double the money." As soon as Fu Han heard the tone of the muscular man with the crew cut, he knew that he was here to gamble. The real purpose of this rule set by the school is to give students an outlet to vent their anger. After all, everyone is a combat-capable Beastmaster, so if there is any grievance, it is better to just bring it up and solve it openly. Otherwise, if you keep doing bad things in secret, you don't know how much hatred you will cause once you leave the school. Therefore, it is very popular for students to compete with each other in the college. Some students even squat on the training ground every day looking for someone to fight with, but gambling fights that hurt the relationship are not common. I didn't expect that just today, when I obtained the junior qualification, the muscular guy with a buzz cut would come to me. Sizzle, sizzle. The muscular man with a crew cut didn't waste any time and directly sent a gambling challenge to Fu Han's terminal. Fu Han opened the terminal and saw, "Apprentice Beast Tamer Luo has challenged you to a Beast Tamer competition. The loser must pay the other party 35,880 yuan in alliance coins. Do you accept the challenge?" This amount was exactly the balance in Fu Han's account. and it was obvious that the other party had also maxed out the amount. I advise you to accept it. If you pay the 35,880, we will spare you. Otherwise, we will come to you every month. As they said that, a group of muscular men stared at Fu Han and grinned. Fu Han smacked his lips and said, "Okay then." Then Fu Han clicked the accept button. Fu Han had no room to retreat, and he had no intention of retreating. Fu Han believed that Xiao Zi had the ability, and if it really didn't work, he could let the Yu Shou take the field. After accepting the challenge, Fu Han silently summoned Xiao Zi. Xiao Zi sensed Fu Han's fighting spirit and licked his lips excitedly. The sturdy men in vests were startled at first when they saw the dark-colored Xiao Zi, and then they realized that it was just a woodland wolf of a different color. They immediately burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha! Fu Han didn't know what they were laughing at. The muscular man with a buzz cut said, "I thought your stone had evolved, but I didn't expect you to have contracted this. What a coincidence. I think you should just admit defeat." At this time, a burly man in a vest interrupted and said, "You haven't heard of Brother Luo, right? You actually want to use an animal-type star beast to defeat the long-haired Rakshasa. You are really something, ha ha ha." Hearing this, Fu Han burst out laughing. He didn't expect that a muscular man with a buzz cut would have such a nickname. He didn't know why, but seeing his buzz cut and hearing his nickname long-haired Rakshasa made Fu Han feel funny, so he couldn't help laughing out loud. Fu Han's laughter really did anger the muscular man. He snorted coldly and said, "Humph, I want to see if you can still laugh later." After saying that, the muscular man with a crew cut summoned his own star beast, which was a ball of long black hair. It floated in the air with a pair of short white horns buried in the long hair. Fu Han immediately recognized this star beast, the evil goblin, evil food hound, a rare dark star beast. It looks like a black ball of fur with a pair of white horns. Apart from that, it has no other organs that can be seen by the naked eye. It looks harmless, but is a very powerful dark predator. It uses dark energy to kill its prey, then cuts it up and rolls it into its body for digestion. The strange thing is that the evil gorilla has a huge appetite. It feeds on all living things that move and often kills all animals in an area. After eating a large amount of food, it hides in the dark and slowly digests it, and then changes its hunting ground to continue killing. The evil Gurumi is very ferocious and cunning. Its race value is 389, and it is an elite star beast. It has a strong desire to attack and prey. It is a very dangerous star beast. Because it is extremely dangerous and is a star beast that may be seen in the eastern continent, the teacher repeatedly emphasized in class that if you encounter this vicious star beast, you must evacuate immediately. No wonder this muscular guy with a buzz cut is so arrogant. Possessing such a powerful star beast does give him some capital to be arrogant. However, judging from the size of this vicious macaque, it had not eaten a lot recently. Otherwise, the food would have made its body very big. And its white horn was only a short section. Obviously, it was still a juvenile. Fu Han estimated that its level would definitely not exceed level 20. In other words, this guy has already earned a reputation as a long-haired demon with it. But the evil hyena has not yet grown up. It seems that this muscular bald guy is also a pauper like himself, the type who has no money to raise a good star beast. No wonder he would be so fussy about a little money. But no matter what, the evil gorilla is very powerful and completely counters the animal type. Otherwise, the muscular buzzard wouldn't have such a second-rate reputation. Unfortunately, it's dark. Fu Han smiled slightly in his heart. Chapter 20, Goodbye. Fu Han smiled slightly in his heart. The dark element could not restrain Xiao Zi, especially the star beast that relied purely on dark energy attacks. It was almost impossible to defeat Xiao Zi. But I don't know if Muscle Buzz has other star beasts. Fu Han didn't dare to be careless. He decided to use a sure win method. So Fu Han said, "Xiao Zi, be careful." When Xiao Zi heard Fu Han say, "Be careful," he immediately understood what he meant. He whimpered twice and hid timidly behind Fu Han. Ha! Seeing this, several muscular men burst into laughter. Afraid? It's too late. The muscular crew cut was even more proud. He took 2 steps forward and shouted, "Evil food merge." The dark energy on the muscular man with the crew cut began to dissipate, and then the evil goblin flashed with a dark light and drilled into the man's body. Then, thin black whiskers grew out from his muscular hair and arms, and in the blink of an eye, they covered him like a black straw raincoat. Only then did Fu Han finally understand why he was called the long-haired Rakshasa. It was because his beast taming talent was Star Beast Fusion. Star Beast Fusion is also a common combat type beast taming talent. This talent can greatly increase the soul connection synchronization rate between the beast tamer and the star beast, raising it to the unity state. At this time, the beast tamer and the star beast are fused, and the star beast will change the physiological structure of the beast tamer after it possesses the beast tamer. The beast tamer will gain most of the star beast's abilities and strengthen his physique. The advantage is that the combat effectiveness is often greater than the sum of 1 and 1, while the disadvantage is that if they are hurt, both will be injured. For example, the third-year student who was injured right away when Fu Han met Songze in the White Forest last time had this type of beast control talent. After he merged with his own Tiger Fierce, he was hit by the dark element because Hu Zheng was an animal element and was restrained by the dark element, and as a result, both of them were seriously injured. The muscular star beast with a crew cut is a dark-type evil gorilla. After the fusion, its body did not transform into a semi-animal state, but it grew dense black tentacles on its body, making it look ferocious. No wonder he trained himself to be so strong, probably because the evil hyena wouldn't give him too much physical support, so he had to strengthen himself in this aspect. In fact, the muscular guy with the short hair also exposed many flaws when he transformed, but Fu Han remained silent. The main reason was that he had never seen a fusion beastmaster before, and today he took this opportunity to broaden his horizons. After the transformation was complete, Fu Han also stepped back a little and stood behind Xiaozi. Xiaozi still looked very scared, but it stood firmly in front of Fu Han without flinching. After the muscular man transformed into a buzz cut, his aura became sinister, and his voice became deep and heavy. "Come on, I'll show you the difference in strength." Fu Han whispered, "Go." Xiaozi rushed forward in response, striding briskly towards the muscular man with the crew cut. Core death. Seeing that this wolf cub of Fu Han dared to attack first, the muscular man cursed angrily and immediately aimed at Xiaozi. Then a dark light flashed in his hand, and a black beam of light shot towards Xiaozi. "Be careful," Fu Han shouted. Xiaozi was still hit by the dark energy and was immediately in great pain. He struggled for a few times and fell to the ground, motionless. On the other side, Fu Han hurriedly took 2 steps back to distance himself from Xiaozi. The muscular man with the crew cut walked up to Xiaozi and looked at the dying wolf cub. He said arrogantly, "I told you long ago, just admit defeat." Then he turned and approached Fu Han, only to see that Fu Han had already held the stone jade beast in his hand. The muscular man with the crew cut looked down at Fu Han and laughed. "Ha! Even a fool knows that you can't choose stones. You are not as smart as a fool." As he said this, he raised his fist high, and it seemed that his fist was about to hit Fu Han in the face. Fu Han knew that it was almost time, and there was no point in continuing the performance, so he said coldly, "Xiaozi, bite him." The words "bite him" made Muscle Cut extremely alert, because he had heard from his younger brother that this guy threw a stone at him when he said "bite him." So the muscular man was also wary of the stone in Fu Han's hand, fearing that he would capsize in the ditch. When he heard Fu Han say "bite him," he quickly fought back. In the next moment, a piercing pain came from my buttocks. The muscular man turned around and saw a dark shadow hanging on his buttocks. Judging from its outline, it seemed to be the dying woodland wolf. "How come?" "Ah!" The muscular crew cut screamed. Before he could figure out why, Xiaozi's dark power suddenly began to erupt, and the piercing pain made his head go dizzy. "Brother Luo, be careful," his companion reminded him at this time. In a daze, Luo did turn around hurriedly and saw that Fu Han had jumped high and the stone in his hand had turned jade color. Bang! The next moment, the stone jade hit the muscular man's cheek. Luo Da's eyes went dark and he passed out. Then the long hair on his body quickly faded away, and in a blink of an eye, the vicious Gobi appeared beside it, lying on the ground motionless. The battle was over in a few words. Xiaozi pretended to fall down and attack from behind, but Fu Han jumped high to finish the attack. The muscular men saw the whole process clearly. They saw with their own eyes that Xiaozi suddenly turned into a black shadow and bit Luo Da's, but after Fu Han gave the order. They also saw the fierce look in Qing Fu Han's eyes when he jumped up. This time they were really a little scared. The opponent was not only cruel, but also too cunning. After Fu Han landed, he put the stone jade back into his bag. Then he patted Xiaozi, who came to take credit, and said, "I'll buy you something delicious later." After that, Fu Han opened Xiaozi's mouth and took out the scrap of cloth from between its teeth. Then Fu Han stood up and slowly took out the terminal to look at it. Several muscular men actually wanted to check on Luo Da's condition, but they didn't dare because Fu Han was standing there. When Fu Han saw that the terminal had indicated that he had won, he quickly checked his balance and found that the money had already arrived. He then put away the terminal with satisfaction and began to stride towards the muscular men. The muscular men couldn't help but retreat. Fu Han smiled and asked, "Tomorrow the gambling rights will be refreshed. Who will come? Still this one?" Several muscular men were shaking their heads like rattles. Fu Han said regretfully, "Hey, you're welcome. Let's spar 10,000 per time is fine." Several muscular men were shaking their heads like crazy rattles. "Then, I'll leave His Excellency the long-haired Rakshasa in your care. No need for me to call for a medical team, right?" Several muscular men still shook their heads. Fu Han nodded, walked up to the few people, and said politely, "Excuse me." Several muscular men quickly stood against the wall to make way for Fu Han. After Fu Han walked through the crowd with a smile on his face, these guys hurriedly ran to Luo Da, then lifted Luo Da up and walked out of the alley. Seeing their embarrassment, Fu Han said earnestly, "Walk slowly." Upon hearing this, they quickened their pace. Fu Han said again, "Come and play." Several people immediately disappeared at the end of the alley. Chapter 21. Fault Treasure House. Xiaozi performed very well throughout the day. During the assessment, it executed the tactics that Fu Han had practiced. When dealing with Luo Da, it accurately understood Fu Han's instructions, pretended to fall dead, and then attacked from behind. It can be said that it perfectly demonstrated the drills it had done in the closed training room recently. This was worthy of praise. So Xiaozi's dinner changed from the more ordinary fresh beef to the more delicious lamb chops. Xiaozi liked the lamb chops with bones very much, and she was very happy to chew them. While Xiaozi was eating lamb chops, Fu Han was browsing the trading line on the terminal and bid for 2 good-looking broken stars, but his bid was soon surpassed by others and reached an unattainable level. It can be said that not having money to participate in the auction is really a very bad experience. There was no other choice. Fu Han had to summon the big Jade hand to start today's meditation practice. After Fu Han upgraded his mental power, the time he needed to sleep became much less, so he used the extra time in meditation. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Fu Han went for morning exercise and then came back to wash and change into formal school uniform. There is an open class in the Academy's classroom today. A great beastmaster from the northern part of the Alliance will give everyone a skill class, mainly explaining the knowledge of skill matching and restraint. Such courses are very valuable and no one would miss them. The difference is that you can listen to them live or watch the recorded video later. Fu Han chose the former because the latter requires payment. The open class was very lively and many people arrived very early. Fu Han thought he had arrived very early, but he did not expect that he could only sit in the last row. After sitting down, Fu Han took out a jade beast from his bag and used it as a paperweight. He mainly wanted all his classmates to see that he, Fu Han, had an initial jade beast. The effect was really good. Many classmates pointed at his paperweight and whispered that he was the legendary person. Fu Han was very satisfied with the results and just waited quietly for the teacher to come to class. This teacher once participated in the Qixingdi Beast Tamer competition and won an excellent place, so he has seen all kinds of strange combinations of star beasts and skills. His course is also very interesting. He tells about his encounters with various opponents in the competition and his mental journey of fighting against these strange opponents. The classroom atmosphere was very relaxed. Everyone was listening and laughing. Only Fu Han was sweating while taking notes. There was no other way. For others, it was just for fun. Anyway, it was impossible for them to create those strange combinations and effects. But Fu Han was different. Others listened for fun, but he listened to every word, so he wrote a big notebook. When the get out of class was over, everyone else was busy taking photos with the teacher and getting autographs, but Fu Han was sighing into his notes. There were still a lot of things he had missed. At this time, a voice pointed him in the right direction. If you really feel that you haven't heard enough, you can watch his videos, and you can also buy the previous issues to watch. Fu Han's eyes lit up and he nodded, and instinctively asked, "How much?" Songzhe said, "It's not expensive, just a few thousand yuan per class, 6,888 or 8666, I forgot." Fu Han looked up at Songzhe and thought to himself, he could have just robbed him directly, but he even made a video for me to watch. He really did that? I'm crying. At this time, the classmates around Fu Han had already left, and Songzhe took the opportunity to sit down and asked, "Do you want to become a competitive beastmaster, so you deliberately hide your strength?" Fu Han flipped through his notes nonchalantly and said, "I don't understand what you were talking about." Songzhe said, You put the jade beast on the table so clearly that you want to tell everyone that it has not evolved into a large jade hand, right? Fu Han's expression changed, and he asked curiously, "What is the big jade hand?" Song Zhe shook his head and did not answer the question, but said, "I heard that you taught Brother Luo a lesson yesterday as well." Fu Han quickly waved his hands and said, "No, I was forced to counterattack and won by luck." Song Zhe said, "I heard that Luo Do is very dissatisfied. He thinks that you won unfairly." Fu Han frowned and asked, "Did he say anything harsh and come to trouble me again?" Song Zhe shook his head and said, "Yes," but his little brother covered his mouth, and then he calmed down and stopped talking. Fu Han raised his eyebrows and asked, "How do you know so clearly?" Song Zhe said, "I was there. Thanks to you, Xia Yinchen is fine now. We went to the school hospital to see him yesterday and happened to run into Luo De." Fu Han waved his hand and returned his gaze to his notes. "What Tioya fell or no Tioya fell? I don't understand what you were talking about," Song Zhe said. "Then tell me something you know, reliable information from special channels." Fu Han knew that Song Zhe was no simple person, so he quickly pricked up his ears and listened. "The old god we met in Belan before was captured alive, and the Academy found out his purpose. He was in Belan because he listened to the revelation of the old gods. There is an entrance to a fault treasure house in Belan, and he was looking for the entrance, but he was captured by the Academy before he found it, and now the Academy has found the entrance." Fu Han suddenly widened his eyes and looked around, only to find that everyone had left and only he and Song Zhe were still in the classroom. The so-called Fault Treasure House refers to the custody contract signed with the god of time and space in the old god era. The god of time and space puts the things he wants to hide in the fault of time and space according to the request of the petitioner. The fault vault can ignore the meaning of time and space and can be opened at any time and anywhere. Moreover, the time of the fault vault will stop when it is closed, and the things inside will not decay due to time no matter how much time has passed. Later, the era of the old gods ended, the old gods fell one after another, and the god of time and space no longer existed. The fault treasury that he presided over became a pearl in the ocean. However, although the god of time and space is gone, there are still old gods with similar power hiding in the dark. He is still constantly searching for the treasure house in the fault of time and space, and then uses his limited power to open a fixed gap in time and space to connect to the fault treasure house, and then tells the secret to the believers of the old gods who chant his honorable name. The items, star beasts, and tools from the old god era are all related to the contract with the gods. Not only are they powerful, but they can never be reproduced. Often only the most important treasures are stored in the fault treasure house. So discovering such an entrance is basically equivalent to discovering a priceless treasure. But what does this have to do with us? Fu Han asked. Yes. Song Zhe lowered his voice and said, "This kind of treasure house is often used by very powerful masters. They will set some restrictions on the treasure house to ensure that the treasure house will not be invaded by powerful opponents, and it is also convenient for their servants to retrieve the treasure safely. This time, the treasure house. Except for the owner of the treasure house, other creatures with first-class starlight and above are not allowed to enter." Fu Han's eyes lit up. "Have you and your star beast reached the second-class star brilliance?" Song Zhe asked. Fu Han shook his head and said, "Of course not." Then he pointed to the stone jade beast on the table. Song Zhe didn't even look at the stone on the table, but said, "The Academy has decided to select people from the junior beast masters to enter the treasure house. In addition to extraordinary strength, they also value moral character. In short, they won't select too many. When the time comes, everyone will go in together and divide into several groups to search for treasures separately. The Academy will give a generous reward for anything valuable found." Fu Han narrowed his eyes and whispered, "What if I accidentally found something I wanted?" Song Zhe smiled slightly and said, "That depends on who you are with." "So, you want to invite me to join you?" Fu Han asked. Song Zhe nodded. Fu Han asked in confusion, "Why are you looking for me? I'm very weak." Song Zhe curled his lips and said, "Maybe. It just so happens that I have a friend who also raised a stone jade beast and rescued a half-dead woodland wolf. Aren't you also a stone jade beast and a woodland wolf? So I think you are more approachable." Fu Han smacked his lips and said, "Who else?" Song Zhe said, "Perhaps we can only find someone we can trust from among our classmates." "Yi Miao?" Fu Han suggested. Song Zhe nodded and said, "Sure. With Chun Zi, we will be complete." "Chun Zi?" Fu Han recalled the top student in his mind and asked embarrassedly, "Will that guy be willing to team up with me?" Song Zhe nodded. "He will definitely come as long as you are here." Fu Han thought, "What? Are you secretly in love with me? Why does he have to come when I am around?" Song Zhe continued, "He has obsessive-compulsive disorder. He has been struggling for a long time over the fact that the class group is still missing one person." Fu Han was stunned. Is there such a thing? Chapter 22, The Way of Survival. The task of organizing the team was finally handed over to Song Zhe. He usually didn't like socializing much, but he seemed to be good at forming teams for adventures. Fu Han just waited for him to get busy while he went to eat calmly. After lunch, Fu Han received a message from Yi Dakshuishi. "Come to my place this afternoon. I have something to tell you." In the afternoon, Fu Han went to the library with doubts, but he didn't expect that what the university scholar wanted to say was the same as what Song Jie said. The college found the entrance to the Fault Treasure House and wanted to select the first-class Xinghui students to search the treasure house. The difference is that the Grand Secretary explained the selection method to Fu Han. The university scholar said that the academy would organize survival classes in the wild breeding base of the Star Beast Breeding Center. All junior beast masters had to participate. It was not just a training session, but the academy would decide who would be sent to the treasure house based on the student's performance in the survival class. In the eyes of the Grand Secretary, a genius like Fu Han, who could get legendary contributions, would definitely be selected. So this time he told Fu Han more about what he should pay attention to in the treasure house. The first rule is to find reliable and tight-lipped teammates. Here, the university scholar still did not forget to recommend Yi Miao, an aspiring young man he knew. Second, keep the things that can improve your strength for yourself, including but not limited to the complete star fragments, source essence, star beasts, weapons, and equipment. These things must not be exchanged for credits from the academy. It is a big loss. Third, bring some things to get some credits, such as artworks, ornaments, jewelry, and other vulgar items. Fu Han was a little surprised. He didn't expect the Grand Secretary to directly tell him how to fool the academy. But the Grand Secretary said that this was an unspoken rule. After all, the time-space fault leading to the treasury was very dangerous, and it was reasonable for those who finally reached the treasury to distribute the spoils. Finally, the Grand Secretary gave Fu Han the most important reminder. If you don't show your full strength in this selection, it will be difficult to be selected. If you are not selected, it will be a great loss. Only then did Fu Han understand the depth of the selection. Before leaving, the Grand Secretary specifically told Fu Han to bring back any ancient books he had, including ancient inscriptions, and not to miss any that could be memorized or copied. Fu Han not only agreed to this, but also kept it in mind. It was not because he coveted Mr. Ye's precious knowledge. It was because he was good to him, so Fu Han still wanted to repay him a little. When Fu Han came out of the library, he passed by the General Affairs office again and found that the queue for the exam was still very long. Only then did Fu Han realize that they were not busy taking the exam for the allowance like him. Most of them wanted to take the survival class and get the qualification to enter the Fault Treasure House. Listen to the name Fault Treasure House. A treasure trove. Who wouldn't want to go there? However, Fu Han heard a number from the university scholar that the academy would select 30 people to enter the treasure house. Only 30 people. Looking at the long team of examiners, how many people are hiding deeper than himself? Fu Han felt under tremendous pressure, so he stopped wandering around and hurried home to organize his notes, preparing to consolidate his strength before the selection began. Fu Han studied hard until late at night and condensed a lot of useful things from today's class. Fu Han discovered that competitive Beastmasters all paid great attention to survival. Each of them had multiple means of preserving their lives, and everyone had unexpected survival skills. After careful consideration, Fu Han felt that this was the same as playing games in his previous life. If you're a player who is doing dungeon clearing, you will definitely try your best to increase your output, because low-level enemies will only prioritize attacking the people in front of them, such as tanks or something. But if you follow others, you have to give up your offensiveness to ensure your survivability. Whether you are healing or dealing damage, you have to ensure that you have enough resistance to attacks. Otherwise, you will be killed instantly by the concentrated fire. The reason is that the enemy has different logic when choosing targets. For example, when Fu Han first encountered the Thunder Slime, he hid very far away and then looked at the big Jade hand and hit the slime. The slime would definitely not try to find Fu Han. It would only instinctively counterattack the big Jade hand. But imagine if you were fighting against someone in the ring. If the opponent was not a fool, he would definitely prioritize knocking down the Beastmaster instead of attacking the thick-skinned Star Beast. In this way, if you don't have enough life-saving ability, you will lose quickly on the field. Although Fu Han had no intention of becoming a competitive Beastmaster, he felt that this kind of thinking in high-end confrontations was the right way forward. After all, it is impossible for Fu Han to keep fighting slimes until graduation. Not to mention that high-level star beasts generally have very high intelligence. Even Xiaozi is already quite smart. These star beasts know how to win very well. And even when the Beastmaster doesn't notice it, it has already planned how to bypass the star beast and attack the Beastmaster directly. Moreover, even a low-level Beastmaster like Fu Han often has to face threats and competition from his peers. For example, the gambling mechanism is an important lesson that the Academy teaches the Beastmasters. Everyone must understand that this world is a world where the strong prey on the weak, and everyone must find his or her own way of survival. The guy with the short haircut may not be very smart in combat, but he has a clear positioning of himself, a predator. Mu Qi, on the other hand, tends to form a 1 yuan gambling partner with others and hide in a safe area. Fu Han asked himself, he might not hunt the weak like hyenas and vultures, but he would never be the one hiding in a safe zone. So Fu Han had to face the threats from other Beastmasters. To sum up, improving battlefield survivability and life-saving ability is what Fu Han should do most. Previously, when Fu Han was looking at the trading house, his eyes were always on the long-range attack skills. He always felt that the big Jade hand was strong enough, and his weakness was long-range attack or elemental attack. Fu Han learned a lesson today. The Great Jade Hand is hard, that's the Great Jade Hand's business. If he encounters a truly powerful enemy, he will probably become the target of concentrated fire in the first place. Unless he has the talent of life resonance like Zhang, no matter how hard the Great Jade Hand is, it may not be able to protect him. With this idea in mind, Fu Han began to focus on skills that could improve his survivability. After browsing the trading house for a few more hours, Fu Han discovered a skill that interested him: colonial equipment. This skill comes from a very strange star beast from the northern continent: ice armor. Ice armor. Binkai is a companion type of ice star beast, whose body is composed of ice elements. They will attach themselves to another star beast, snow monster, in the northern continent and act as the snow monster's armor. The snow monster will carry the ice armor to find a place with a higher concentration of starlight. On the surface, the ice armor seems very selfless, devoting itself to helping the snow monster. But in fact, when the ice armor matures enough on the snow monster, it will in turn imprison the snow monster's body and then start to act according to its own will. From then on, the snow monster's life, which is completely covered by the ice armor, begins to come to an end. If you see dry bones wrapped in ice armor in the north, don't think that they are undead monsters. They are the ice type, ice armor. Colonization is the inherent skill that ice armor is born with. This skill will change the appearance of ice armor into an armor suitable for the host and attached to the host. Star beasts with elemental or metal structures may be able to learn this skill, and the big Jade Hand belonging to rock life should also be able to learn this skill. Colonial suit. This intermediate skill may seem very powerful at first glance, but in fact its applicability is very low. Chapter 23. The Arrival of the Broken Star. Colonial suit. This intermediate skill may seem very powerful at first glance, but in fact its applicability is very low. First of all, there are not many star beasts that can learn this skill. For example, the slime family can learn this skill, but they can't transform into any powerful armor. Water, fire, and lightning slimes have insufficient defense after armoring. Ice slimes can freeze beast masters and their defense is not strong enough. Rock slimes, which seem to be suitable, also have the disadvantage of being too heavy. Another example is Zhang's Mercury Blade, which does not need to learn this skill. As long as it is large enough, it can cover the whole body of the Beastmaster. Moreover, it can dynamically change its form to help with defense, which is far more powerful than the colonization suit. Other star beasts also have similar problems. Either they are not strong enough, too heavy, or not big enough to provide adequate protection. Most of the time, it is better to buy a suit with reinforced alloy plates, which is both light and strong. Most of the Beastmasters who need this skill are those with the life resonance, talent like Zhangze, but they will directly contract the ice armor instead of messing with the ice armor skills. But the big Jade Hand is different. It has a levitation skill. Not only does Fu Han not have to carry any weight, the big Jade Hand can also bring Fu Han into the air. When the time comes, upgrade the levitation of the big Jade Hand to the maximum level, and when dealing with ground-based enemies, the effect will be absolutely outstanding. Moreover, Han is really tough, with strong resistance. If he can open the Jade Radiance wall while armoring, then he can coordinate with Big Jade Hand to open the shield and Fu Han to move. In this way, the Jade Radiance wall will move. The more Fu Han thought about it, the more he felt that this idea was simply the old monk's house. Temple. Wonderful. What makes Fu Han happiest is that the ice armor star shatters are very cheap. The market price of a star fragment has a lot to do with the skills it contains. If it is a popular skill, it will naturally be expensive. If it is an unpopular skill, it will be sold as an ordinary star fragment, and the price will only be related to the star magnitude and size. Ice armor star shards are also unique, because snow monsters are a very dangerous and numerous star beast. Northern Beastmasters often have to form groups to kill snow monsters, so the accompanying ice armor star shards are increasing. It is very easy to buy. Fu Han took a look and found that a first-class ice armor star fragment was as big as a fist, containing about 20 units of starlight, and the price was only 15,000 yuan. The price was about the same as that of a second-class artificial star fragment, which could be said to be very cheap. If you have the patience to wait for 3 days, it is not impossible to buy it at a low price of 13,000. However, the selection was imminent, and Fu Han did not have that much time. Seeing that he still had a balance of more than 71,000, Fu Han did not hesitate and directly selected 4 first-class ice armor star shatters and bought them at a flat price, and then waited for the courier to arrive. The next morning, Fu Han came to the closed training room to verify his idea. The training method is also very simple, which is to summon Daishu and Xiaozi to play the game of eagle catches chicken, and Xiaozi plays the role of the eagle. Fu Han wanted to see how much survival pressure he would have to endure under the full protection of the Big Jade Hand. In the first round, Fu Han used his Big Jade Hand to prop up the Jade Wall to see how Xiaozi would respond. At first, Xiaozi wanted to approach Fu Han quickly, but he bumped into the Jade Wall and was bounced back, feeling a little dazed. But soon, Xiaozi found that he could easily get into the Jade Wall if he slowed down his movements. This is a flaw of the Jade Radiance Wall. This energy field can effectively block energy attacks and projectiles from entering. However, the opponent can break through it by slowly walking into the force field. In other words, the Jade Radiance Wall can only defend against long-range attacks, not near-range attacks. When facing an attack, Fu Han must let the Great Jade Hand remove the barrier to help him. If the opponents were one far away and one close at this time, Fu Han would be in big trouble. The test continued. In the second round, Fu Han asked the Big Jade Hand to block Xiaozi with all his strength and prevent Xiaozi from approaching him. The Big Jade Hand was much bigger than Xiaozi, and its arm span was also very exaggerated. At the beginning, Xiaozi really couldn't get around the Big Jade Hand's defense. But Xiaozi was very smart. He activated the Shadow Blessing. As his figure gradually became blurred, the Big Jade Hand could not keep up with his movements. Then Xiaozi jumped and turned several times and completely escaped from the sight of the Big Jade Hand. When the Big Jade Hand looked around and saw it again, it was already eating dried meat beside Fu Han. If you want to completely rely on the Big Jade Hand for protection, it depends on the level of your opponent. In the last round, Fu Han began to point out Xiaozi's location to Daishu. This time, the man and the wolf were exhausted. When Xiaozi lay down with her tongue hanging out, Fu Han thought he had won. However, due to his carelessness for a moment, Xiaozi immediately stood up and jumped into Fu Han's arms again. Fu Han laughed and finally understood what the wolf in front is taking a nap meant. This kid is really cunning. He took out 2 large pieces of dried meat and stuffed them into Xiaozi's mouth, and the test stopped. Fu Han had a clear idea about relying on the Big Jade Hand for protection. My theoretical judgment is indeed correct. It is far from enough to rely solely on the protection of the Big Jade Hand. Xiaozi might not be weak, but there must be many star beasts that are faster and more cunning than it. By then, it is hard to say whether Fu Han himself can find the position of the opponent, let alone point it out to the Big Jade Hand. But if the Big Jade Hand was turned into armor and worn on the body, Fu Han felt that the sense of security would be reliable just thinking about it. Then let's wait for the broken stars to arrive. Thinking about Fu Han leaving the training ground and going back to meditate. 3 days later, Zhuxing Academy announced its latest large-scale teaching activity, Wild Survival Course. After learning that all junior Beastmasters must participate, the academy was filled with grief. Fu Han was a little puzzled. He thought that since there were so many people busy taking the qualification assessment, everyone should be vying to go. But in this situation, there seemed to be more people crying and making a fuss. Could it be that most beast masters have no plans to fight in the wild? Finally, I asked Muchi and found out that it was actually the rich young masters and young ladies who didn't want to go. These guys were not very good at surviving in the wild, but they were very good at crying and fighting for land, so they created a false impression of a high ratio. In addition, the functional beast masters who are not good at combat have strong opinions on the training plan of random airdrops for all personnel. Conducting survival lessons in the form of random airdrops would prevent everyone from forming teams in advance, so functional beast masters wouldn't be able to choose their own partners, so they complained a lot. Muchi said that he was actually one of them, and he kept posting comments and cursing all night long. However, he knew that cursing in the student community would have no effect, so he came to find Fu Han, hoping that Fu Han would find him and take him to a safe zone. Only after Fu Han agreed did Muchi leave with a sad face. It seemed that he really didn't want to go to the survival class. It's not surprising. With a highly developed civilization, people's food and clothing are no longer a problem. After getting used to the affluent life, people naturally don't want to work hard anymore. Although the students were wailing miserably, they were still preparing actively. All of a sudden, the prices of star fragments, potions, and even outdoor equipment all went up. I don't know if these guys didn't notice that they couldn't bring anything except the terminal, or if they have some special way of hiding things. Fortunately, Fu Han had placed an order for the broken stars in advance and was not affected by price fluctuations. At noon that day, Fu Han's star-shattering package finally arrived. Fu Han did not delay and hurried back to the dormitory to start absorbing the star-shattering with his big jade hand. Chapter 24, Colonial Suit. Fu Han bought 4 ice armor stars at once. Last time when he refined the Thunder Slime skills, Fu Han only got 2/3 of the skill information from the first star and only mastered a basic skill from 2 stars. Colony Suit is an intermediate skill. Fu Han was worried that he would need more broken stars to refine the skill, so he bought 4 at once. The remaining 10,000 yuan was not enough to buy another one. Otherwise, Fu Han would have bought more. So when Fu Han was absorbing the first broken star for the big jade hand, he was filled with anxiety. He was afraid that if 4 were not enough, he would have to sell everything he had to find a solution. Fortunately, after the great jade hand absorbed the first broken star, Fu Han felt that he had obtained about 1/4 of the skill information. This made Fu Han feel relieved and stable. Unexpectedly, after the big jade hand absorbed the 3rd broken star, a starlight fluctuation suddenly occurred in its core. Fu Han carefully sensed it and found that the big jade hand had been upgraded to level 15, and it had an additional skill. The intermediate skill, Colonial Suit, transforms into armor to protect the host. Fu Han was stunned. The big jade hand had comprehended the Colonial Suit skill by itself. Oh my goodness! If you had told me earlier, I would have only bought 3. Despite all the complaints, Fu Han was very happy. There was a high chance that a star beast would learn skills from a broken star. Fu Han had heard many legends, such as a broken star learning 2 skills, or a broken star learning a skill at the first time. But more often than not, after 70 or 80 broken stars, the star beasts were upgraded, but the skills were not mastered, which was extremely miserable. The big jade hand has 3 broken stars and masters an intermediate skill, which is already a performance of the European Emperor. There is one benefit of the big jade hand learning its own skills. Fu Han saves the energy of teaching its skills once. This means that Fu Han can teach its skills again and upgrade the skills to level 2. How can Fu Han not be happy? The 4th broken star was absorbed by the big jade hand, and Fu Han also imprinted the colonization suit skill so as not to waste the mental energy required for imprinting the skill. Then Fu Han did not hesitate to immediately teach Daishu the colonization suit skill again. After all, the sooner the mental power is consumed, the sooner it can begin to recover. The skills transfer went smoothly, and Daishu's colonial suit was promoted to level 2. Fu Han was so tired that he quickly climbed into bed and went to sleep. The next day, Fu Han got up very early. Since reaching level 2 of mental strength, the side effects of imparting skills have been much smaller. In the past, I would always feel listless for several days, but now I can feel normal after a good night's sleep. It's just that I need to recover for several days before I can impart skills. After getting up, Fu Han couldn't wait to summon the big jade hand to test the skill of colonization suit. The big jade hand now seemed to have gotten used to floating, and it would always float whenever it was summoned. So Fu Han asked it to use the planting suit skill, and at the same time, it should not stop floating. When he used the skill for the first time, Fu Han felt his soul connecting to the other end. The big jade hand seemed to ask a question. What kind of armor should it become? Fu Han was slightly stunned, and his mind began to recall some of the armor styles he had seen in movies, TV shows, and games in his previous life. The big jade hand seemed to have received this information, and then it turned into a stream of light and came to Fu Han. Then Fu Han felt a cold touch, and the ice jade armor gradually covered his whole body. After the colonization suit was completed, Fu Han moved his arms, but he didn't feel any weight. Fu Han tried to do some full-body exercises again. He felt that the big jade hand seemed to cooperate with him, so the movements were very flexible. But the dormitory was small after all, so he couldn't do it very well. He had to go to the practice room to try later. Then Fu Han tried to levitate again, but failed this time. In order to maintain the armored state, the big jade hand needs to continuously consume starlight, and the consumption is not small. It is already very difficult to keep the weight of the armor suspended, and it is naturally impossible to suspend with Fu Han. Because of this reason, the armored jade hand was unable to activate the jade radiance wall, which was a bit regrettable. Fu Han estimated that there would be some improvement after the skill level of colonial suit was raised, especially since the star level of the big jade hand was still relatively low. After it had a higher star level, it would be easy to use multiple skills at the same time. After completing the basic performance test, Fu Han walked to his floor-length mirror to take a look at the appearance of the armor. Seeing this, Fu Han exclaimed, "Oh, really handsome." The shape of the armor is evolved based on the game equipment that Fu Han recalled. It is very cool. Moreover, the material of the big jade hand itself is transparent ice jade color, and it has a very gorgeous light refraction when worn on the body. The golden texture on it is even more luxurious when embellished on the armor. Fu Han didn't expect the armor to be so handsome. However, it would be better if there was a visor to cover his face a little bit. Fu Han still didn't want to be recognized by others. As soon as he thought of this, Fu Han saw a visor extending from his helmet, covering his face. Fu Han smiled slightly and thought, "This is much better." Next, Fu Han recalled the big jade hand and went straight to the training room to conduct a comprehensive test of the armor. First of all, the speed of unfolding the colonial suit was much faster than the first time. Fu Han guessed that the big jade hand had memorized this shape, so the speed of armor transformation became faster. Then Brother Show was really hard. Although the armor was actually only a thin piece, it was not something that could be shaken by ordinary force. No matter how Fu Han struggled, he couldn't leave the slightest mark on it. Fu Han also summoned Xiao Zi to give it a try. Xiao Zi struggled for a long time, using all his skills, his claws and teeth grinding and creaking, but there was no effect at all. If it hadn't made a really annoying sound, Fu Han would have thought that Xiao Zi was slacking off. After all, he really didn't feel any force in the armor. In this way, Fu Han had enough confidence in his defensive ability. Compared with commanding the big jade handguard before, it was laborious and ineffective. And now, Fu Han can even choose to just ignore it. Just fight. If you break my defense, I lose. Of course, the big jade hand is not invincible, but its defensive performance is indeed far beyond the level it is in. Fu Han feels that among the beast masters of the same level, he seems to be a little invincible. I wonder if a genius like Song Zhe can leave any mark on the big jade hand? Fu Han also tried jumping and running in the armor, and the effect was no different from usual. After all, it was a colonial suit connected by the soul, and the big jade hand was also cooperating with Fu Han's actions. It was much stronger than the parasitic relationship between the snow monster and the ice armor. However, the skill of colonization consumes a lot of energy and cannot be maintained for too long. Fu Han tried it and found that after colonization lasted for about 30 minutes, the starlight of the big jade hand would be exhausted, and then it would have to replenish the starlight in the core area for 2 hours to return to its peak state. Charging for 2 hours and lasting for 30 minutes, it's not bad. Fu Han thought, the main reason is that I am out of money and time, so I don't have time to upgrade the skills of the big jade hand. Otherwise, the battery life can definitely be greatly improved. Overall, the idea of turning the big jade hand into armor is very successful. Next, Fu Han rested quietly and waited for the selection to begin. Chapter 25 Departure. 7 days later, it was just dawn in the morning. A Yunjin-class helicopter transport plane was parked at the stadium that was usually used for football matches. Its huge propeller wings were still spinning. Although the speed was slow, the strong wind it created still blew people all over the place. Junior beast tamers who were going to take the survival course were standing in groups of 3 or 4 around the helicopter. In the stands of the stadium, There were some idle senior students who shouted at the top of their lungs to scare the junior beastmasters who were taking their first survival class. "Come on, boys. You must come back alive." Although the junior beastmasters could only hear a little shouting under the oars, the words, "You must come back alive," still touched the hearts of some people. Will I die accidentally? Perhaps because the outdoor clothing distributed by the college was a bit thin, Muchi tucked his neck into his jacket, looking as timid as a young wife. Hearing this, Fu Han was furious and slapped Muchi on the back, saying, "Can you stop being such a coward? Is that something that could kill someone?" "Yes," Muchi answered confidently. Many years ago, there was an incident where a parachute malfunction caused the death of a student. Fu Han was stunned and asked, "The college lost a lot of money, right?" Muchi nodded and said, "Of course, but the parachute company suffered even more losses. It even went bankrupt. The academy sent people to confiscate the assets of the president of that company. I heard that he is now living on the streets." Fu Han was slightly stunned. He didn't expect the academy to have such great power. "Can we confiscate other people's property?" Muchi pouted and nodded. "Never offend the Beastmaster Academy." Fu Han nodded in agreement, then asked in doubt, "Then what are you afraid of?" Muchi said unhappily, "Of course you're not afraid. You're a combat type. My star beast can only produce all kinds of leaves and fruits." Fu Han sighed and said, all right. This time I'll take you to contract another star beast. It'd be best if you have some self-protection ability, as this world is not peaceful." Muchi sighed and said, This is probably the only reason that keeps me standing here." At this moment, someone suddenly reached out and patted Fu Han on the shoulder. Fu Han turned around and saw that the person was Zhangze. "How's yo?" Fu Han hadn't seen Zhangze for several days and didn't know how his team was going. Zhangze said, "It's basically settled." Fu Han said, "That means it's not right." Zhangze spread his hands and said, "Yi Miao agreed, but Qixingdi thought that you should at least prove that you have the ability to be selected independently, so?" "Reasonable." Fu Han didn't mind it. Zhangze nodded and continued, "I think everyone should prove that they have this ability, so this time the four of us will act separately." Fu Han nodded and praised. "It makes more sense." Zhangze nodded, then lowered his voice and whispered into Fu Han's ear, "Anecdotal information is that the winner of this survival class will receive an extra reward, so you'd better take it seriously." After saying this, Jade disappeared into the crowd and walked away. Fu Han curled his lips, not knowing whether he made up the fake news to trick him into showing off his real skills, or whether there was really an extra reward. At this moment, Fu Han suddenly found a pair of sharp eyes staring at him. There was a guy in black in the stands looking at him. He was a tall, thin guy with a turban and dreadlocks. He had silver studs on his brows and a very cold look in his eyes. Looking at the people around him, Fu Han realized why this guy was staring at him. Behind him was the crew-cut brother named Luo. The two guys, one leaning on a left crutch and the other on a right crutch, stood on the left and right of the tall and thin man. The picture looked very harmonious. Only then did Fu Han realize that Xiao Zi's dark energy might have severely damaged Luo Da's gluteus maximus. He might have missed his survival class. Fu Han did not feel guilty about it, because he had brought it upon himself. But Fu Han also knew that he must have developed hatred towards himself, even though he had brought it upon himself. Fu Han smiled bitterly, thinking, how come these people are like nesting dolls, beating up the younger brother, then the older brother, and then this cold and snake-like man? It never ends. It is estimated that after this survival class is over, they will inevitably be blocked in the dark alley by them again. The eye contact lasted only a moment. A sharp whistle interrupted Fu Han's thoughts. Looking for the sound, he saw several soldiers in leather jackets coming down from the helicopter and began to urge everyone to move to the middle. Then they pulled people out of the team one by one and took them to the transport plane from two different directions. With just a little observation, it is not difficult to find that when the sergeant was picking people out, he deliberately assigned those who were gathered together to talk to different groups. Suddenly, cries of grief were heard everywhere. The leading instructor smiled brightly and said, "Do you think that when I tell you to stand there and chat, I really want you to chat?" Haha! This made Muchi panic. "What should I do? What should I do? What should I do?" Fu Han shrugged and said, "What can I do? Use the terminal?" Muchi asked. Fu Han said, "It's impossible. Just hope for the best. If you encounter danger, run away." Muchi panicked. "How can I run? I'm a functional type." Fu Han frowned and said viciously, "Use your legs." At this moment, because Muchi did not step out in time after being called twice, the instructor came over and fiercely pulled him out. He looked back at Fu Han helplessly, and Fu Han sighed and spread his hands to show his helplessness. You, come here. At this time, Fu Han heard an instructor calling him over, so he quickly trotted over. After boarding the transport plane, Fu Han was pressed into a chair by the instructor and buckled. Sitting on the chair, Fu Han looked around and saw a few familiar faces, but no one familiar, so Fu Han leaned back and began to rest. The Yunjin-class transport plane was very large, and more than 800 junior beast masters boarded the plane very quickly. Then, with a piercing roar, the cabin began to slowly close, and the sound of the propeller wings outside spinning faster and faster. After a shake, Fu Han felt that the plane had taken off. A moment later, the cabin was completely closed, and the noise of the flight quieted down. There was a commotion in the cabin, with people asking questions one after another. How long will it take? Can I go to the toilet? What are the assessment criteria for the survival class? However, all the questions were not answered, and those who asked questions were pointed at and told to shut up. Soon, the broadcast in the cabin sounded. Listen carefully. You are now on an Alliance military plane. You must accept military jurisdiction. Obey orders. Do not raise objections, and do not have any questions. Otherwise, your course ends here. Now, we will demonstrate the use of the landing equipment. Watch carefully. Only once. After the broadcast, the instructor on the plane began to demonstrate the use of landing equipment to everyone. In fact, the landing equipment is fully automatic, automatically measuring height, automatically opening the parachute, and automatically discarding the parachute to open the landing airbag. The only thing the user has to do is to fasten it on his back and then jump from a high altitude. Fu Han observed carefully and found that the seat belt he was fastening to was actually the landing equipment. He just didn't know how this transport would drop him. Chapter 26 Landing. After the demonstration, the broadcast sounded again. Okay, that's about it. Don't ask us for anything else. We are only responsible for transporting you to your destination and dropping you off. For details on how to do it, please check your terminal notification. See you in 20 minutes. After finishing their work, the instructor started to hang around and chat, and the atmosphere became a little more relaxed. At this time, a strange guy sitting next to Fu Han took the initiative to ask, "Hey brother, are you a combat type?" Fu Han nodded without saying anything. "Come together, I will treat it," the young man said again. Fu Han turned around, smiled slightly, then nodded gently. The young man looked relieved, but Fu Han guessed that things might not be that simple. About 20 minutes later, the broadcast sounded again. "We are here. Airdrop will start immediately. Those who are scared can close their eyes now." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Fu Han heard a whoosh sound beside him, and the young man who took the initiative to request to join a team disappeared. When Fu Han reacted, he saw the launch hatch under his seat slowly closing. Then there were waves of exclamations. Fu Han watched as people around him began to be thrown down in an irregular pattern. "It's so fucking exciting." As he was thinking, Fu Han heard a voice coming from behind him. The voice was so soft that he couldn't hear it clearly unless he listened carefully. "Start skydiving now, 3. With a loud clang, Fu Han felt his feet go empty, and then he fell rapidly. In a flash, he was already outside the cabin. Looking at the greenery below and the parachutes opening one by one, Fu Han couldn't help but shout excitedly, "Woohoo!" Fu Han likes exciting activities very much. He has tried bungee jumping and paragliding before, but this is his first time to go skydiving. It feels good, and Fu Han cheers excitedly. But the others were not sure. A sound of ghosts howling and wolves howling echoed in the air. This made Fu Han laugh even more happily. This might be the most interesting part, listening to other people screaming. Fu Han controlled his body posture and glided for a while, but he was not satisfied yet. He heard a faint voice prompt again. This time Fu Han realized that the voice prompt should be issued by the landing bag. "Parachute about to open, 3. Crash." The parachute opened, and Fu Han instinctively grabbed the strap and began to adjust his posture, falling towards the open ground. A moment later, when Fu Han was approaching the height of the tree canopy, the landing equipment package sounded another reminder. The landing airbag is about to be deployed. Then Fu Han heard a light click sound, and then he was separated from the parachute. A huge transparent airbag quickly popped out of the backpack and squeezed Fu Han in it. Fu Han fell quickly to the ground. The airbag bounced on the ground for a while, and then the air pressure gradually decreased, and Fu Han slowly touched the ground. Following the voice instructions, Fu Han waited motionlessly for the backpack to automatically retract the airbag. After a moment, the backpack's voice prompt sounded again, indicating that the airbag had been retracted. Please take the toolkit, discard the landing equipment, and leave the landing area. Please take the toolkit, discard the landing equipment kit, and leave the landing area. Fu Han stood up, opened the buckle, then found the toolkit and opened it to check. The toolkit contains an engineer's shovel, a fire starter, and a metal water tank. That's all. It's better than nothing, Fu Han thought as he tied the toolkit around his waist. At this moment, a scream was heard in the air. Fu Han looked up and saw a huge airbag falling down. Now Fu Han understood why he was asked to leave the landing area quickly, and he quickly hid aside. Then the airbag bounced twice as it fell down. A girl in the airbag screamed loudly, and it seemed that she was very scared. When the airbag stabilized, she tried to get out of the airbag in a panic. Fu Han quickly reminded, "Don't move. The airbag will retract automatically." The curly-haired girl in the airbag stopped struggling and just tried to look up at Fu Han. Fu Han also saw her appearance clearly. At this time, the girl's brown curly hair was a little messy, but it did not prevent her from being beautiful. She had healthy, wheat-colored skin, deep eyebrows and eyes, and was very beautiful. Everyone likes beautiful things, and Fu Han was in a good mood. So Fu Han nodded to her politely, then turned and left. Seeing Fu Han was about to leave, the girl hurriedly asked, "Can I come with you later? I'm an auxiliary beastmaster." Fu Han said without even turning his head, "I don't need any assistance." At this time, the girl became anxious and shouted, "Wait, I'll pay." When he heard about the money, Fu Han raised his eyebrows and stopped to ask, "How much?" A moment later, the two had left the landing area and were standing under a lush sycamore tree to enjoy the cool breeze. Fu Han looked at his terminal with a smile on his face. He didn't expect that this terminal still retained the transfer function even though many functions were closed. It seems that the college anticipated that students would engage in many transactions in this survival course, so they deliberately retained this interface. Looking at the extra 50,000 yuan in the account, Fu Han was delighted. He thought that if he met another beast tamer with no fighting ability, he might be able to pick up two, which could be considered as earning some extra money. As for the big wave Chia, she has a lot of complaints, mainly because it is too expensive. Okay, stop complaining. I'm not taking your money for nothing. This time, in addition to ensuring your safety, I'll also provide you with plenty of drinking water for free. That's enough, Fu Han comforted. Chia was speechless. 50,000 yuan? You just want me to follow you? Do I have to pay extra for other things? Fu Han said helplessly. Didn't I tell you that? I'll give you free water. Chia thought for a moment and said, at least give me some more food. Fu Han smacked his lips and said, Okay, if I find something to eat, I'll share it with you. At this moment, their terminals rang at the same time. They took out their terminals to check and found that it was a course assignment sent by the college. Chapter 27, The Merchant's Daughter. Lesson 1, Survival. Ensure your own food survival and move north. Examination content. Cross the northern assessment line within 3 days. Perform a terminal health scan every day. The total calorie intake for 3 days is 6,000 kilocalories, and the amount of water consumed should not be less than 6,000 milliliters. Keep yourself safe and don't get traumatized that will affect subsequent classes. If a situation occurs where you cannot continue the course, report to the terminal and give up and wait for rescue on the spot. In addition to the course assignments, the college also sent teaching materials. After all, the college wants to teach everyone how to survive in the wild, rather than just throwing people into the wild and leaving them to fend for themselves. The teaching materials are quite complete, including how to make simple hunting traps, how to make fire, how to identify edible plants, how to track animal traces, etc. Students can check them according to their needs. At the same time, the water source point and the northern assessment line are also marked on the terminal's navigation map, and the terminal navigation can also be used to find the direction. Fu Han still admires such teaching arrangements. Zhuxing Academy is indeed strong. The venue for the survival course belongs to the college's wild breeding base. Fu Han did not expect the area to be so large. The first phase of the course has a depth of nearly 100 kilometers. The natural ecology here is complete, with common animals and free-range star beasts, and all resources are available to students. In addition, there is also emergency rescue as a safety guarantee, which is really extraordinary. Fu Han also likes the teaching method. Anyway, the information is given to you, so you can figure it out yourself. The worst-case scenario is that you will be hungry for 3 days, and you can give up if you can't stand it. But as long as you are willing to use your hands and brain, you will surely get a good exercise. After roughly reading the tasks and information, Chia shouted, "This is too exaggerated. We need to consume 6,000 calories in 3 days. How can we girls eat so much? We will gain weight." Fu Han stared at her for a while as if she was a fool, then said, "Then you should eat less. It's not easy to find so much calorie food every day. We are about 100 kilometers away from the assessment line, and you can walk more than 30 kilometers every day to lose weight. Forget about gaining weight. You'll become a skinny beauty." Chia was not stupid either, and immediately shouted, "That won't work. You have to at least help me complete the task. I paid you. Well, let's make 3 rules before we go. First, listen to me. Second, don't complain all the time. Third, keep your promise and pay. If you can do that, I'll take you with me. If you can't, I'll refund you right away, and we can go our separate ways." Chia nodded without even thinking. Okay. In fact, she had no choice. Fortunately, she met Fu Han in this remote place. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss. She also had to look for food and water, but she knew she couldn't find them. Besides, Fu Han's fee was not expensive, only 50,000 yuan. Chia complained because she was afraid that Fu Han would ask for more. The children of capitalists were very shrewd in this regard. Now that she saw that Fu Han had no objection to the amount of 50,000, she was very happy, so she naturally agreed to Fu Han's request without hesitation. Fu Han didn't know that the little fox was secretly happy. He was just glad that she finally calmed down. So Fu Han took out the terminal again and looked at the map to think. After a moment, Fu Han, who was already thinking of a lot of ideas, put away the terminal and said to Chia, "Get ready to go." Chia asked curiously, "What are your plans?" Fu Han smiled slightly and said, "Let's cross the assessment line first." Ah! Chia was stunned. 100 kilometers? I can't walk that far. I'm a pharmacist. At this time, Fu Han remembered that he had not asked about Chia's ability. "By the way, what star beast do you have?" Chia did not hide anything and said truthfully, "The spirit leaf fairy can mimic plant leaves, and fruits are also okay." Fu Han was slightly stunned and asked again, "What business does your family do?" Chia was a little confused but still answered, "Medicinal herbs." Fu Han was stunned for a moment, thinking, isn't this just a beautiful version of Mu Chi? Are their family backgrounds the same? Have all of you pharmacists contracted spirit leaf fairies? Fu Han asked again. Chia said, "Of course. Otherwise, why would you be a pharmacist?" Fu Han suddenly realized that it was the must-have star beast. No wonder Mu Chi said that his family spent a huge amount of money to buy the spirit leaf fairy. Retracting his thoughts, Fu Han continued, "Then I guess you should also be interested in contracting a second star beast?" Yeah. Chia nodded quickly. Fu Han said, "Think about it. The academy put us in this area from the beginning, which means that this is an area with relatively few or even no star beasts, so it is meaningless to stay here any longer. Let's cross the assessment line today. I believe the star beast resources over there are more abundant. By then, others will still be on their way, and we will already be looking for star beasts. Isn't that great?" Chia nodded and thought for a while. "Although it is very good, I may not be able to walk so far." Fu Hanxin said, "Of course you can't, but I'm here. The big jade hand can be used as a mount. The only problem is you." In fact, the first time that Dakshuishi asked Fu Han to hide the big jade hand, he was telling him not to let others find the big jade hand in the short term. Because Fu Han had just received the stone jade beast, and in the blink of an eye, he got the big jade hand. The training speed was too fast, which would easily arouse suspicion and might expose Fu Han's legendary talent. However, a lot of time has passed now, and the risk of exposing the talent has been reduced, not to mention that there is also the excuse given by Master Yi. Before the survival class, Fu Han had already considered the possibility of others knowing about the big jade hand. Fu Han felt that the big jade hand would have to be used, and he would have to show off a little. If all the things were hidden, it would be a real loss if the exploration team of the Fault Treasure House was not selected. Fu Han brought Chia with him mainly to make some money. It would be much faster to bring 50,000 yuan per person than to go to Balan to fight slimes. Besides, she was a pharmacist, so maybe he could really use her. After thinking it through, Fu Han no longer hesitated and summoned the big jade hand. Chia looked at the majestic and handsome big jade hand and exclaimed, "Wow, so handsome. What kind of star beast is this? So cool. I have to tell you in advance that the task of helping you complete the first lesson is 50,000 yuan, but the contracted star beast will be charged separately. Do you understand?" Chia frowned, put away her admiring expression, and asked, "How do you calculate it?" Of course, it depends on what kind of star beast it is. It ranges from 10,000 to 10 million. It depends on your luck then. As he spoke, Fu Han asked the Yu to spread out his hands. He sat onto Yusho's right hand, then pointed at Yusho's left hand and said, "Come up." Qia frowned and climbed onto the palm of the big jade hand. Just as she sat firmly on the big jade hand, she began to move forward. Wow! This time, Qia gave a heartfelt exclamation. When Fu Han asked her to climb up, she only thought that Fu Han was stingy and didn't understand what Fu Han was going to do. Only when her big jade hand moved did she understand Fu Han's intention. This is amazing. I don't even have to walk by myself. God bless me. I'm so lucky to meet him again today. After thinking for a while, Qia put away her admiration and asked calmly, "I say, how much does it cost to contract a star beast like you?" Fu Han sneered and said, "You wish. This is an epic jade hand." Besides, not all big jade hands can float, Fu Han thought to himself. Qia's eyes rolled, and she was sure that she had run into a thick thigh today. At this time, she didn't hide it anymore, and said directly, "Then how about this? You take me to contract a better star beast, and if I don't have enough money, you can let me mortgage it, okay?" Fu Han curled his lips, thinking about this cunning merchant's daughter. "Okay, but it depends on your luck whether you can find any star beasts. What is your talent?" "Xinghua actuary," Qia answered truthfully. "Oh, good." Fu Han nodded in understanding, thinking, wouldn't it be a shame for someone with this kind of talent to be a pharmacist? Chapter 28, Leading. Starlight calculation can reduce the starlight consumption when the star beast uses its abilities. It is a very versatile talent. Of course, it is possible to be a functional beast master, but there is no problem in becoming a combat type. For example, a star beast like Big Jade Hand that has a bunch of continuous consumption skills needs the support of Starlight Actuary. Fu Han felt it was a pity that she had a fighting talent but chose a functional path. However, she was the daughter of a capitalist, so it was not surprising that she chose a stable path. Moreover, she has good talents and abilities, and can indeed develop excellent economic capabilities first, and then consider her combat effectiveness, or her ability to survive. After all, she has the opportunity to develop into a master. Compared with him, Mu Qi has greater limitations, and can only go down the plant system. I don't know what happened to that guy, Fu Han thought. Not far away, Mu Qi, who was lying on the ground digging cassava roots, also felt his ears warm. He looked up and saw some kind of star beast moving rapidly in the forest in the distance. Mu Qi was startled and quickly hid behind a tree. His violent heartbeat only subsided after he saw the icy, jade-colored object fly away. Looking at the thin cassava he had just dug out in his hand, Mu Qi suddenly felt sad and burst into tears. He screamed in his heart, "Fu Han, where are you? Save me." "Oh, you mean Mu Qi? I know him. I often see him in the cultivation garden." Fu Han nodded and said, "We had agreed to take him with us, but I didn't expect the academy to make such an incredible arrangement." "That's really miserable," Qia said miserable, but in her heart she was thinking, "Luckily I met a great god like you." "Aren't we going to find him?" Qia asked. Fu Han sighed and said, "How can we find him in such a large area?" "Forget it. He is very familiar with botany, so he shouldn't starve." Yes. I just saw some wild cassava. You can eat them just by washing them." Fu Han was slightly stunned and asked, "Ah, why didn't you say so earlier?" Qia said, "That thing has no taste. Do you want to go back? It's not far." Fu Han thought for a moment and said, "Forget it. If we run into it again, we'll just stop. We have to complete the 2,000 calorie daily calorie requirement. Potatoes should have a lot of starch, so it's best to bring some." "Yeah, okay, I'll keep an eye on it." Qia sat up straight and began to search the forest for useful plants. The breeze gently blew Qia's hair, and her pretty face was full of serious expression and a little cute. This picture is actually quite beautiful, so Fu Han leaned gently on the big jade hand, feeling very happy. The levitation skill of the big jade hand has been upgraded to level 4, and the steady speed can reach 40 kilometers per hour. Although the speed is slightly reduced after carrying the weight, it can still travel about 30 kilometers per hour. With such a speed support, Fu Han and Qia quickly left the main force. Just as Fu Han expected, there were not many star beasts in this area, and they were all ordinary star beasts such as stone jade beasts and grass fairies. There were also some pheasants and hares, but Fu Han was not in a hurry to hunt them. He guessed that the speed of crossing the test line was related to the selection. Even if it was not related, Fu Han wanted to cross it at an unexpected speed, at least to leave a good impression on the examiner in charge of the selection. The only pause was when Chia discovered a jujube tree. The fruit of the soft date is only the size of a thumb. In autumn, it will shrivel and turn black and hang on the tree. Although it is not good looking, it has a lot of sugar and little water. It is also rich in starch, very sticky and sweet, and is a very good food. The two of them stopped specifically for it. Fu Han and Chia stood under the tree and held up their clothes, while their big jade hands held the trunk and shook it hard. Swish! The black soft dates fell all over the ground. They didn't even pick up the food on the ground. The food in the pockets of their clothes was enough for 2 people to eat. So they ate the sweet soft dates and continued their journey north. At noon, the scorching sun of early autumn illuminates the forest. To the west of the survival class forest area, there is a green meadow next to a stream. The temporary headquarters of the survival class was built on this meadow. The equipment in the several large tents had been set up a few days ago. At this time, the teaching and research group of the survival course was monitoring everyone's situation through satellite equipment. Professor Chu was the commander-in-chief of this survival class, and he was also the chief examiner of this fall treasure selection. At this moment, he was sitting under the awning on the west side, carefully looking at the snow mountain tea brewing in his small pot. Once the snow mountain tea changes color, you must stop heating it, otherwise the taste and flavor will plummet. This is a rare commodity that is hard to come by, and Professor Chu looked at it very carefully. As for those kids, just leave them to his subordinates to look after. Now is not the time for any good ones to emerge, so he can still drink tea leisurely. At this time, a short-haired female staff member, Zhang Yu, walked under the awning and said, "Professor Chu, someone has crossed the assessment line." Ah! Professor Chu was slightly startled, looked up and asked, "You have a star beast to ride on, right?" Zhang Yu nodded and said, "Yes." "What kind of star beast is so fast?" asked Professor Chu. Zhang Yu replied, "Big Jade Hand." Professor Chu thought he had heard it wrong. First of all, the Jade Hand is a very rare epic-level item. And how come the Jade Hand can be used as a mount? And so fast? Zhang Yu handed the tablet computer in his hand to Professor Chu and said, when they crossed the assessment line, the satellite took a picture. Professor Chu took the tablet and looked at it carefully. It was indeed a large, icy jade hand. Wow, the quality of this big jade hand is so good. Professor Chu enlarged the big jade hand again and found that there were 2 teenagers, a boy and a girl, sitting on it. With both hands holding a person, what is it holding up? As soon as this question entered his mind, Professor Chu immediately found the answer. Levitation? Zhang Yu responded. It should be. Professor Chu rubbed his chin and muttered. Interesting, very creative. But this levitation is too difficult to handle. With the energy in the moon lantern monster's broken stars, how much information can be left about its skills? How many broken stars are needed to learn it? No one has hunted this thing yet, and no one has sold it yet. Is he the moon lantern monster killer? Zhang Yu shook his head and said, Luck, that's the only explanation. Luck! Professor Chu laughed bitterly and said, Comparison is the thief of frustration. How do they usually perform? Zhang Yu said, I checked. The Jade Stone Beast is most likely this boy's. His name is Fu Han. He is very low-key, born in an orphanage, has always been at the bottom of the potential assessment, and rarely interacts with others. Last place. Professor Chu laughed and said, with big jade hands, how can he be last place? He must be hiding his strength. People who come from welfare homes won't show off. Not bad. You see, there is only one candidate, and it may not be difficult to find 30. What is he doing now? Zhang Yu said, it has gone into the woods. Should we send a drone to check? No need. I'll send the new tasks to them in the evening and just keep an eye on their developments. Professor Chu returned the computer to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu took the computer, nodded, and strode away. Professor Chu leaned back in his chair and smiled. Not bad, a good start. I hope you can give me a few more surprises. Oh my god, my tea. Chapter 29 Hunting. After crossing the assessment line, Fu Han slowed down. The starlight of the big jade hand was consumed a lot, so he took it back to the core area to recover. After sitting for a whole morning, Chia was quite happy to be able to walk around. She didn't feel the tension of the survival class all the way here, but instead remembered the time when she went outing in the ecological park. Fu Han felt similarly. He was very cautious the last time he went to Balan. But this time, since it was arranged by the academy, he was not nervous anymore. Fu Han guessed that people like Song Zhe, who had experienced the outside world, should have similar feelings to himself. But it may be hard to say for those who are out in the wild for the first time, such as Mu Chi. I don't know how he is doing. Chi was actually fine. He went to the nearest water point and got some water. But due to his lack of experience, he drank the water without boiling it. Afterwards, his stomach hurt a little. Fortunately, he was a pharmacist, so he quickly used the spirit leaf fairy to simulate some herbs and ate them. His stomach didn't hurt anymore, but the cold water and cassava had created a lot of gas in his stomach. He was walking north and farting all the way. He was used to the smell, but he was a little afraid that he would die if he ran into someone. After putting away his big jade hand, Fu Han summoned the water slime and filled 2 water tanks. Chia was very surprised. She didn't expect that someone would actually contract a water slime just for the convenience of drinking water. How extravagant! Suddenly Chia remembered the shortage of pure elemental water some time ago. Thinking that Chi seemed to have bought a lot of pure elemental water, she suddenly realized, oh, no wonder Chi was able to get pure elemental water some time ago. Is it you? Fu Han nodded and said, yes, so 50,000 yuan to bring you here and provide you with pure elemental water to drink is really worth it, right? So we should settle the bill next. Chia frowned, feeling a little unhappy, but this time she didn't waste any words and directly took out the terminal to transfer another 100,000 yuan to Fu Han. Is this okay? I'll follow you from behind, and I'll pay. Fu Han nodded with great satisfaction and said, you are very smart. You have a bright future. Just follow me. On the road again, Fu Han summoned Xiaozi. Firstly, he wanted it to act as a guard, and secondly, Fu Han also relied on Xiaozi to find prey. Fu Han didn't even glance at such knowledge as how to track animal traces. Could he be better than Xiaozi? Seeing Fu Han summon the 3rd star beast, Chia finally couldn't help but ask, how can you contract so many star beasts? Fu Han said, don't ask nonsense questions. Chia said, I understand. You have dual talents. Fu Han said, be careful, or I'll kill you. I won't tell anyone. Chia said hurriedly, that is my basic moral quality as a beast master. Fu Han smiled and said, then you'd better maintain your manners. Otherwise, In fact, Fu Han was not too worried. Although dual-talented beast masters were rare, they did exist. Fu Han had heard that there were several dual-talented beast masters in the academy, and they were all very good. At this moment, Xiaozi suddenly stopped and sniffed the ground. Fu Han knew that it must have discovered something, so he quickly asked Chia to be quiet. Xiaozi had indeed discovered something and began to move gently towards the target. The two also lowered their center of gravity and followed from a distance. After following Xiaozi for about 20 minutes, Fu Han vaguely saw the prey that Xiaozi was tracking. It was a group of dwarf deer, which were eating berries grown on a bush in front of a bush. After reaching the assault boundary, Xiaozi stopped, lying on the ground and looking back at Fu Han. Fu Han knew that it was waiting for orders. Fu Han stepped back slightly and summoned the big jade hand, letting it quietly circle around the side of the deer. Everything was ready. Fu Han made a gesture to move forward, and the big jade hand and Xiaozi immediately approached the deer quickly. The deer soon discovered the abnormality. The leader was stunned for only a second before immediately fleeing with the herd. At this moment, Xiaozi and Fu Han no longer hid their figures and chased after them. Xiaozi was extremely fast, especially after activating the Dark Blessing, so the herd of deer could not see it. It chased after a lone deer that was panicking and had no choice but to go in the direction that the big jade hand was coming from. Then, Xiaozi jumped up and knocked the deer to the ground. Fu Han knew that there was nothing for him to do, so he stopped and waited for Chia to catch up. What's wrong? What's wrong? Chia ran over and asked, panting. Done. Let's go. Fu Han led the way, and Chia followed behind him and said, wow, you guys are running so fast all of a sudden, I can't keep up at all. You need to exercise. Fu Han said, oh, all right. After a few words, the two men came to the big jade hand. The young forest deer had its throat bitten off by Xiaozi and was dead. Xiaozi was wagging his tail beside the prey to seek credit, but his big jade hands were still blank and expressionless. Fu Han patted Xiaozi's head and then went to observe the little forest deer. Xiaozi ran to Chia's side and wagged his tail. Chia touched Xiaozi's head and then said excitedly, look, your star beast seems to like me very much. Fu Han tilted his head to look at Xiaozi, who was circling around the beauty. He didn't have the kindness to tell Chia that he was a pervert. He just said indifferently, yes. The hunt was a success, and what was caught was a young dwarf deer, weighing more than 30 kilograms. With this harvest, we don't have to worry about food for the next 3 days. Moreover, Fu Han marked this area on the map. Deer were active nearby, so he could come back and hunt if necessary. After getting the prey, Fu Han decided not to wander around for the time being. He looked at the map and took Xia to the stream in the east, where it would be more convenient to deal with the deer. An hour later, after walking along the stream for a while, Fu Han found a river beach covered with pebbles and decided to camp here. First, he built a fire pit with pebbles and lit a bonfire. Then he dragged the fawn to the water's edge and began to process it. Xia followed Xiao Zi to fish in the pond upstream, and finally the man and the wolf caught 5 green perch. Fu Han saw that all 5 fish had Xiao Zi's teeth marks, and immediately understood what the 2 of them meant by killing indiscriminately. At dusk, Xiao Zi, who had made an invaluable contribution, was given a deer leg. She lay down beside it and carefully held it and gnashed her teeth. The fatty venison belly on the campfire had been roasted to golden brown, and Fu Han also cooked a pot of fish soup in a water tank. This time, Xia played a very crucial role. She asked the spirit leaf fairy to simulate a plant fruit called rock salt fruit. The juice of this fruit is rich in salt and is a good seasoning. In this way, the fish soup and venison have a delicious taste. The little forest deer had not grown up yet, and its meat was very tender and fragrant. When Fu Han was digging up the deer, Xia felt it was cruel. But when the deer meat was roasted, all that was left in her mouth was an indistinct, "It smells so good." When it was getting dark, the 2 of them sat by the campfire and didn't want to move. Xia exclaimed, "Ah, it's so nice to follow you." Fu Han smiled and said nothing. "It's just like camping. There's too much food to eat." Looking at the stars that have appeared in the sky, Xia asked, "What are we going to do next?" Before Fu Han could say anything, both of their terminals rang at the same time. Fu Han took out the terminal and looked at it, then smiled and said, "Look, isn't there something to do now?" Xia also opened the terminal to check, and found that new course tasks have been sent. Chapter 30, Lesson 2. Lesson 2. Ecological Observation. Ensure your own food survival. Explore and observe in various star beast breeding areas, and collect as much star beast information as possible. Examination content. Explore at least 1 breeding area observation point before the end of the survival course, and earn as many observation points as possible. Perform terminal health scans daily to ensure adequate food and water intake. Keep yourself safe. Optional course, Hunting Challenge. Try to hunt the powerful star beasts in the breeding area. See the list for details. Warning: this task requires you to do it within your ability. The breeding area is now fully open, and there are many situations in the breeding area that can cause serious injuries or even death. No matter what action you take, you must think carefully. If you encounter an accident during this course, the Star Chaser Academy will not provide any compensation. If a situation occurs where you cannot continue the course, report to the terminal and give up and wait for rescue on the spot. Just like last time, in addition to the course assignments, a large amount of related information was also sent over. This time the information mainly introduced the breeding base and star beasts. The green mountains and clear waters of the wild breeding base of the Star Chaser Academy seem to be a natural environment, but in fact it is not. The entire wild breeding base of hundreds of kilometers is actually a man-made simulated natural environment. The wild breeding base relies on a climate tower system to divide the base into several breeding areas. Each breeding area with a radius of 10 kilometers has a climate tower, which is responsible for simulating various special climates in the area, and then the Academy artificially simulates the natural environment, so that each breeding area has special landform and climate characteristics for star beast breeding and research. This time, the Academy opened 3 breeding areas with different landforms, namely swamp, flower field, and rainforest. The task is to understand the ecology of the star beasts in one of the landforms and use the scanner to scan the unique star beasts. If you have the energy, you can also consider challenging the powerful star beasts. It is indeed worthy of being called the Academy of Chasing Stars. Fu Han could not have imagined such a great achievement. This is probably the most effective and intuitive way for junior beast masters to understand various natural environments. Moreover, this is a breeding base for star beasts. Star beasts cannot grow too powerful without human intervention. The basic safety of students is guaranteed. It is estimated that the so-called challenge hunting is also the star beast carefully selected by the Academy. Fu Han believes that there is no place in the world more suitable for junior beast masters to explore. It is hard to imagine that there are still people who are dissatisfied with the course arrangement. Fu Han felt that if he had anything to complain about, it was that the survival course was too short, only 7 days. If he could stay here for 3 months, Fu Han would probably die of happiness. Fortunately, I made a wise decision and skipped the meaningless beginner area and came to the breeding area on the first day. This means that I have 2 more days of exploration than others, which is a big advantage. In fact, not only Fu Han was amazed, even Chiyu was amazed by the arrangement of the academy. Wow, the academy is so generous this time, they actually opened a breeding area. Hearing this, Fu Han was slightly stunned and asked, "Isn't it like this in previous years?" Chiyu said, "It shouldn't be. In previous years, they should have captured some star beasts and placed them in the outer forest area for assessment. At least I have never heard of such a thing as directly entering the breeding area. This year seems to be the first time." Fu Han nodded in understanding. He thought, "It seems that the academy has invested a lot of money in the treasure house. Selecting candidates to explore the treasure house is one thing. On the other hand, it also hopes that those who want to enter the treasure house can contract a star beast that suits them. In short, the conditions provided by the college are already top-notch, and the rest depends on your own efforts." After receiving the task, the map on the terminal has marked the scope, geomorphological features, and observation point locations of each breeding area. The course points also have a special page, and it is displayed in the form of a ranking list. Currently, there are only Fu Han and Qi on the list, and both of them have 0 points. I didn't expect that my name would be shown on the ranking list. Fu Han smacked his lips and thought, "It seems I won't have the chance to keep a low profile in the future. Wow, there are only 2 of us on the leaderboard, which means we are the only ones who have crossed the assessment line now, right? You are so awesome." Chia's eyes were full of admiration. Fu Han continued to look through the information in the terminal and said, "We have the time advantage now, and we should make good use of it. We will set out to explore at dawn tomorrow. You can look for the star beasts you are interested in from the information now, so we can discuss a price first." Chia raised her eyebrows in surprise and said, "Oh, that's right. I can choose first. Anything is fine?" Fu Han curled his lips and said, "This is not a supermarket, but you can try anything. Just take a look first." Chia nodded and quickly looked down at the information on the terminal. At night, Fu Han carefully read all the information and planned the exploration route by looking at the map. In order to hunt fawns and camp by the stream, Fu Han and Chia have come to a relatively remote area. The nearest breeding area is actually a swamp area. The swamp area has a very high risk factor among all areas. Unless you have the ability to explore the swamp, ordinary people should not enter this area. However, Fu Han thought that relying on the floating ability of the big Jade hand, it should be possible to go to the observation point for a walk. So he planned to cross the swamp first tomorrow and then head towards the warm flower field. Chia claimed that she had difficulty choosing and had not found a suitable star beast. Fu Han had to make her own judgment. The Huayuan breeding area was just west of the swamp, and there might be a star beast suitable for her there. On the other hand, Fu Han felt that the hunting challenge on Huayuan seemed to be something he could try, and Huayuan was the main route for others to enter the breeding area. Fu Han planned to complete the challenge on Huayuan first, leaving them with no challenges to choose from. By the time Fu Han had thought everything through, Chi had already fallen asleep and was snoring. "This girl is really lucky to be with me. But on the other hand, I don't know where a certain good brother is suffering." Fu Han sighed inwardly and summoned the big Jade hand to start his meditation practice today. Mu Chi's condition at the moment was not good. He had just fallen from a tree and hadn't even caught his breath yet. Chapter 31, Star Weasel. Let's start from the beginning. Mu Chi had been pushing his tired body north today. He had met someone in the afternoon, but from a distance, the guy's clothes were dirtier than his, and his situation was worse than his. And he was farting, so he didn't go over to join him. After a slight change of direction, good luck indeed came. At dusk, around the time when Fu Han and Chi were eating grilled venison, Mu Chi discovered a jujube tree. This made Mu Chi overjoyed. Soft dates are good things. They have less water and more sugar, are rich in starch, and are sandy, sweet, and a good source of calories. The only regret is that the soft dates were blown to the ground by the wind and were covered with some sand. But Mu Chi didn't mind. This was much better than cassava. He quickly went over and knelt on the ground, picking up and eating, not caring about the little sand that went into his mouth. When it was getting dark, Mu Chi not only had a full stomach, but also stuffed his pockets and tool bag with soft dates. But seeing that there were still many leftover soft dates on the ground, Mu Chi felt it was a bit wasteful. After thinking for a while, Mu Chi decided to rest nearby. "Anyway, my body has reached its limit and I have to wait until tomorrow to continue walking. I might as well rest here and have a meal of soft dates in the morning before continuing so that it won't be a waste." So Mu Chi took a rest under the tall banyan tree nearby. At night, Chi felt more noises around him. Fearing that there might be wolves, tigers, or leopards, Chi decided to climb up a tree to rest. The banyan tree next to him was strong enough, so it was no problem to rest on the treetop. After climbing up the tree with great difficulty, Chi had the genius idea to take off his clothes and tie himself to the tree to prevent himself from falling down while sleeping. But apparently he didn't tie it tight enough and fell from the tree, although he felt that he couldn't breathe for a while. Fortunately, there was no serious injury. He simply lay on the ground and looked at the stars. Chi also thought of his good brother Fu Han. I don't know where that guy is. Maybe he has some meat to eat? Thinking of this, Chi had tears of envy on his face. Achoo! Fu Han suddenly felt his nose itchy while meditating and sneezed loudly. Rubbing his nose, Fu Han looked at Chia, wondering if his sneeze had woken her up. And this time Chia actually sat up. Fu Han asked softly, somewhat embarrassedly, "Awake?" Chia did not answer, but stood up silently. At this time, the flame of the campfire suddenly became brighter. By the light of the fire, Fu Han discovered that she seemed to still have her eyes closed. Fu Han was slightly stunned and thought, "Sleepwalking? Why didn't she tell me before?" At this time, Chia put one hand on her waist and hips, raised the other hand and showed a face, and then her body began to dance. Fu Han raised his eyebrows. "Oh, there is still this show?" Chia's dance moves were graceful, agile, and elegant, and it was obvious that she had received professional training. After dancing for a while, she unzipped her jacket, spun around, and threw it aside. Looking at the girl's slender figure wrapped in a tight sports shirt, Fu Han held his breath, and Fu Han also felt an urge to dance in his heart. However, Fu Han still forced himself to suppress the impulse. After all, he had no talent in this area, and he didn't want to lose face. Fu Han didn't dance, but Xiao Zi beside him couldn't help himself. He stood up and began to move his head to the music. Fu Han suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why was there music? Forcefully calming his mind, Fu Han suddenly stood up and looked around. He discovered that right above the head of the big jade hand, there was a very small pink star beast shaking its star-shaped tail, emitting such strong spiritual fluctuations that Fu Han felt it was glowing when he looked at it. Only then did Fu Han realize that Qi was not sleepwalking, but was hit by the skill of the star beast. Seeing that Fu Han was not affected by its skills, the pink star beast quickly raised its little hand towards Fu Han. Fu Han suddenly felt a strong mental shock hitting his mind. But fortunately, Fu Han's mental strength was already level 2, and the dizziness caused by the mental shock only lasted for 1 or 2 seconds. Seeing that his mental shock had no effect on Han, the pink star beast quickly stopped using his skills and quickly flew across the stream. Because the pink star beast skill was interrupted, Chia, who was dancing in front of the campfire, also lost her balance and fell towards the fire. Fu Han took 2 steps at a time and rushed forward to hug Chia. Just then, Chia woke up. When she saw that she had taken off her coat and was only wearing a tight t-shirt and that she was still in Fu Han's arms, Chia screamed, "Ah, what are you doing?" Fu Han felt overwhelmed and had no time to explain. He quickly helped Chia stand up and said, "Don't walk around." After saying that, Fu Han quickly jumped onto the big jade hand and chased in the direction the pink star beast escaped. Fu Han had no time to explain to Chia at this moment because he recognized the star beast. The pink star beast looks like a stoat and is very small, less than 10 centimeters tall. It has a long, thin tail with a star-shaped ridge at the end. It is not a star beast bred by the Academy, but a star weasel known as the Spirit of God. Star Weasel. The legendary psychic spirit, Star Weasel. The body of the star weasel is very small and fragile, but it possesses extremely strong mental power, enough to launch any powerful psychic skills. Young star weasels possess high intelligence and the ability to communicate mentally. Star weasels have no obvious aggressive tendencies, but may play pranks on humans or other star beasts when bored. The star weasel also has the ability to travel through the soul world. Even without a master, it can still enter the soul world and escape. Although the energy field can temporarily block the star weasel from traveling through the spirit world, the star weasel will soon find a way to escape. Therefore, it is almost impossible to capture the star weasel, and the only way to contract this star beast is to meet it in person. Star weasels have a very low willingness to accept contracts, and successful contracts are rare. There is also a legend that annoying the star weasel will bring bad luck. Race value: 520, Lord level. Thanks to the intermediate database authority provided to Fu Han by the Eternal Tree, Fu Han had seen relevant information about the star weasel before. When Fu Han first saw the information about this rare star beast, he became interested in this magical star beast, so he recognized it at a glance this time. Fu Han knew that this kind of star beast was difficult to contract, but it was very rare to encounter one after all, so Fu Han naturally wanted to give it a try. Even if it doesn't work, I can scan and upload a copy of the information to the Eternal Tree. Who knows what benefits I can get from him? So Fu Han immediately jumped onto the big jade hand and chased after it. The star weasel is very small in size, so although it can fly, it doesn't fly very fast. After being carried across the stream by the big jade hand, Fu Han saw its pink figure again. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the star weasel, Fu Han heard a light voice in his mind. "Don't chase me. I won't dare to do it again." Fu Han knew that this was the star weasel communicating with him mentally, so he thought in his mind, "Don't run, I want to discuss something with you." The star weasel continued to flee without stopping. "I know you want to sign a contract with me, but no, I am not interested in your starlight." Fu Han was a little helpless. He was defeated before he even opened his mouth. However, Fu Han did not give up. He thought to himself, "In addition to Xinghui, I can also teach you some skills." Huh! Star Weasel suddenly stopped and turned to look at Fu Han. Fu Han also stopped and thought to himself, "Even if you don't want to learn the skills, can you let me scan it before leaving?" And the star weasel suddenly seemed to be called back to the inner core space, and it disappeared with a flash of starlight on its body. Oh! Fu Han sighed and thought, "It's not that simple." Just as Fu Han was about to turn back, the voice of Star Weasel sounded in his mind again. "Wow, you are the Star Forger. Star Weasel cute. Is Chapter 32 good?" Fu Han clearly felt that the voice of the Star Weasel seemed to be transmitted from the core to his mind. This feeling was like receiving information when awakening. Fu Han quickly gathered his mind and entered a meditative state, his consciousness beginning to fall into his inner core. After entering the inner core, he saw that the pink star weasel was indeed in his inner core. "How come you are in my core?" Fu Han asked. Star Weasel answered the question irrelevantly. "Well, your core is indeed hard to find. It's so far away." Fu Han didn't know what to say for a moment. The actions of the Star Weasel were indeed beyond Fu Han's understanding. Although the Beastmaster had been using the soul contract, humans still knew very little about the secrets of the soul world. After the Star Weasel had walked around Fu Han's core twice, he sighed again. "It's true, it's the Star Forger." Fu Han was stunned again and asked, "What Star Forger?" Star Weasel said, You are the Star Forger. The power was given to you by the Star Forger God." As he spoke, Star Itachi pointed with his little finger at the black hole at the center of Fu Han's core. Fu Han understood immediately. "Oh, does it mean that my beast taming talent is Star Forger? So that's the name. But I've never heard of the name of Star Forger. Maybe it's some mysterious old god. I have to find the Grand Secretary to ask for relevant information when I go back this time." Fu Han thought. That's right. Star Weasel suddenly responded. Fu Han was stunned. Then he remembered that he was still in a state of mental communication with the Star Weasel. "I can accept your contract, but I have to add a condition," Star Weasel suddenly said. Fu Han was overjoyed and said, "You say?" Star Weasel said, "I want lots and lots of delicious food. You have to take me to eat delicious food." "No problem." Fu Han agreed without hesitation. Star Itachi said, "Then let's get started." "Good." Fu Han quickly mobilized the starlight to draw up a contract, and then let the starlight, which was flashing with complex inscriptions, reach out to the Star Weasel. The Star Weasel accepted the contract as promised, and then Fu Han and the Star Weasel soul established a bond under the watchful eyes of the law. The contract was completed. The Star Weasel said, "Okay, my name is Qixingdi. From now on, I'm counting on you. Don't forget to take me out for some delicious food." Fu Han said, "Don't worry." After saying that, Fu Han began to check Qixingdi's information. Name, Qixingdi. Race, Star Weasel. Evolution level, initial. Attributes, superpower, Star Spirit. Race value, 520, Lord level. Star Beast level, level 18. Health, 100. Ability, mythological trait, Divine Star Spirit. The Star Weasel possesses extremely powerful mental power. It is born with the ability to use almost all psychic skills, as long as it can remember how to use them. Special features, spiritual travel. Star Weasel can travel freely between the spirit world and the real world. Although Fu Han knew that the Star Weasel was very magical and special, he was still shocked when he saw that it had a mythical characteristic. Mythical level. The most advanced feature, Its abilities are ridiculously strong, and it has mastered all psychic skills naturally. It is hard to imagine how much magical power is contained in its few centimeters tall body. Although its racial value is only 520 points, which is the Lord level, the racial value is a comprehensive attribute evaluation value. The physical attributes of the star weasel, such as physical strength, agility, and strength, are pitifully low. In other words, it has reached the Lord level just by its wisdom and mental strength. In other words, the overall racial assessment value of the star weasel is Lord level. But if it is a single round of mental power, it is likely to be legendary level beyond the emperor level, or even infinite level. After signing a contract with Qixingdi, Fuhan immediately witnessed its magic. Qixingdi, who was originally in Fuhan's core, entered the real world without being summoned by Fuhan. Then, it leisurely sat on Fuhan's shoulder and said to Fuhan, "Now we are in the same group. Let's go back and let the young lady dance." Fuhan was stunned and suddenly felt a headache. After organizing his words, Fuhan said, Well, Miss Chia is also in the same group as me, so let's not tease her." Qixingdi was a little frustrated. What a pity. She dances very beautifully. Indeed, Fuhan agreed. Then, I'll go play with Lorona. Just call me if you need anything. After she finished speaking, without waiting for Fuhan's response, little stars lit up on Qixingdi's body and then disappeared in an instant. Fuhan was stunned for a moment and went back to the core to take a look. As expected, there was no sign of Qixingdi. It was indeed a free spirit favored by God, and the contract did not seem to have much binding force on it. Forget it. It's good enough that we can have a contract. Don't ask for too much. Fuhan comforted himself, then calmed down and started to return. When Fuhan returned to the campfire, Chia poked the campfire with a wooden stick, quietly watching the sparks rise up and then disappear, without saying a word. Fuhan sighed and asked, "Are you feeling well?" Chia shook her head and said nothing. "Have you ever heard of a star beast called the star weasel?" Fuhan asked. Chi Yanan shook her head. Fuhan continued to explain. "Just now a star weasel came here. It is a legendary star beast with very powerful mental power. It just used its mental power to influence your actions. You suddenly started dancing and took off your shirt. At first I thought you were sleepwalking, but later I found it, and then it ran away. At that time, you hadn't woken up yet, and you fell into the fire. So I quickly hugged you to prevent you from falling into the fire. Then you woke up, and I was busy chasing it. This is what happened just now." Chia blinked and said, "I did dream that I was dancing when I was a kid and participated in a competition." Fuhan nodded, feeling relieved. This was considered a clear explanation. Then Chia looked around and said in surprise, "You mean there was a legendary star beast here, just now? Legendary?" Fuhan nodded seriously. "Yes." What does it look like?" "I didn't see it at all," Chia said with great regret. Fuhan gestured and said, "It's pink, very small, only that tall, and looks like a ferret with stars on its tail." "Wow, that sounds cute." Fuhan nodded and said, "She looks very cute. But why does it want me to dance?" Chia asked puzzledly. Fuhan thought for a moment and said, "It's just a prank. I like to play tricks on people when I'm bored. And this?" Fuhan shook his head and said, "I don't know where it went. Its ability is very special. It can travel freely in the soul world." What a pity. I didn't see it." Chia stomped her feet in annoyance. Fuhan smiled, but said nothing. Chia also fell silent, looking at the fire. After a while, she suddenly asked, "So, do I dance well?" Fuhan was stunned for a moment, then answered truthfully, "It looks good, but I won't give you a fee reduction." Chia was speechless. Chapter 33, Swampy Landforms. Since Fuhan's mental power was upgraded, the amount of sleep he needed was shortened. When he woke up, it was only 5 o'clock in the evening, before daybreak. Nothing unusual happened this time. After waking up, Fuhan immediately focused his mind and entered his own core to observe. This time, the pink Qixingdi was really in the core area, and it was sleeping soundly on Fuhan's core star. Qixingdi has a star spirit attribute. It is a creature from the soul world. When it is in the core, it does not turn into small stars and revolve around the core star like other star beasts. It is the same in the core as it is in the real world. Moreover, compared to other small stars, Qixingdi was a giant in the soul world, and Fuhan's core star with growth bonus was just enough for it to lie down. Moreover, the core star surface, which was as hot as a star in Fuhan's eyes, did not seem to have any effect on it. Maybe it feels warm there, Fuhan guessed. Without waking up Qixingdi, Fuhan returned to the real world and saw that it was almost dawn. He did not delay any longer and got up to light the campfire again, roasting venison and cooking fish soup. After a while, Chia woke up. Fu Han briefly explained the action plan to her, and then the two began to eat breakfast. Considering that the exploration mission required constant movement, Fu Han decided to give up the remaining half of the venison. First, it was difficult to carry, and second, he was worried that the smell of the venison would cause unnecessary trouble. So Fu Han urged Chia to eat more, and Chia obediently ate a large piece more. After eating and drinking, the sky began to brighten. After Fu Han put out the campfire, he took Chia and stepped onto the big jade hand to prepare to set off. Before leaving, Fu Han took a special look at his core and found that Qixingdi was gone again. Free and easy, Fu Han sighed, then commanded the big jade hand to move north. As the big jade hand moved forward quickly, the surrounding terrain also changed rapidly. At first it was just an ordinary forest, then there were more shrubs, and then there were large puddles of water. Continuing forward a little further, the puddles connected together, and the vegetation turned into a strange-shaped mangrove forest. Not long after entering the swamp area, Fu Han discovered a nest of swamp slimes. He didn't know why, but he felt that he could kill the slimes. But when they got closer, they found that the swamp slimes were emitting a foul odor. So Fu Han gave up the idea of getting closer, and the two of them scanned the slimes from a distance using the terminal. Sure enough, scanning and entering the swamp area provided the two with course points. They were still the only two on the leaderboard, and their points were increased to 600 points. After leaving the stinking swamp slime, Fu Han found a thick mangrove tree and planned to adjust his position. The two of them were originally standing on Saitama's left and right hands, but after entering the swamp, Fu Han found that this almost made Saitama lose all his fighting power, and it would be difficult to deal with an emergency. So Fu Han decided to stand on Saitama's left hand together, so that Saitama could free up one hand to fight the enemy. It was only after the two of them stood together that they realized they were indeed a bit too close. Fu Han had no choice but to say, "Hold on, we'll just pass through here and leave without staying any longer." Chia grabbed Fu Han's clothes and strangled him so hard that he could hardly breathe. The scenery of the Rottenwood Swamp is indeed not good. It is eerie and strange, and the smell of dampness and corruption is everywhere. The star beasts they saw along the way were also very scary. Toads and pythons were normal. The two also encountered a corrupt flower that was constantly spewing out decaying gases. The scene of the rotten wood maggots that accompanied it wriggling around the corrupt flower was really shocking. The weird thing is that when they arrived at this area, both of them received a message on their terminals. When they opened them, they both got a prompt. Entering the supply delivery area, you can try to find a supply box nearby. Fu Han was stunned. There is also a treasure chest? Then the two began to search carefully, only to find that the supply box was right next to the corrupt flower, surrounded by maggots. Damn, why would someone put a treasure chest there? At this moment, Fu Han also felt the full malice of the college instructors. What should we do? Chia asked with a frown. Fu Han sighed softly. Since I'm here. Yes, now that we are here. The decaying gas is not very harmful to the human body, so don't stand there and breathe it in. Although the wood maggots are as big as dogs and have rows of sharp teeth, they're used to chew rotten wood and are basically not threatening, so just go and get it. Chia covered her mouth and held her breath, and Fu Han directed his big jade hands to pick up the supply boxes. On the way, he suddenly found a bright red individual among the white wood maggots. Fu Han pointed at the red maggot and asked, "It's a different color. Do you want one?" Chia anxiously hit Fu Han's arm, while Fu Han held back his laughter and walked to the supply box. When they opened the supply box, they saw 2 backpacks inside. Without caring what was inside, they grabbed the 2 backpacks and left quickly. Only after getting away from the corrupt flower did Chia begin to breathe heavily. Fu Han looked through the 2 backpacks. Not bad, a portable sleeping bag and a sealed backpack. The sealed backpack was especially useful, with more space than the tool bag on the waist, and it was waterproof and sealed. If I had found this thing earlier, I could have taken the remaining venison away. But now that we were almost in the middle of the swamp, Fu Han had no intention of going back to get the venison. Giving the sleeping bag to Chia to carry, Fu Han said, "The sleeping bag is yours. This way Xiao Zi will be free. You're holding it down and not paying me." Chia took the sleeping bag angrily and yelled, "Xiao Zi likes to be next to me. It likes me." "Ah, yes, yes." Fu Han perfunctorily answered Chia, and the two set off again. They just looked around and scanned the star beasts along the way. The appearance of the star beasts in the swamp was really disappointing to the audience, and the two of them were not interested in the contract. Not long after, the two received another exploration prompt from the terminal, saying that there was another supply box nearby that could be collected. This time the supply box was placed next to the hunting challenge star beast. The challenge star beast in the swamp area is a queen of rotten swamp mosquito. As the name suggests, the queen of rotten swamp mosquitoes, it was as big as two large jade hands and was guarded by hundreds of large swamp mosquitoes. Seeing this, Fu Han had no desire to challenge. If she went up, the queen wouldn't have to do it herself. Just two ordinary swamp mosquitoes would be enough to suck Fu Han's blood. Xiaozi couldn't move at all in the swamp. Judging from the height at which her big jade hand was suspended, it was hard to say whether she could even reach those mosquitoes. It is possible that Qixingdi could use some powerful skills to kill all those mosquitoes in one go, but she had no idea where this guy was right now. So Fu Han actually has no fighting ability in the swamp. Now that you're here, why don't you leave without trying it? Chia asked. Fu Han looked at her and blinked. Then I'll put you down, you attract their attention. I'll get the things in the supply box, and then come back to pick you up, okay? Chia pursed her lips and didn't say anything for a long time. Hee, I'm just teasing you. Finish the scan quickly, and then we'll leave. After scanning, Fu Han had no attachment to the supply box at all. He bypassed the queen and went straight to the observation point. The teaching materials provided by the academy did not mention what was in the observation point, but the observation point was used as an important assessment basis in the task setting. So Fu Han has always been curious about what was in this observation point. When Fu Han arrived at the observation point, he realized that the college had good intentions. Chapter 34 Swamp Hydra. The observation point in the swamp area is actually a huge pit. The pit is about the size of a football field and about 30 meters deep. Thick dragon vines grow along the edge of the pit and extend all the way down to the bottom of the pit. And on the firefly grass in the pit, there was actually a swamp hydra. The swamp hydra is a notorious and powerful predator. It not only has great destructive power, but also has extremely tenacious vitality. It is a very ferocious star beast that is very difficult to deal with. But this subspecies of dragon has no wings and cannot fly. The academy set up the pit where the hydra lives as an observation point, which cleverly ensures the safety of the students and allows everyone to see this swamp overlord with their own eyes. As long as the students don't go down the pit to commit suicide, they will never be attacked by it. The multi-headed dragon in the pit has grown 8 heads. After the terminal scan, it is estimated to be level 77, and it is about to evolve again and grow a 9th head. A multi-headed dragon of this level would not dare to challenge even 2 master-level beast masters, let alone the junior beast masters who came to class. What's more, there are 3 cubs beside the hydra in the pit. The hydra's irritability has greatly increased during the nursing period, so no lunatic would want to go down into the pit. Perhaps that's what the academy thought. So the 3 cubs beside the multi-headed dragon still followed their mother dragon obediently and were not transferred to another place by the breeding center. At this time, the multi-headed dragon mother was sleeping with her 3 dragon babies. Although they were sleeping, she was still very alert. 6 heads were resting, and 2 heads were still on guard. It's a baby swamp hydra. How much is it worth? After scanning the magic dragon, Fu Han said to Chia, who was lying beside him scanning. Chia said, "My spirit leaf fairy is worth more than 6 million. This one must be worth tens of millions, right?" Fu Han nodded and pondered for a moment before saying, You said the academy put the dragon baby in this place. Maybe it's to make a contract with us?" Chia was surprised and said, "Mother dragon is level 77. She will be killed instantly by its breath." Fu Han smacked his lips and stood up. "It would be a lie to say that I am not tempted. The race value of the young swamp dragon is at the lord level, and after evolving to 9 heads, it is at the emperor level. Each head can fight independently, and its vitality is ridiculously tenacious. It is really a very powerful combat star beast. But no matter how excited you are, you can't joke with your life. Stealing the dragon's child in front of a level 70 dragon mother is not only immoral, but also tantamount to seeking death. Even someone as tough as Brother Show might not be able to withstand a few blows from this swamp dragon, mainly because the difference in starlight levels is too great. What a pity, I can see it but can't touch it," Fu Han thought with regret. "Hey, there's a white one there," Chia suddenly said in surprise, pointing to the dark corner of the cave. Fu Han looked in the direction she pointed, and under the vines on the dark side of the pit, there was indeed a multi-headed dragon cub. However, This cub did not have green dragon scales, but a pure, white multi-headed dragon. Chia asked, "Is it an albino? What is it doing?" "Dancing." Chia raised her terminal and began to observe the white hydra with the terminal's telephoto lens. Fu Han said, "It may be an albino individual, which is also considered a different color." At this time, Chia asked in surprise, "Ah, there's a little pink star beast next to it." "Pink? Small?" Fu Han quickly took out the terminal and looked over. Sure enough, he saw the little thing next to the white multi-headed dragon. Wasn't that Qixingdi? It seems to be the legendary star beast you mentioned, the star weasel, isn't it? At this moment, Qixingdi was dancing with a white multi-headed dragon, and the two little ones looked very happy. What the hell is this guy doing? Fu Han frowned and thought for a while, then called out in his heart, "Chi Lu, Chi Lu." Qixingdi immediately noticed Fu Han's call, turned around to look at Fu Han, and then let the little white dragon dance by itself. Then, a little starlight flashed on its body, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chia was surprised and said, "Ah, it's gone." In fact, Qixingdi has already returned to Fu Han's core area, and Qixingdi also wants to leave the core and come directly to Fu Han. Fu Han quickly stopped him and said, "Don't come out, don't let others find you." Qixingdi came down quickly and said, "Oh, the beautiful dancing lady is here. Why are you here?" Fu Han said, "Qixingdi, I was just about to ask you what you were doing here." Qixingdi waved her hands and replied, "Oh, I'm dancing with my friends." "Is that little white dragon your friend?" Fu Han asked. Qixingdi said, "That's right, the little white dragon is very pitiful because it is white, its brothers don't play with it, its mother doesn't like it either, and it is all alone." Fu Han frowned and thought that it was actually very common for albino individuals to be excluded. Although white looks good in the eyes of humans, in nature, white will lose concealment, affect hunting, and be easily discovered by natural enemies. It is not considered an excellent gene, so it is easy to be rejected. Especially fierce creatures like swamp hydras are also very strict with their children. Looking at the mother dragon in the distance, and then at the little white dragon in the shadows who was looking for Qixingdi everywhere, Fu Han had a bold idea in his mind. Fu Han said, "Qixingdi, the little white dragon is so pitiful. Why don't we let it become our partner? Then he won't be pitiful anymore. What do you think?" Qixingdi said, "That's a good idea, but it's too dangerous. His mother has a very bad temper. We can only hide from her. Do you have any way to make its mother's two heads fall asleep as well?" Fu Han asked, pointing at the mother dragon. Qixingdi shook her head and said, No, it's so powerful and has so many heads, that's impossible." When Fu Han heard Qixingdi say no, he sighed inwardly and felt it was a pity. Unexpectedly, Qixingdi continued, "But I can make you invisible, and we can sneak over quietly. That's how I want to play with the little white dragon." Fu Han's eyes lit up. Fu Han thought for a moment and asked again, "Qixingdi, if we are accidentally discovered by Mother Long, do you have a way to take me away?" Qixingdi frowned and thought for a long time before saying, "Well, there is a way, which is to bring you to the soul world, but your core realm is so far away, and I don't know how long it will take to bring you back." Fu Han frowned and said, "I'm afraid this won't work. Is there any other way?" Qixingdi said, "I can make you lighter so that you can escape faster." Hearing this, Fu Han's eyes lit up. Chapter 35 Takeoff. "I can make you lighter so you can escape faster along the vines." Fu Han's eyes lit up when he heard this. He began to carefully search for a possible route along the veins of the thick dragon vine. After a while, Fu Han had planned several escape routes, and then he asked in his heart, "Qixingdi, let's go down this road. I will hide behind the vines later. Can you bring Xiaobe along to me?" No problem, no problem. Little white dragon likes Qixingdi the most. It will definitely come," Qixingdi said excitedly. Since it was feasible, Fu Han decided to give it a try. He turned to Chia and said, "I might be able to try to contract that little white dragon." Chia asked in surprise, "You want to go down? Isn't this too dangerous?" Fu Han smiled and said, "Don't worry, I still have a way to save your life. You hide and wait for me." Fu Han pointed to the big tree behind Long Tongue. There was a hole in the middle of the tree, which was a good place to hide. Fu Han said, "You hide here. I don't know if there are any star beasts nearby. I'll quietly approach them. If it doesn't work, I'll turn back." Chia sighed and said, "Then you must be careful." Fu Han nodded, watched Chia leave his sight, and then said to the big jade hand, "Colonial clothing." At Fu Han's command, the big jade hand immediately turned into a stream of light and flew to Fu Han, and then ice jade-colored scales appeared on Fu Han's body. Kikalu said, "Wow, the little stone is really useful." Moo! After saying that, Fu Han turned around and began to move down along the vines. Kikalu then activated her invisibility skill, and Fu Han's figure gradually disappeared among the vines. The process of going down along the vine was very smooth. Fu Han kept an eye on the mother dragon the whole time, and it didn't notice anything at all. It was just that one of its heads fell asleep halfway, and the other head woke up to be alert. The other three little dragons also slept soundly, and there was nothing unusual at all. The only variable was that Xiao Belong was a little anxious because he hadn't waited for Kikalu for a long time. In order to prevent the little white dragon from getting too far, Fu Han quickened his pace and quickly reached the bottom of the pit, hiding behind the vines. Then let Kikalu appear and call Xiao Belong over. Little White Dragon waited a long time for Kikalu to come back and thought she had left. So when Kikalu called him, he cried out excitedly, "Coffee!" Its cry immediately attracted the mother dragon's attention, and the mother dragon's two heads turned around immediately. Fortunately, Kikalu reacted quickly and hid back immediately. Fu Han didn't dare to stick his head out to look. He just listened to the sound of the little white dragon stepping on the water, getting closer and closer, and waited patiently. After a while, the little white dragon poked its head behind the vine to look. Of course, it didn't expect that there was a person standing behind the vine. Xiao Beilong instinctively took several steps back and looked at Fu Han vigilantly. Kikalu quickly flew lower and used her ability of mental communication to comfort the little white dragon. "Don't be afraid. Come to me. We will take you away from here." At this time, the mother dragon also noticed the little white dragon's vigilance. Her other two heads woke up from their sleep and stared at the little white dragon's movements. Kikalu was still trying hard to communicate with Xiao Beilong. "Come here quickly. He's also my friend. We can go out and play together." Although Fu Han couldn't see the outside situation from behind the vines, he already had a bad feeling. In a hurry, he took out a few leftover soft dates from his pocket, held them in his palm, and motioned for Xiao Bailong to come over and eat. Unexpectedly, this action aroused Xiao Beilong's interest. In fact, it was because the little white dragon's mother had never fed it, and usually the staff of the breeding center came to feed the little white dragon. So Fu Han's unexpected action made the little white dragon approach cautiously. Seeing that this method worked, Fu Han lowered his body even lower, holding the soft dates in one hand and the drafted contract in the other, waiting for the little white dragon to come over. But the meat in Fu Han's hand was not the meat that Xiao Beilong liked. It moved closer and smelled it, then wanted to retreat. At this time, Kikalu hurriedly said, don't go. This is delicious fruit, try it." The little white dragon tilted his head doubtfully and leaned towards Fu Han's hand, then stretched out his tongue and rolled away a soft date. After eating the soft dates, Xiao Beilong found the sweetness of the soft dates and took 2 steps forward to lick the other soft dates. Fu Han took the opportunity to withdraw his hand slightly and let Xiao Beilong take 2 more steps forward. Then he extended his hand with the contract inscription to Xiao Beilong. No matter what kind of star beast it is easier to contract when it is young. When a star beast is young, it accepts the feeding of its parents and eats whatever its parents give it. It instinctively accepts things that can help it grow without giving it too much thought. The contract that Fu Han handed over was filled with starlight, and the lack of care little white dragon accepted it without any hesitation. The contract is completed. Fu Han is delighted. But it was the starlight emitted at the moment when the soul contract was reached that attracted the attention of the mother dragon. This time, all its heads woke up, got up, and quickly crawled over to observe the situation. Kikalu noticed the mother dragon's movements and hurriedly urged, "It's awake. Run!" Hearing this, Fu Han picked up the little white dragon and took out a handful of soft dates from his pocket and stuffed them into its mouth. After the confused little white dragon opened its mouth and ate the soft dates, Fu Han immediately took it back to the core area. We had to run quickly. The sound of the mother dragon wading in the water sounded like she was very close. The back of an adult hydra is 3 meters high, and with the head, it is a huge monster of 5 meters high. Although it looks clumsy when crawling on 4 legs, it is actually very fast because of its large size. Fu Han was about to run away when the multi-headed dragon suddenly roared. Compared with the little dragon, it was much more sensitive to smells and could smell Fu Han's scent from a long distance. It was not worried that Xiaolong would be taken away by Fu Han. The key point was that Fu Han invaded its territory, which was unforgivable. The irritable female dragon didn't hesitate at all. She opened her mouth and blew a breath of fire towards the vine where Fu Han was. A big hole was burned in the thick dragon vine in an instant. Fu Han and the female dragon suddenly met eyes behind the vine. There is only one way for a violent creature like the swamp hydra to deal with an intruder, which is to destroy it completely. So the hydra did not delay at all and breathed out another breath towards Fu Han. Fu Han didn't hesitate at all. Before the dragon opened its mouth, he had already run several meters away. Then, the breath of the multi-headed dragon drew a line of fire behind Fu Han. When facing the might of the multi-headed dragon, Fu Han realized how reckless his behavior was. However, it was too late to regret. He could only run hard. At this time, the big jade hand also felt the crisis of the situation, and it began to cooperate with Fu Han with all its strength to display the levitation ability, which immediately made Fu Han feel a little lighter. Only then did Fu Han remember Qixingdi. He looked around and nowhere to see the little girl. Qixingdi, getting lighter. Fu Han shouted. Qixingdi, who had immediately hidden in the soul world, finally remembered what she should do. She quickly appeared and shook her starlight tail towards Fu Han. Qixingdi's lightness quickly took effect, and Fu Han immediately felt his body become lighter. He took 2 steps at a time and quickly ran towards the route he had planned before. Fu Han ran in front, and the multi-headed dragon was chasing him hard, crawling very fast on all fours, and the dragon's breath was exhaled continuously. Fortunately, with the help of Big Jade Hand and Qixingdi, Fu Han was as light as a swallow at this time. The dragon's breath missed one after another, and Fu Han also jumped onto the dragon vine and was about to escape. However, at this moment, the multi-headed dragon also found that its breath would always be dodged when it was directed at the target, so it tried to breathe towards the point where Fu Han landed. There was a slight miscalculation in the lead time of this breath, and it exhaled before Fu Han landed. But the bad thing was that Fu Han could only watch as the dragon vine where he was staying was burned to ashes. Oh no! There was no suspense. Fu Han fell down in free fall. The multi-headed dragon quickly crawled on all fours and soon came to Fu Han's bottom. Waiting for the ice jade-colored bug to fall, it suddenly turned around and raised its tail and swung it, hitting Fu Han into the sky like hitting a baseball. Chapter 36: Lack of Courage. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of armor cracking, Fu Han felt a huge impact force. In a blink of an eye, Fu Han found himself flying out of the pit, and then he felt himself falling towards the water at the edge of the pit. Fu Han wanted to adjust his landing posture, but found that he was like falling apart and couldn't move at all. Puff, splash, splash, Fu Han fell into the water, splashing a large amount of water. The water was actually not deep, but Fu Han, who was lying flat, was immediately submerged in the water. Then darkness gradually filled Fu Han's vision, and Fu Han fainted. Fortunately, Fu Han's landing point was not far from Qixingdi, and there was a dragon vine as a base under the water, and the mud nearby was not deep. Qixingdi hurried to the place where he fell into the water. At this time, the big jade hand realized that Fu Han seemed to need help, so he quickly took off his colonial suit, and then used his only remaining hand to lift Fu Han to the shore. Qixingdi finally came to Fu Han and started to press Fu Han. After Fu Han spit out several mouthfuls of water, Qixingdi quickly used her spirit leaf fairy to create a chi-recovering fruit and stuffed it into Fu Han's mouth. After a moment, Fu Han slowly opened his eyes. Woke up! Fu Han looked around and said weakly, "Thanks to you," Qixingdi said anxiously. "You almost died." Fu Han said somewhat embarrassedly, "I'm fine." But Qixingdi still felt very angry. "I really don't understand you. Why do you want to go when it's so dangerous?" Fu Han said, "It's pitiful. I came from an orphanage. I know why no one wants it." Qixingdi's eyes were misty, and she asked, "So what's going on now?" "It seems I can move now." Fu Han moved his shoulders and sat up. Qixingdi frowned and said, "Then I don't think you're seriously injured. Are you made of iron? You just fell from such a height." Fu Han smiled and said, "Isn't there water?" "Thanks to you, otherwise I might have choked to death." Qixingdi sighed. "It's too risky." Fu Han's injuries were minor. When hit by the multi-headed dragon's tail whip, the big jade hand absorbed most of the impact. After falling into the water, the big jade hand quickly rescued Fu Han, so Fu Han only choked on some water and was slightly unconscious. In addition, Qixingdi gave him medicine in time, and after waking up, he was fine after a little rest. The two hid on the dragon vines and secretly watched the multi-headed dragon in the pit. After Fu Han was knocked away, the mother dragon regained her composure. But her alertness increased a lot, and she no longer dozed off when lying beside the little dragon cub, and her heads looked around. Looking at the devastated pit again, Fu Han couldn't help but feel scared. Large tracts of vines were burned by the breath of the multi-headed dragon, and wherever the dragon's breath reached, there were basically pits. Fu Han even found it a little hard to imagine that those marks were left by him. It was a miracle that he survived and was not seriously injured. Qi was also surprised to see the situation in the dragon pit. Fu Han's strength was indeed extraordinary. But the big jade hand paid a heavy price. Its entire right hand was missing, a large piece of the back of its head was missing, and its left hand was covered with cracks. In fact, Fu Han was only hit once by the multi-headed dragon, but due to the huge difference in star magnitude, the fully jadified big jade hand was seriously injured by just one hit. Fortunately, the jade hand has the ability to heal itself, and it can return to its peak state in just 2 or 3 days. Moreover, the jade hand is a rock life form, and it will not completely lose its mobility like an animal type if it is seriously injured. The big jade hand with one arm missing was still strong and reliable. It could still carry Fu Han and Chia and float forward over the swamp. This time, the two did not stay for long, nor did they scan the swamp beasts they had encountered to earn points, but headed straight to Huayuan. Once there, the two could walk so that Deyumashu could have a good rest. To the west of the forest area is the temporary headquarters of the survival class. Professor Chu and Lieutenant Colonel Wang Yun, who was in charge of air transporting cadets a few days ago, were handling a dwarf deer that had just been hunted this morning. The two of them were talking and laughing happily, and it looked like they were on vacation. In fact, Professor Chu stayed in the tent of the monitoring department for a while in the morning. At that time, Fu Han, who was the first to cross the assessment line, began to head towards the swamp. The eyes of the entire monitoring department were focused on him. Everyone wanted to see if he would do anything surprising, and Professor Chu was no exception. However, after waiting patiently for nearly 2 hours, everyone discovered that Fu Han went to challenge the hunting area, took a look, and then left, and the entire monitoring department was booed. Professor Chu also smiled and shook his head before walking out of the monitoring department's tent. After all, the others were still in the novice area, and Fu Han was fearful of battle, so there was nothing worth seeing in the short term. Intellectually, Professor Chu believes that it is normal to be cautious and act within one's ability. But emotionally, the entire command center was expecting the genius Fu Han to do something amazing to add some color to the dull survival class. But Fu Han slipped away. It was impossible not to be disappointed. Even Professor Chu felt a little regretful, muttering in his heart, "This boy seems to lack courage, which is a pity." At this time, Lieutenant Colonel Wang and his team happened to return from hunting, so Professor Chu focused all his attention on the prey and the barbecue. Although there were 2 exclamations from the monitoring department's tent just now, Professor Chu just looked back and continued to process the venison, because he really couldn't think of any key points worthy of his attention. And if there was really something important worth paying attention to, Zhang Yu would come out to report to him. Just as this thought came to Professor Chu's mind, he saw Zhang Yu crawling out of the tent and walking towards him quickly. Chapter 37, First Place. Seeing Zhang Yu coming, Professor Chu put down the deer leg in his hand, washed his hands by the stream, then stood up and waited for Zhang Yu to come and report. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yu's first words made Professor Chu suspect that there was something wrong with his hearing. "Professor Chu, one of the young hydras in the swamp hydra's nest is missing. The albino dragon is gone." "What? It disappeared? Why not? Can it crawl out of such a deep pit?" Zhang Yu said, "Someone's gone down there. We checked Fu Han's route and found that he went down into the pit." At this time, Lieutenant Colonel Wang, who was watching the fun, asked, "The pit with the female multi-headed dragon?" "The pit with the female dragon leading the dragons." Zhang Yu nodded. Lieutenant Colonel Wang still asked in disbelief, "Someone went down? Students?" Zhang Yu nodded again. "Oh my God, he's so brave!" exclaimed Lieutenant Colonel Wang. Professor Chu was also in a state of panic. He never expected that someone would be so bold as to do this. How could this be possible? Where is the person? Is he still alive? Professor Chu asked. At present, Fu Han and Qi are moving towards Huayuan, so they may not be in any serious trouble. Professor Chu then breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Does this kid have some hidden ability? He stole my dragon and ran away." Zhang Yu shook his head and said, "Not entirely. The drone has already reached the pit. Take a look at the situation at the scene." As he spoke, Zhang Yu handed the computer in his hand to Professor Chu. Professor Chu connected the computer, and Lieutenant Colonel Wang came over curiously to watch. At this time, the drone was hovering above the pit. Professor Chu controlled the drone to fly slightly closer, and then the camera began to focus on the situation at the bottom of the pit, zooming in again and again. Wow, damn, this young man, wow, he's okay. Lieutenant Colonel Wong, who was watching the fun, kept saying in surprise. Professor Chu was so shocked by the horrific wounds in the pit that he was speechless. He went down into the pit, startled the mother dragon, and was attacked to this extent? As a result, one of the dragon cubs was killed, but the man seemed to be fine? How is this possible? Is this something an apprentice beast master can do? Professor Chu asked Lieutenant Colonel Wong. If I ask you to go down, what do you think? Lieutenant Colonel Wong immediately scolded. What the hell? I'm not going. What's wrong with you? I won't go even if you give me a dragon. Seriously? Professor Chu smiled proudly and said, So, you see that these students in our college are good, right? Lieutenant Colonel Wong curled his lips and said, It's just average in general, but this one is really awesome. What's it called? Professor Chu smiled and ignored Colonel Wong's question. Instead, he said to Zhang Yu, Turn on the satellite to see if you can capture his photo. Notify him to do a health scan. Arrange someone to keep an eye on his route. Don't let him take such risks. Keep an eye on this potential talent. Zhang Yu nodded and thought for a moment before asking, But the reward for the winner of this course? Professor Chu felt a headache when this question was raised. The course points rankings have been arranged, and the students are supposed to be able to rank their performances. Moreover, the Fault Treasure Academy has decided to provide a young, multi-headed dragon as a reward to the first-place winner. Professor Chu had planned to give this albino young dragon as a reward, but he didn't expect that Fu Han would take it away the next day. Fortunately, the specific rewards were originally planned to be announced 3 days later, so that those students who did not actively strive to cross the assessment line could have a good time. If the rewards were announced in advance, wouldn't this situation mean that another multi-headed dragon cub would be lost? Just change the reward and just fool around. He has already received the reward, so he is number one in my opinion. Zhang Yu nodded and left. Lieutenant Colonel Wong complained. How stingy. He said he would give it, but now he won't. Shit, didn't he already have it? What else is there to give? Lieutenant Colonel Wong curled his lips and said, Didn't he earn it with his own ability? Did you give it to him? If it were me, I would give him a better reward. Professor Chu rolled his eyes and said, Just keep bragging. Lieutenant Colonel Wong said, Don't believe it? Why don't you give me someone to try? Professor Chu laughed coldly and scolded. Ha! Daydreaming. After leaving the swamp, Fu Han and Qi stayed in the buffer forest area between the flower field and the swamp to rest. Xiaozi accompanied Qia to pick some sweet and sour berries, and together with some roasted venison they brought in the morning, they had a simple lunch for the two of them. It was at this time that Fu Han remembered to come and see the little white dragon who had signed the life and death contract. Swamp Hydra. Race, multi-headed dragon. Evolution level. Initial. Attribute, dragon. Race value, 487, Lord level. Star Beast level, 5. Health, 100 rapidly growing. Ability, epic trait body of a multi-headed dragon. The powerful multi-headed dragon is one of the strongest predators on land, and it possesses an exceptionally strong special physique. A juvenile hydra will grow at an incredible rate if it is given enough food. As it grows, the dragon will grow more heads. Each time a new head is grown, the dragon's health limit will be exceeded. The vitality of a multi-headed dragon is extremely tenacious, and it has a strong regeneration ability. Even if one head is completely cut off, it can still regenerate in a short time. Unless all the heads of a multi-headed dragon are hit together in a short period of time, the multi-headed dragon will hardly die. Accompanying characteristic, flame gland. The hydra has a flame gland in its head, which secretes and stores glandular fluid that can ignite flames. The hydra sprays the glandular fluid out of its mouth to form a powerful flame breath. Special features: swamp adaptation. Swamp hydra has strong immunity to poisonous miasma. The multi-headed dragon has the worst temper in the entire continent, extremely strong destructive power, and incredible survivability. Everyone knew that the infamous multi-headed demon dragon would not die unless all its heads were chopped off, and Fu Han was naturally very clear about it. However, after carefully reading the information about the hydra, Fu Han had a clearer understanding of the details of the hydra. For example, it turns out that hydras grow very fast when they are young, which is good news for Fu Han. For example, the hydra's breathing ability is not a skill, but relies on its glandular organs to spray breath. This has both advantages and disadvantages. The good thing is that as the dragon grows bigger, its breath will become stronger and stronger. The bad thing is that Fu Han's Starforger ability can no longer help it improve the level of its breath. But there is no need to rush. If the breath cannot be learned, there are other skills that can be learned. Fu Han still has a way to make it grow quickly, and then the breath will naturally become stronger, and Fu Han doesn't have to worry about it. After taking a general look at the information about the multi-headed dragon, Fu Han summoned it out and let it move around. The little white dragon had been living in a pit in the swamp since it was hatched. It had never seen any plants except fireflies and dragon vines, so it was very happy to be summoned to a new environment. It looked and smelled everywhere, and occasionally nibbled on them to know the taste of various things. Qia still felt that the little white multi-headed dragon was much more handsome than its green brothers and mother, and she couldn't understand why such a handsome thing was rejected. With love and sympathy, Qia also wanted to be intimate with the little white dragon. However, the bad temper of the multi-headed dragon was immediately revealed. The little white dragon didn't like Qia very much. When Qia approached, it threatened and bared its teeth, and even sprayed some flames to intimidate. Qia returned home in disappointment, and Fu Han was delighted to see her. The little white dragon didn't like Qia, but he liked Fu Han very much. He always followed Fu Han closely, liked to get close to Fu Han's legs, and occasionally rubbed against him. Fu Han happily fed him the roasted venison bit by bit, and he was very happy to eat a little and play for a while. Seeing this, Qia said sourly, "Really, you have such a bad temper. You are not as good as Xiaozi." Fu Han laughed and said, "That's sour. By the way, what are you going to name this guy?" Qia pointed at the little white dragon and asked a question. The little white dragon immediately stretched its neck and wanted to bite Qia's finger. Fortunately, Qia reacted quickly and retracted her finger. "Ah, it's so fierce." Fu Han smiled and said, "It's quite white. In ancient Chinese, the pronunciation of bai is bo, so why not call it boya?" Qia said, "Not bad, it sounds nice." Fu Han thought to himself, "It's a rare opportunity for me to come up with a nice name." At this moment, Fu Han's terminal made a buzzing sound. Chapter 38, Extraordinary Growth Rate. Fu Han's terminal made a buzzing sound. I took it out and saw that it was a new task reminder. Please perform a health scan immediately. Fu Han was slightly stunned, and she also took out her terminal to check and found that she did not have this task. What does this mean? Fu Han was a little confused. Qia said, "Could it be that the academy discovered that you had been to the pit and wanted to know if you were seriously injured?" Fu Han nodded and said, "It is indeed possible." Without thinking too much, Fu Han turned on the health scan function of the terminal. The scan was completed quickly, and the scan results were submitted, and then the system had no response. So Fu Han opened the ranking list and took a look. His and Qia's course points had reached 10,300 points, and they were still at the top of the list. But the ranking list no longer had only 2 people, and several more names appeared. The third place was Fu Han's old acquaintance, Sang Jie. He has already gained more than 1,000 points, and it seems that he has begun to explore. Suddenly, there was a competitor. Fu Han and Qia did not delay any longer and immediately stood up and headed towards Huayuan. Huayuan has a warm climate and abundant rainfall, and flowers bloom one after another all year round. There are small herbaceous flowers all over the ground, as well as patches of rose vines and giant flower plants like the long-leaf sunflower that can grow up to 2 meters high. Having just come out of the smoky swamp and into the flower field, the two were in a really good mood. Fu Han felt that his mentality became noticeably more relaxed after he entered Huayuan, and his desire to chase the top spot in points faded a lot. Maybe it was because Huayuan was so beautiful and gentle, or maybe it was because Fu Han sorted out some thoughts on the way. After visiting the observation point of the swamp, the assessment task arranged by the academy was completed. Now Fu Han and Qia continue to explore, one for experience, and the other for seeing if they can encounter a star beast suitable for Qia. As for the selection, Fu Han guessed that his performance in the swamp pit had been known to the academy. It was estimated that no one would go down to the dragon pit like him and escape unscathed. If he couldn't be selected with such performance, then Fu Han felt that the Fault Treasure House was too dangerous, and it would be better for him not to go. Moreover, the credit for Fu Han's leading the way this time was all due to Yusho, but now Yusho was seriously injured and needed to rest. Fu Han lost his most important helper. In this case, let alone others, let's just talk about Song Zhe, whom Fu Han knew. He had a strong body that resonated with the star beasts, and Fu Han knew that he couldn't run faster than him. Instead, while strolling slowly forward, Qia discovered some useful plants. She said that if she found a few more, she could make a healing potion, which might help the big Jade hand recover. By then, the two of them can rely on the big Jade hand to visit the rainforest breeding area, which can also broaden their horizons. So the two of them decided not to rush on their journey. Fu Han simply summoned Xiao Zi and Boya to go out for an outing and enjoy the flowers. Unfortunately, Xiao Zi's sense of smell was too sharp, and the smell of the flowers was too strong for it. The pollen had a great impact on it. It was only excited for a short while before it wilted. Although Qia was extremely regretful, Fu Han had no choice but to recall Xiao Zi back into the core. Boya is very adaptable to the flower field. He likes the numerous flowers, plants, and insects in the flower field. He eats as he walks. Boya also hunted a lot of low-level insect-type star beasts by himself. He spit out small fireballs accurately and fiercely. When those flying insect star beasts fell to the ground, he would crawl over and eat them all up in a few bites. Fu Han wanted to go find a broken star, but couldn't find any trace of it. Fu Han was actually very interested in Hua Yuan's hunting challenge, but unfortunately the navigation of the star beasts in the hunting challenge was not marked. So Fu Han headed towards the observation point, looking at the terminal in his hand, hoping to get a prompt to search for the supply box. Not long after, a supply box was actually found. However, it was not a supply box for the hunting challenge, but a supply box hidden in a pile of queen flowers. The queen of flowers stinks, and the insects flying around it have changed from butterflies to flies. Boyeth doesn't even open his mouth to eat here, and the supply box is placed under the big petals of the queen of flowers. Fu Han firmly believed that the instructor who was responsible for placing the supply boxes must have some kind of psychological defect. But in line with the traditional principle of since we're already here, Fu Han still endured the stench and took out the things in the supply box. The supplies this time were pretty good too, with 3 long, thin sealed bottles and a whole pack of nutritious protein blocks. Although the sealed bottles were of no use for the time being, the protein blocks really solved the urgent problem. Since entering Huayuan, Fu Han had not seen any larger creatures, so there was no hunting. The nutritious protein blocks were just the right solution for the two of them. The only problem was that, considering the many insects in Huayuan's environment, Fu Han couldn't help but wonder what the protein block in his hand was made of. To avoid trouble, Fu Han did not express this doubt. If Qia knew that the protein block might be made of insects, she would probably go on a hunger strike. So Fu Han said nothing, just opened the protein block and distributed it to everyone. Fu Han had promised Kikalu to take it out to eat delicious food, and he had not forgotten about it. However, Qia was beside him at this time, so Fu Han did not call it out. Boya had a good appetite and accepted everything that was offered to him. Then Qia also ate some, and she thought it tasted pretty good. Of course, Fu Han ate it himself. The taste was actually okay, salty and fragrant, but the downside was that it was a bit sticky. During this time of resting and eating, Fu Han felt that Boya had grown up a little. After asking, she also felt that Boya seemed to have really grown up. Fu Han knew that Boya was in a period of rapid growth, but he didn't expect that the growth was so rapid. After checking Boya's information, I found that it really went from level 5 to level 6. This is what I mean by growing at an incredible speed. Now Fu Han was thinking about teaching it some skills, mainly because he wanted to know whether teaching it skills would allow him to enjoy the bonus of its rapid growth state. But after all, it was in the wild, so Fu Han didn't dare to teach it intermediate skills. Fu Han couldn't bear the weak mental state. But teaching it a basic skill was acceptable because Fu Han's mental strength had been upgraded, so teaching it a basic skill was not too hurtful. Among the primary skills that Boya can learn, self-healing is not very useful to him, because the hydra is born with extremely strong self-healing ability. Its self-healing ability is probably not comparable to the full-level self-healing, so it seems unnecessary to learn this skill. Boya cannot learn psychic skills such as glow and levitation. The only one he can learn is thunder slimes, lightning attachment. Fu Han was not sure how much effect lightning attachment would have on Boya, but he still planned to give it a try. After all, even if learning one level was useless, the loss would not be too great. Thinking of this, Fu Han summoned Boya back to the core and began to teach him skills. Chapter 39 Blood Blade Mantis. The skill transfer went smoothly, and the skill imprint cast by Fu Han was successfully absorbed by Boya's little star. However, when Fu Han checked Boya's condition, he found something unexpected. Fu Han was delighted to find that imparting skills could indeed benefit from Boya's rapid growth bonus. After learning a skill, Boya, who had just upgraded, increased his level from level 6 to level 9. This upgrade is too fast. It is much higher than the growth bonus brought by the high-efficiency core of the Big Jade hand. Fu Han estimated that Boya's state would not last too long. Otherwise, the star beast like the multi-headed dragon is too amazing. However, when Fu Han continued to check Boya's information, he found that Boya had not mastered any new skills. There is no change in the ability column. What's going on? Fu Han hurriedly summoned Boya to check. When Boya reappeared, Qia was so frightened that she took several steps back. Ah, what's going on? It's growing too fast. In Qia's eyes, Boya suddenly grew twice as big as it had been before just for a few minutes of not paying attention to him. It was probably the same as blowing up a balloon. Boya was originally only half the size of Xiaozi, small and cute. But in a blink of an eye, he was as big as Xiaozi. The scales on his body became much clearer, and his outline became more ferocious, so Qi was startled. Fu Han casually explained, all multi-headed dragons are like this. In fact, Fu Han himself was also shocked. After all, Boya's upgrade method was a bit too sudden. However, Fu Han was still very confused. Why had his body grown in size and his level risen, but he hadn't mastered any skills? What is this? After looking over Boya, Fu Han discovered something unusual. A yellowish protrusion had grown on Boya's body, which was still small and inconspicuous. This Boya is going to grow a new head? Is he going to become a two-headed dragon? After all, a multi-headed dragon grows a head every 10 levels, and Boya is already level 9 now. So it is normal for him to start growing a head. But why is it pale yellow? Fu Han was a little confused, and then he immediately thought of a possibility. Could it be that because of the skills taught to it, it has to grow a lightning head? As soon as this thought came to mind, Fu Han thought more and more that this was the case. It made sense that Boya's body absorbed the information of the skill and evolved into a lightning head. Otherwise, where did the skill go? Fu Han opened the terminal and checked the information of the multi-headed dragon clan star beasts. However, the multi-headed dragon clan had several hidden entries, and even Fu Han, who had intermediate database permissions, could not view them. Then Fu Han can only wait until Boya's second head grows completely before he can verify his guess. So Fu Han and Qi set out again. This time, Fu Han let Boya hang around outside. He hoped that it could eat more food so that its head could grow out faster. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the two received another reminder to search the supply box on their terminals. This time, the search area for the supply boxes is very large, just as large as the search area when the Swan Mosquito Queen was discovered before. Fu Han knew that this might be the location of a hunting challenge, so he quickly took Qia to the center of the search area. After Fu Han and Qia climbed over the gentle slope and passed through a patch of long-leaf sunflowers, they saw Qixingdi, who was wearing black clothes and had a silver blade in his hand, fighting in a low-lying area. Fu Han was slightly stunned and thought, why is it that every time I run into this guy, he is always fighting? At this time, Qia asked, someone else got there first? What should I do? Fu Han smiled and said, it's okay. He's an acquaintance. Fu Han summoned Xiaozi again and arranged for Qia to act as a guard. He warned her, don't get too close. You must be careful too. Fu Han nodded and took Boya towards the depression. Fu Han had seen information about the star beast that Huayuan was challenging to hunt before, and it was a bloodblade mantis. The bloodblade mantis is named after the blood-red color of its front claws. It is a very ferocious lone predator. It specializes in preying on other star beasts. The bloodblade mantis has the ability to hide and fly. It will hide in the shade of a tree and suddenly fly up to pounce on its prey. After catching the prey, it will bring it back to its nest and enjoy it slowly. When eating, it will try its best to avoid the prey dying too quickly and losing its freshness. Its eating method is very cruel. The bloodblade mantis, whose racial value reaches the elite level, is also a very popular combat pet. Its only drawback is that its vitality is relatively fragile. It is actually impossible to breed bloodblade mantises in an artificial environment like the Huayuan breeding area. This star beast is too ferocious and will seriously destroy the ecological balance of Huayuan in the absence of natural enemies. Therefore, the mantis for the hunting challenge was also temporarily arranged to be in Huayuan. Fu Han also scanned its star beast level, which was about level 25. It was just within the challenge range of a beginner beast master, but a contract was unlikely. At this time, the bloodblade mantis and Qixingdi were fighting fiercely. The bloodblade mantis, which was fast and had the ability to fly, put a lot of pressure on Qixingdi. In fact, at the beginning Qixingdi just wanted to give it a try, but after finding it a bit difficult to deal with, he wanted to retreat. Unexpectedly, the mantis kept chasing him. However, Qixingdi had already discovered Fu Han's figure, so he felt relieved. He began to deal with Mantis and waited for Fu Han to join the battle. After Fu Han approached, he didn't rush to join the battle, but teased. I say, why is it that every time I run into you, you are in a passive situation? Song Zhe said directly. Hurry up. Be careful that this guy runs away. Fu Han asked without further ado. How do we divide the spoils? Distribute according to need. But I also have a functional beast master with me. Got it, let's do it. As he spoke, Song Zhe's mercury magic blade suddenly began to change shape. Its blade gradually became longer and thinner, and bent into a hook shape. Fu Han smiled and walked forward with Boya, saying, Boya, bite it! Chapter 40. The Spoils of War. The Bloodblade Mantis is about 1 meter long and half a person tall. It has the ability to fly short distances and reacts very quickly to combat. Its pair of blood-colored front claws are very strong, to the point where it can fight head-on with the Mercury Demon Blade. It would be very disadvantageous for Song Jie to deal with it alone. As long as it is slightly suppressed, it will cunningly fly away, adjust the direction of attack, and wait for an opportunity to attack Song Jie. Although Song Zhe is very strong in close combat, there is really nothing we can do about it. However, the situation was completely different after Fu Han joined the battle. Song Zhe immediately changed his strategy after taking a glance at the multi-headed dragon Fu Han was leading. He changed the magic blade from a knife form to a hook form. Although the offensive and defensive capabilities were reduced, the restraining ability was greatly improved. When the Bloodblade Mantis found that the enemy had increased and wanted to escape, it was hooked by Song Jie on its front claw. Fu Han would not miss this opportunity and ordered Boya to use his breath to directly attack the wings of the Bloodblade Mantis. Boya's breath was much weaker than his mother's, and could only be considered a ray of fire. But its destructive power was no less, and it easily burned the mantis's thin wings completely in 2 or 3 strokes. Although the mantis without wings was still agile, it could not withstand Song Zhe's attack. With Fu Han and Boya shooting arrows from the side, the battle soon became a suspenseless battle. In the end, Song Zhe found an opportunity to cut off the head of the Bloodblade Mantis, and it fell to the ground. As soon as the mantis died, Boya excitedly rushed over and started to eat it. Song Zhe looked at the ferocious Boya and sighed. As expected of you, you are such a powerful star beast. Did you just contract it from the swamp? Fu Han smiled and said, as expected of you. You can see through the true nature of things at a glance. It is true that the contract was just signed today. Song Zhe sighed and said, I kind of regret not entering the swamp right from the start. But maybe it's useless. Did you arrive at the swamp yesterday? This class schedule is very favorable for your big jade hand that can levitate. I hurried and hurried but still ended up being a whole day behind you. Fu Han did not answer Song Zhe's question, nor did he deny that he had arrived yesterday. He turned around and waved to Chia, then said to Song Zhe, let's figure out how to divide the spoils. Song Jie nodded and said, I want its front claws. As he spoke, Song Zhe extended the mercury magic blade in front of the mantis's body. The mercury magic blade immediately left Song Zhe's arm and flowed to the ground, then flowed towards the mantis's pair of front claws. The mercury demon blade is also a very powerful predator, and Boya seems to be very afraid of it. Although dragons almost dominate the biological world, metal creatures like mercury demon blades are not on their menu after all, so there is no benefit in winning the battle against the demon blades. So when he saw the magic blade coming, Boya took 2 steps to the side, but he did not completely give up his prey. The mercury magic blade was actually only interested in the front claws of the mantis. It flowed to the side of the bloody blade and suddenly extended 2 blades. The front claws of the mantis were cut off instantly, and then the magic blade wrapped the 2 front claws into its body and returned to Song Zhe. The mercury demon blade was somewhat happy to leave Boya, and it tore its prey even more recklessly and ate quickly. Then Fu Han saw the yellow protrusions on Boya's body begin to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Song Zhe also raised his eyebrows and sighed. Although I have heard that a multi-headed dragon can grow a second head very quickly, seeing it with my own eyes still makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Fu Han asked, is it only the second head that grows fast? Song Zhe nodded and said, yes. In order to make the immortal body of the multi-headed dragon take effect, the multi-headed dragon will quickly undergo the first evolution and give birth to a second head. The feeling of Boya's head growing, as if it was about to drill out of his body, was indeed weird, but Fu Han thought it was quite cool. At this time, Chia also came over, and Fu Han introduced the two to each other. It was quite natural for young people to get to know each other after just greeting each other, and they were all familiar faces seen in the college. While they were chatting, Fu Han saw that Boya almost swallowed the broken star of the blood-blade mantis. So he hurried over and snatched the broken star from Boya's mouth. Boya was obviously unhappy, but after calling Kaka twice, he went back to eating his own food. After all, the broken stars are important spoils of war, so it is better to use them after everyone's consent. After obtaining the shattered star, there was no remaining value on the blood-blade mantis, so Boya was allowed to enjoy it. Songze led everyone to a supply box not far away. There is actually no course points for defeating the blood-blade mantis. Points are recorded on the supply box next to it. As long as the supply box is opened, the points information will be transmitted to the terminal. So if 3 people get together to open the box, they can all get points. The supply boxes at the challenge hunting points are obviously much larger, and you can tell at a glance that the rewards are richer than those in ordinary boxes. This is indeed the case. In the design of the academy, each challenge point should require 4 Beastmasters to cooperate to complete the challenge, so there are 4 rewards in the large supply box. Song Jie and Fu Han were indeed stronger, so they were able to complete the challenge alone. This way, the spoils could be shared more by the rich. The reward was also very practical, with 4 bottles of light healing potion. This was a very good 2nd level healing potion, which had a very good healing effect even on elemental creatures, and was exactly what Fu Han needed the most. So Fu Han took an extra bottle. There are also 4 2nd grade fragments of blood blade mantis in the box, plus the one in Fu Han's hand, a total of 5 pieces. The cheapest price of a 2nd class star fragment is around 30,000, and the star fragments of the blood blade mantis may allow the star beast to comprehend the excellent skill of quick reflexes. It can improve the reaction speed of star beasts and has a wide range of applications, so the market price is around 100,000 each, and it is still difficult to buy. Fu Han had already taken 2 bottles of light healing potion, and originally wanted to take only 1 star fragment, and the other 2 would each take 2. After all, Qi has saved Fu Han's life, so the 2 of them could no longer be considered employer and mercenary. They should be considered partners fighting side by side. Otherwise, how could they repay the life-saving grace? So Fu Han thought that Qi could share the spoils. It is indeed a common practice that functional Beastmasters can share the spoils even if they do not participate in the battle, so Songze has no objection. But Xia felt that she was already very thick-skinned to have obtained a bottle of healing potion, so she stuffed the 2 pieces of broken stars that Fu Han had stuffed in her hands back into Fu Han's hands. "I'll give them all to you. I'll go see what Xiaozi is doing." Xia ran away after saying this, not allowing Fu Han to refuse at all. Fu Han was stunned, thinking that he had taken more spoils. However, looking at Songze, Fu Han accepted it with a clear conscience. In fact, among the 3, Songze is the one who needs the skill, quick reflexes, the most. Because after his star beast learns this skill, he himself will also gain improved reaction with the blessing of life resonance. So Songje immediately expressed his wish to spend money to buy all the blood blade mantis star fragments. Although it had been agreed before that rewards would be distributed according to need, hard currency like broken stars was something everyone needed, so it was normal for Songje to propose purchasing them at the market price. Quick reflexes. This skill is also very useful for Fu Han, but Fu Han can obtain this skill by contracting a mantis star beast. So he just made a good choice and gave all 3 broken stars to Songze. Songze was also a wealthy man and paid immediately without even frowning. As a result, Fu Han received another 300,000 yuan. The remaining rewards were some nutritional blocks and mineral water, which were not worth sharing. Songje and Fu Han each put some in their bags, and that was considered the distribution of the spoils. At this moment, Chia suddenly shouted, "Come and see what this is?" Chapter 41, Lapis Lazuli Fairy. "Come and see what this is?" Hearing Chia's call, Fu Han and Song Zhe hurried over to check. At the edge of the depression, there is another patch of tall, long-leaf sunflowers. And in the green grass, under the shade of the long-leaf sunflowers, there are many gorgeous fragments. These fragments have a blue-green background and dark gold lace, and the texture is very gorgeous and beautiful. There are many fragments scattered everywhere, and some are even piled up in a small pile. When Fu Han and Song Zhe arrived, Qi was holding the fragments in her palm and observing them. Song Zhe frowned after just one look, and Fu Han quickly walked over and grabbed Chiya's hand, motioning her to put down the fragments. At this time, Song Zhe said, These are the wings of the blue gold fairy. Chia then recalled that she had seen information about this kind of star beast when she was looking up information before, and she immediately realized that these were the leftovers that the mantis had eaten after hunting the lapis lazuli fairy. Oh my god! Chia cried out in shock, looking at the debris all over the ground, wondering how many lapis lazuli fairies had fallen into the hands of the mantis. Lapis lazuli fairy is a branch of the Hanara fairy clan, named because its wings have a blue base color and dark gold lace. The Flower Plane Fairy Clan is a star beast unique to the Flower Plane landform. They are all very intelligent and have their own clan society. The Flower Plane Fairies are very good at taking care of flowers and plants, and they take care of the entire Flower Plane ecological environment. It can be said that the formation of the Flower Plane is inseparable from the hard work of the Flower Plane Fairies in addition to the climatic conditions. The body of the Lapis Lazuli Fairy is similar to that of a human being, about 30 centimeters tall, with colorful butterfly clothes on its body, tentacles on its head, and colorful butterfly wings on its back that are 50 centimeters wide when spread out. Although small in size, they have elite racial values. They possess powerful illusion skills and have excellent affinity with plants, making them ideal star beasts. But the Lapis Lazuli fairies have their own social system. They live in groups, build homes together, and maintain the ecology of the flower field. Most of them have families, friends, and clans. Therefore, they are very reluctant to sign contracts with beast masters, and it is rare to see successful contracts. Under the leadership of the queen, the fairies can launch a powerful illusion array and possess considerable combat power. Fuhan and Songzhe's combat power are impossible to match head-on. But the Bloodblade mantis is cunning and cruel. It probably uses its stealth ability to hide in the dark and sneak attack the fairies that go out to collect honey. Judging from the remaining fragments in the mantis's nest, dozens of fairies have been killed by it. It is really a pity that the beautiful and kind fairies have suffered such a fate. And the three of them all knew that if the Academy had not arranged the Bloodblade mantis for everyone to challenge, there would probably not be such a ferocious star beast as the Bloodblade mantis here. So Fuhan and Song Zhe sighed continuously. At this moment, Xiao Zi, who was the first to discover the fragments of the fairies' wings, shouted again not far away. Fuhan hurried over to check. Xiaozi found a still-alive lapis lazuli fairy in the grass nearby. In order to prevent the prey from escaping, the Bloodblade mantis tore off the fairy's wings. At this time, only a small part of its blue and white butterfly wings remained. In addition, the fairy's legs had been eaten away. Although it was not dead yet, it fell into a coma and was in great pain. Fuhan held up the goblin and asked, "Can this be saved?" Chia frowned and said, "We can only try." Fuhan handed the fairy to Chia and said, "Then give it a try." Chia took the fairy and knelt down. She first put the fairy on her legs, then summoned her spirit leaf fairy and asked it to start reproducing herbs that could relieve pain. Then Chia took out the light healing potion she had just obtained and dripped a little on the fairy's leg to stabilize its injury. Then Chia took out the 3 sealed bottles she had obtained from Queen of Flowers before and began to further prepare the light healing potion. Fortunately, she had collected some herbs on the way. Fuhan and Songzhe also watched quietly from the side. After all, other people could not interfere in matters such as curing illnesses and saving lives. Chia explained, "I have to increase the strength of the light healing potion and add some anesthetic function. I'm afraid that the light healing potion will not be able to hold on when it takes effect." "Is there still hope?" Fuhan asked. Chia became calm and steady as she began to work. She sighed and said, "I don't know. I can only try my best." At this time, Songjie noticed that there were some blue and white patterns on the remaining wings of the fairy. Songjie said, "This one seems to be a follower of the fairy queen. It should be more powerful." Hearing this, Chia said excitedly, "That's good. The next treatment will test its willpower." Then Chia began to concentrate on preparing the medicine. In fact, Chia's conditions were very limited, and the only ways to extract were grinding and squeezing. But she still let Fuhan and Songzhe witness a magical scene. After various herbal juices and pure elemental water were added into the light healing potion, little by little, the total amount of the potion not only did not increase, but was concentrated to only half of the amount. After the potion was prepared, Fuhan helped to hold up the fairy, and Chia dripped the potion onto the fairy's body little by little. The potion took effect quickly, and the fairy's broken limbs began to gather light and regenerate at a speed visible to the naked eye. This process was quite painful for it, and it trembled slightly as if trying hard to hold on. Jia also carefully controlled the rhythm of the treatment, slowly giving the medicine bit by bit, and the fairy's body recovered little by little. Okay, Fu Han asked. Not yet. As she spoke, Chia dripped the remaining little bit of potion onto the fairy's body. After waiting for the fairy's body to completely absorb the potion, she took the fairy from Fu Han's hands. Seeing that the goblin had stopped trembling in pain, Chia's brows relaxed. It will take time for the internal limbs to regenerate, but it seems to be holding up. Fu Han said happily. Luckily you are here. Chia smiled lightly and raised her elbow to wipe the sweat from her forehead. When will it wake up? Asked Song Zhe. Chia shook her head. I don't know. Maybe it will take a few days, or maybe I will wake up at night. What should we do next? Song Zhe asked again. Chia said, it still needs care. Fu Han asked, can we send it back to the goblin's village? Song Zhe said, yes, the observation point is the goblin village. Oh, have you been there? Fu Han asked. Song Zhe nodded. Chia said, okay, let's just send it back. At this moment, Fu Han suddenly felt his shoulder move, and it felt like Qixingdi was sitting on his shoulder, but when he looked down, there was nothing. Then Qixingdi's voice rang out in Fu Han's mind. No need to see him off, no need to see him off. The goblin has been watching for a long time. You and that guy should just move away from him. Wait a moment. Song Zhe, let's retreat. Chia, you stay here and don't move. As he spoke, Fu Han summoned Xiao Zi back to the core realm, then pulled Song Zhe back, while Chia stood there in a daze. Further away, further away. Qixingdi kept reminding, and Fu Han pulled Kingza back again and again. When the two retreated to about 50 meters away, a bright light suddenly appeared around Chia. Then many lapis lazuli fairies appeared from the colorful light and shadows, and they began to dance around Chia. Chapter 42, The Fairy's Invitation. What happened? What should I do? The sudden appearance of the fairy made Chia a little panicked, but she knew that the lapis lazuli fairy was a kind creature, so she did not rush to hide. Fu Han said, don't be afraid. They have no ill intentions. They just want to thank you. Song Jie raised his eyebrows and asked, how do you know? Fu Han responded in a low voice, I guessed. Song Jie thought to himself, how dare you guess this? In fact, it was Qixingdi who told Fu Han that it has the ability to communicate with other star beasts. At this time, Qixingdi said, wow, the fairies are going to bring the dancing girl back for a visit. The queen will also receive her, and there will definitely be a lot of rewards. Fu Han muttered in his heart, how do I carry this? Just as Fu Han had doubts in his mind, he saw light flashing on the bodies of the goblins. Then the light gathered on Chia, and then Chia floated up uncontrollably. Chia exclaimed. Fu Han reminded, don't be afraid. They want to take you to visit the fairy queen to thank you. At this time, Song Jie complained, aren't you guessing too specific? Fu Han ignored Song Zhe and asked Chi Lu in his heart, what about us? Doesn't the warrior who defeated the blood blade mantis deserve to be invited? Qixingdi said, what? You are dangerous people with a ferocious dragon and a cold-blooded magic blade. You will definitely not be invited. Give up. Xiao. Fu Han cursed inwardly, thinking, how about you secretly be her translator? Qixingdi said, no problem, let's go drink the fairy honey brew. Then Fu Han felt his shoulders lighten, knowing that Qixingdi had gone with Chia, and Fu Han felt relieved. At this time, Chia had been lifted up to the sky by the goblin. Fu Han shouted, just go and be the guest first, we will come to pick you up later. As he said that, Fu Han waved vigorously to Chia. Chia shouted, come earlier. Then she was carried farther and farther away by the fairies, and gradually disappeared from Fu Han's sight. Song Zhe spread his hands and said, is it really okay to let her fly away like this? Fu Han waved his hand and said, it's okay, just go pick her up. After saying this, Fu Han turned and walked towards Boya. When he came to Boya, he saw that this guy had already eaten the bloodblade mantis clean. Its yellow head seemed to have grown, and the two heads were entangled together and sleeping soundly. Fu Han couldn't see the condition of the yellow head for a while, but there was no rush. Fu Han had no time to care about Boya now. It was more important to pick up Chia, so Fu Han summoned Boya back to the inner core and then summoned the big jade hand out. Wow! Seeing the big jade hand, Song Jie was surprised and said, how come it is so badly damaged? This is a big jade hand. Fu Han took out the light healing potion and said, being beaten by the mother dragon. Where do you think my dragon cub came from? As he spoke, Fu Han sprinkled the light healing potion on the big jade hand. The big jade hand was different from the goblin. It was a rock life and actually had no consciousness. So the light healing potion could be given in one go, without worrying that the big jade hand would not be able to bear the pain of limb regeneration. Song Zhe certainly couldn't imagine that the female dragon Fu Han was talking about was a female dragon of over level 70. He thought it was just a slightly powerful female dragon, so he commented, "It's indeed a bit risky, but it's worth it." Fu Han smiled and didn't explain in detail. Sangja asked again, "Why didn't you stay with your good friend, but went with this girl?" Seeing that the arm of the big jade hand had begun to regenerate in the light, Fu Han sighed and said, "I met her when I was landing. I wanted to take her to explore for a fee. But later she saved my life in the swamp, so naturally I didn't talk about money." Sangze nodded and said, "She is really lucky to have met you. I have a feeling that she might be able to contract a lapis lazuli fairy this time." Fu Han said, "It would be best if we could sign a contract. It would be the best if Chia could sign the blue gold fairy, which would also fulfill Fu Han's wish. After all, she saved his life, and Fu Han really wanted to take her to contract a second star beast. As for my good friend, I don't know what his luck is like." Mu Chi's luck today was also quite good, and it can be said that this course has ushered in a major turning point. Last night, he slept in the wild environment, and nothing happened. Today, Mu Chi was much bolder, and the money in his pocket also gave him a lot of confidence. So after dawn, Mu Chi had a full stomach and started to move forward in big strides. After increasing his speed, Mu Chi was lucky enough to meet 3 combat beastmasters. This group of beastmasters all had ordinary backgrounds, and they didn't have any particularly powerful star beasts. But the 3 of them had a solid foundation of knowledge and rare good character. One of them sprained his ankle yesterday, and the other 2 stopped to rest immediately, intending to wait for him to get better before continuing. However, after a night's rest, the injured man's ankle not only did not get better, but worsened. The injured person didn't want to drag down the other 2, so he wanted them to go first and call for help. But the other 2 still didn't give up and began to look for a beastmaster with healing ability nearby. So Mu Chi, who was traveling alone, was picked up by them and joined the team. Afterwards, Mu Chi prepared some basic healing potions with the help of the Spirit Leaf Fairy, and the wounded man's leg soon recovered from the swelling and regained mobility. So Mu Chi successfully joined the team and headed north with everyone. On the way, Mu Chi discovered some useful herbs. Combined with the materials used to simulate the life of the Spirit Leaf Fairy, Mu Chi prepared a potion that could quickly restore physical strength. This potion was of great help when traveling. Everyone began to feel confident about catching up with the distance they had fallen behind, and Mu Chi was praised by everyone for this. Only then did Mu Chi realize some benefits that could only be obtained by following Fu Han, namely experience and respect. It feels good to earn respect for your abilities. It is completely different from the feeling of hiding in the botanical garden to tinker with potions and resell them to make money. That feeling gave people the feeling of a transaction, while today's is a recognition between partners. Moreover, Mu Chi felt that after this survival lesson, he would not be so afraid of the wild environment in the future. In fact, if his second star beast had combat power, Mu Chi was quite confident that he could venture into the wild. When he was thrown off the plane, just now, Mu Chi felt from the bottom of his heart that the instructors in the Star Chasing Academy were full of shit in their brains. How could they think of abandoning a functional beast master like himself in the wilderness? Now I realize that the college really has good intentions. I have really grown a lot in just a day and a half. Mu Chi laughed when he thought of this. This was probably the first time he realized how much progress he had made. A bottle of light healing potion restored the health of the big jade hand to 78. Although the big jade hand had not fully recovered and was still covered with cracks, it had grown back into a solid and reliable hand. So Fu Han stopped giving it medicine and saved the other bottle of potion for future use. Once again, Fu Han and Song Jie rode on the big jade hand and were led by it to the observation point. The journey that originally took an hour was completed in less than 20 minutes. When seeing the fairy village, Fu Han couldn't help but admire how valuable this survival lesson was. A wonder like the fairy village is not something you could see everywhere. Chapter 43, Colorful Forms. It is no coincidence that the fairy village is right in the center of the flower plains, because the climate tower of the flower plains is right in the center of the flower plains, and the fairy village is built on the climate tower. The climate tower is a nearly 100-meter high milky white tower. It is actually a living, giant, unconscious fungus-like star beast climate fungus. Climate bacteria also have their own cores and stars. They have the ability to influence the climate and will use their abilities to change the climate to the type they like. The larger the bacterial colony, the greater the range of climate it can influence. However, the fungus has the characteristic of a large group sharing one core, so it is impossible to be a contracted star beast. People first build a tower and then induce the climate bacteria to grow upward along the tower. When the bacteria grow up, they deploy circuits inside the tower and then stimulate the bacteria with electric current, changing the bacteria's demand for weather, thereby achieving the purpose of changing the climate. Unfortunately, this technology is difficult to use in human settlements because the environmental pollution in which people live is still too serious, and climate flora are more likely to be contaminated and die. However, the flower fairy can coexist well with the climate tower. The fairies cultivated a large area of thorny roses at the foot of the climate tower, then let the thorny rose vines climb up to the climate tower, and finally hung the fairy nest on the vines for a living. There is a large area of thorny roses at the foot of the climate tower, and the pink sea of flowers extends all the way to the waist of the white tower. From afar, the pink flowers, the white tower, the fairy's hood-shaped nest, and the lapis lazuli fairies flying in and out constantly. Although he could only watch from afar, this wonder made Fu Han feel like he was in a fantasy world. Lien Songjie sighed. I have heard that Huayuan's climate tower is magnificent, but I still can't imagine this magical beauty without seeing it with my own eyes. Unfortunately, the two old men had only admired it for a short while before the goblins came out in unison. They used magic to create a thick fog that covered the entire goblin village. Songjie was very depressed and asked, "Why do they cover themselves up?" Fu Han curled his lips and said, "Because the dangerous people with the ferocious magic dragon and the cold-blooded magic blade stood by their village for a long time, like two perverts." Ah, what? What magic dragon? Magic blade? The two of us? Are we dangerous people? Songzi gestured back and forth between himself and the fairy village and said, "Is this how they see us? I'm so angry. I don't know why. If I was misunderstood by humans like this, I wouldn't feel anything. But I feel very angry when they despise me." The cool guy Songze suddenly became talkative and was very angry. Fu Han also smiled and shook his head, saying, "Forget it. Think about that pink and white shining scene. It's something that only exists in girls' dreams. We should step back a little so as not to make them nervous. Fairies don't like straight men." The two had no choice but to retreat to the longleaf sunflower in the distance and wait, then fill their stomachs with nutrient blocks made of unknown ingredients. Although the nutrition block is not particularly unpalatable, it is probably far from the hospitality of the goblins. Thinking of the goblin honey wine that Kikala mentioned, Fu Han felt very uncomfortable. So he decided to pass on this feeling to Songze. "I heard that fairies can use honey to make wine, which tastes very good." Unexpectedly, Songjie nodded and said, "Yes, it tastes sweet and mellow. After drinking it, not only will you not get drunk, but you will also feel 100 times more energetic." Has this guy ever drunk it? I'm so angry. The nutrient block in Fu Han's hand suddenly lost its flavor. After wrapping up the nutrient block that he had taken a few bites of, Fu Han simply summoned Boya to check on him. He was in a hurry to leave just now and didn't take a close look to see whether its second head had grown or not. Boya was still very excited after being summoned. He immediately came to Fu Han and rubbed Fu Han affectionately with both heads. This time Fu Han saw it clearly. Boya's two heads had grown, one white and one yellow, and could move separately. Songze stood there in a daze for a while, and also felt that the nutrient block in his hand had no taste. "Why does your multi-headed dragon have two colors? Is it a colorful form?" Songzi asked. Fu Han thought to himself, "This guy is indeed from a noble family." He couldn't find any explanation for it in his intermediate database, but he just said it casually. But Fu Han didn't know whether Boya had evolved into a colorful multi-headed dragon, so he took out the terminal and scanned Boya. Soon Fu Han received information feedback, and as Fu Han expected, it was indeed a hidden entry. Colorful multi-headed dragon. The epic multi-headed dragon's special evolution form is the multicolored multi-headed dragon. In special cases, the multi-headed dragon may understand the use of elements before evolving. At this time, the new head of the multi-headed dragon will grow glands of the corresponding elements, thereby mastering the breath of multiple elements. A multi-headed dragon can have up to 9 heads, so a multicolored 9-headed dragon can master up to 9 different types of breathing abilities. With the coordination of the breath of different elements, the multicolored hydra has stronger combat power and a wider range of response surfaces than ordinary hydras. As Sanjia said, Boya evolved into the epic, colorful form. The principle of its evolution is the same as Fu Han had guessed before. It is a special evolution caused by mastering other elemental skills. Fu Han was very pleased. Now that he understood the evolution principle of colorful form, he had the confidence to use the power of Starlight Seal to evolve Boya into a perfect 9-color form. Thinking of this, Fu Han sank his consciousness into the inner core to carefully check Boya's condition. Name, Boya. Colorful, multi-headed dragon. Race, multi-headed dragon. Evolution level. First order special evolution. Colorful, 2-headed dragon. Attribute, dragon. Race value, 507, Lord level. Star Beast level, 10. Health, 200. Ability, epic trait body of a multi-headed dragon. The powerful multi-headed dragon is one of the strongest predators on land, and it possesses an exceptionally strong special physique. Accompanying characteristic, flame gland. The head of the hydra has a flame gland, which secretes and stores gland fluid that can ignite flames. The hydra sprays the gland fluid from its mouth to form a powerful flame breath. Special features, swamp adaptation. Swamp hydra has strong immunity to poisonous miasma. Associated features, lightning glands. The hydra has lightning glands in its head, which secrete and store glandular fluid that can trigger lightning. The hydra sprays the glandular fluid from its mouth to form a powerful lightning breath. After the evolution, Boya's racial value increased by 20 points, his health reached an outrageous 200, and he also gained a new feature, Thunder Gland. However, its rapid growth state disappeared, and Fu Han felt a little regretful. In fact, it is already outrageous. Fu Han just brought it out of the pit in the morning, and it had already evolved in the afternoon. What is there to complain about? After confirming Boya's evolved form, Fu Han said, "It has indeed evolved into a colorful form." Song Zhe sighed. "As expected of you, the big jade hand plus the multicolored multi-headed dragon. Both are rare special evolutions. You also have a different colored woodland wolf. Isn't that also a special evolutionary form?" Fu Han smiled and said, "It hasn't evolved yet. Then it seems that after evolving, it will also become some extraordinary form? How outrageous! I'm really curious about your talent for taming beasts." Fu Han said, "Growth enhancement. I'm afraid this is just one of them. Among the beast masters of this generation, I'm afraid only Qixingdi can compete with you to some extent." Fu Han raised his eyebrows and asked, "Do you mean that Qixingdi is stronger than you?" Boya. Chapter 44. You try it too. Qixingdi is the top student in the class and always ranks first in all his grades, but Fu Han has never heard of any rumors about him in terms of combat. Fu Han thought he was an academic talent. When Song Zhe came to invite Fu Han to participate in the exploration of the Fault Treasure House, he immediately thought of this person. Fu Han was a little surprised at the time, but now it seems that in Song Zhe's heart, Qixingdi is more powerful than Song Zhe himself. So Fu Han asked in doubt, "Do you mean that Qixingdi is stronger than you?" Song Zhe nodded and said, "He is also a dual-talented beastmaster. He should have 3 star beasts now. The star beasts are all very strong, not much worse than you. But he wasn't even on the list at noon." Fu Han asked in doubt. "It must have taken time to find someone." Song Zhe took out the terminal and took a look, then said, "Look, hasn't he caught up with us?" Upon hearing this, Fu Han also opened the rankings to check. On the leaderboard, Fu Han and Qi Yao explored 2 breeding area observation points, scanned a lot of star beasts, and also obtained a challenge hunting point. Their current points have reached 25,000 points, still ranking first. The scores of the following few were similar, all around 15,000 points. Among them, Song Jie and Qixingdi both had more than 15,000 points and ranked behind Fu Han. Fu Han made a rough estimate in his mind and found that exploring the entire breeding area would give him about 10,000 points, and completing the hunting challenge would give him about 5,000 points. For example, Sanjay explored Huayuan and completed the hunting challenge in Huayuan with a score of more than 15,000. Qixingdi also had 15,000 and obviously completed the hunting challenge. At this time, Song Zhe pointed to a few names on the terminal that Fu Han had never seen before and explained, "These are the leaders of the class. They almost crossed the assessment line with me. I saw them heading towards the rainforest, so I decided to try my luck in Huayuan." Fu Han looked at those people and found that they also had more than 15,000 points, which meant that they had fully explored the rainforest and completed the rainforest challenge. "So, Qixingdi went to the swamp?" Fu Han asked. "It seems so. By the way, didn't you encounter any star beasts in the hunting challenge in the swamp?" Why didn't you challenge it? Songzi asked. Fu Han couldn't help but frown when he recalled the group of mosquitoes. He said, I ran into the queen of swamp mosquitoes and her more than 200 children. Just looking at them makes my scalp tingle. Songzi said, the swamp mosquito queen? That is indeed a very suitable challenge for him. He has the talent of star resonance. Fu Han was slightly surprised. No wonder Songzi said that Qixingdi was very strong. It turned out that he had the strongest talent, star resonance. This talent is extremely powerful. A beastmaster with this talent can use the skills of his star beast to a certain extent. Compared with Songzi's life resonance, star resonance is much more flexible and is recognized as the strongest talent. Of course, this strongest does not compare to those talents that only exist in legends. What about Yi Miao? She hasn't even crossed the line yet. Won't she not be selected? There were already 40 or 50 people on the list, but Yi Miao's name was still not on the list, so Fu Han had this question. Songzi said, it shouldn't be. The ranking list should only be a reference for selection. Yi Miao is an auxiliary beastmaster, and her ability is also very strong. Whoever meets her will probably be lifted to a level that doesn't belong to them. The Academy should judge the value of auxiliary beastmasters from this perspective. For example, Chia. Although she is at the top of the list following you, I don't think the Academy will choose her because you are too strong. It doesn't matter who follows you. Fu Han nodded in understanding. It turned out that he should communicate more with people like Songzi in order to get important information. Songzi continued, you will definitely be selected. Just looking at the configuration of the star beasts, it will be difficult for the Academy to give up on you. Not to mention that your performance is very eye-catching. Fu Han smiled and said, so you were like this too? Songzi said, yes, in fact, most of the situations should be under the control of the Academy. If there is any dark horse, it is only you. Fu Han smiled without saying anything. At this moment, his terminal suddenly received a new message. I glanced down and saw that it was sent from the Tree of Eternity again. Fu Han was delighted and quickly picked it up to examine it carefully. My dear friend, you've surprised me again. You made the hydra evolve in just a few hours. I'm sure you'll be able to breed a perfect, colorful 9-headed dragon, so I'm looking forward to your performance. I think it's time to open up some hidden intermediate materials to you. I hope it will be useful to you. In addition, I have prepared one legendary contribution for you to commend your kindness. You have great abilities, and I hope you can contribute to the stability of Qixingdi in the future. I hope that before you make any decision, you will think of the contributions and sacrifices your ancestors have made for Qixingland. I'll always be watching you. Your friend, Eternal Tree. Then a reminder came from the terminal system. You have obtained one legendary contribution point. Now you can go to the legendary treasury to redeem rewards. Fu Han was very happy to have obtained another legendary contribution, but one thing surprised him a little. It seems that the Eternal Tree did not reward Boya for his legendary contribution because of his special evolution, but because of his kindness. Did it mean that I risked my life to go down to the pit to make a contract with Boya? It seems that the first time I obtained the legendary contribution was not because of uploading the information of the Big Jade Hand, but because I cultivated the Big Jade Hand very quickly. After that, Fu Han chatted with Songzi while waiting for Chia to come back. It didn't take too long. Around dusk, the thick fog protecting the fairy village dissipated, and then Chia was escorted out by the fairies. The goblins placed Chia not far from Fu Han and the others. When Chia came to Fu Han, with an excited flush on her face, she began to tell Fu Han about the fairies' hospitality. Chia's words were confusing, and she wasn't good at describing them, but Fu Han could still feel her excitement and happiness. The fairies put a garland on her head and performed a gorgeous fairy dance for her. When the queen arrived, there were also gorgeous magic fireworks. Then there were all kinds of strange fruits that Xia had never seen before and honey wine brewed by the fairies. The fairy honey brew was very delicious, so Xia filled all the containers she had and brought them back. At this point, Xia took out containers of various sizes from her bag, such as the seal jar that Ben used to hold water, the 3 sealed bottles that she took from the supply box, and the small beeswax jar used by fairies. I was thinking at that time that I must bring you more, so I brought their small jars as well. Look, aren't they cute? Be careful not to crush them. Come and try them. As she said that, Chia stuffed all the fairy honey wine into Fu Han's arms. Fu Han smiled and picked up a small jar, pinched it with both hands, and tasted a jar. To be honest, it was a bit too little. Fu Han only tasted some sweetness, and still didn't quite understand the taste. But soon Fu Han felt that his mental strength had recovered a lot. His eyes lit up, and he said, well, Very good. Being able to restore mental strength is exactly what I need. That's great, but it's a pity that there are not enough containers. Chia felt a little regretful. At this time, Sangze tilted his head and looked at Chia without saying a word. Only then did Chia remember that there was someone next to her. So Chia reached out and took a small earthenware jar from Fu Han and handed it to Sangze, saying, "Try it too." Pinching the small jar of beeswax between two fingers and looking at the large pile in Fu Han's hand, Sangze's smile widened. Chia didn't care what Sangze thought and continued to happily tell Fu Han about her experiences in the fairy village. Fu Han held back his laughter and listened attentively. The illustration function is now available. This is the star weasel that was just released today. Chapter 45, A Corner of Theology. In addition to delicious food and fun, the most important thing is the surviving lapis lazuli fairy. As Sangye said, the surviving fairy was indeed a follower of the queen, and it was ambushed while leading a team to investigate the fairy's disappearance. Fortunately, Chia treated it in time, otherwise it would definitely not have survived to return to the village. However, it was much better when it arrived at the village. The fairy elder took out the secret medicine, and the fairy queen also blessed it. So it woke up soon after returning to the village. It still remembers the intense fear and great pain that tortured it constantly, and it felt that it was about to die. Then the faint fragrance from Chia came, and soon it felt the pure power of light began to heal itself. Although the treatment was painful, it was nothing compared to being ruthlessly eaten by the blood-blade mantis. With the support of the power of light, the fairy rekindled its desire for life, so it gritted its teeth and persevered. It will never forget the great support that Chia's light fragrance brought it during the painful torment. After waking up, it immediately followed the scent to identify the person who rescued it. Chia was bright and beautiful, and she immediately became the goddess in its heart. Flower fairies naturally worship beautiful things, so they keep company with flowers. They themselves are also very beautiful. Beautiful fairies will be loved by other fairies, and the most beautiful fairy will be the queen of everyone. It just so happened that Chia was beautiful, and Kikala told everyone that Chia's dancing was even more beautiful. So the surviving fairy made up her mind to follow Chia, and its idea was approved by the queen. So Chia reached a contract with the lapis lazuli fairy, as she wished. However, the lapis lazuli fairy is still in the recovery period and is still very weak. Chia let it rest in its core space, so she didn't summon it out to show Fu Han. Fu Han was very happy for Chia. Although lapis lazuli fairies are common, it is very rare to contract a lapis lazuli fairy. This trip is really worthwhile. Sangze also nodded and said, "I understand now. If it were the two of us, even if we saved the goblin, it wouldn't follow us." Fu Han nodded and said, "Who would have thought that this contract fairy would also depend on appearance?" Fortunately, Qi Yashing is good-looking. Chia blushed immediately. Sangze coughed lightly and said, "But I have something to remind you. You'd better avoid summoning fairies and multi-headed dragons at the same time. You should know that multi-headed dragons are the most jealous, and they will try to destroy beautiful things." Hearing this, Fu Han and Chia looked at each other, and then looked at Boya, who was nibbling on the small yellow flowers not far away. A large patch of small yellow flowers had been eaten half by it, but it was still enjoying it. Along the way, Boya often ate beautiful insects and flowers, and he indeed leveled up because he ate a lot of insects. Fu Han always thought it was necessary for growth, but he didn't expect it was out of jealousy. Boya also particularly disliked Chia. He naturally hated Chia getting close to him and wanted to bite her several times. Was it because he was jealous of Chia's beauty? And Boya's mother and brothers don't like it. Is it because Boya looks better in white? Not out of rejection, but out of jealousy? When I think about it this way, everything seems to make sense. So that's how it is? The two of them suddenly realized at the same time. Fu Han asked curiously, "But why are multi-headed dragons so jealous?" Sangze paused and explained. According to legend, the multi-headed dragon is the incarnation of the god of jealousy, so it is changeable and jealous. Of course, the legends of the old gods often disguise natural phenomena as divine power, so the legends are not reliable. I think it is because it has too many heads, so jealousy and fighting are the norm. Upon hearing this, Fu Han fell into deep thought. The mainstream thought of the academic school is of course against theology, so Sangye does not believe in legends. But Sangye cannot deny that the old gods once existed. He just thinks that the gods may have been exaggerated and whitewashed by the old gods. Fu Han also began to doubt the authenticity of the theological legend because he thought of Kikalu. Boya, who even the yellow flowers on the roadside were jealous of, did not hate Kikalu at all. Even when Kikalu was riding on him, he would happily carry Kikalu forward. Is it that Kikalu is not pretty enough? Fu Han thinks not. It is pink and fluffy, very beautiful and cute. But Kikalu is a divine star spirit, and she is favored by all gods, so the multi-headed dragon, as the incarnation of the god of jealousy, naturally likes the star weasel. If we think about it from this perspective, the theological legend makes perfect sense. That's why Fu Han was confused. Ever since Kikalu said that Fu Han was the star forger, he couldn't help but pay attention to theology. He could ignore other things, but he should figure out his core, right? And Kikalu mentioned the star forger again, so Fu Han had to be more careful about theology. However, Fu Han is a student of the Star Chasing Academy and can only be exposed to theological legends critically, so Fu Han still has to rely on his own judgment to interpret more information. Unfortunately, the theological legends we know now are just the tip of the iceberg, and we can't infer any substantial information at all. Let's take it slow. Fu Han sighed in his heart. Then Fu Han suddenly remembered that something seemed to be missing, and thought to himself, "Where's Kikalu?" Kikalu has been hiding in the dark today to act as an interpreter for Chia. Chia thought it was a fairy communicating with her. Because of the hard work, Kikalu got drunk and is now sleeping in the fairy village. While it was still light, the three of them bypassed the fairy village and continued westward towards the rainforest. Fu Han and Chi had already been to the swamp, and Songze had no interest in going to the swamp alone, so he had to follow Fu Han. Fu Han set out again and took Boya back to the core area. After all, its rapid growth had ended, so he would no longer allow it to destroy Huayuan. Fu Han and Qi sat on the big jade hand together. Songze was embarrassed to squeeze in, so he led the way. When the three of them walked until it was completely dark, they found a place with many grass lantern monsters to stop and rest. The grass lantern monster and the moon lantern monster are close relatives. The grass lantern monster is very common in the flower field and is much smaller. They float among the flowers and plants and can also provide some lighting. At night, Chia, who had been excited all day, fell asleep hugging her sleeping bag, while Fu Han was still meditating and practicing beside the big jade hand. Sangjia was the most knowledgeable one. He quickly noticed that the source energy was more abundant next to the big jade hand, so he quickly ran to the big jade hand and began to meditate. After the training, Songze fell asleep with his head resting on the Mercury Demon Blade. Fu Han, who was on night watch, thought of the fairy honey wine in his bag and began to think about improving the skills of the Star Beast. Chapter 46, Alone in a Group. Although he had only tasted a little bit of the fairy honey wine during the day, Fu Han clearly felt the recovery of his mental strength. Fu Han was very familiar with mental strength supplements. He estimated that the fairy honey wine was at least equivalent to a level 2 mental strength supplement, and it was of high quality. So with these fairy honey wines, Fu Han inevitably started to think about teaching skills to the Star Beasts. However, after carefully looking at the skills of the Star Beasts, Fu Han discovered a problem. The skills of Xiao Zi and Dayu Shou could not be upgraded by teaching them once or twice. Fu Han was in the wild at this time, so even if he had supplements, it was not very suitable for him to consume a lot of mental energy. Only Kikalu and Boya, the two newly contracted Star Beasts, can learn skills and be upgraded immediately. But Kikalu hadn't returned to the Colonel until late at night. Fu Han still didn't know whether it could learn any skills. When Kikalu and Fu Han went down to the Dragon Pit, the problem of insufficient execution was already reflected. Moreover, it was in a free and undisciplined state, and Fu Han had no confidence in changing its temper. In fact, there was no need to change it. Fu Han realized that he had been wrong from the beginning. The Star Weasel is a legendary star beast with outstanding racial values and is naturally endowed with all psychic skills. Fu Han's first instinct was that the Star Weasel should be very powerful. But in fact, this guy is uninhibited and loves freedom, and with the characteristics of being favored by God, he will be welcomed wherever he goes. He does not need to fight at all, nor does he have a fighting mindset. In the final analysis, the Star Weasel is a star beast that is not suitable for combat. However, Kikalu is also very useful without having to participate in the battle. Apart from anything else, just being able to communicate with other star beasts has brought great convenience to Fu Han. After thinking these things through, Fu Han gave up the idea of letting Kikalu fight. As for its skills, Fu Han thought it might be better to ask it itself. If Kikalu wanted to learn any skills, Fu Han could find them and teach them to it. If Kikala doesn't have anything she wants to learn, being a mascot would be nice. Then there is Boya, and Fuhan also carefully considered its training. In Fuhan's skill library, there is currently a skill suitable for Boya, that is Xiao Zi's Dark Blessing. Fuhan felt that after imparting this skill to Boya, it should begin to grow its third head, and when it reaches level 20, a dark head will be fully grown. But the problem is that Xiao Zi already has dark attack capabilities, so there is some duplication in the coverage of abilities. The upgrade of Star Beast is slower and slower. Boya grew his first head very quickly, but it was not so easy when he grew his third head. The fourth and fifth heads would become increasingly difficult. Therefore, Fuhan thought that he should choose the attributes of Boya's new head reasonably. The dark system is not the most ideal. Before Boya reaches level 19, Fuhan does not want to rush to let it learn Dark Blessing. Among the common elements, Boya already has two practical elemental attributes, lightning and fire. The remaining more ideal ones are light, ice, and wind. The advantage of the light system is that it has absolute restraint against the dark system. Fuhan had seen the ferocious beasts cultivated by the old gods before. Although the big Jade hand easily suppressed the opponent at that time, the lack of light attacks still failed to deal a fatal blow to the opponent. Fuhan felt that he would inevitably have to fight against these old gods, so it would be best if he had the ability to attack with light. Ice abilities are very useful. For example, if you have ice abilities in a swamp, you can freeze the water to gain a foothold. In addition, alternating between the breath of ice and fire should be very powerful. It can be used to destroy very solid objects. The wind system and the thunder and fire system have very good compatibility, so they are also within Fuhan's consideration. Unfortunately, Fuhan's black hole does not have these elemental skills that can be used to teach Boya. Although there is a light-based luminescence, Fuhan tried it and Boya couldn't learn it at all. It seems that not all skills of the corresponding faction can help Boya grow a new elemental head. Only the more basic elemental skills such as lightning attachment and dark blessing can help Boya spawn a new elemental head. In this case, Fuhan still has to continue looking for skills. In addition to the elemental head, Boya also has a very strong body. Fuhan was hit by the tail of a multi-headed dragon himself, and he knows the power of it very well. So in addition to breathing, physical skills, amplification, and strengthening are also very suitable for Boya, so Fuhan must also collect these types of skills. Thinking about this, Fuhan suddenly realized that he had overlooked a skill that was very suitable for Boya. Xiao Zi's primary skill, collaboration. It is easier to find opportunities to attack the opponent's weaknesses when fighting with a partner. Boya's multiple heads fight independently, and they are fighting partners with themselves, forming a group on their own. I have been thinking about how to assign an elemental head to Boya, but I forgot about such a practical skill. And it is still a primary skill, and it will not have much impact on the cold after it is taught. Great! Fuhan made the sound of a kitten. Without any delay, Fuhan immediately taught this skill to Boya, and Boya successfully mastered this skill. After thinking about it, Fuhan also taught Daishu a skill called collaboration. Although the skill of collaboration cannot be upgraded, the more star beasts that possess this skill, the greater its effect will be. With Big Jade Hand, Little Purple, and a bunch of Boya's heads, the skill effect should be outstanding. After teaching two skills, Fuhan took out all the fairy's small jars and poured them into his mouth little by little. After his mental strength began to recover, he also leaned on the Big Jade Hand and fell asleep quietly. When Fuhan woke up the next day, he found that the sun was already high in the sky. Fuhan sat up and found Qi putting a flower on her Big Jade Hand. Song Jie was aimlessly picking flowers in a field of small blue flowers not far away, picking one and throwing one, a bit like Boya. Fuhan thought he might be jealous of those flowers. "You're awake?" Chia asked in surprise. Upon hearing this, Song Zhe let go of Hua Tian and came over. "You're finally awake." Seeing the time was already 10:50, it was indeed late. Fuhan asked in surprise, "Why didn't you wake me up?" Song Zhe said helplessly, "I heard that you don't sleep much, so I told you to rest more. Have you slept enough now? I've been waiting for you for almost 4 hours. I'm bored to death. Let's go." Fuhan nodded and stood up. Just as he stretched, he noticed a group of students walking towards the center of Huayuan in the distance. Fuhan pointed and said, "There's someone here." Chia said, "There were more people this morning. We met 2 or 3 teams." Song Zhe said, "Yes, everyone who should arrive has almost arrived, so it will be lively here." Fuhan raised his eyebrows and quickly took out the terminal to check the rankings. He and Qixingdi were still at the top of the list, but Qixingdi and other pursuers had basically reached 20,000 points, which was also very close. But Fu Han didn't care about his ranking. He started searching further down. At this time, the number of people on the leaderboard had reached more than 280. After 5 minutes of searching, Fu Han finally found his good brother Mu Qi's name, which was around 250th. Fu Han laughed and said, "Oh, you crossed the line. Not bad." Fu Han was very happy for Mu Qi, who was able to pass the assessment line with his own ability. But Fu Han didn't know that Mu Qi almost cried when he saw the ranking list today. Chapter 47, A Little Strength. The other 3 Beast Masters in Mu Qi's team all came from ordinary families, and their second Star Beast contracts were very dependent on this survival lesson. But in the past 2 days, the few of them hadn't even encountered the shadow of the Star Beast, so it was not difficult to guess that the highlight of this course was actually behind the assessment line. Because someone was injured before, several people fell behind a little bit, and it was impossible to say that they were not anxious. But after Mu Qi joined the team, he provided everyone with potions to restore their physical strength, so everyone worked hard to make up for the lost time. At around 10 o'clock in the morning on the 3rd day, several people successfully passed the assessment line. Needless to say, everyone was very excited when they found that the college had opened some breeding areas. Mu Qi was in a very good mood until he opened the rankings. Mu Qi was of course very happy that Fu Han was at the top of the list, but after looking at the list carefully, Mu Qi found some clues. The top-ranked people are in groups of several people, and everyone in a group has the same points. So you can tell at a glance which people are acting together. The person who acted with Fu Han and also ranked first on the list was Qixingdi, who was someone Mu Qi knew. Qixingdi is a beauty. Everyone often goes to the cultivation garden, and beauties like Qixingdi are naturally the focus of the boy's eyes. Qixingdi is just a familiar face to Mu Qi, but in Mu Qi's eyes, Qixingdi is more than just a simple impression. Boys naturally admire beautiful girls wherever they see them. Not to mention Mu Qi, all the boys who hang out in the cultivation garden would be tempted. Qixingdi is the recognized goddess pharmacist in the cultivation garden. In Mu Qi's heart, Qixingdi is also a goddess, not to the extent that he cannot live without her, but it would not be true to say that she is not in his heart. So when Mu Qi saw the rankings today, he felt really jealous. Thinking back to my first day, I was so scared at the slightest movement that I dug some cassava from the ground like a stupid groundhog and ate it. After eating, I farted so much that I dared not see anyone. Look at Fu Han again. This guy was lucky enough to meet the goddess, but he actually brought the goddess to the top of the list. Others were in groups of 3, but Fu Han was alone with Qixingdi. Damn, with a beauty by my side, I can move forward fearlessly. Mu Qi was really jealous. Mu Qi knew Qixingdi's level. Her ability to identify and make medicines was slightly inferior to his. Her fighting ability was even more ridiculous. Mu Qi was a man after all, so he had some physical advantages. Qixingdi was a delicate woman, so how could she have any physical strength? Mu Qi had seen Qixingdi eating. She ate less than a cat in one meal, and she ate slowly as if she was counting grains of rice. How could such a weak woman, following Fu Han, make it to the top of the list? This kid Fu Han is really outrageous. He became so strong without saying a word. Damn it, Fu Han, I will definitely avenge you for stealing my wife. From now on, I will charge you more money when I make medicine for you. I will punish you. Mu Qi thought viciously. However, Mu Qi immediately thought that his sanction plan did not seem to work. Because Qixingdi was also a pharmacist, Fu Han did not have to make medicine himself. I'm so angry. There's nothing I can do to him. Mu Qi was angry, and the boy in the team suddenly asked, Brother Qi, is Fu Han, the first place winner, your brother? Yes, it's him, my brother. Mu Qi replied. That's amazing, right? Only 2 people got the first place. Mu Qi smiled and said, Actually, it's the same when he's alone. The Qixingdi with him is the recognized goddess in our cultivation garden. She is really beautiful, but she has no fighting power like me. Ah, are they a couple? No, I guess he just happened to meet her and brought her along. My brother is a loner and rarely interacts with people, so they probably didn't know each other before. One person? Too strong. Is his family well off? How come I've never heard of it? Speaking of Fu Han's family background, Mu Qi felt a little ashamed. He lowered his head to defend his brother and said, My brother is awesome because he relies entirely on himself. He was born in an orphanage and was also the initial star beast assigned by the academy. At this time, another young man was surprised and said, Really? It's still hard to believe that you can be so strong on your own. Yes, Mu Qi said firmly, Before he was taken from the orphanage to the academy, he didn't even have new clothes. But he is now the strongest in our class. Of course, it is difficult to do it, but it is indeed possible. A young man said, "That's awesome. From today on, my idol is Fu Han. Is he handsome?" "Kumi," Muchi cursed. "You're much uglier than me." "Haha, I don't believe you." Everyone laughed. Muchi rubbed his nose with the back of his hand and smiled embarrassedly. "Damn, I can't scare you. Can I be more handsome than me?" "He is strong and looks good." He brought the goddess of our cultivation garden to the top of the list. "This guy is really handsome. There are many pretty girls, and true brothers will not be affected by such trivial things." After a few words, Muchi's unhappiness was completely gone. So when talking about Fu Han, Muchi was also proud of it. For the young men, ranking is not what they are pursuing. They are more concerned about whether they can contract a second star beast. So one of the teenagers asked, "Brother Chi, what should we do next? What do you think?" Muchi always gave the right advice and the support that everyone needed most, and he had already become the core of the team. The other 3 beast masters were not necessarily younger than him, but they didn't mind calling him brother. Muchi enjoyed it very much because he had earned the respect by himself. After concentrating on reading all the information and maps, Muchi suggested, "The swamp is too difficult. Let's just give up. I have plant affinity, which is good for both the flower field and the rainforest. However, the climate in the flower field is too mild, and it is not easy to breed powerful star beasts. The rainforest has a very rich variety of star beasts. Otherwise, we should take a risk and go to the rainforest to try to get the second star beast." "Good. Okay, listen to Brother Chi. Then let's go quickly. I don't want to delay at all." As they spoke, everyone stood up together, and Muchi said, "Okay, let's go." After walking a few steps, someone couldn't help but ask, "Hey, Brother Chi, if we run into Brother Fu Han, can we ask him to lead us?" Muchi said, "Of course. He and I are close friends. It's just that we haven't met yet. If we had, I would be the top of the list. As long as we can meet, I will definitely ask him to accompany us to find a suitable star beast. Then we still have to accept Brother Chi's kindness. In fact, if we meet, it is understandable that you follow Brother Fu Han. Brother Chi is willing to help us, which is all out of friendship." Muchi smiled and said, "We are brothers who have come here by supporting each other. I wouldn't be here without you, so there is no way I, Muchi, would leave you alone. Besides, my brother and I have a special relationship, so he would not abandon me. So whenever we meet, we must go together. But look at this, there are 3 breeding areas. If he goes to the rainforest first, and then the swamp, it will be very difficult to encounter him. But it doesn't matter. Let's cheer up and cooperate. It's just a star beast in the breeding area. We can handle it." Brother Chi is right. Brother Chi said that Fu Han also relied on himself, so we can rely on ourselves too. "Yes, let's go." At this moment, the uneasiness and worry in the hearts of several people were gone, and Fu Han did not expect that he could also provide some motivation and energy to other students from ordinary backgrounds. In fact, at about the same time, Fu Han and his group also entered the rainforest from another direction. However, Fu Han and his group moved faster and soon went deep into the rainforest. Chapter 48 Plop. In fact, there is a rough upper limit to the points you can get from the course because there are only 3 observation points, and the types of star beasts in each landform are relatively fixed, so the total number of points you can get is limited. This time, 3 groups of people completed the 3 hunting challenges separately, and no one was able to obtain 2 challenge hunting points. This means that the final winner of the top spot may depend on the exploration speed. Fu Han and Qi have finished exploring the most difficult swamp earlier than others, and are currently at the top of the list. While others are still struggling in the swamp, Fu Han can still use his mobility advantage to quickly explore the rainforest to ensure his rank. Fu Han was originally quite calm, but this victory was almost within his grasp. Fu Han thought, "Let's just put in a little effort to fight for it." So as soon as they set out into the rainforest, they went into full speed. Song Jie also showed his true ability this time. Fu Han and Qi sat on the big jade hand, while Song Jie relied on his legs to fly close to the ground in the forest, and the speed of the big jade hand could only keep up. However, after going a little deeper into the rainforest, the vegetation in the forest became more and more lush, and the group's speed inevitably slowed down. Fu Han looked up and saw that the crowns of the giant trees seemed to block out the sun. Then he looked at the low vegetation on the ground, which was still dense, so much so that Song Jie had to use a knife to cut a path. Fu Han asked in confusion, Why are the plants below so dense even though they don't get any sunlight? Chia was very knowledgeable about plants. She pointed to the thick tree trunks above her head and said, "Look carefully at those tree trunks." Fu Han looked at the tree trunk and noticed that there seemed to be light coming out of the trunk, and the light source was the light branches extending from the trunk. I thought it was the Tyndall effect when I didn't look closely just now, but now I found that the light branches seem to grow from the trunk. Hey, what is that? Fu Han asked again. Unexpectedly, Chia kept it a secret at this time. You will know when we get to the observation point. Fu Han raised his eyebrows and said, "So, you already know what the observation point is?" Chia nodded and said, "I'll give you a hint. Although it's in the center, it's not the climate tower." Several star beasts that could affect the climate suddenly flashed through Fu Han's mind. But before he had time to think about it, his eyes were attracted by a bird with colorful feathers in the forest. "Look, it's the lyrebird." Chia looked in the direction Fu Han pointed and exclaimed in surprise. "Wow, it's so beautiful." The lyrebird has a beautiful golden long tail feather, and it can imitate almost any sound, making it a very popular pet-level star beast. However, Fu Han thinks that the lyrebird in the rainforest is much more beautiful than the one in the cage. There are indeed many kinds of star beasts in the rainforest. In addition to the plant-based star beasts everywhere, birds, anacondas, leopards, and monkeys also appear frequently. The two of them never stopped scanning the terminal along the way, and it was quite overwhelming. It was Tsang Zhe working hard to clear the way in front, while the two of them were using the terminal to scan the star beast in the back. The contrast in atmosphere was really quite big. However, this situation did not last long. Tsang Jie was very strong. After overcoming all obstacles along the way, the group soon arrived near the observation point. After receiving the notification of increased points, Tsang Jie leaned against the tree trunk to rest, panting. At this time, there was only a large leaf of vegetation between them and the observation point, but Tsang Jie had no intention of moving forward. Fu Han asked him, "Aren't you going to take a look?" Tsang Zhe shook his head and said, "No, it's too bright. It's not like I haven't seen it before." Fu Han curled his lips and thought, Yes, you are well informed, but a country boy like me should go and take a look." Chia originally wanted to go with Fu Han, but Tsang Zhe reminded her, "It's better not to go. You will get tanned." Chia immediately couldn't move her feet. Fu Han shrugged and said, "I'll be back after taking a look." In fact, Fu Han had roughly guessed what the observation point was, because the clues given by the two people had already pointed directly to the answer. As the big jade hand helped to push away the large leaf plants, the strong light made Fu Han squint. Fu Han raised his hand to cover his forehead and looked up slightly. As expected, as he guessed, the observation point of the rainforest was an ancient strange tree, Nine Yang Divine Tree. The legends and records of the Nine Suns Divine Tree even predate the old gods. In the ancient times before the old gods, this ancient species existed in the Qixing land. According to legend, in ancient times, there was a end barrier covering the sky in Qixing land. At that time, all living beings in Qixing land could not see the sun, and even their souls could not find their way home. In the entire Qixing land, only the Nine Suns Divine Tree could grow freely, and their treetops could break through the end barrier and glimpse the starlight in the universe. It is not accurate to describe the Nine Suns Divine Tree as a general term like Star Beast, but the Nine Suns Divine Tree is indeed a life form with a core. Not only does it have a core, but it has 9 of them, and it is the only species in Qixing land whose core has a concrete manifestation in the real world. The 9 sunflowers hanging under its canopy are the embodiment of its core. In ancient times, the word sun was used specifically to describe the sunflowers of the Nine Suns Divine Tree. It was only after the end barrier was dissipated and the old gods descended that people who saw the sun began to call the huge blue celestial body in the sky the sun. The Nine Suns Divine Tree does indeed have the function of the sun. Its sunflowers emit light like the sun and provide energy. Not only that, its crown reaches the sky, and the golden leaves on the crown collect starlight, which then flows along the crown to the huge root system underground. The ground veins formed by the root system transmit the starlight to all the trees. Eventually, all the giant trees would extend branches of light, providing light energy to the vegetation on the ground. The branches of light that Chia had shown Fu Han earlier came from this. If we use the standards for measuring star beasts to look at the current Nine Yang Divine Tree, then it is undoubtedly a legendary quasi-god level star beast. According to legend, the Nine Yang Divine Tree originally possessed divine nature like the Tree of Eternity. In ancient times, the end barrier caused all things to wither. In order to spread its light to further places and cover more land, the Nine Suns divine tree made a sacrifice. It first divided itself into 10 parts and planted them separately. Then these 10 parts of the divine tree continued to differentiate and spread everywhere. In the end, the divinity of the divine tree disappeared, but the ecology of the entire Qixing land was completely preserved. Therefore, the Nine-Yang sacred tree is also regarded as a symbol of fatherly love, majesty, and sacrifice. The sacred tree can provide nourishment to the entire rainforest, but there is no grass growing at his feet, which makes me feel that fatherly love is like a landslide. In fact, it is because the light energy emitted by the sacred tree is too blazing, so it is difficult for plants to survive at its feet. This is the side that symbolizes the majesty of the Father. Seeing the legendary tree, the two wanted to scan it with the terminal, but they found that the optical equipment of the terminal could not work under the strong light of the tree, so they had to give up. This sacred tree is actually quite young, with a golden trunk that is over 400 meters in diameter, which means it is over 400 years old. I don't know how the Academy cultivated it, or if it was originally here, so they built a breeding center around it. The roots of the sacred tree were actually under a deep pit. Fu Han moved a little closer to look at the bottom of the pit, and found that there were many light elves moving around at the feet of the sacred tree. There was no vegetation at the foot of the sacred tree, but the area around it was a paradise for light-type star beasts. Fu Han guessed that there should be more light-type star beasts living above its canopy. I've been thinking about whether I could contract a light-type star beast to get some useful light-type skills, so as to help Boya breed a light-type head. Now thinking of the many light-type star beasts on the sacred tree, Fu Han couldn't help but be tempted. But this was not the nine-headed dragon's pit, and he could go down after a fight. The whole body of the sacred tree was covered with strong light elements. A rookie like Fu Han would be burned to ashes if he touched it. Even with the big Jade Hand's colonization suit, he could only resist for a few more seconds. There was really no room for maneuver, so it's impossible to go up. Fu Han thought, why not wait under the tree for a few days, in case a star beast accidentally falls down? Just as Fu Han was thinking about this, a round object fell from the tree. Plop! It fell at Fu Han's feet. Chapter 49, Under the Sacred Tree. A round object fell from the tree and landed at Fu Han's feet with a thump. Fu Han was stunned. A closer look revealed that what fell from the tree was a round star beast, with a leaf-shaped veil of light on its head, and a pair of short legs wrapped around its round body. At this moment, its legs were trying to swing, as if it wanted to right itself, but because its legs were too short, it seemed to have no effect. Fu Han asked in surprise, "What is this?" Then Fu Han pointed the terminal at the light-type star beast, wanting to see what information the eternal scar tree would give. However, although the light curtain on the star beast was not very dazzling to the naked eye, it was very bright under the lens of the terminal, and the optical probe of the terminal lost its function. Fu Han thought, it seems that the terminal model given by the Academy is too old. People outside are using roller-type ones, which can't even scan out a star beast. Fu Han spread his hands, put away the terminal, and thought, should I take it to Qixingdi and the others to have a look? But Fu Han quickly rejected this idea. He thought, if I take it to Qixingdi to see, maybe I can get the answer, but if I want to think about the contract again, it will be difficult to do it without their knowledge. It was rare that the two of them did not come here by themselves, so it would be better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Or I should try to sign the contract directly, said Fu Han. Fu Han couldn't train all the star beasts, but Fu Han still had a lot of spare core, so it was useless. Besides, Fu Han could get skills from the star beasts, and Boya's third head also needed skill support. It wasn't easy to find a light star beast, and now there was one at his feet, so Fu Han no longer hesitated. He began to concentrate on drafting the contract, and then reached out to the fat light-type star beast. The scorching light from the fat star beast burned Fu Han, which in turn made Fu Han happy. It seems quite strong. Thinking of this, Fu Han reluctantly placed his hand on the star beast. Suddenly, the bright inscription lighted up and the contract was reached. But at this moment, Fu Han frowned deeply. This contract seemed to be different from the contracts Fu Han had signed before. This contract seemed more like he was being contracted. What's going on? Just when Fu Han was confused, he suddenly felt his consciousness being pulled towards the star beast. In an instant, Fu Han's consciousness passed through the core of the star beast and came to the soul world, and the invisible force continued to guide Fu Han's soul to fall under the galaxy. Soon, a golden leaf appeared in Fu Han's sight, and the force continued to guide Fu Han downward. Fu Han's soul passed through the hot golden leaves and arrived under the tree in an instant. It was a giant tree made of golden light, and he stopped at the foot of the tree. Fu Han looked down and found that his consciousness was outlined in golden light. He was kneeling on one knee and maintaining the posture when the contract was signed. He was still touching the fat, round star beast, but the fat star beast was no longer hot. Fu Han stood up holding the fat star beast, looked up at the light tree in the sky, and thought, "Isn't this the Nine-Yang divine tree? Is this the core area of the divine tree?" Looking down at the fat star beast in his hand, Fu Han was a little shocked and thought, "My God, what on earth are you?" At this time, Fu Han heard a cordial greeting. "Welcome, newcomer." Fu Han was stunned and quickly looked for the source of the sound. At this time, the trunk of the sacred tree gradually disappeared, and the fat star beast in Fu Han's hand began to emit light. Then Fu Han found that the balls of light around the trunk lit up, and with the one in Fu Han's hand, there were a total of 8. Suddenly, a figure of light appeared opposite Fu Han. Her figure was outlined more specifically by the light. It was a woman with long hair, wearing a classical scholar's robe and a scholar's wide-brimmed hat. At this time, she was also holding a ball of light like Fu Han. "What's going on?" Fu Han asked in surprise. Hearing Fu Han's question, the figure in the scholar's robe seemed to come to his senses from his thoughts. She smiled and said, "You have been chosen by the sacred tree. Let me remind you of a few things. You need to remember them. First, do not tell anyone that you have been here. Second, do not let anyone know that you have contracted the sacred tree seed. Never summon the sacred tree seed in front of others. Third, before you get to know the people here, do not trust anyone, including me. Finally, do not stay here any longer. We will talk about the rest later." After saying that, the scholar light and shadow waved goodbye to Fu Han. Then she let go of the ball of light in her hand, and her light and shadow disappeared. Fu Han realized that he could leave if he let go of the light ball in his hand, but he frowned and thought about what the female scholar said. It turned out that the fat guy in his hand was the seed of the sacred tree. The sacred tree chose him and let it fall next to him. What was outrageous was that he had contracted it. No wonder he felt that the contract was completely different before. Fu Han felt that he was the one who was contracted, and there are other people who have also contracted the seeds of the sacred tree. It seems that they can also come here and communicate with each other. Fu Han didn't understand what this meant yet, but the two suggestions of "don't trust anyone" and "don't stay here too long" seemed particularly pertinent. As he was thinking, Fu Han noticed that 2 figures next to the light balls began to form again. Without thinking too much, Fu Han decided to accept the female bachelor's advice and quickly let go of the light balls in his hand. After Fu Han left, 2 figures appeared in the area of Shinmu. One was a man in a priest's robe, and the other was a fat man in a suit. Surprisingly, the fat man was holding 2 balls of light in his hands. After the 2 figures appeared, they looked towards the ball of light, where Fu Han was at the same time, just in time to see Fu Han's light and shadow quickly dissipate. After confirming that the number of light balls had indeed increased, the man in the priest's robe sighed softly. "Ah," the fat man in a suit said with a smile. "God of War, you are a step late. I have already had a chat with him." The priest immediately cursed angrily. "Shut up, lowly merchant. How dare you speak to me in this tone?" The fat man in the suit chuckled and said, "Hey, then come and hit me, stinking charlatan." "Oomph." The priest snorted coldly, let go of the ball of light in his hand, and disappeared. The fat man looked at the newly appeared 8th ball of light and pondered for a long time. Then he shook his head, let go of the ball of light in his hand, and then the fat man let his consciousness return to the real world. In a spacious and luxurious office, a man who was not fat, but wearing an exquisite suit rested his chin on his hands, thinking. A moment later, someone knocked on the office door. "Come in," the man whispered. Click! With the sound of the door opening, a woman in red high heels came to the man, twisting her waist. She handed the report to the man, then sat on his desk and said, "The navigation data near Shinmu is out." Chapter 50 Seeds. The man took the report with one hand and put his arm around the woman's waist with the other. The woman chuckled and said, "The data has been compared. At least no one from our navigation satellite has ever approached the 9 Suns divine tree." The man sighed and said, "What a pity." The woman smiled and said, "At least the scope has been narrowed down. It's either in Moandi or in the academy. And I have some very interesting news." The man moved his palm down, then pinched it and said, "Speak." The woman snorted, her tone even more ambiguous. Star Chasing Academy is organizing students to take survival courses. They have taken many students to their breeding base. They have a sacred tree there. The man raised his eyebrows and then let go of his hand and said, "Then let's check it out." The woman frowned and said coquettishly, "Oh, you're just going to let me go like this?" The man didn't say anything. He leaned back in his chair with a wicked smile and put his legs on the desk. After releasing the ball of light, Fu Han immediately felt his consciousness rising rapidly, and in the blink of an eye he returned to his core. After a closer look, Fu Han discovered that the fat seed of the sacred tree had already entered his core. Like Qixingdi, it did not turn into a little star, but kept its original appearance. At this time, the seed of the sacred tree was walking around in Fu Han's core with its short legs, and Fu Han didn't know what it was stepping on to move. Thinking that his body was still under the sacred tree, and that Qia and Song Zhe might become suspicious if they waited too long, Fu Han did not carefully check the information of the sacred tree seed, but hurried to meet up with them. After reuniting with Song Zhe, Fu Han and his group decided to continue exploring the rainforest. The ecology of the star beast in the rainforest is complex, and there are many species of star beasts. Here you can ensure that your points will not be surpassed by others. However, Fu Han did not expect that running around for points every day would eventually become a futile effort. By nightfall, a total of 323 people had crossed the assessment line and appeared on the leaderboard. At this point, the first lesson of the survival course has come to an end. The remaining 500 or so students either did not want to come or gave up due to accidents. Of course, there are also a large number who are unable to arrive. Professor Chu was furious because the completion rate of the first course was too low. So the college temporarily announced that those who failed to pass the line would be deducted 5 credits, and those who successfully passed the line would be given 5 credits. Because the reward and punishment were not mentioned before the course started, I was sure that I would be scolded again after returning to the academy. But the academy didn't care who scolded me. The Star Chaser Academy stood tall in the alliance and never looked at anyone's face, let alone their own students. At the same time, the college also announced that the winner of this survival course will receive a set of commemorative outdoor equipment as an encouragement. After reading this news, Fu Han almost smashed the terminal. This is ridiculous. I worked so hard for the past 3 days, and I only get a set of outdoor equipment? What's the difference between this and a commemorative thermos bottle? Fu Han was angry that the academy was too stingy, but after thinking carefully, Fu Han felt that his trip was worth it. The Lord-level multi-headed dragon cub was actually one of the academy's assets, worth tens of millions, and it was not something that could be bought with money. Although it was a bit risky to get it, it was not a loss. What's more, he was lucky enough to sign a contract with a legendary star beast like Qixingdi, so it seemed that there was nothing to complain about. If there is a problem, it is that I was a bit rash in contracting the seed of the sacred tree today. I don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. At night, the branches of the sacred tree no longer glow, and the moon lantern monster once again takes the stage. Fu Han and his group came to rest under a tree surrounded by moon lantern monsters. Unexpectedly, another group of people came under the tree later. The two sides rested peacefully together under the tree and chatted about what they had seen and heard in the past few days. What's interesting is that Fu Han heard about Mu Chi's situation from several people, and Fu Han immediately decided to go and see if he could find his good brother tomorrow. Everyone fell asleep under the protection of the star beasts at night, and Fu Han finally had the opportunity to check the information of the sacred tree seed. Seed of the sacred tree. Race, Sunwood. Evolution level, low-level degenerate form. Seed of the sacred tree. Attributes, light plant. Racial value, unpredictable. Star beast level 1. Health, 100. Ability, mythological characteristic, fragment of the divine nature. This is a part of the Sunwood's divine nature and can give birth to new Sunwood. Legendary trait, Star Bloom. Refracts starlight exponentially. The detailed information of Seed of the Sacred Tree revealed a lot of information to Fu Han. First of all, the sacred tree really once possessed divine nature, but it transformed its divine nature into seeds to breed more hope. Moreover, the true form of the sacred tree should be called Sun Tree, and Nine Sun Sacred Tree is just a degraded form of it. This was another victory for the legend. Fu Han found that he always found evidence that could confirm the legend recently. It is very interesting that the racial value of Seed of the Sacred Tree cannot be estimated. The former god obviously should not be included in the comprehensive evaluation system of star beasts. As for the ability of Seed of the Sacred Tree, although fragment of the divine nature, is a mythical attribute, it seems to have no effect in the short term. Moreover, Fu Han thought of another question. If the seed of the sacred tree can reflect the starlight, does it mean that it cannot be upgraded? Fu Han thought regretfully. It seems that the sacred tree seed is probably not suitable for combat, and it doesn't even have a skill that can be engraved. There is still nowhere to find Boya's new head. However, not being suitable for combat does not mean it is useless. On the contrary, the feature of Star Blossom is very useful. In fact, Fu Han felt that his starlight was much more abundant today. He didn't expect that it was the seed of the sacred tree that was playing a role. Starlight Bloom doubles the starlight concentration of Fu Han's entire core. This means that Fu Han has more starlight at his disposal, making it much easier to teach skills. Moreover, the star beast will grow faster in the core space. This is even more powerful than Fu Han's Beastmaster talent, growth enhancement. Moreover, this is a feature that will be upgraded and may provide even more powerful effects in the future. It must be said that being chosen by the sacred tree still has great benefits. As for the meaning behind the contract, especially those who reached a contract with Shenmue, Fu Han still felt apprehensive. The domain of the sacred tree is in this soul world, and Fu Han is very worried that those people will also have star beasts like the star weasel. If one's inner core horizon is spied on, wouldn't others discover that there is a black hole in one's inner core? At this moment, Fu Han suddenly thought of a possibility. Would the other people who signed a contract with the sacred tree also have black holes like him? And were they chosen by the sacred tree because of this? At this moment, a familiar voice came from the bottom of my heart. Hey, who is it? Why have I never seen this kind of star spirit? Fu Han came to his senses and saw that Qixingdi had returned to the core area. It was pointing at the seed of the sacred tree with its little finger and asking questions. Chapter 51, The Last Hope. Qixingdi was a free spirit blessed by the gods. Fu Han thought it would be hard to find someone who knew the soul world better than Qixingdi. He didn't expect Qixingdi to not recognize the seeds of the sacred tree. Fu Han asked curiously, Qixingdi, is there something in the soul world that you don't know? Qixingdi said, yes, Qixingdi is very young, but the soul world is very big, and there are many things that Qixingdi doesn't know to learn. I'm curious, how old are you, Qixingdi? Qixingdi put her hands on her hips and said, if we use the human way of counting years, Qixingdi is already 360 years old. Fu Han was surprised to think that this guy was already 360 years old, but he was only at level 18, and he only upgraded one level every 20 years on average. He was really living a miserable life. What about calculating using your method of recognizing years? Fu Han continued to ask. Qixingdi said, we don't keep track of years. When the magnitude of a star changes, it's like getting 1 year older. I'm almost 2 years old. Fu Han understood that life seemed to be so long that he didn't need to keep track of years. But you, Qixingdi, really haven't grown? After so long, your star magnitude hasn't even reached the second magnitude. You haven't told me yet. Who is it? Qixingdi asked. Fu Han asked back. Qixingdi, do you know the sun tree? Of course. The sunwood symbolizes the father's love and majesty, and is the final sacrifice. It is a very important deity in the real world. Fu Han raised his eyebrows and asked, what about the soul world? Qixingdi said, for the spirit world, nothing is worth mentioning. Fu Han was slightly stunned, and for a moment he didn't know from which angle to understand this, not worth mentioning. Is it because the connection between the two sides is too weak? Or is it because the real world is lower than the soul world? Qixingdi, it's the seed of the sun tree. Wow! Qixingdi flew to the seed of the sacred tree in surprise and looked at it carefully. The seed of the sacred tree didn't seem to have a very clear, subjective consciousness. It seemed as if it didn't notice Qixingdi and was still wandering around. Qixingdi looked at it for a while and said, it's true. It has divinity. So, you are not only the Star Forger, but also the last hope of Qixing land. Why am I the last hope? Fu Han asked. Qixingdi pointed at the seeds of the sacred tree and said, because when the barrier of doom comes again, it will be you who will plant the seeds of the sun tree. Fu Han frowned and asked in surprise, will the end barrier come again? Qixingdi said, legend has it that it will. Boil. Only then did Fu Han realize how serious the trouble he had gotten into today was. Fu Han is not a child anymore. He dances with joy when he is chosen as the child, and then goes off to save the world happily. The word responsibility is extremely heavy. Fortunately, Shenmue selected several people. I hope the others are strong enough. Fu Han prayed sincerely. Then Fu Han grabbed Kikalu and asked her many questions about the inner core realm and the soul world. He wanted to find out the possibility of his inner core realm being spied on. Kikalu said that the inner core of a person is indeed in an unguarded state in the soul world. But the soul world is very vast, and everyone's inner core is like an island that has no connection with the outside world. Kikalu has traveled through the soul world for hundreds of years and has seen many inner core areas, but it is impossible to distinguish who is whose. On the contrary, it is easier to enter someone else's core from the real world. However, if you are not together in the real world and still want to find the location of someone else's core, you have to rely on soul connection. This is the current situation of Fu Han and Kikalu. Fu Han understood it comprehensively, and the general meaning was that the possibility of his core being spied on from the soul world was relatively small, but the possibility of detecting his core in the real world was relatively high. In fact, humans have very limited means to explore the inner core of others, and being able to sense the fluctuations of other people's starlight is already the limit. But after all, there are still very special existences like the star weasel. Fu Han felt that he should not be the only one who successfully contracted the star weasel. There are many great masters out there. Fu Han decided to keep a low profile until he was fully grown. Fu Han still had many questions, but Kikalu ran away. It said it felt dizzy after answering so many questions, so it went swimming in the queen's wine cellar. Fu Han was speechless. This guy had just returned for less than an hour, and he was about to run away. Fu Han couldn't do anything about it. He could only remind it not to reveal anything about the sacred tree seed. Kikalu was very serious about this. She said, "I understand, partner. We will be the last hope of Qixing land from now on." Fu Hanxin said, "If you say so, then so be it." That night, Fu Han suffered from insomnia, which was rare. He fell asleep only when the sky was just turning white. When he woke up again, the sun was already noon. The other team of students who were chatting under the tree were busy looking for their own star beasts as soon as the sun rose. Song Jie and Qi did not wake Fu Han up. After learning about the reward yesterday, everyone had already agreed to play badly. After getting up, Fu Han discovered an interesting phenomenon. His and Chia's points had not changed at all this morning, and the points of other people who were ranked higher had not increased either. The commemorative outdoor kit provided by the college has an outstanding motivational effect, but it is a reverse motivation. Actually, it was a good thing. If the academy hadn't mentioned this outdoor suit, everyone would have been competing with each other to get it. Once the reward was announced, everyone would lie down. Fu Han and his group ended their survival class early. After that, Fu Han began to wander leisurely in the rainforest, wanting to see if he could meet his good brother. But the breeding area of 20 kilometers in diameter is still very large, and the rainforest topography is very complex. Fu Han and his group wandered in the rainforest for 2 days, but they didn't run into Mu Qi. However, judging from the points, Mu Qi's points have been steadily increasing since he went to the observation point. It seems that he has reliable teammates, so Fu Han is relieved. 3 days later, the academy announced the location of the evacuation point. So Fu Han gave up looking for Mu Qi and headed straight for the evacuation point. What Fu Han didn't expect was that he would be the first person to arrive at the evacuation point. After all, there were relatively few people who contracted a mount for themselves at the primary Beastmaster stage. Everyone basically walked for transportation, so the mobility of the big Jade hand was very prominent. The evacuation assembly point is actually the temporary command center of the survival class. Hearing that someone had arrived at the evacuation point, many people temporarily put down their work and came out to see who it was. When they heard that it was Fu Han, the entire command center rushed out to watch. Everyone wanted to see if Fu Han had 3 heads and 6 arms, and how he could escape unscathed after being attacked by a female dragon over level 70. It was only then that Song Zhe learned from the crowd that Fu Han had contracted the white multi-headed dragon from a female dragon of over level 70. Song Zhe's face suddenly became stern. He had previously said that only Qixingdi could compete with Fu Han, but he actually had something to hide. But now he just felt a huge pressure. The last time Fu Han was surrounded and questioned like this was at the exit of the train station. These people were indeed comparable to those black taxis soliciting passengers. What level is this big Jade hand? Did you learn to levitate? Where's the hydra? Can you show it to us? I've fed it before. Fu Han smiled along and did not answer any of the questions, as if he had not heard them clearly. In the end, it was Professor Chu who helped Fu Han out. He first scolded everyone and ordered them to return to their jobs. After everyone dispersed, Professor Chu arranged for someone to take Song Zhe and Chia to rest first. After Chia and Song Zhe were taken away, Professor Chu pointed at his big jade hand and said to Fu Han, "You two come with me." Chapter 52, Forced Brain Filling. The two of them didn't walk too far and stayed under the awning by the stream that Professor Chu usually liked. After arriving under the shed, Professor Chu left Fu Han aside, then walked around the big jade hand and looked at it repeatedly for a long time. Finally, Professor Chu sighed. "Why is your big jade hand better than mine? And it seems to be quite effective in gathering starlight." Fu Han was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Professor Chu also had a big jade hand, and he said that Saitama's was a better quality. Could it be because Saitama's jade transformation skill was at the maximum level? In Professor Chu's big jade hand, jade transformation was not at the maximum level? Don't tell anyone. Fu Han quickly came up with a solution. He shook his head and said, "I don't know either. It was like this when the teacher gave me the big jade hand." "Teacher?" Professor Chu was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Then your teacher also taught you to learn levitation and colonial suit?" Fu Han was stunned, thinking, how does he know that the big jade hand has the colonization skill? Professor Chu saw the surprise on Fu Han's face, smiled, and explained, "Don't be so surprised. You can go down the dragon pit and get out safely. It's impossible without any life-saving ability. I also thought about how you did it for a while. Originally, I had never considered the skill of colonial suit. The big jade hand is not suitable for this skill. It is too heavy. But I suddenly remembered that your big jade hand has already learned levitation, so the weight is no longer a problem. So I guess that you would definitely let it learn this skill. How about my guess? Am I right?" Professor Chu guessed what skills the big jade hand had just by looking at the battle situation in the dragon pit. Fu Han admired him in his heart. He was indeed an expert in star beast breeding. However, to be on the safe side, Fu Han decided to push the credit to Master Yi. "When the teacher gave me the big jade hand, it had already mastered levitation. Later, I thought it might be a good match with colonial suit, so I bought some broken stars to try it out. Unexpectedly, I was lucky enough that it mastered this skill with only 3 broken stars. $3 apiece? Vi har nått the limit." Professor Chu sighed. Then he frowned and thought for a while, then smiled and said, "I know." Fu Han's heart skipped a beat, and he thought, what did he know? Hidden trait, 1 smell, 1 enlightenment, right? Your big jade hand has this epic hidden trait, 1 smell, 1 enlightenment. So the possibility of mastering skills is greatly increased, and the speed of skill upgrade is also very fast. I guess your teacher guessed that it might have this talent after it evolved into the great jade hand. Then your teacher tried to let it absorb the broken stars of the moon lantern monster to test whether it really has this talent. As a result, the great jade hand really mastered levitation. Such a top-quality great jade hand should not be wasted. Unfortunately, your teacher's own core field is full, so he gave it to you as favorite student, right? Fu Han was completely stunned when he saw Professor Chu. He hadn't even thought of the whole story yet, but Professor Chu compiled it all in one go. "Damn, I'll give you the pen, you write it." Professor Chu looked at Fu Han's shocked reaction and was even more certain that he had guessed at least 80% right. He smiled and had an unfathomable expression, waiting for Fu Han to compliment him. However, Fu Han did not disappoint him. He clasped his fists and bowed, sighing. "Ah, I didn't expect you to be able to guess everything correctly with just such a little information." Professor Chu's ability to see the big picture from the small details really makes students admire you. My admiration for you is like a surging river, like a volcanic eruption that is unstoppable. Professor Chu immediately laughed out loud with a crooked mouth. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be good at flattering people. No wonder your master gave you such a top-notch big jade hand. Where did you learn these words?" "In the movie." Fu Han was heartbroken, but he said, "This is not flattery. Every word is from the heart of the student." All right. Professor Chu smiled so much that his mouth was crooked. He pressed his hand to signal Fu Han to calm down. After thinking for a while, Professor Chu asked again, "I haven't asked you which mentor's close disciple you are? You're very well hidden. Such a top-notch star beast has remained silent all the time." Fu Han clasped his fists and said, "The teacher's surname is Yi, and he is a university scholar in the library." Professor Chu was stunned, and his smile disappeared. "Master Yi?" Professor Chu crossed his hands and thought for a moment before saying, "But after all, you have contracted a star beast suitable for combat. Do you have to guard the ancient books of library management like him?" Fu Han quickly waved his hand and said, "No, the teacher also wants me to take the combat route." Professor Chu's face lit up, and he said, "That's all right. Where's the multi-headed dragon? Summon it out, and let's see." What kind of multi-headed dragon is this? Fu Han started to act dumb. He had already thought about it. He went down the dragon pit, but he fell in accidentally. Fu Han didn't know about the multi-headed dragon. He just said he had never seen it before. He didn't know which expert stole it. Otherwise, what should he do if the academy asked him to pay the equivalent compensation? Professor Chu looked at Fu Han in disbelief and asked, "Stop pretending. You contracted my multi-headed dragon in the underground pit, but you can't even let me take a look at it." Fu Han put on an attitude of denying everything and said, "Professor Chu, please don't talk nonsense. I dare not take such an expensive dragon casually. I fell into the dragon pit accidentally. I have never seen any white multi-headed dragon." "Huh, you kid. I understand what you said. Are you afraid that I will ask you to pay for it? Am I such a person? I am not afraid to tell you that the white multi-headed dragon was originally a reward for the winner. It was only after you contracted it that I had to change it into an outdoor suit. Besides, you have already contracted it. How can I ask you to give it back?" Ah! This time it was Fu Han's turn to be stunned. That was the reward. More than 10,000 wild horses were roaring through Fu Han's mind. "You should have said it earlier. Even if I tried my best to win the first place, why did I go down the pit and almost lost my life? Don't look at me like that." Professor Chu spread his hands and said, "There are still people going down the pit with 8-headed female dragons. Can you imagine that if it were you in my place?" Fu Han was speechless and could only shake his head. "It seems that you know how dangerous a multi-headed dragon is. You are really brave." Professor Chu pointed at the big jade hand and said, "Even if it turns into a colonial armor, it can't withstand 2 hits from the female dragon, right? Viha no that. Humph. Then why did you go down? Do you want that baby dragon so badly?" Fu Han shook his head and said, "I saw that it seemed to be rejected by the mother dragon and its brothers at the edge of the pit, so I wanted to give it a try." Professor Chu suddenly remembered that Fu Han came from an orphanage. He was silent for a while, and no longer hesitated to ask Fu Han to summon Boya to show him what can be done. It is nothing more than relying on rapid growth to grow another head. Professor Chu has seen this many times. After thinking for a while, Professor Chu said, "You can study for another 1 or 2 years. After you reach the intermediate level, you can come to me to study for a while. It is very beneficial for a beast master to master more knowledge about the breeding of star beasts. I believe your teacher will not object to this." Hearing this, Fu Han couldn't help but feel delighted. The breeding center is a treasure land. It would be great if he could go and see other landforms or contract some other star beasts. Fu Han quickly thanked him and said, "I will definitely bother Professor Chu when the time comes." Professor Chu laughed again and said, "Okay, I treated you badly this time. You risked your life to contract the multi-headed dragon, and I can't give you a better reward. Just keep the outdoor suit. It's worth tens of thousands. Look at you guys. When you heard the reward was not good, you all started to slack off. Humph. But I won't treat you unfairly in terms of honors. You will definitely be rewarded when you return. Tomorrow, when everyone is here, I will let you show your face. You should also prepare yourself and give a victory speech. How about that?" Fu Han frowned and said, "But the teacher repeatedly told me to keep a low profile, and I personally don't like being too much attention." "Ah, is that so?" Professor Chu frowned and thought for a while, then sighed. "Well, the Grand Secretary has his own intentions, so let's keep a low profile." Fu Han nodded and said, "It's best to keep a low profile." Professor Chu nodded. "This is what you asked for. Have you thought about it?" Fu Han nodded earnestly and said, "I've thought about it." Professor Chu said, "Okay, go tell your partner. I'll take you back today, and I'll make arrangements later." Fu Han was surprised and asked, "Going back today?" Professor Chu smiled in an unfathomable way again. Chapter 53, Fu Han is dying. After greeting Song Zhe and Qi, Professor Chu arranged a small helicopter to send Fu Han back. Qi was still a little worried about Fu Han. She was worried that the college would punish Fu Han because he had contracted the little white dragon in the pit without authorization. Not long after Fu Han left, Qi and Song Zhe saw Lieutenant Colonel Wang coming to the camp with an older officer who seemed to have a higher rank. They rushed to find Fu Han, but were told that Fu Han was seriously injured and had been sent back to the academy for treatment. The old officer was very angry and scolded Professor Chu severely. He blamed Professor Chu for not knowing the big picture and said that more combat talents like Fu Han should be sent to the army to cultivate his fighting spirit and contribute to the peace and stability of Qixingdi. Professor Chu smiled and said, "You overestimate him. He is just a reckless boy. There was a multi-headed dragon of over 70 levels in the pit. He was a beginner and dared to go down there. He was injured, but didn't even know it. He just vomited blood, and I rushed him to the academy. Alas, his injury is too serious. I guess he can only do academic research for the rest of his life. The old officer and Lieutenant Colonel Wang then left in doubt. Only then did the two people who were eavesdropping on the side understand why Fu Han left in such a hurry. It turned out that Professor Chu was afraid that someone would poach him. Not long after, another aircraft landed in the camp, and Qixingdi recognized the aircraft logo at a glance. It was the logo of the most prestigious beast tamer gym in Zhuxing City, Songyun Gym. In other words, it was someone from the Songjie family. Qixingdi accused Songjie of betraying his brother. Songjie felt very wronged and said that he was not the one who leaked the information. The person who came from Songyun Dojo was Songjie's uncle. After hitting a wall with Professor Chu, he came to Songjie to seek confirmation. Songzhe answered very straightforwardly. He was seriously injured and is useless. Uncle Songjie believed in his nephew without a doubt and left cursing. Qixingdi was trying so hard to hold back her laughter that she nearly fainted. After that, the sky above the temporary command camp was never quiet, with aircraft taking off and landing continuously. Various chambers of commerce, gyms, and even media came to inquire about Fu Han. Finally, Professor Chu lost his temper and scolded all the staff. Fu Han is the person I want. I want to see who spreads news about him. If I find out, don't blame me, Chu, for being ruthless. After Professor Chu got angry, Qixingdi saw many people hiding behind their tents to make phone calls. After that, the camp gradually became quiet. Except for a few students who rushed to the evacuation point, there was no other change. Professor Chu was busy this afternoon and felt very grateful and relieved. He is well aware that it is not necessarily a good thing for young people to become famous too early. Many young people who become famous early will eventually succumb to the temptation of false fame and profit, and will become inflated, deformed, and go astray. After wasting their time for a few years, it's good enough that these people can come to their senses. Many of them end up in the entertainment industry. It's really a pity, especially for children like Fu Han who come from poor backgrounds. It is easy for them to become inflated by being surrounded by people and lose themselves in the temptation of benefits. Before, Professor Chu was constantly weighing in his mind which people he should let Fu Han contact with, so as not to affect his future or his mentality. Fortunately, Fu Han studied under a famous master, is low-key, and has a firm academic stance. Professor Chu no longer needs to weigh the pros and cons. Just keep all external forces out. He didn't even give the military face. How satisfying. So on this day, there was another regrettable rumor among the upper class of Star Chasing City, saying that a genius with excellent qualifications came out of Star Chasing Academy. But unfortunately, he was seriously injured because of his recklessness during the survival class. Some said he was disabled, some said he was dying, and some said he had become a vegetable. In short, this short-lived genius will soon be forgotten by everyone. Fu Han, who was seriously injured, didn't know this. After being sent back to the academy, he was free to move around. When I returned to the dormitory, the first thing I did was to summon Boya and Qixingdi to get to know their new home. Boya, this evil guy, was actually jealous of Fu Han's red bed sheet, and the first thing he did when he entered the house was to destroy it. Fu Han had no choice but to punish him and put him in solitary confinement in the kernel space. Qixingdi was very curious about the human world and looked around Fu Han's dormitory. Fu Han thought about it and told Qixingdi to hide herself well, because Qixingdi was too precious in human society. Qixingdi actually knows that she is precious. She didn't dare to approach human cities easily because she was afraid of being caught. But now that it has signed a contract with Fu Han, it must satisfy its curiosity. It said, I must find a way to become less noticeable. Fu Han knew that it was recalling its skills, so he didn't say anything. He just watched it holding its little hands there, thinking hard. After a long while, Qixingdi raised her little hand and said in surprise, yes. Qixingdi remembered a very powerful super skill, transformation. Qixingdi can use this legendary skill to transform herself into an ordinary ferret. It is said that this disguise is almost impossible to be seen through. After testing its changes, Fu Han was shocked to find that even terminal scanning could not penetrate its disguise. So Fu Han became interested in this skill and wanted to see if he could engrave it. However, after following the soul connection and sensing Qixingdi's core, Fu Han discovered that this guy did not use the core at all when using his skills, and did not use starlight at all. Fu Han asked how it did it. Qixingdi said, that's how it is used. What? Sauce Qixingdi moved her tail. Fu Han was speechless, knowing that it would be difficult for him to get an answer. The stoat is a very good disguise because it is a very popular pet-level star beast, especially common in the East Continent. The stoat is a docile and very friendly star beast, and it can usually be kidnapped by giving it some food. It is very suitable as a companion pet, and even ordinary people can keep one. The key is that the weasel has an inherent skill, hide, which allows it to temporarily become invisible and then escape when in danger. This way, it won't be abrupt when Qixingdi enters and exits the soul world. Great! Fu Han praised. Qixingdi is really smart. Qixingdi also thought she was smart. Yes, Qixingdi is really a genius. She can come up with such a great idea at the age of 2. It would have been fine if it didn't brag, but after it did so, Fu Han suddenly felt that it had an intellectual problem. 360 years have passed, and you finally came up with such a trick. It's not easy. Fu Han threw himself into the bathtub and soaked for more than an hour, and Qixingdi also happily played with soap bubbles for an hour. Afterwards, Fu Han took the star beast to have a big meal. Although there were 2 more mouths to feed, Fu Han was generous enough not to go to the cafeteria today, but went directly to a big restaurant outside the college. Fu Han had heard that the source food here was the most authentic, so today, with a bulging wallet, Fu Han decided to give it a try. Boya and Xiaozi's nutritious meat meal was very much in their favor. The most rare thing was that the 2 guys could actually eat together without any conflicts. Fu Han didn't know whether it was because of the soul connection or the cooperation skill, but the 2 of them didn't fight, which saved Fu Han a lot of worry. Qixingdi gave a mediocre opinion of Fu Han's source meal. She didn't like meat or vegetables, but she liked the milk tea bought on the road very much. Fu Han realized that in Qixingdi's eyes, sweets were delicious. This is easy. I can buy it more desserts in the future, which will be considered as fulfilling my promise to take it to enjoy delicious food. Fu Han himself was somewhat disappointed with the source meal. The taste was really first-rate, but the source in it was so little that it was better to meditate for half an hour than to finish it. The key point was that this meal cost more than 5,000 yuan, which was really too expensive. But if you think about it carefully, this source essence meal really allows the core to absorb the source essence, which is rare. If you have a lot of money, 5,000 per meal is nothing. It seems that this source meal has no disadvantages. The only disadvantage is that I am not rich enough. After returning to the dormitory, Fu Han practiced meditation. After all, after seeing the cost-effectiveness of the source meal, Fu Han felt that meditation was really important. But today, not long after he began his meditation, he felt a throbbing in his core. He looked intently and found that the seed of the sacred tree was glowing, as if it wanted to convey some message to him. After hesitating for a long time, Fu Han finally probed his consciousness into the seed of the sacred tree, and then an old and low voice sounded in Fu Han's mind. Tomorrow, Rieo, I will summon you to a meeting in the name of the sacred tree. Please be ready at noon tomorrow. Newcomers, I want to remind you that your consciousness will be summoned by the sacred tree at noon. In order to avoid physical damage, you should prepare in advance. May your stars shine forever. Fu Han sighed and thought, what was supposed to come finally came. Chapter 54, Meeting Under the Tree. Fu Han had long guessed that he would have to deal with other people in the Shinmu contract. To be honest, there had been no movement over the past few days, which surprised Fu Han. And today, what was supposed to come finally came. Fu Han thought he had prepared himself mentally, but he didn't expect to be so nervous when the time came. Originally, everyone was chosen by Shinmu, the last hope before the end of the world, and they should all be good people like him. But the lady in the scholar's robe reminded him not to trust anyone that day, which inevitably made Fu Han begin to doubt what the criteria of Shinmu's selection were. Moreover, Fu Han guessed that he was probably the weakest among everyone. He had just been promoted to the elementary level and was captured to be the last hope of the world. Fu Han was speechless. Fu Han was extremely worried and did not sleep all night. Fortunately, his mental strength was strong now, so not sleeping all night was not a big deal. At dawn in the morning, Fu Han went downstairs to eat something, then returned to the dormitory and waited quietly. Watching the sun climb up to the top little by little until noon, Fu Han felt an indescribable call from his inner core. At a certain moment, when Fu Han himself didn't even notice the blink of an eye, he found that his consciousness had sunk into his inner core. Then Fu Han felt himself being irresistibly pulled towards the sacred tree seed. Then, just like last time, Fu Han passed through the hot golden canopy and came to the bottom of the tree. The 8 seeds under the tree canopy also emitted brilliant light at this time. Fu Han stretched out his hand and grasped the ball of light in front of him. He saw the trunk of the sacred tree gradually disappearing, and figures were outlined by the light, forming a circle. Fu Han, who had already planned to talk less and watch more, observed quietly without saying a word. 1, 2, 3. Fu Han counted the people one by one and found that there were 7 people, including himself. But Fu Han remembered that there were clearly 8 seeds here. Looking more closely, Fu Han discovered that there was a fat man in a suit holding 2 balls of light, one on the left and one on the right. Fu Han frowned immediately, a bad premonition coming to his mind. Could it be that he had snatched something that belonged to someone else? At this moment, the lady in the scholar's robe spoke first. Master Chief, everyone is here. At this time, the chief on Fu Han's left side responded softly. Yeah. Fu Han looked at the chief. The light was a long-bearded elder. He was hunched over, with one hand holding a cane and the other holding a ball of light. His thick beard and hair almost reached the ground and were neatly braided. In Fu Han's first impression, this old man had the weakest aura among all the people. Unexpectedly, he was the chief and seemed to be very respected. At this time, the chief began to speak. His voice was deep and slow, and Fu Han was sure that the summons he heard before were issued by him. As you can see, there is very bad news. The 8th seed of the sacred tree has arrived, and we have a new member. Fu Han wanted to cry, but had no tears. This old man, it's fine if you don't welcome the newbie, but what does extremely bad news mean? Then I'm leaving? At this time, the chief changed the subject and said, however, we should still welcome the new members and get to know them. This is the purpose of summoning everyone here today. Fu Han suddenly realized that the very bad news meant that the seeds of the sacred tree had come again. However, this byproduct of his was still welcome. Then let's follow the convention, and everyone introduce yourselves. I'll start first. The old man paused here, as if he was organizing his words. Newcomer, I am the chief wood planter here, and also the devotee of the sacred tree. I initiate and preside over the daily meetings. At least in the meetings, you should follow my instructions and be careful with your words. In addition, you can call me old man or call me chief like they do. Fu Han didn't dare to say anything. He bowed slightly and nodded to show that he had heard clearly. The chief nodded slightly and said, then, let's continue in order. After that, the chief leaned on his crutches and lowered his head, as if in meditation. So Fu Han turned his gaze to the person next to the old man. The second seat on the right of the old man was a very tall and strong man. This strong man had no clothes on his upper body, and the light outlined his rough muscle lines. His hair was a little messy and unkempt, but he was the most powerful among all the people. Fu Han thought this man was the leader at first. After a long while, the strong man said only one word under the gaze of everyone. Pass. Fu Han was stunned, and then he heard the girl on his right burst into laughter. Fu Han looked in the direction of the sound. The girl had cat ears on her head and a cat tail swaying gently behind her, looking very lively. The girl quickly covered her mouth after noticing Fu Han's gaze, but Fu Han could feel that she was still laughing. At this time, the third seat on the right side of the strong man, the female scholar who had reminded Fu Han before, said, let me introduce you. This silent man next to me is very good at saying one word. Please don't be surprised. The taciturn man is the most skilled martial artist among us. If you have any questions about martial arts or combat, you might as well ask the taciturn man. He will be able to say a few more words if you mention these things. At this time, the taciturn man with his hands folded nodded seriously, agreeing with the female scholar's statement. Fu Han instinctively felt that the female scholar and the taciturn man were both good people. So Fu Han bowed slightly and nodded again to greet the taciturn man. Then the female scholar continued, I am the third seat, a scholar. If you have any questions about knowledge, you can communicate with me. Of course, knowledge also needs to be exchanged. By the way, you can just call me scholar. Fu Han quickly bowed again, and the scholar politely returned the greeting. At this time, Fu Han felt a little more secretly happy. This seemed to be a place for communication, exchange, and sharing. Fu Han began to realize the value of this place. Then Fu Han turned his attention to the fourth seat. The fourth seat was wearing a robe and a hood, and his aura was very gloomy. Fu Han looked at the robe from left to right and felt that it looked familiar, but he was not sure for a moment until the fourth seat started to speak. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant. Hello, newcomer. I am a priest of the god of death. I would be very happy if you also believe in the gods in the starry sky. You can call me priest. Death priest, star gods, followers. Fu Han was extremely shocked. Aren't those the old gods? Damn it. Sunwood is really not picky at all. Has he brought in all the old gods? Chapter 55, I Am a Waste. Now Fu Han understood why the scholar reminded him to be cautious. The people chosen by Shenmue were all different, and they didn't even have a unified basic stance. Didn't this make him cautious? This priest was also very straightforward. He started by saying, I am the chief priest of the god of death, publicly stating his identity and position. The others were not like this. No one said what camp they belonged to or what position they held. Fu Han guessed that this brother was too pious. He did not forget to mention the gods of the starry sky at this time. Fu Han's thoughts turned into 1,000 thoughts in an instant. Before he could greet the priest, the fat man with 2 balls of light next to the priest said, it's more appropriate to call him a charlatan. The girl next to Fu Han giggled again. The priest was furious. He shouted, how dare you, a despicable and shameless lowly merchant, act so arrogantly in front of me? How audacious! Newcomer, listen to me. Never believe any words of a dirty merchant, or he may steal your power and sacred tree seeds. Hearing this, Fu Han was filled with shock. It wasn't because the two of them started arguing on the spot, but because the upright priest's words revealed a lot of information. First of all, just as Fu Han had guessed, the divine tree seeds in the fat man's hand were indeed taken from someone else. The divine tree seeds that had already completed the contract could actually be taken away, which was beyond Fu Han's cognition. Not only that, the priest seemed to tacitly acknowledge that Fu Han possessed some kind of power. Fu Han first heard about the concept of power from Qixingdi. Qixingdi said that Fu Han possessed the power of the star-casting god and was his star-caster. That was the first time that Fu Han had a superficial understanding of his own abilities. Fu Han realized that the black hole in his core was some kind of divine power, which was different from ordinary beast taming talents, and the power was more advanced and more powerful. It was also at that time that Fu Han realized that other people might also possess some kind of divine power, and that his golden finger might not be unique. Today was Fu Han's first time here, but the priest tacitly acknowledged that he had the power. Does that mean that everyone who had a meeting under the tree should have some kind of power? Maybe this was the condition for being chosen by the sacred tree. However, there are some things Fu Han is still unsure of, such as whether power can be equated with black hole. Is there a difference between high and low power? What shocked Fu Han even more was that the fat man not only took away the seeds of other people's sacred trees, but also took away their powers. No wonder the scholar reminded Fu Han to be careful. This is not a joke. Compared to the priest's anger, the fat man who was insulted was much calmer. He shrugged and said with a smile, hey, the charlatan is anxious. Newcomer, don't pay attention to this charlatan. He hasn't received a response from the god of death for 100 years, so he is quite angry. The reason why I have 2 sacred tree species is because the beauty voluntarily gave them to me. Humph. The priest realized that he had lost his composure under the fat man's provocation. He snorted coldly and stopped talking, trying his best to calm himself down. At this time, the scholar suddenly said, it was your voluntary act under your deception. When the scholar said this, he looked at Fu Han. Fu Han realized that she was reminding him in this way, and he felt the kindness of the elder sister. What a good person. Fu Han was deeply touched. At this time, the fat man said aggrievedly, oh, you have misunderstood me too much. Dear scholar, the beauty and I love each other deeply, so she did it completely voluntarily. The scholar continued, oh, deeply in love? Then how is the beauty now? At this time, the girl next to Fu Han echoed, that's right, where is Sister Beauty? You liar. Meow. The fat man felt even more aggrieved. Even Miss Cat has such a deep misunderstanding of me. My heart hurts so much. Huh. The scholar sneered again. Heartache? You're feeling pain in your core. I warned you before that you can't swallow the power of beauty. Are you feeling the backlash now? The fat man seemed to be touched by what he said, and he suddenly fell silent. After a while, he said aggrievedly, Master Chief, look at them. The old man, who had been in meditation for a long time, slowly opened his eyes. He poked the ground with his cane, and Fu Han suddenly felt a stern pressure emanating from him. Then the old man said, silence. Let him introduce himself. Suddenly everyone became well-behaved. A hint of joy flashed across the fat man's face, and he said, Newcomer, you can call me businessman. My group's business covers all regions and fields of the Alliance, and I eagerly look forward to partners like you. I just thought of a very good cooperation project, and I can invest $1 billion in you first. We can discuss the specific business later. Are you interested? It turns out that the merchants are the capitalists of the Alliance. No wonder they are incompatible with the priests of the old god's camp. I have no interest in you. Fu Han quickly shook his head. The priest laughed out loud. The businessman angrily said, "What are you laughing at? You stinking charlatan." The priest ignored him and turned her head to the other side, her mood still beautiful. At this time, the old man said again, "Continue." "Oh, meow." The girl next to Fu Han waved at him and said, "Hello, newcomer, I'm Kit. I'm a loser, the kind who can't do anything, meow. The last hope is in your hands, meow. Come on, meow." Fu Han was stunned for a moment. Then he was ecstatic. "Is this still possible? That's great. Can I also give up?" After Xiao Mao finished introducing himself, Fu Han was the only one who hadn't spoken yet. Then Fu Han found that everyone's eyes were on him, and Fu Han thought to himself, "Well, I've listened to almost everything today. It's time to refresh myself." Then Fu Han tried to let go of the ball of light in his hand, only to find that the ball of light seemed to be stuck to his hand. After shaking it twice, he found that he really couldn't get away. "Newcomer," the scholar called softly. Fu Han laughed dryly and said, "Well, I'm also a waste. You don't have to bother with me. Just chat about your own things, and just pretend I don't exist." Everyone was slightly stunned, and the scholar lady even burst out laughing. The old man tapped the ground with his cane again and said, "Newcomer, you are already the 8th seed of the Yukino cane. Seriously." Fu Han felt bitter. Why don't you say anything to the kitten, because he is not serious? Newcomers are always bullied. At this time, the scholar smiled and said, "Newcomer, you are not a waste. Your power is very special and very useful to everyone." Fu Han was shocked. Scholars seem to have the ability to see into other people's power. "But big sister, don't betray me. Damn." At this time, the businessman continued, "If you find it troublesome, you can consider selling your power to me, and I can also take the sacred tree seeds. How about 10 billion? Or 20 billion? Or shares? You can just enjoy it in the future." "Humph," the priest said. "How clumsy. Will he believe you?" The businessman retorted, "Fair trade. Any problem?" "Well, let him talk." The scholar interrupted the two people who were about to quarrel and said, "Newcomer, you should give yourself a nickname first like us." Fu Han was slightly stunned and thought, "Why do I have to choose a name again?" Chapter 56, Ancient Knowledge. The first nickname that Fu Han thought of was actually Starcaster, but a second later he rejected this nickname because it might reveal his own power. Although Fu Han's power may have been known to scholars, she did not explicitly state Fu Han's power. Fu Han estimated that although she knew everyone's power, she adhered to the basic principle of confidentiality, so she seemed to be quite popular. Scholars should not fully disclose their powers, so Fu Han had to be careful when naming and not sell himself out. Besides, the nicknames used by other people were also very vague. Fu Han thought that he had better not play by the rules. After thinking for a moment, Fu Han thought of a nickname that suited him, so he said, "You could just call me Foreigner." As Fu Han spoke the nickname, he found that the light outlining his figure began to change. He went from being a vague figure to becoming more concrete, just like everyone else. A moment later, Fu Han's light and shadow put on jeans, a t-shirt and sneakers, and a baseball cap on his head. He looked like an ordinary young man. Fu Han was very satisfied with this design that could blend in with the crowd. This was the effect he expected, and Shimu seemed to understand his expectations. At this time, the kitten raised his hands and cheered, "Meow, welcome, foreigner." The merchant echoed, "Welcome, stranger." "Welcome, welcome." The scholars and priests also said this. The taciturn man didn't say anything, but Fu Han saw him nod at him. The dignified old man also spoke, "Welcome, outsider. From now on you are one of us. I think it is necessary to tell you about us. We call ourselves wood planters, and we are all people chosen by the sun, wood to possess his seeds. Because the great divinity of the sun wood cares for all life in this world. He does not care about everyone's position, attitude, and identity. He ignores these differences when selecting people. In fact, in the face of the crisis of the end of the barrier, the so-called positions and attitudes are nothing but a joke. Personally, out of respect for life, I hope that everyone can grow up as quickly as possible so that when the end of the barrier comes, there will be a last ray of hope for life in this world. That's why I called everyone here to exchange information, knowledge, and items." Fu Han was slightly stunned when he heard this. It turned out that this meeting was not initiated by Yang Yangmu, but by the old man. "But I don't force you to do anything. It would be great if you could contribute to our Sun Council. If you don't want to, just sit in, but there are still some benefits. You might as well listen more before making a decision." The old man stopped here. Fu Han bowed his head and said, I roughly understand. The old man nodded slightly. Well, if you have anything to say, feel free to chat. After that, the old man lowered his head again, closed his eyes, and began to rest. At this time, the kitten raised his hand high and said, Meow, I have a question. Scholar sister, I want to know whether the outsider is stronger or I am stronger. Meow. I don't know why. Although he clearly wanted to hide his strength, when he heard this question, Fu Han himself became curious. The scholar said with a smile after a pause. Outsiders are much better than you. Come on, little cat. Meow, why am I still at the bottom? The kitten was very frustrated. Fu Han was stunned. Then your association is not very strong. I am not even as good as a newly promoted junior. So isn't this Miss Kitten an apprentice? At this time, the taciturn people all sighed. The old man also sighed and said, It's been 2.5 years since you joined us, and your strength has not improved at all. You are too casual. It took 2.5 years. Are you good at acting cute? Now Fu Han understood why the old man didn't scold Xiao Mao when she called him a waste. Maybe he was used to being free and undisciplined, and it was useless to say more, so he just didn't bother to say more. Oh, I've been told that again. Meow can also become stronger. Meow has been quite lucky recently. I should be able to upgrade my star level and contract a second star beast soon. Fu Han keenly grasped several pieces of information from the kitten's words. First, the kitten only has 1 star beast, so it can only be the seed of the sacred tree. This is actually quite outrageous. Does this guy live next to the sacred tree? Can he contract the seeds of the sacred tree just by going out? Thinking about it carefully, Fu Han himself didn't have the ability to walk under the sacred tree without the star beast. In fact, the artificial environment of the survival class was already very simple. The area around the sacred tree outside would only be more dangerous. Fu Han retracted his idea that the kitten was a bad kid. The one with the lowest star level in the Solar Council seemed to be better than himself. But wasn't it too slow to reach the first level star level in 2.5 years? Fu Han thought about himself, and it seemed that he only took 1 month. When Fu Han first awakened, he already had a very large core area, which was all due to the benefits of the black hole core star. However, Xiao Mao said that she needed to increase her star magnitude before she could contract a second star beast. Fu Han deduced that there was no black hole in her core. Then Fu Han could further speculate that power also has different levels, and his own seems to be stronger. Especially when the scholar just said that he is much more powerful than Xiao Mao. It is very likely that he is also evaluating that his power is much stronger than hers. Fu Han thought a lot in an instant, while everyone's conversation continued. The merchant answered, and he said gently, If Miss Cat feels that improving her strength is too troublesome, I might be able to find a way to get some source essence. No. Xiao Mao rejected the businessman's request for cooperation without even thinking about it, which shows how important credibility is in such a closed organization. But the businessman didn't mind. He still smiled and said, Okay, tell me anytime you want it. At this time, the priest said, Then, which god does your power come from? I see from his clothes that he should be a member of the Alliance. If you're interested, I can tell you the story of your power. Fu Han was stunned again. He was careless, and his camp was seen through at a glance. However, this old god was quite polite and did not seem crazy or hostile. The priest continued, Of course, if you are worried that someone with ulterior motives may know your power, you can ask the chief for a private conversation. Fu Han was a little embarrassed. Honest priest brother, I really don't trust merchants, but I don't trust you either. Fu Han thought for a moment and said, Actually, my power doesn't seem to be able to help you, so it doesn't matter if I don't mention it. The atmosphere of the meeting suddenly became heavy, and everyone looked at the scholar, as if asking her why she said that Fu Han's power would be very helpful to everyone. The scholar pondered for a while, then smiled and said, I understand. Mr. Stranger, I can give you an ancient knowledge in exchange for you helping me once in the future. Is that okay with you? I believe this knowledge will help you use your power better. Fu Han thought, It seems that this scholar has really seen through my power, so her power is also obvious. Her power is probably her extraordinary insight. But how can I be sure that the knowledge you give me will be helpful to me? Fu Han asked. The scholar smiled and said, This ancient knowledge will allow you to know more types of soul contract formulation methods. There is such a thing? Fu Han was shocked. Chapter 57 Contract Law. Fu Han knew of only one kind of soul contract, which was the soul link contract that was naturally acquired when the Beast Master's talent was awakened. The content of this contract was to exchange the Beast Master's starlight for the help of the Star Beast. The Beast Master was the master, and the Star Beast was the follower. Apart from this, Fu Han had never heard of anything related to the soul contract. Fu Han even thought that the soul contract specifically referred to this link contract. I didn't expect there were other soul contracts. This academy has never taught them. There was no mention of them, and it even seemed a bit secretive. This Sun Council is something. Fu Han became excited. However, despite his excitement, Fu Han couldn't show it too obviously. He said, "Then you can give it a try. If it is really useful to me, I can help you once within my ability. But how are you going to give me the knowledge?" The scholar explained generously. "This requires the use of my power. I can pass on knowledge and information directly to everyone, or I can help transfer it. If you have similar usage needs, you can ask me in the future. However, the knowledge and information that I am responsible for transferring will be known to me, and this will be regarded as the transfer fee." As the scholar spoke, she paused slightly, and the ball of light in her hand began to emit a green light, which then began to spread towards Fu Han. Soon the cyan light spread to the ball of light in Fu Han's hand. At this time, Fu Han felt that his soul seemed to be touched by the scholar. She handed him a contract, and the content of the contract was probably to let Fu Han accept the touch of this soul. After Fu Han accepted it, he would gain ancient knowledge. Is this another soul contract? How amazing! Fu Han sighed in his heart, and then accepted the scholar's touch. The touch of the soul was very brief, just a light touch, and the scholar immediately withdrew. The cyan light immediately merged into the light ball in Fu Han's hand, and Fu Han immediately felt the information coming from the depths of his soul into his mind. Just like when he comprehended his talent, in just a moment, the knowledge and essentials became part of Fu Han's memory. The ancient knowledge passed down by the scholars is more precisely the detailed explanation of examples of true words. This is a small part of a large body of systematic knowledge. It mentions the effects of 3 commonly used soul contracts and describes in detail how to formulate one of them. This kind of contract is the soul touch contract that the scholar just used. This contract can establish a short, temporary, and light soul connection between the two parties, so that both parties can use this connection to generate some soul communication. This contract is much more complicated than the soul link contract used when contracting a star beast. The soul link is rough and direct and has a strong effect. The soul touch contract is delicate and light with a slight effect. The contract conditions can even be flexibly replaced, which is very practical. After learning the usage of this soul-touching contract, Fu Han was overjoyed. This contract was so useful to him. With this contract law, Fu Han's Starcaster power is infinitely amplified. Fu Han can use this contract to establish a short-term soul connection with the Star Beast. As long as the other party agrees, he can not only teach the Star Beast skills, but also imprint the Star Beast skills. Moreover, this kind of contract can also be applied to other people's Star Beasts, which means that if Fu Han is willing, he can help others cultivate Star Beasts. No wonder the scholar said that his power is very useful to everyone. Fu Han now understands how good a tool he is. But besides being happy, Fu Han also felt a little uncomfortable. If this seemingly kind-hearted elder sister, Xuesher, weighs 100 kilograms, about 80 kilograms of it is meanness. The information she sent over specifically introduced 2 other types of soul contracts. One is time-limited link, which can establish a time-limited soul connection, which is convenient for short-term contracted star beasts to use. Another method is contract termination negotiation, which is used to negotiate the termination of a powerful soul contract. Compared to rudely cutting off the soul connection and causing damage to one's own soul, this method of termination will hardly cause any damage. However, there were only introductions to these 2 contracts, but no specific instructions on how to use them. This was obviously a suspense, waiting for Fu Han to take the initiative to ask for a price. This made Fu Han feel like there was something stuck in his throat, like he was sitting on pins and needles like a thorn in his back. This kind of out-of-context approach should be banned by law. Although Fu Han cursed in his heart, he couldn't show it. Otherwise, it would be no fun if he was charged a higher price in the future. Well, it is indeed useful. When you need it, I can use my power to help you once. Fu Han did not mention a word about the other 2 contracts. The scholar responded calmly, "Okay, but I thought to myself, don't you even ask about the other 2 contracts? How patient you are." The 2 of them came and went without a care in the world, and the others were really itchy. The reason why scholars are called scholars is obviously that they are the most knowledgeable among the Yuki people. There is no need to ask why she is so eager to get this power. It must be very useful. The kitten is the fastest one. She thought that since the scholar's sister was willing to sacrifice her knowledge to gain help from the outsider's power must be very useful. So the kitten raised his hand without hesitation and said, "Meow. I can also help the strangers in some way. I'll just ask for help once in exchange. Is that okay?" Meow. Fu Han was slightly stunned and said, "You don't even know what I can do." The kitten said, "But the scholar's sister knows, so it's right to trust her, Meow. But I still don't know what you can do?" Fu Han asked. "Meow can see your luck." "This is very important information," said the kitten. Fu Han raised his eyebrows and said, "Then let's talk alone." The kitten jumped up excitedly. "Okay, Meow. Chief, please help me, Meow." The old man responded softly, "Yes." So the light and shadow of Fu Han and the kitten began to move away from everyone. After a while, the two were already very far away from everyone, and then gradually thick fog appeared and enveloped the two. When the mist gradually covered the two people completely, the kitten said, "Stranger, you have to be careful, Meow. Your fortune has been very good recently, and you must have gained a lot of benefits, right? But in the next period of time, your fortune will gradually decline, and you will gradually become very, very unlucky. So you must be careful." Fu Han frowned suddenly, thinking about the fault treasure house he was going to next. It would be really bad if he was unlucky. So Fu Han asked, "Is there any way to crack it?" "What are you going to crack, Meow?" Fu Han then realized that the kitten was not a master on the roadside. He considered his words and asked again, "I mean, is there any way to avoid this bad luck?" Meow. Bad luck cannot be avoided. Luck is determined by your fate line, which is complicated and affected by others. Meow suggests that you hide and sleep first, and wait until the bad luck is over before moving again. In this case, at most you will have a nightmare. Fu Han was somewhat speechless. Not going to the fault treasure house would be the biggest misfortune. "Oh no, that's bad, Meow. What's wrong?" Fu Han asked. "After I told you about your fortune, your luck got worse, Meow." "Ah, Meow, what a pity, Meow. Sometimes it can get better, but this time it got worse, Meow." "Will it get worse if I tell you?" "Meow, I forgot to tell you. Fate is bound to change when it's spied on, so you don't have to watch it, Meow." Fu Han was stunned and thought, "Damn, why didn't you say this earlier?" Chapter 58, Keep Calm. It is ridiculous that fate will inevitably change when it is spied on. If it will change after watching it, why watch it? You didn't tell me such important information in advance, and then you check my luck for me? And after checking it, there was no way to change it for the better. This kind of power is really completely unreliable. Fu Han really has no energy to complain, but the kitten didn't seem to realize that her power was unreliable. She asked with anticipation, "How is it, Meow? Did my power help you?" Meow. Fu Han had no choice but to say, "It helped. In fact, I was yelling in my heart, 'You are making things worse.' But what can I do? The kitten is so cute, of course I should forgive her." "That's great, Meow. Can you tell me what your power is, Meow?" "I'll keep it a secret, Meow." Fu Han thought about it and thought that the powers of others were not very important secrets. At least the scholar had openly disclosed his own powers. On the surface, making the effects of the powers public would make it easier for everyone to trade with him. But after thinking about it carefully, Fu Han felt that he had to hide the effect of his power, because Fu Han also needed to ensure that he could gain enough benefits when exchanging with others. Fu Han wanted to see how others set prices and exchanged goods when they traded with each other, and then determine his own price. In fact, most transactions can only be concluded when there is information asymmetry between the two parties. The party with more information will make more profit. In the transaction between Fu Han and scholars, he was very passive. In the transaction with the scholar had too much information. She knew Fu Han's power and found that Fu Han did not know the soul touch contract law. So she could offer the deal in an advantageous position, and Fu Han couldn't refuse. Because the Academy and the entire alliance seemed to deliberately conceal the existence of other contract laws. Fu Han had no other way to obtain the ancient knowledge provided by the scholar, or he needed to climb to a very high position to obtain it. But it was obvious that Fu Han needed this contract law right now. Besides, studying contract law in the Academy might expose me more, which is not safe. On the contrary, everyone's identity is unknown at this meeting, so it is safer to trade here. Due to various factors, Fu Han had no choice but to accept the deal. Now other people don't even know what Fu Han's powers are, but they find that scholars seem to be very interested in their own powers, which becomes Fu Han's advantage. The most important thing for Fu Han at this moment is not to be in a hurry to reveal his cards. He should remain mysterious, do less, watch more, and think more. This is the strategy Fu Han should adopt at this time. There is one thing Fu Han is very sure of. That is, his ability is very practical, has a wide range of applications, and is very effective. As long as they need to improve the strength of the star beasts, their demand for this aspect is close to unlimited. So Fu Han can take it easy and wait until they offer a price that cannot be refused before making a deal to get the maximum benefit. After thinking it over, Fu Han said to the kitten, "I can't tell you my power for now, but I will give you a reward in the future." Meow. I'm really looking forward to it, meow. Don't forget it when the time comes, because I might forget. Meow, just remember it, meow. Fu Han secretly laughed at how cute this child was. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, I won't forget it." Fu Han would never bully a kitten, and he would never deny his debt. However, the kitten didn't know what Fu Han could do, so when Fu Han gave back, it would depend on his mood. As for luck, Fu Han smacked his lips. There was really nothing he could do about it. After all, he had been lucky recently, so it wouldn't be surprising if he was in a slump next time. After the two of them finished their private conversation, Kitty said to the air, "Master Chief, we are done with our conversation." Then the fog between Fu Han and the tree dissipated, and the two of them slowly returned to the tree. Fu Han got another piece of information. The content of the private communication would probably be known to the old man. As soon as the two of them returned to the tree, the priest brother almost couldn't wait to speak. "Mr. Stranger, I also want to talk to you alone about your power." The businessman was not to be outdone and said, "Young man from a foreign land, we are on the same side. Talk to me first." "Humph, despicable businessman. I was the one who spoke first." "What a joke, you old god. Just wait and see if this stranger will pay any attention to you." At this time, the old man pounded his cane and shouted, "Silence." After the two men shut up, the old man asked, "Stranger, who do you want to communicate with first?" Fu Han said, "Mr. Chief, I don't want to communicate anymore for the time being. My ability is limited. I've already agreed to help the previous two people, so I don't have the energy to exercise my power anymore. Let's talk about it later." The merchant and the priest breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Especially when they saw the kitten shaking its head and seemed very excited. They felt even more itchy in their hearts. The businessman couldn't help but said, "Young man from a foreign land, let's talk about your power later. Let's talk about investment first. I can provide money, team, resources, and technology." Of all the people, Fu Han actually didn't want to deal with merchants the most. Even the old gods seemed more trustworthy than him. Moreover, if the money was received through the Beastmaster's account, it would be equivalent to discovering his true identity. As for physical objects like cash, the old man had mentioned before that everyone could trade items, so cash should be able to circulate in the Sun Council. But trading large amounts of cash must be quite troublesome, not to mention that the coins are numbered and not safe. So, probably the worst thing you can do here is to take money. So Fu Han decided to simply reject the money-related transaction. "It seems that the thing I lack the least is money. Sorry, Mr. Businessman. This is just bragging. Fortunately, this happened in the soul world. If it happened in the real world, Fu Han would definitely blush." The businessman was not discouraged and continued, "Well, do you have any rare items that you're interested in? We can keep an eye out for them for you. This guy is such a sticky piece of candy." Fu Han cursed in his heart and said, "I can't think of anything at the moment. If I remember it later, I will definitely trouble you all." The businessman sighed and was at a loss as to what to do with Fu Han. At this time, the priest gritted his teeth and said directly, "Stranger, I am fortunate to have obtained some power of the god of death. If you have any related needs, you may as well ask me directly." "Okay, thank you in advance." Fu Han answered appropriately, but in his heart he was thinking, "This old fox. Who the hell knows what the power of your death god is? Okay, if you don't tell me, I won't ask, so let's just keep it to ourselves." At this point, everyone fell silent. The scholar, the little cat, and Fu Han all gained something. The merchant and the priest also tried their best, and the taciturn man and the old man remained calm. At this time, the old man said, "Very good. We now know each other. If you have urgent needs in the future, you can come here through the sacred tree and call my name, and I will help you convey it." Fu Han quickly thanked him. "Thank you." He always felt that the old man seemed to be smiling. The old man continued, "In addition, I will gather everyone here at noon on the last day of every month. If there are urgent matters at other times, I will inform you in advance like today. You need to be prepared." "Okay, then is there anything else you want to say? If it weren't for today, we would have stopped here," asked the old man. At this time, the priest suddenly said, "I have one more thing to say." Chapter 59, in the Southland. Hearing that the priest had something to say, everyone quietly turned their eyes to him. The priest said to the taciturn man, "Lord Taciturn Man, I have investigated the matter you mentioned last time. I found that they are making big moves, and their plan must be big. The most important thing is that I found that they have mobilized a cloud whale." The taciturn man, who was very frugal with words, rarely made a sound, and seemed to really care about the matter. This time, it was Fu Han's turn to be itchy. What happened last time? Who were they? What did mobilizing the cloud whales represent? Why did the priest brother look like a traitor? Unexpectedly, the priest sighed and added, "Anyway, you should all pay attention. The sickness and decay cult's actions are crazy and weird. They have made such a big move this time, and I'm afraid that there will be another massacre. Oh, may the god of death have mercy and point out a place for them to rest in peace." The atmosphere in the council became solemn, and even the merchants who were incompatible with the priest did not jump out to mock at this time. Fu Han's heart was still full of doubts. He knew too little about the legends of the old gods, and he didn't understand what the priest said. However, Fu Han also realized that the priest seemed to be a good person, but Fu Han could only investigate the specific situation slowly in private. The old man sighed and said, "I need to remind you again, please do your best to strengthen yourself. I don't know how much power we will need to protect a corner of the world when the end barrier comes, but I think the more power the better. Let's encourage each other, everyone, and may the starlight burn forever." Everyone echoed, "The starlight burns forever." Fu Han also learned a sentence, "The starlight burns forever." Then everyone let go of the light balls in their hands and disappeared. Fu Han hurriedly followed suit, and his consciousness retreated towards the core. In the center of the southern continent of Qixingdi, the largest city-state of the Star Sect, the city of God's Sleep, still stands. At this time, in the upper city of the city of God's Sleep, in a stately mansion next to the central temple, a girl with long eyelashes sitting at a desk slowly opened her eyes. As usual, she looked up at the starry sky above the roof and began to pray to the god of wisdom. Decorating the roof into a starry sky is a common hobby of the followers of the starry sect, and this is the case with the roof of the girl's study. First, the ceiling is suspended from dark glass, and then decorated with pyroxene lamps of different sizes. The arrangement is exactly the same as the real starry sky. Stars with higher apparent magnitudes use slightly larger pyroxene lamps, and stars with lower brightness use slightly smaller ones. After receiving pyroxene energy, these pyroxene lamps will light up together to provide lighting day and night. If you have some knowledge of the theology of the starry sect, it is not difficult to see that the roof of the study where the girl is located is modeled after the star domain of the god of wisdom. So she prayed devoutly to the roof. After a while, the prayer ended, and the girl blinked her big eyes and looked at the desk. Her desk was large and messy, with many thick ancient books made of parchment placed on it. The precious ancient books were casually placed together with coffee and snacks, and there was also a white squirrel wearing glasses adding sugar cubes to the coffee. Put one in the coffee and one in your mouth, and repeat this 3 times. The white squirrel moves its tail, and an ancient book next to it automatically turns a page without wind. The white squirrel stared at the pages of the book and reached out for the sugar cube. At this time, the girl said anxiously, "Okay, you have already put the sugar once." The white squirrel looked up at the girl, still reaching out to pick up the sugar cube and stuffing it into his mouth, saying, "I'm taking it for myself." The girl was speechless. She picked up the spoon and stirred the coffee and said, "I envy you so much. You won't get fat no matter how much you eat." At this time, the white squirrel stopped reading the ancient book. It took off its glasses and walked to the girl and said, "I'm not really eating it. I'm just tasting it. How's it going? Did you get him to tell you something?" "Ah!" The girl wailed and collapsed on the chair. "There's no chance at all. You don't know. That guy was so experienced when he attended the meeting for the first time. He has at least 8,000 tricks. The merchants and priests can't do anything to him." "Oh," the white squirrel said, "tell me about it in detail." The girl then recounted to the white squirrel everything that had happened at the Sun Council, bit by bit. After listening to this, the white squirrel commented, "So you are helping him?" "Yes," the girl said regretfully. "I just felt that his power was too useful, so I took the initiative to propose an exchange when I was anxious. Hey, if it was my mother, she wouldn't be so anxious. Will I be discovered?" The white squirrel shook his head and said, "No, she will also offer to help, but her motivation is different from yours." "So I'm a little mysterious?" the girl asked in surprise. The white squirrel nodded and said, It's a blessing in disguise. The girl nodded in understanding and then said, but we did get some useful information this time. He probably doesn't know the origin of his power. Yeah. White Squirrel nodded and said, the Alliance has indeed strictly blocked this aspect of knowledge. The girl sighed and said, but it's up to us to find out the meaning of his power. I just took a closer look, and his power may be more complete than the chief's. It's really terrifying. I wish I could let you take a look. I care too. The white squirrel also nodded slowly. At this time, the girl stood up, picked up the bell on the table, and rang it gently. Soon a maid pushed the door open and saluted, saying, Mississippi. The girl asked, has Duanxing been here? What did the Privy Council say? The maid replied, he has come, and he said that the Privy Council rejected your request. I understand. You can go down. The girl seemed to be thinking about something. After the maid left, the white squirrel sighed. They did it on purpose. The girl nodded and said, let them. It's different now. As long as outsiders are willing to help, my power will become stronger. Then I will deal with them. As she spoke, the girl walked out in a hurry. The white squirrel asked hurriedly, where are you going? The girl said without even turning her head, go to the academy and cause trouble. Didn't you say you would deal with them later? Hasn't it been a while? The girl asked without even turning her head. After Fu Han let go of the ball of light in his hand, his consciousness quickly retreated back to his core. In his core, the star weasel sat upright on the head of the sacred tree seed, waiting for Fu Han to come back. Wow, where did you go? You left so quickly and came back so quickly. Fu Han did not answer Kikulu's question, but instead asked, is it possible for you to catch up with me? When Kikulu is 9 years old, maybe thousands of years later, then it's okay. I was captured and taken to participate in the world's last hope conference. Fu Han explained. That sounds like fun. Fu Han sighed and said, it's okay. It would be nice if I could let you go with me. Kikulu went with you when she was 9 years old. Fu Han thought for a moment and said, if Kikulu wants to improve quickly, I might be able to teach you some skills. Alas, Kikulu sighed, but Kikulu may not be able to install any skills. Fu Han was stunned when he heard this, and immediately tried it. Only then did he realize that Kikulu really couldn't learn new skills, but he couldn't be sure whether the skills were not suitable for it or it couldn't hold them. Let's talk about it later. Fu Han left Kikulu behind and returned to the real world. After returning to the real world, the first thing Fu Han did was to take out the terminal to confirm the time. About half an hour had passed, but Fu Han felt that at least more than an hour had passed. Now Fu Han couldn't be sure whether it was the time difference between the two sides or his perception. But the principle was not important. Fu Han just needed to roughly know the time difference between the two sides to avoid any problems. Then Fu Han noticed the message alerts received on the terminal. Both Mu Qi and Song Zhe sent messages. Chapter 60, Low Luck. Song Zhe's message was brief, as if he was too lazy to type. Let's get together tonight, you me, Chen Zi, and Yi Miao. Fu Han didn't reply. In fact, he didn't really want to go because he had just finished the Sun Council, and now he had a lot of questions in his mind. He really wanted to go to the Grand Secretary to check the information or something. He planned to decide after seeing the situation. Fu Han had no choice but to reply to Mu Qi's message. He asked, which hospital are you in? Where can I find you? Fu Han quickly replied, I didn't go to the hospital. I'm in the dormitory. Not long after, there was a knock on Fu Han's door. When he opened the door, it was indeed Mu Qi. He was disheveled and covered in dirt, and it seemed that he was busy looking for Fu Han without taking a rest. Are you already waiting to die? Mu Qi came in and asked this directly. Fu Han said unhappily, you hope I'm okay? I'm not hurt. It's just a lie. Professor Chu and I agreed on an excuse to fool others. Damn it, Mu Qi cursed. I'm afraid that no one will know you'll die. Mu Qi's words were really unpleasant to hear, but Fu Han felt comfortable listening to them. So he hugged Mu Qi and said, don't we still have you, my good brother? Mu Qi angrily pushed Fu Han away and said, come on, just pretending to be your brother. You are so outstanding in taking a beautiful girl to the survival class. You are so awesome for getting the first place and still keeping a low profile. You got the beauty, right? Fu Han waved his hand and said, I don't have that intention. I originally wanted to make some money, but after she saved me once, I felt embarrassed to take money again. Later, I heard that you were in the rainforest, and I kept looking for you. Mu Qi was even more angry when he mentioned this. I get angry when I talk about this. I met several groups of people who said you were looking for me, but I didn't meet you. It's strange. Fu Han said, it's okay. I owe you this time. I will find a way to get you a second star beast later. Unexpectedly, Muchi said arrogantly, Hey, if you want to do it, just get me the third one. I've already done the second one. Take a look. As he spoke, Muchi summoned the second star beast to the new contract. Fu Han took a look and praised in surprise. Wow, it works. Muchi's second star beast is a carnivorous plant seedling. Piranha plant seedling is a rare plant-type star beast. It is one of the top predators. In its seedling stage, piranha plant uses vines to catch insects for food. After it devours its prey, it will gain the ability to mimic its appearance. The piranha plant will use this as bait to continue devouring its prey and continue to grow. When it grows to a certain period of time, the beastmaster will become the target of the piranha plant. Comprehensive racial rating, 397, elite level. It must be said that the breeding area is an artificial environment, and the powerful man-eating plant should have been eliminated. Otherwise, Muchi might not be able to come back alive if he encountered this thing. To some extent, it is more dangerous than the hydra. After all, the hydra's pit is a place where you will die if you don't do anything. If the piranha plant evolves to a high level, it is very easy for an unsuspecting beastmaster to die. Muchi said that the contracted seedling was indeed dangerous, because there was a more mature individual next to it. If he hadn't discovered its existence with his talent of plant element affinity, he might have been in big trouble. Of course, the piranha plant was much easier to deal with after being discovered. After the group defeated the piranha plant, Muchi successfully contracted the young one. The race value of the piranha plant seedling is only a millimeter away from the Lord level, and it is a top-level elite star beast. After reaching a high level, it will also become a Lord-level star beast, which is quite worth cultivating. The only small flaw is that the piranha plant must be fed with living things, which makes it a bit troublesome to raise. But it doesn't bother Muchi. It just requires Muchi's father to earn more money. In fact, Fu Han had thought about helping Muchi improve the skills of the piranha plant seedlings. However, the power was a matter of life and death, so Fu Han did not dare to be careless. Fu Han has many star beasts, with strange shapes, and even legendary star beasts. If people knew about this, it would at most be a little troublesome. But if people knew about the power of the Star Forger, it would be a matter of life and death. Someone in the parliament had his power and God's seed taken away from him, and Fu Han had witnessed it. So even if it was Muchi, Fu Han didn't dare to expose himself easily. It wasn't because he was afraid that he would betray him, but because he was afraid that someone had ulterior motives, which would harm Muchi instead. Moreover, Fu Han didn't know much about the new contract law, so he planned to learn more about it first, and then think about whether there was any secret way to help Muchi. Seeing that Fu Han was fine, Muchi felt relieved and sleepy. So he waved his hand and went back to wash up and sleep. This survival class really exhausted him. After Muchi left, Fu Han also went out and headed straight for the library. Soon after, on the top floor of the library, Fu Han was told that Mr. Yi was out. It was rare that Yi Dakshuishi, who was known as the earthbound spirit on the top floor of the library, was out. Thinking about it carefully, Fu Han felt that it was not the problem of Dakshuishi, but the problem of his own bad luck. Just think about this luck. Even the earthbound spirits ran away. Fu Han complained in his heart. Since the Grand Secretary was not there, Fu Han had no choice but to turn around and go downstairs. If he couldn't read the Grand Secretary's ancient books, couldn't he read the ordinary books downstairs? So, Fu Han stayed in the library until dark, looking for clues in various books that might contain old theology. It's no wonder that some simple theology helped Fu Han understand some of the situations in the Solar Council. For example, Fu Han found a description of the god of death. In the theological legends of the Star Cult, at the beginning of the Age of Gods, that is, during the Star God War, the god of death and his apostles were not busy fighting, but busy healing the wounds caused by the war. The war caused a large number of casualties. After death, the body would be corroded by the god of disease and decay, and it would rot and stink, spreading diseases and causing more deaths. However, as long as it is handled properly, the god of disease and corruption will not be able to take advantage of the situation. And the most important thing is timeliness. Imagine when war, famine, disaster, and plague occur at the same time. The dead are more than the living. In this case, how can we deal with the bodies of the dead in a timely and effective manner? That is to let the dead move themselves. The god of death holds the power to manipulate the dead. His apostles gather the bodies of the dead and bury them brilliantly, which greatly reduces the harm caused by diseases to the living. The god of death is merciful. He shows the way for the dead and allows the living to enjoy the world in peace. In the teachings of the star cult, the god of death is not only responsible for handling the remains, but also for giving directions to the souls of the deceased so that they will not get lost among the stars and become a wandering star without a home. Everyone is going to die. No one wants their body to rot and grow maggots, and everyone hopes that their star will not wander in the galaxy. It would be best if the god of death could guide their soul to the star field of the god of grace. But if that is not possible, they should never go to the star field of the god of disease and decay. Under the influence of this mentality, the god of death became the most respected star god among people. Fu Han had finally found this theological legend. The author of this book wrote this legend to criticize the star sect for fooling the people. He believed that the soul returning to the stars was all nonsense, and the purpose was to emphasize the power of God in order to attract them to worship. Fu Han didn't have any comment on this. But from this description, Fu Han saw a point. The god of death and the god of disease and corruption seem to have a bad relationship, or even be hostile to each other. So today at the Solar Council, the priest betrayed others when he sold out the news about the corrupted sect. It seems that the priest is not a traitor. He is still loyal to the god he believes in. With this information, this afternoon's work was not in vain. The only problem was that Fu Han was really unlucky. This book was placed at the front of the bookshelf, but Fu Han passed by it more than a dozen times without touching it, wasting an entire afternoon in vain. Fu Han knew that his luck was heading for the bottom, so he had to advise himself to keep a calm mind. It was good enough to gain something. What else could he complain about? Just as he was about to leave, Fu Han's terminal rang again. He opened it and saw a message from Zhangzhe. Zhongxin Road, Bald Bar. Fu Han thought to himself, what a ridiculous name. Will my hair fall out if I drink it? Chapter 61. Magical Effect Kikalu. Fu Han didn't know if drinking the wine from the Bald Bar would cause hair loss. But when he came out of the library, it started to drizzle, which still made him feel a headache. The annoying thing was that his hair didn't really get bigger, and it couldn't stop the rain. Fu Han thought, I should go quickly while the rain is not too heavy, otherwise it will be troublesome later. So I quickly left school and took a taxi to Central Road. When I got there, it was raining heavily. The most outrageous thing is that this Bald Bar is actually opened in the basement. Star Chaser City is the pearl of the Eastern Continent, and every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Central Street, as the name suggests, is in the city center. Although the houses here are old, the rent is not cheap. When Fu Han walked down the stairs, the guys were working hard to pile up sandbags, saying, it's okay, go in. We can block it. It won't flood. Fu Han had some concerns in his mind, but the guys seemed really hardworking and reliable. When he went in, he saw that the decoration of the bar was very stylish, and the music was gentle and psychedelic. Fu Han raised his eyebrows, thinking that this place was not bad, and then he saw Zhangzhe and others waving at him. After sitting down, the boss personally brought the dark beer. Fu Han took a closer look and found that he had very thick hair, so he still didn't understand why it was called the Bald Bar. Before Fu Han asked, Qixingdi happily invited everyone to raise their glasses and said, come on, let's go first. Fu Han took a big gulp of beer, and the atmosphere became lively. Before Fu Han came, several people were playing the boss's tarot cards to predict their luck. Qixingdi said that the boss's tarot cards here are the most effective. That's why they arranged to meet here to predict their luck on this trip. The result is gratifying. Qixingdi, Yi Miao, and Songjie all have good luck. At this time, Fu Han arrived and invited Fu Han to play together. Fu Han shook his head like a rattle and said, when fate is spied on, it is inevitable that it will change. I won't watch it anymore. I won't watch it anymore. Just then, the boss with thick hair brought a plate of kebabs. After hearing Fu Han's words, the boss praised, it seems that this guy knows his stuff. Everyone looked at Fu Han in surprise and said, wow, you know all this. Fu Han thought, things should be remembered clearly. Then let's eat meat. Come on, let's try the signature dish. Qixingdi invited. Everyone picked up the meat and started eating. Fu Han also took a skewer. The roast beef was half fat and half lean, and there were a lot of spices on it, which made people's appetite grow. Just as Fu Han was about to eat the meat, a drop of water fell from the ceiling and landed on the barbecue. Fu Han looked up and saw that the entire ceiling was soaked with water. Damn, it's leaking. As soon as Fu Han finished speaking, a hole appeared in the ceiling. Walala, the rain poured down. Fortunately, with Fu Han's reminder, several people quickly dodged, but the barbecue and a table of drinks were ruined. Hearing the noise, the boss rushed out to check, and when he saw the situation, he also cursed. Damn it, is their rain gutter broken again? As he said this, he angrily pulled off the wig on his head and threw it away, then apologized to Fu Han and his group with great apology. It's really a bald head, Fu Han thought in shock. The roof of the bar was leaking everywhere, so the owner had to stop business and give everyone free meals. The party ended just as it began. After leaving the bar, Qixingdi said, "It seems that the boss's tarot cards are not accurate. We seem to be unlucky." Songze said, "Didn't Fu Han say that things will change after divination?" Fu Hanxin said, "Blame it on me? Blame it on me? What a pity. I only ate a skewer of barbecue." Yi Miao said. Fu Han thought to himself, "You should be content. I just smelled the scent." Qixingdi said, "It's okay. Let's get together again in another place after we come back from the Fault Treasure House." "Yeah," several people echoed. While waiting for the bus, Songze told everyone about the selection. It is said that the overall results of the survival course seriously did not meet the college's expectations. The college was very annoyed and had decided to reduce the number of exploration teams. Everyone present was selected without pressure because they would have to explore together anyway. Songjie estimated that the college would call everyone for a meeting tomorrow to explain the matter. Songjie also suggested that if everyone has time in the next 2 days, they could practice cooperation. This suggestion made Fu Han feel a little hesitant. With his current luck, he should not hurt you. As a result, they didn't get a taxi, so Songze called a car from his own gym to take everyone back to the academy. When Fu Han returned to the dormitory door, he discovered that his key was lost. Fu Han finally couldn't help but yelled, "Fuck." Fortunately, Qixingdi was there. She walked through the door and opened it from the inside. As soon as Fu Han entered the house, the rain outside stopped. Fu Han couldn't stand it any longer. "Just to get me wet, right?" Fu Han contacted Songjie, who quickly replied that Fu Han's keys were left in the car and that he should bring them to Fu Han when they met tomorrow. Throwing himself on the bed, Fu Han felt a little tired. Nothing went smoothly throughout the day. Although they were just minor problems, the continuous occurrence of these minor problems can really make people frustrated. Fu Han sent a message to Muqi. "Is there a potion that can restore luck?" Muqi replied, "If you find it, give me 2 bottles." Fu Han had no choice but to close his eyes and calm down. At this time, Qixingdi flew to its chest and sat down and said, Fu Han, why are you in such a bad mood? You can tell Qixingdi about your troubles. Qixingdi will help you." Fu Han suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "Qixingdi, my luck has been very bad recently. Do you have any way to change it?" Qixingdi held her chin with her hand and thought for a while before saying, "Only God can change luck. As for me, let me think about it. I think I have a skill." Hearing this, Fu Han's eyes lit up and he asked, "Is there a god who can change your luck?" Qixingdi said, "Of course. What god is it?" Fu Han asked again. "It's the cat god, the cat god." "I see. Kitten possessing the power of the cat god. This must be the case. So, after her star level is raised, she will most likely gain the ability to change her luck. Didn't I also get to imprint skills from the broken stars after raising my star level? In other words, the kitten still has potential?" Fu Han wanted to ask Qixingdi more about theology, but this guy said that he couldn't remember, and Fu Han couldn't do anything about it. However, Qixingdi is still very powerful. She thought of a skill that can help Fu Han. The name of this skill is causal premonition. Causal premonition is an epic skill of the psychic department. This skill allows the star beast to vaguely foresee a little bit of future events. It can help the star beast avoid enemy attacks in advance. It is a very powerful skill. Moreover, Qixingdi is a divine star spirit and can predict further when using this skill. If Fu Han asks Qixingdi before taking action, it can help Fu Han avoid some losses. It's a good skill, but Fu Han doesn't know how much help this skill can bring to him. He can only give it a try. "Qixingdi, should I rinse my mouth?" Fu Han asked. Qixingdi wagged her tail and said, "You shouldn't go." Fu Han raised his eyebrows and thought, "Let's give it a try." Coming to the bathroom, Fu Han carefully picked up the toothbrush and squeezed out the toothpaste. Then he took the cup for rinsing his mouth and filled it with water. Everything seemed normal. Fu Han started brushing his teeth, and it seemed like there was nothing wrong with it. After brushing for a while, just when Fu Han felt that there seemed to be no problem and relaxed his vigilance, Fu Han suddenly felt his shoes were wet. I looked down and saw that the bottom of the porcelain cup I was using to rinse my mouth had inexplicably split open. All the water had spilled onto my feet. Damn, I should have taken off my shoes and socks before trying again. Fu Han thought angrily. After taking off his shoes and socks and putting on slippers, Fu Han asked Qixingdi again, "Then should I try to visit the trading house, or look at the legendary treasure house? Kikala shook her tail again and said, check the trading house first. If you're late, you won't be able to buy it. Fu Han rushed to the bedside and picked up the terminal. Chapter 62 Wonderful. Fu Han didn't have much money before, so he couldn't afford any broken stars. But he added a lot to his collection and planned to buy more when he had money. Fu Han earned a lot of money in this survival class. He earned 150,000 yuan from bringing Qia and 300,000 yuan from selling the broken stars to Qixingdi, a total of 450,000 yuan. It was obvious that it was necessary to improve his strength before going to the Fault Treasure House. Kikala said it would be best to look at the trading house first, so Fu Han quickly opened his favorites to see which star fragments were available. Sure enough, he found the 9 second grade Titan Bear star fragments he wanted on the shelf. Fu Han took a look at the price and saw that each one was 110,000. This kind of second-class star fragments with excellent skills usually cost less than 100,000, and 110,000 is considered unscrupulous. However, Fu Han knew that his luck was not good recently, so he was lucky to be able to buy it, so he did not hesitate and clicked to buy 4 pieces in a row. After he took pictures of the last 4 stars, he found that the other 5 broken stars had also been sold. Only then did he realize that someone else was also buying these broken stars. Others are not like Fu Han, who can steadily obtain an intermediate skill with 4 broken stars. Others usually use 10 at a time, commonly known as 10 consecutive. In other words, if Fu Han is slow, the broken stars may all be taken by the other buyer. Titan Bear is the first-order evolution of the Titan Bear family, evolving from Titan Cub at the 2nd level Starlight. Titan Bear has a very practical general-purpose intermediate skill, Giant, which is exactly what Fu Han wants. But Titan Bear is not lower than level 20. All the broken stars are second class, and the skills are very useful general skills. So the price of this broken star is not cheap. Imagine if Fu Han didn't know how to use Starlight Imprint and wanted to teach his 3 battle beasts this skill. Then a 10 combo for each beast would be 3 million. And there is a high probability that none of the 3 beasts would learn it, so 3 million would only increase their star level a little bit. What's more, Titan Bear only evolved to level 20, but it will still upgrade. That means most of its star fragments are more expensive 3rd level and 4th level star fragments. Fu Han felt suffocated just thinking about it. Now Fu Han spent 440,000 to buy the broken star, and after engraving the skills, all 3 can learn it. Is the extra 40,000 expensive? Fu Han doesn't think it's expensive. He is lucky to be able to buy it. Giant. This skill is also very helpful in dealing with Han. After this skill is activated, the size of the star beast will increase exponentially. It is a skill that strengthens the star beast in all aspects. However, it has a disadvantage that it consumes a little bit of energy. Starlight consumption is not a problem for Boya, as Boya currently has no skills and all of his characteristics do not consume starlight. If we find a way to vent starlight for him, the abundant starlight in his core will not be wasted. The big Jade hand is also okay because it does not need to be gigantic when the big Jade hand is equipped, and it is not a big problem as long as the 2 skills are not used at the same time. Moreover, Fu Han also found some skills to solve the problem of starlight consumption, but the price of star fragments for these skills was really ridiculously high, so he could only bear with it for the time being. As for Xiao Zi, its current ability is more focused on assassination from behind. Fu Han's mental power is also limited, so Xiao Zi's priority in learning Giant is relatively low, so it can be ignored for the time being. After placing the order, Fu Han breathed a sigh of relief, but then he started to feel uneasy again and asked, will there be any problems with the transportation of my broken stars? Kikalu was stunned for a moment and said, this is still too far away. I don't know. Fu Han sighed and said, then it won't be a problem for me to go to the legendary treasury to exchange things now, right? Kikalu nodded and said, no problem. Fu Han opened the terminal again. There was only 1 legendary contribution point, so Fu Han didn't have much choice. Right now, he must use the essence of the source. After the exchange, Fu Han still couldn't sit still and wanted to test the new contract law he had learned. However, Kikala warned him not to try it. Fu Han had no choice but to give up and ask again, can you teach the Star Beast skills? Kikala nodded and said, that's fine anytime. Fu Han thought about it carefully and realized that the skills he imparted in the core did not seem to be influenced by any luck factors. It felt a bit like something that even fate could not touch. Fu Han took out all the fairy honey wine that Qia gave him. Fu Han had used some of the beeswax, cans used by the fairies in the survival class. Because the capacity of the cans was too small, He could only drink one sip from a bunch of cans. Fairy honey brew has a very good effect in restoring mental power. It is equivalent to a high-quality second-level mental power recovery potion, which is far better than camphor potion. It also has the advantage of restoring mental power quickly, but the disadvantage is that you will get drunk if you drink too much. Xiao was still very capable. She not only filled 3 seal bottles, but also a full water tank. That was a water tank with a capacity of more than 1,000 milliliters. Fu Han didn't ask Mu Qi how much it would cost to exchange the honey wine for the same amount of medicine, but Fu Han estimated that it would cost at least hundreds of thousands. During the survival class, Fu Han was afraid of special situations, so he didn't dare to use them freely. Now that he is back, these honey brews will come in handy. Fu Han had already thought clearly about the direction of strengthening skills, which was to strengthen the colonial suit of the big Jade hand. When stealing Boya in the pit, the skill colonial suit was really crucial. At that time, the big Jade hand in the colonial suit consciously cooperated with Fu Han's actions, allowing Fu Han to dodge many attacks. It was this emergency battle in the dragon pit that made Fu Han discover the real power of the skill colonial suit. What the colonial suit skill will eventually develop into has actually been revealed in the introduction of the Star Beast Ice Armor. On the surface, Ice Armor is very selfless, devoting itself to helping the snow monster. But in fact, when Ice Armor grows mature enough on the snow monster, it will in turn imprison the snow monster's body and then start to act according to its own will. From then on, the snow monster's life, which is completely covered by Ice Armor, begins to come to an end. The Ice Armor's own star level increase can make it bigger and bigger, enough to cover the whole body of the snow monster. And its ability to act independently comes from the improvement of the skill level of colonial suit. After the level of colonial suit is high, the Ice Armor gains the ability to act completely independently. The reason why the big Jade hand can cooperate with Fu Han's mobility is actually because Fu Han helped it upgrade the colonial suit skill to level 2. Similarly, the same applies to big Jade hand's colonial suit after it reaches a high level. But big Jade hand will not use this skill to trap Fu Han to death. After the plant suit is advanced, the big Jade hand will gain a freely movable armor form. At that time, it will not only protect Fu Han more flexibly, but also allow him to break away from Fu Han and fight in a brand new posture. The big Jade hand in armor form has both hands and feet. It is indestructible. Combined with the giant that Fu Han is about to teach it, it will surely burst out with amazing combat power at the critical moment. When the time comes, Dayu will raise his hand and swing his fist. It's no wonder that Fu Han named it Satama. This is like digging up the old monk's house. Wonderful, wonderful. Chapter 63 Armor. That night, Fu Han taught Daishu the colonial suit skill 3 times. This time, not only did the fairy honey brew play a big role, but the starlight bloom of the divine tree seed also provided Fu Han with sufficient starlight support. On the contrary, Fu Han's physical strength was a little bit behind, and the fairy honey brew made him a little drunk, and the half-sealed bottle of honey brew made Fu Han dizzy. Fortunately, after 3 times of teaching, Daishu's colonial suit skill has been upgraded, the consumption of the colonial suit has been reduced, and Daishu's mobility has also become stronger in the colonial suit state. Moreover, the star level of the big Jade hand was upgraded from level 16 to level 17, and its size became a little bigger. So Fu Han fell asleep contentedly. The next morning, Fu Han woke up because of a strong feeling of hunger and planned to go to the cafeteria to have breakfast. Before leaving, he did not forget to ask Kikalu whether he should go. Kikalu said no, but Fu Han thought, who would care if he starved to death? There's really no other way. One can't just not eat because of bad luck, right? I bought the Broken Stars last night, and it was quite refreshing. Today, when I looked at the balance, Fu Han wanted to cry. The Beastmaster was too expensive. No matter how much Fu Han saved, it was still far from enough. Now Fu Han only had more than 5,000 yuan in his account, and there was also a big eater Boya. If Fu Han didn't go to the cafeteria to squeeze in with others, Boya and Xiaozi would have to starve. As a Beastmaster, he would make sure the Star Beasts were well fed even if he himself was hungry, which is quite like being a parent. So Fu Han went to the cafeteria without hesitation. He was indeed unlucky, but it was not a big deal. Someone just splashed some soy milk on Fu Han's clothes. The other person apologized repeatedly, and Fu Han smiled and said nothing. It was not a big deal. After a big meal, Fu Han was full of energy again. After teaching Daishu some skills again, he drank some honey wine and waited for his mental strength to recover. During this waiting time, Fu Han received a call from Professor Chu. He said that since the poaching scandal caused by Fu Han's outstanding performance in the survival class has not completely dissipated, Fu Han should not attend the meeting of the Fault Treasure House exploration team. Fu Han was very happy. He didn't have to go out and get into trouble. Then Professor Chu told Fu Han on the phone what to pay attention to during this trip to the Fault Treasure House. The first thing to note is that you must not let the Star Beast reach level 20 recently, because creatures of second-class Starlight will definitely be rejected by the Treasury. Star Beasts above level 20 cannot be summoned in the Treasury at all. The situation is even worse for Beast Masters, as they cannot enter unless their star power is above the second level. It would be even more tragic if a Beast Tamer were to upgrade inside, as he would be thrown directly into the chaotic fault outside the Treasury by the protection rules of the Treasury. This is fatal. The chaotic spacetime faults outside the treasure house are not necessarily places where people can live. Some chaotic faults are directly dead places, voids or magma, deep seas. And even if it is a place where people can live, how to get out of it is also a problem. Professor Chu repeatedly reminded me that this was the most important thing, and if you were about to be upgraded, it would be best not to go at all. Fu Han himself had no problem in this regard. Even if the source essence arrived, Fu Han was still some distance away from the second-class Starlight. It should be noted that the cultivation of Star Beasts should not be too strong. The three of them need to be upgraded separately, lest one of them suddenly reaches the second-class Starlight and cannot be summoned. Then there is the issue of forming a team. The situation after entering the space-time rift is ever-changing, but the ability of a single Beastmaster is limited, so cooperation among multiple Beastmasters is necessary. Professor Chu said that this time 16 people were selected and divided into 4 teams to enter the treasure house. He wanted Fu Han, Qixingdi, and 2 other members with outstanding combat capabilities to lead 4 teams in respectively. Fu Han quickly told Professor Chu that he had already formed a team. Professor Chu was also stunned when he heard this, but after a little thought he understood. So he decided to change it temporarily to form a team freely first and then arrange the rest later. Finally, time. The entrance to the Treasury is not the real entrance to the Fault Treasure House. The owner and manager of the Treasury, the god of time and space, has long disappeared in the long river of history. The real entrance to the Treasury has basically been closed forever. The old gods are just thieves who found the back door, but if the old gods are thieves, then at least they have a fake key. As for the Academy, it's probably a robbery type, the type that breaks into the house, so the entrances they can provide are more unstable. In fact, the college's transdimensional technology team has been working hard near the entrance for more than a month. They have already discovered nearly 10 ways to enter the Chaos Fault from the gap in time and space, and then to the treasure house from the feasible Chaos Fault. Now the team is working hard to eliminate the interference caused by other Chaos Faults, and it will take about 11 or 12 days to ensure everyone's safety. That is to say, after about 11 or 12 days, everyone can start exploring. But the speed must be fast, and they must get out within 2 days. Otherwise, they will be trapped in the treasure house forever. After listening to Professor Chu's explanation, Fu Han felt a little embarrassed. He sounded like a tomb-grabbing lieutenant. However, the nature was somewhat different. At least he would not disturb the dead. In the afternoon, Fu Han received a message from Qixingdi saying that the pre-team formation had been approved and everyone's team formation plan was completed. He also asked Fu Han to go to the training ground to practice cooperation and returned Fu Han's keys to him. Fu Han asked Qixingdi whether she should go. Qixingdi shook her head vigorously and said that she absolutely could not go because the consequences would be very bad. Fu Han thought that there were too many things that could go wrong in this drill, and it seemed that he really could not go, so he told Qixingdi that he had something to do and could not go. As for the key, Fu Han now has a spare one, which is Qixingdi. Since he couldn't go for the drill, Fu Han continued to improve the skills of the Yu Shou. The next day, Fu Han finished a whole bottle of fairy honey wine, and he felt that his alcohol tolerance had improved a lot. In addition, Fu Han also received attention from the lady in the cafeteria. The lady suspected that he had hyperthyroidism, mainly because he ate too much and too frequently. Of course, the most important thing is that the skill of Big Jade Hand colonization has been upgraded. Its skill of colonization has become colonization armor form. Not only has the consumption of starlight been further reduced, but Big Jade Hand can also move freely in armor form. Fu Han didn't expect that he would enter a new state after reaching level 4 of the colonial suit. But if you think about it carefully, it is very difficult for a wild star beast to have a level 4 intermediate skill. If it weren't for this colonial suit that entered the armor form state early, it would be difficult to see an ice armor that can move on its own in the wild. This is the gap between wild and trained beastmasters. Especially for a beastmaster as extraordinary as Fu Han, the gap will be even more outrageous. Fu Han couldn't wait to let Diyu show test the effect of armor form, but the result was somewhat beyond Fu Han's expectations. Chapter 64: The Right Direction. After letting Diyu show test the effect of colonial armor form, Fu Han regretfully discovered that there was not much difference between Diyu show in armor form and in normal state. It is much more handsome, but it still needs to levitate to maintain balance. If it stops levitating, it will walk very clumsily, even unstable, and it will be impossible to run, jump, or fight. In this way, colonial armor consumes starlight, but the big jade hand only gains a stronger appearance. Fu Han rested his chin on his hand and thought for a while, then suddenly realized the problem. Although the ice armor can move autonomously, its movements are actually very slow. The reason is that the level of planting armor form is not high enough. At present, the great jade hand, planting armor form, is only level 4. It is too much for Fu Han to expect it to move quickly. The fact that Bing Kai chose the snow monster as its host is also a magical stroke of nature. The Yeti is a creature with long upper limbs and short and thick lower limbs, similar to an orangutan. In other words, compared to humans, the Yeti has a lower center of gravity and a more stable lower body. The ice armor with the Yeti as its host naturally acquires this more stable structure, so it can walk stably even when the colonial armor form level is still low. In nature, the structure of the human body is quite unique, and humans sacrifice a lot of mobility in order to walk upright. The big jade hand is now armored according to Fu Han's body structure, so it even appears unstable. After finding the problem, Fu Han suddenly felt enlightened. On the one hand, Fu Han also needs to continue to upgrade the skill level of the big jade hand so that it can gain greater mobility. On the other hand, Fu Han immediately got up and rushed to the library. He needed to read more information on the body structures of various star beasts in order to help Daisha determine a more reasonable armor structure. This is the difference between the beast master's cultivation and the wild. The wild ice armor can only determine its own shape according to the body outline of the snow monster. But Fu Han can tell the big jade hand the ideal shape structure through the soul connection. The difference can be imagined. So Fu Han spent another afternoon in the library. When it got dark, Fu Han felt that his mental energy consumption was greater than that of teaching skills, and he wanted to drink a sip of honey wine. I don't know if it was because Fu Han was in a hurry when he went out, so he didn't ask Kikalu whether he should go to the library. Anyway, this afternoon, although Fu Han checked a lot of pictures and texts with the information in the terminal, his mind was a mess after he came out, and he was completely confused because there were too many options. The forms of star beasts each have their own advantages, and Fu Han was not sure what to do. After returning to the dormitory, Fu Han thought of Professor Chu. Professor Chu is an expert in star beast breeding, and he is very knowledgeable about the pros and cons of star beasts. In addition, he previously imagined that the big jade hand has the characteristic of one hearing, one understanding, and in his eyes, it is natural that Fu Han's big jade hand skills upgrade quickly, so Fu Han can consult him. So Fu Han called Professor Chu. After Fu Han told Professor Chu about the situation, Professor Chu laughed and said, Fu Han, are you stupid? You asked me this? How many pyroxene golem weapons did the old gods create during the Star God War? Is there anyone who knows more about their structures than them? Aren't those materials in your teacher's bookcase? You don't just think about training star beasts all day long. You should also read more of your teacher's knowledge. After hanging up the phone, Fu Han thought that he might really be stupid. What Professor Chu said was so right. The strange postures of star beasts are nothing more than one point, in order to adapt to the natural environment in which they live. So everyone has their own characteristics, and everyone has their own extremes. But the golems used in war can only adapt to the battlefield. Of course, what the great jade hand needs most is fighting, so it is most reasonable to look at the structure of the war golems of the old gods. It's a pity that it's too late tonight, and I can't bother them anymore. Otherwise, Fu Han would have wanted to go to the top floor of the library immediately. However, Fu Han did not waste time. After a short rest, Fu Han continued to improve the skills of the big jade hand. There are still plenty of potions, and enough time. This time, we must raise the combat power of big jade hand to a higher level. The next morning, Fu Han went to the cafeteria again. This time, the Annie who suspected that Fu Han had hyperthyroidism prepared special meals for him. She saw that he was too tired to squeeze in the crowd, and she was worried that he would get hungry before going out with such a lot of exercise, and would have to squeeze back again. So Fu Han had a big bowl of delicious noodles. While eating, he praised the ant for her cooking skills, which made the ant very happy, and asked him to come again tomorrow. Coming out of the cafeteria's kitchen, Fu Han almost walked into the dark alley alone again. Fortunately, Kikalu reminded him not to go that way. Fu Han thought that there were a lot of troubles in that place, so he quickly turned around and took the main road. So I successfully reached the top floor of the library, and this time I ran into my dear earthbound spirit Master Yi at the door. The first thing that Yi Dakshuishi did when he saw Fu Han was to scold him. "How many days have you been back and only remembered to come and see the old man?" Fu Han blushed and said in defense, "I came once that day, and you were not there. I thought you would be out for several days." The university scholar didn't believe it. "I was out for a short while that day, and you came to see me at this time? Are you trying to fool me?" Fu Han was wronged. Just like last time, the Grand Secretary brought Fu Han to the small coffee table, took out a bag of good tea, and handed it to Fu Han. Fu Han still poured tea obediently. But the difference was that this time Fu Han was much more familiar and took the initiative to talk to the university scholar about his various experiences in the survival class. Of course, Fu Han did not mention the part about the star weasel and the sacred tree. In fact, Mr. Yi had already heard about Fu Han's glorious deeds, but he still listened with great interest when Fu Han told him about it in person, especially the part where Fu Han talked about Professor Chu's confident imagination, which made the university scholar laugh out loud. The topic then naturally turned to the shape of the big jade hand. The Grand Secretary was not stingy with his knowledge. He immediately stood up and went to get the book. But the Grand Secretary was very stingy with his books. When he gave the book to Fu Han to read, he still held it himself and refused to hand the book to Fu Han. The secret knowledge of the old god era, the method of making war golems, had long been lost. However, the Grand Secretary had preserved a picture book which depicted many different war golems of the old gods, with clear appearances and detailed structural diagrams. The Grand Secretary said, "In fact, according to my research, most of the golems in this picture book are fictional." Fu Han was slightly stunned. Wouldn't it be useless if it was made up? The Grand Secretary continued, but he did not make it up at random. He made an extended design based on facts. As he spoke, the Grand Secretary took out several drawings of war golems and showed them to Fu Han. Those war golems were all tall and strong, like giants. "These golems are the ones I have researched and recorded, and they are all quite powerful. Apart from other golems, there are almost no enemies that can compete with them on the battlefield." The author of this picture book used these golems as a basis to imagine the various golems used by the old gods in war. Pay attention. Although these are imaginary products used to fool the people, these theological compilers are very powerful. In order to elevate the status of the old gods and exaggerate the power of the gods, the golems he designed are very reasonable and powerful, even more reasonable than real war golems. The only problem is, they definitely can't be made. Fu Han was slightly stunned and said, "But I can build it." The Grand Secretary nodded and said, "Yes." And these golems he invented often appear in other theological texts. If your big jade hand uses this shape to fight against the old gods, they might even bow down to you. Ha ha ha. Fu Han's eyes lit up, thinking, that's really the old monk's house. He wanted to curse, but the temple got anxious. Wonderful. Chapter 65, The Legend of the End. Fu Han imagined how the old gods would bow down to Saitama, and thought that would be wonderful. Just as Fu Han was trying to find a suitable golem as a model, the university scholar closed the book and said with a smile, "You kid, have you forgotten what I told you to do? When you go to the treasury, you should memorize or copy the ancient characters in it and bring them back to me, right?" Fu Han nodded hurriedly and said, "Remember, I have to bring you the ancient books as well." "Yes," the university scholar nodded and said, "Do you know what ancient characters look like?" Fu Han was stunned for a moment and said, "Well, I seem to know him a little bit." "If you kid. Actually, Yi Miao and your team knows ancient characters, but that girl doesn't pay attention to these things, so she will definitely forget. If you know some basic ancient characters, if you find anything, just ask her to help identify it. So starting today, come to my place every day to learn a little bit of ancient characters. Are you willing?" The Grand Secretary had already said this. How could Fu Han refuse? He quickly nodded and said, "Okay, I'll come every day." The Grand Secretary then laughed and opened the picture book again for Fu Han to see. Fu Han wanted to reach out to take it, but was rejected. "Don't take it. You'll break it." After a careful comparison, Fu Han finally chose a golem of the God of Secrets as the prototype for the armor of the Big Jade Hand. In fact, it doesn't matter to Fu Han what kind of golem it is from the old gods. He chooses the night demon golem of the god of secrets because it is relatively small. Those huge war golems that are 100 meters tall all have one characteristic, which is bloated. Because of their size, thick limbs and bloated bodies are necessary, and the larger the basic size, the rounder it is. But now the big jade hand is only a little taller than Fu Han, less than 2 meters. Even if it grows bigger and becomes gigantic in the future, the height of the big jade hand will not exceed 10 meters in the short term. Therefore, that kind of thick structure is not conducive to its rapid movement. The night demon of the god of secrets was designed as a golem for sneak attacks. It was not that large, and its structure was very suitable for the big jade hand. The night demon still maintains a bipedal form, but its lower limbs are more like the hind feet of a dragon. The structure of the dragon's hind feet can provide extremely strong explosive power, which can greatly improve jumping power and running speed. The night demon also has a powerful tail to solve the problem of support and balance. Its upper body is very strong to ensure that it has enough strength to hold weapons and strike enemies. In addition, the wings of the night demon are also of great help to Saitama. Although the wings cannot make him fly, they can effectively assist Saitama in levitation, gliding, etc. With the blueprint, Fu Han summoned Saitama and adjusted his form bit by bit according to the picture book. The university scholar was also there to help. After more than 2 hours of hard work, the Grand Secretary and Fu Han finally achieved a perfectly balanced form, with very coordinated standing and walking. However, his running and jumping abilities have not been tested yet. After all, they are still in the Grand Secretary's library, and Fu Han dare not mess around. Fu Han originally wanted the Jade Hand to master a few more forms, but then he realized that 2 forms were the limit of its memory. Now, there was an armor form to protect Fu Han and a Night Demon armor form. If he wanted to learn the other ones, he would have to forget one of these 2. However, the 2 options are enough, so Fu Han no longer worried about it. After Saitama's armored form was determined, Fu Han did not rush to leave, but stayed as promised to learn ancient characters. However, because they had created the golem in the picture book, both the old and the young were a little excited, so the study soon turned into chatting. Fu Han cunningly led the topic to the direction that interested him. He first told the university scholar about his bad luck in the past few days, and then sighed. "Tell me, I am so unlucky. Is it because the cat god is targeting me?" The Grand Secretary smiled and shook his head, saying, "The cat god is not what you think. In fact, the cat god is not an old god. People have worshipped the cat god even earlier than the old god era. Before the old god era came, humans had a short period of stability. At that time, the end barrier was gradually dissipating, and people could already survive without the 9-sun divine tree, but material resources were still scarce. At that time, cats, which could protect food and books, became people's favorite animals. However, cats were scarce, and it was not certain where they would live. If someone's home had a cat, it was good luck. If you found a kitten and wanted to take it home to raise, you had to solemnly betroth it, which gave rise to the legend that the cat god controls luck. After hearing this, Fu Han didn't know much more about Maoshin, but he knew a little more about the academic school. The cat god must have existed, otherwise Kikalu wouldn't have mentioned it, and the kitten in the Sun Council wouldn't have so coincidentally met all the characteristics. But even such a great figure as the Grand Secretary denied his existence and interpreted the cat god as a continuation of the worship of nature, which shows that this academic school's understanding of God was a bit biased. The current situation is that the old gods are desperately praising it, while the academic school completely denies it. But in fact, neither side is objective, and the truth is hidden behind the doctrine, and Fu Han has to discover it himself. Just as the Grand Secretary mentioned the 9 suns divine tree, Fu Han quickly followed suit and asked, "By the way, I took a look at the 9 suns divine tree you mentioned at the Academy's breeding base. Do you think it's possible for this last barrier to appear again?" The Grand Secretary smiled and said, "According to the legend, it will happen. Legend has it that after the 9 seeds of the sacred tree fall, the end barrier will come again. But since you have taken a look, you should know that the 9 sunflowers of the 9 sun sacred tree are still in full bloom. In fact, the 9 sun sacred tree in the entire Qixing land has 9 sunflowers in full bloom. Even if this end barrier will come again, we are afraid that we will not be able to see it." Fu Han was struck by lightning. No wonder the old man said there is very bad news during the first Solar Council. It turns out it was because of this. But Fu Han is already the 8th seat. If there is one more, the final obstacle will come. "Old Nine, could you please come back in 800 years?" Fu Han shouted in his heart. After leaving the library, Fu Han kept muttering in his heart about the coming of Mahjong again. Fu Han certainly hoped that the ninth seat would not appear in his lifetime, but a closer look revealed that this was impossible. Because Xiaomao was previously criticized for not making any progress in 2.5 years, which means that the interval between the 7th seed and the 8th seed was only 2.5 years. In addition, except for the old man, all the other members of the Sun Council are young and strong, which means that everyone's seeds were obtained in recent decades. And Fu Han is only 15 years old now, so he won't die prematurely before the end barrier, right? In other words, it is almost certain that Fu Han will witness the last barrier in his lifetime. This gave Fu Han another idea. Why not try to prevent the end barrier from coming? Or maybe the old man and the others are already thinking of a way. Well, no matter what others do, Fu Han still needs to improve his own strength. Fu Han guessed that if he died when the end obstacle came, the sacred tree should still take root and sprout as usual. So there is no need to think about saving others. The key is to save yourself. I just hope that the ninth seat will appear later, giving it more time to develop. Thinking about it, Fu Han asked in his heart, Kikalu, should I go to the training ground today or go back and try the contract law? Kikalu replied, go and try the contract law. Fu Han had an idea in mind and turned around and headed to the cafeteria again. No matter what he did, he had to eat first because he had to upgrade Saitama's skills later. Chapter 66. Rats enter the granary. Fu Han once picked up a jade beast in the backyard of the cultivation garden. His main purpose at that time was to confuse others. Fu Han wanted others to think that his jade beast had not evolved yet, thus delaying the time when the big jade hand would evolve in others' cognition. Unfortunately, this attempt to hide his true intentions was seen through by Qixingdi. Later, Fu Han felt that he was not that popular, so he stopped carrying the jade beast around and placed it on the desk in the dormitory. At this time, if we want to test the soul touch contract law, we can use it as a guinea pig. Fu Han closed the doors and windows, pulled up the curtains, then summoned the big jade hand and opened the wall of jade glow. Then Fu Han calmed down and recalled the soul touch contract method. Like soul connection, soul touch still requires the use of starlight to outline the inscriptions. And Fu Han now knows what these inscriptions are about. This kind of inscription is called true words. It is actually a message outlined with starlight that can be used for soul communication. Ancient characters also evolved from true words, so they are extremely obscure and difficult to understand. The pictographic characters used by people now are a completely different system. The number of mantras that need to be outlined in the soul touch contract is more and more complicated, so more starlight is needed. Fortunately, Fu Han now has the help of the sacred tree seed, so starlight is not a problem at all. After rehearsing it in his mind several times, Fu Han began to try to mobilize Xinghui to draw up a contract. The contract was drawn up smoothly. After a while, the delicate inscription formed a light spot on Fu Han's fingertips, and then Fu Han touched his fingers to the stone jade beast. The biggest advantage of soul touch is that the contract conditions can be set flexibly, such as giving starlight or even conveying some ideas. This time, the soul touch contract contains some starlight, and with the intelligence of the jade stone beast, it naturally accepted it immediately without any hesitation. In an instant, Fu Han felt that his soul was connected with the stone jade beast. Just like a contract, Fu Han could sense the information of this jade beast. Moreover, the ability of starlight imprint could also be completed through this connection. Just touch the jade beast lightly, and it will accept the contract, and a temporary soul connection will be formed. This connection requires Fu Han to use starlight to maintain, and it consumes a lot of energy. It is also easy to end the touch connection. Stop supplying starlight, and the soul touch will end. It is very convenient. Fu Han was very happy when the test ended here. When contracting a star beast, the light of the inscription produced by soul connection is so bright that it can blind the eyes. And soul touch is so subtle that it is invisible to the naked eye. It only has a slight light and can be unnoticed with a little cover. Then can I secretly touch other people's star beasts to gain their skills? Fu Han thought about it and tried to touch the big jade hand again. Fu Han was surprised to find that when the big jade hand accepted the touch, Fu Han also felt the touch. It was like his left hand touching his right hand, and both hands felt it. In this case, stealing skills will not work. If you must touch the soul of a star beast without the other party's knowledge, it is best to knock the beast master unconscious. I just don't know if in this situation, the star beast will refuse to accept Fu Han's touch contract because of its hostility. However, it should be relatively easy to touch and acquire skills from ownerless star beasts. Fu Han instantly thought of the Academy's Star Beast Garden. I'm sorry, Mrs. Lan. Fu Han thought. That night, Fu Han used up another bottle of fairy honey wine. The big Jade Hand's colonial armor form was upgraded to the next level. The next morning, after asking Qixingdi for her opinion, Fu Han did not rush to the cafeteria. Instead, he went to the training ground and asked for a closed training room to try out Saitama's new form. Since the growing armor was upgraded again last night, Saitama's movements are much smoother than yesterday. Especially with the help of a pair of dragon feet, his leaping and running ability is really amazing. However, the current landing posture is still a bit awkward, and it has a bit of a rolling and crawling feeling. But Fu Han was not worried, as there was still a lot of fairy honey brew, and there was enough time to upgrade growing armor to level 6. Saitama could further control his wings. When the giant star arrives, let Saitama learn giant. Then jump high into the sky, become giant, and glide down with the help of wings. TSK, TSK. Fu Han was afraid of this punch that came from the sky. After leaving the training ground, Fu Han went to the cafeteria to fill his stomach, and then went straight to the Star Beast Garden. When they arrived at the entrance of the Star Beast Garden, Qixingdi, who was holding the sacred tree in the core, said to Duan Han, "It seems that something unlucky is going to happen." Fu Han was slightly stunned, but still didn't dare to go against his luck. So he simply didn't go in and turned around to leave. But when he turned around, he bumped into Mrs. Lan, who had just returned from outside. When Mrs. Lan saw that it was Fu Han, she was delighted and asked, "Why are you leaving so soon after you got here?" Fu Han defended himself. "I suddenly remembered something." "Ah!" Madame Lan sighed and said, "If you are not in a hurry, come and help me. Professor Chu suddenly sent a bunch of young star beasts over and asked me to help take care of them. I don't usually have so many star beasts to take care of, so I don't have so many people. It's really busy for me." Fu Han was slightly stunned, thinking, could the bad luck that Qixingdi was talking about be about being captured as a laborer? This is bad luck for others, but for me it's like a sleepy head hitting a pillow. "What's the matter? Is it urgent?" asked Mrs. Lan. Fu Han quickly waved his hand and said, don't worry. I came here specially to help." Mrs. Lan sighed and said, "You are the most conscientious person in our academy. Come in quickly." After that, Mrs. Lan led Fu Han into the Star Beast Garden. Then Fu Han put on an apron and followed Mrs. Lan to the backyard of the Star Beast Garden. Unexpectedly, the dozen or so little star beasts in the backyard were in chaos, fighting and screaming. Madame Lan screamed, "Oh my God! The Jade ape must have let them out. Quick, Fu Han, catch them back to their respective pens." Fu Han hurriedly got busy under Mrs. Lan's command. The little star beasts were very active, running around, crawling around, pooping and peeing everywhere. If a green water ape got in and brought all the little star beasts to one place, it would be a scene of chaos. If anyone saw this scene, they would probably just want to run away. But Fu Han was different. He was like a rat entering a granary. Moreover, in a Star Beast Garden, there is only one busy Mrs. Lan, which makes it very convenient for Fu Han to touch the souls of the star beasts. This whole morning, Fu Han touched all the little star beasts without anyone noticing, not caring whether those skills were useful or not. He just imprinted them first, thinking that the opportunity was rare and would never come again. By noon, the Star Beast Garden was almost cleaned up, but Fu Han still had 2 little guys he hadn't touched, so he was a little reluctant to leave. He asked Madame Lan to go and rest first, and he would come out soon. Mrs. Lan was moved. Through the college's reward system, Fu Han was awarded 1 credit and a bonus of 10,000 yuan. The money was not much, but it solved Fu Han's urgent need. Moreover, credits were very precious. Credits would be assessed at the end of the school year. If the credits were not enough, the student would be expelled. At the end of the year, Mrs. Lan has very few credits and bonuses to give out, so this is already a huge reward. Not only were a bunch of skills engraved, but there were also bonuses and credits, which almost made Fu Han die of joy. After coming out of the Star Beast Garden, Fu Han went to the cafeteria again, eating while checking the skills he had just engraved. Chapter 67. Tank and High Output. Professor Chu must be busy with the Fault Treasury, so he placed some of the star beasts with Madame Lan for foster care. Moreover, Professor Chu trusted Madame Lan very much, and the star beasts placed with her were of very good quality. The most mischievous green water ape is an elite star beast with excellent qualifications. It uses its tail to perform its inherent skill, water shape, making its tail super long. The water-shaped tail can be used to attack enemies, and it can also be used to open the cage door and release a bunch of little star beasts to make trouble together. It can be said that the physical cage can hardly control this guy, so Mrs. Lon used her own star beast to hypnotize it. Fortunately, the first thing Fu Han caught was this green water monkey, and he touched it secretly. Otherwise, after it was hypnotized and fell asleep, it would not be able to accept Fu Han's touch contract. Therefore, the basic skill, Shape of Water, was also engraved. At present, Fu Han only has the water-type star beast, the water slime. The race value of the water slime is too low, and Fu Han has always used it as a kettle and has not deliberately cultivated it. However, the water slime enjoyed the abundant starlight in Fu Han's core and was able to level up to level 12. And because it was often squeezed, the self-healing skill was always in effect, so it was also upgraded to level 3. In fact, the water slime can still continue to evolve, but the evolution conditions are also quite harsh. It needs to use very precious element crystal core to help it achieve sublimation evolution. Fu Han planned that if he could find the elemental crystal core, he could evolve the water slime. If he couldn't find it, he would have to let it continue to be a kettle. Therefore, the skill, Shape of Water, will not be taught to it for the time being. Boya can also learn Shape of Water, but after learning it, its next head will also become water attributed, so Fu Han is not in a hurry to let Boya learn this skill. Boya is only level 10 now, and it is still a long way for the next head to be born at level 20, so there is no need to rush to determine its attributes. Fu Han also engraved in Ice Release from a Snowbird. If this skill is taught to Boya, it will definitely allow him to obtain an Ice-type head. Ultimately, it depends on whether Fu Han can master skills that are more suitable for Boya when it is close to evolving. This time, Fu Han also engraved a Warm Light from a new Onrongrong. The function of this skill is to emit warm light to provide treatment. It is a basic light skill. The light skill was what Fu Han wanted to teach Boya. Fu Han hoped that Boya could gain some ability to fight against fierce beasts. But Fu Han was very worried that this skill would allow Boya's next head to evolve Healing Breath, which would be embarrassing, so Fu Han did not dare to teach Boya this skill. Double Body Moon Lantern Monster is actually a psychic star beast, and it cannot master the light type, Warm Light. And judging from its racial value, it would be useless even if it was mastered, and the effect would definitely be very poor. So before Fu Han found the 7th moon pool, it could only serve as a flashlight. Fu Han engraved quite a few useful skills this time, such as Extended Claws from Kizayama Cat. This skill is very suitable for Xiaozi and can enrich its attack methods. There are also 2 plant-based skills engraved from a Wonderful Cactus, Spike Jet and Absorb Water Element. Spike Jet can increase the combat power of plant-type star beasts, while Absorb Water Element allows plant-type star beasts to absorb moisture from the air to restore their vitality. Fu Han currently does not have any plant-type star beasts, but these 2 skills are very suitable for Mu Chi's carnivorous plant seedling. However, Fu Han still needs to think about how to pass them on to the seedling without letting Mu Chi notice. In addition to these skills that can be used immediately, there are a few skills that Fu Han can't think of for the time being. Regardless, Fu Han believes that these skills will help him in the future. It is not known how much starlight information can be stored in the black hole at the core. Fu Han hopes that it conforms to the characteristics of a black hole and preferably has infinite capacity. In the following period of time, Fu Han learned the mantra step by step to improve Saitama's skill level. As Saitama's colonial armor leveled up, it became increasingly difficult to upgrade. Fu Han spent 2 days to help him upgrade the colonial armor skill to level 6. Saitama's level was also upgraded to level 18. At this point, the improvement of Saitama had to be paused. Although there is still a lot of honey brew, Saitama is about to reach level 20. Fu Han is worried that he is overdoing it, and if Saitama accidentally reaches level 20, that would be the end. There is also a giant that Saitama must learn no matter what, so he can no longer learn the colonial suit. Moreover, the level 6 colonial armor has given Saitama perfect mobility in the night demon armor state. Now that Saitama has entered the armor state, he has become another star beast. It has a strong burst of power, jumps high, runs fast, and has amazing punching power. When it swings its fist, the strong wind arrives before the fist arrives. Fu Han didn't dare to let Saitama practice with other star beasts. The most outrageous thing is that Saitama's defense still makes his opponents sigh, and Boya's dual element breath can't hurt him at all. Saitama is now very tough and has high damage output. His fighting power is quite amazing. With the remaining mental power, Fu Han taught Xiaozi a skill called Extended Claws. As a result, Xiaozi also rose from level 17 to level 18. So Fu Han didn't dare to continue to improve Xiaozi's skills. Currently, only Boya remains at level 10, and there's a lot of room for improvement. Unfortunately, Fu Han cannot help it improve quickly by imparting skills, so he can only do it slowly. And on this day, Fu Han finally received the news that the items had arrived. The escort of the legendary treasure house said that a mountain-falling beast blocked the highway, so the treasures that Fu Han exchanged from the treasure house were delayed for 2 days. Fu Han was very satisfied with this. It was better than losing it on the way. At least he arrived before exploring the Fault treasure house. After getting the source essence, Fu Han quickly hid in the dormitory to absorb it. The effect is quite good. Fu Han's starlight brightness has also increased a lot, and it is about level 17 or 18. The upgrade efficiency is very gratifying. Another day passed, and Titan Bear's broken stars finally arrived. After receiving the broken star box at the entrance of the academy, Fu Han felt relieved. Since placing the order, Fu Han has been worried that Titan Bear's broken stars might have problems in transportation. Although he would not lose both money and goods, it would be a pity if the broken stars could not arrive before going to the Fault Treasury. Fortunately, it was only 2 days late. There was still about a week before Fu Han went to the Fault Treasure House, so there was still enough time. After getting the star-breaking box, Fu Han originally planned to return to the dormitory immediately to imprint the skills first. Unexpectedly, Kikalu warned in the colonel, "Oh no, it seems that you are being targeted by trouble. No matter which direction you go, bad luck will come to you." Hearing this, Fu Han looked at the box containing the broken stars in his hand and guessed something. So Fu Han slowed down his pace and said to Kikalu in his heart, "Kikalu, someone might be following me. Can you come out and help me see who it is?" Kikalu said excitedly, "Leave it to me." Fu Han immediately felt that Kikalu had left the core area, and then his shoulder moved, and the invisible Kikalu sat on Fu Han's shoulder. Then Fu Han strolled around the college, going here and there and visiting crowded places. Soon, Kikalu spotted the stalker. Found it. It's a man as cold and sinister as a snake. Fu Hanxin thought, "It is indeed him." Chapter 68, An Offer I Can't Refuse. Fu Han has always been very low-key in the academy. The only people who have had a grudge against him are the crew cut guys. Before the survival class started, the Snake Man and the crew cut guys were staring at Fu Han at the playground. At that time, Fu Han knew that this guy would definitely come to cause trouble for him again. So when Kikalu said that there was trouble coming, Fu Han thought of this guy first, so it wasn't unexpected. Fu Han guessed that this guy's target should be the Star Crusher box. He has probably been following him for several days. Yesterday, the escort of the legendary treasure house delivered the things to the dormitory door. Otherwise, this guy would have stuck to him yesterday. But Fu Han didn't understand what he was going to do. Was he going to rob the place in public at the Star Chasing Academy? Thinking about this, Fu Han walked into the cafeteria. He found a deserted spot, placed the star-broken box casually on the dining table, and then went to get his meal. Fu Han thought that it would be best if this guy showed up to steal the box. Then he could just grab him and hand him over to the college security, and the trouble would be gone. However, things were obviously not as simple as Fu Han thought. The Snake Man did not follow him into the cafeteria at all. Fu Han frowned and thought, this trouble must be solved. As the saying goes, you don't have to worry about thieves stealing. You have to worry about thieves thinking about it. Of course, I can hide in crowded places all the way back to the dormitory. But if this guy comes to sneak, won't I have to be on guard against him in the dormitory? Thinking about it, Fu Han simply took out the terminal and sent a message to Tsang Zhe, asking, "Do you know that there's a guy in the academy who is as cold as a snake?" After a while, Tsang Zhe replied, "The eldest of the Luo brothers has just passed the intermediate level exam, and his talent is a snake trainer. He has 2 snakes, one of which has not yet reached the 2nd level. But his skill configuration is excellent. He has come to you? Do you need help?" Sangja is still the most reliable. Before Fu Han even asked, he sent all the information Fu Han wanted to know. The so-called snake trainer is actually called Snake Star Beast Affinity. This kind of talented beast trainer can more easily let Snake Star Beast comprehend skills from the broken stars, and the skill upgrade speed is also faster. So Tsang Zhe said that his skill configuration is excellent. Seeing this, Fu Han's mind suddenly became active, and he wanted to know how excellent his skill configuration was. Regarding the Soul Touch contract method, Fu Han still had one thing he hadn't tested. That was if the Beast Master was knocked unconscious. Would his Star Beast still accept the touch contract? This is a ready-made test subject. Although the opponent is an intermediate Beast Master, Fu Han is still confident. The only question is how much of his trump card will be exposed in this battle. While he was thinking about it, Songze sent another message. However, you shouldn't need help. His snakes basically have poisonous attacks, and one of your boya is enough to bite his entire family. Is that so? Fu Han's mood brightened, and he couldn't help but hum a song in his heart. Love you walking alone in the dark alley. Love the way you don't kneel. Love you da-da-da. It's all the same. Fu Han, in a good mood, finished his meal quickly. Then he left the cafeteria through the back door, as usual, and walked quickly towards the alley behind the cafeteria. While the snake man was still not catching up, Fu Han summoned Saitama, and then asked Kikalu to follow Saitama. Kikalu, try to use psychic shock to knock him out later. If it doesn't work, let Saitama hit him on the head directly. Qiqilu excitedly obeyed the order. Then it wagged its tail to hide itself and Saitama. Even though the arrangements were complete, Fu Han waited alone at the alley entrance for the snake man to appear. Not long after, Fu Han heard hurried footsteps, and then the snake man followed from behind. Fu Han turned his head to look at him, then turned and ran away. The snake man said coldly, "Want to run?" Humph. Fu Han slowed down his pace and looked back at him, only to see that he had summoned a python surrounded by black air. The python coiled around his hand, and he raised his hand and pointed it at Fu Han. Then darkness spread out from the snake's mouth and instantly enveloped Fu Han. Fu Han stopped and smiled, allowing the darkness to surround him. The star beast summoned by the snake man is the dark star beast, Nightfall, and the darkness it is releasing is its inherent skill, Darkness Curtain. It absorbs light with the energy of darkness and creates a completely dark area. In the area, the dark element will be enhanced and the light element will be weakened. This skill can be used as a smoke bomb to affect the enemy, and can also be used to conceal your figure when hiding in the dark. People in the dark area naturally cannot see any light, but people outside the dark area actually know nothing about what is going on inside. If it is a snake, it can also feel the temperature of its prey in the dark, but the beast master can't see anything. Many people would panic in such a pitch-dark situation, so Fu Han quickly pretended to panic and shouted, "Hey, what's going on? What do you want to do?" Then Fu Han summoned the twin-body moon lantern monster, and its exorcism property came into play at this time, and the light immediately illuminated a small area around Fu Han. "Don't panic. I'm just here to settle a score with you." The snake man's cold voice sounded outside the darkness. "I think you know that 3 breeding areas are open for this survival class, and many people have contracted quite good star beasts. But my brother Luo Do was injured by you and was unable to participate in the survival class. This loss, I'm afraid you have to give me an explanation." Fu Han shouted. He was the one who started the gambling fight. He asked for it. "What do you want to explain to me?" "Humph." The snake man didn't want to argue with Fu Han and said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense and throw the box out of your hand." Fu Han shouted, "This is the academy. Are you trying to rob it? I heard that you were seriously injured. Don't blame me for not reminding you. My star beast has poison attacks. I don't know if you can survive with your injuries and the poison." Fu Han was slightly stunned. Was this guy bluffing, or was he really going to become a desperado? Fu Han asked, "Aren't you afraid of being punished by the academy?" "Huh?" The snake man sneered and said, "I'm about to graduate, and there's nothing to gain from this academy. After I finish this job, I'll naturally leave. It's up to you to decide. Hand over the box obediently, or suffer the consequences before throwing it away." He's almost graduated, and he's only an intermediate level. The Star Beast level is also very low. This snake man is really a rookie. In fact, the snake man's strength is just the average level of the academy, but Fu Han's ability is quite amazing, so he seems very weak. As Fu Han was thinking, he saw many small bright red dots appearing in the darkness. Fu Han took 2 steps forward to let the light illuminate those small dots. He then discovered that the ground was densely packed with small snakes. Those bright red dots of light were emitted from their eyes. At this moment, a large group of small snakes were staring at him with eager eyes. Fu Han curled his lips. It seemed that the snake man had also summoned his second snake. These little snakes were his skills. So Fu Han also summoned Boya. At this time, the snake man shouted outside, "Hurry up, or I will not be polite. I will count to 3. 1. Fu Han shrugged and said coldly, 3. Boya rushed out in response. Just as Tsang Jie expected, the battle was actually not suspenseful. Even if it was a head-on confrontation, Boya and Elong were enough to defeat the enemy. When Boya rushed out, those little poisonous snakes jumped onto him and exploded into a pool of venom that splashed all over Boya. Naturally, Boya, who possessed the swamp adaptability, didn't feel anything at all. At the same time, Kikalu, who was lying in ambush, also launched a psychic shock. After all, the Snake Man was an intermediate beast master, and psychic shock could not completely knock him down, so the big Jade hand gently hit him again. Then the Snake Man fell to the ground with a plop. When the darkness around Fu Han dissipated, he saw the white weasel Kikalu celebrating his victory on the head of the big Jade hand. And Boya's two heads each held a python, one black and one purple, both trembling. Fu Han first confirmed that the Snake Man had completely fainted, and then came to Boya and looked at the two trembling pythons. At this time, Kikalu jumped on a Fu Han's shoulder and said excitedly, "Oh, will the little snake accept the contract?" Fu Han smiled and said affirmatively, "Yes, I will make an offer they can't refuse." Chapter 69, Boya's Giant Transformation. When Fu Han touched the two snakes' souls this time, he didn't even give them a trace of starlight. He just made a condition: either accept the touch or become food. Such conditions were not difficult to choose, and accepting soul touch did not violate the contract with the Beastmaster. So both snakes accepted the touch. So Fu Han obtained information and skills from the two pythons. Night Python and Swamp Poison Purple Snake are both excellent level star beasts with a racial value of just over 200, so they have no power to fight back against the Lord level Boya, even if their star level is higher. As for what Song Zhe said about the excellent skill configuration, Fu Han curled his lips and did not agree with it. The Night Python has a primary skill, Dark Curtain, that has been upgraded to level 3, and a dark intermediate skill, Steel Life, that is only level 1, probably it was just learned. The Swamp Poisonous Purple Snake has a basic, Bind, which is only level 2. This skill is only suitable for creatures in the shape of snakes, but Fu Han still engraved it. The Swamp Poison Purple Snake's other intermediate skill, Venom Transformation, is also level 1. Fu Han has seen this skill before, and it's quite interesting. However, Fu Han currently doesn't have a poisonous star beast, so it's useless for the time being. The two star beasts each mastered an intermediate skill, and the level was relatively low. Unexpectedly, this level was considered excellent skill configuration in the eyes of mastered Song Zhe. Fu Han thought, "You haven't seen the skills of my star beast. This one is really not that good, but it is also a gain. Curtain of Darkness and Steel Life are both good for Xiao Zi. I can teach them later." After imprinting the skills, Fu Han did not feed the two snakes to Boya in accordance with the contract. In fact, the star beast is innocent, and the bad one is the Snake Man. However, Fu Han still asked Saitama to knock out both snakes and then put them on the Snake Man. This Snake Man was a nuisance and could not be kept alive, but Fu Han did not intend to dirty his hands. After thinking for a while, he called Professor Chu to explain the situation. Professor Chu was furious. He said, "I understand. I will arrange for the law enforcement team to go there. You hand the person over to them, and don't worry about other things. Just prepare for the exploration of the treasure house." This is exactly the effect Fu Han wanted. If he didn't go through Professor Chu's relationship, the law enforcement team would inevitably take him in for questioning when they arrived. It didn't take long before the law enforcement team in black arrived. After the law enforcement team put various shackles and star suppressors on the Snake Man, this guy woke up and found that he had been completely subdued. He actually cried in panic. "I just want some compensation." "I'm not. Fu Han, please speak up for me and spare me." I was bewildered for a moment. Listening to this guy's cries, Fu Han rolled his eyes and said to the law enforcement team, "It's best to give him a heavy sentence." The law enforcement leader nodded and said, "Don't worry." After that, the law enforcement team carried the Snake Man who had wet his pants away. According to the Alliance's laws, robbery is punishable by 10 years in prison. However, before the Snake Man is punished by the Alliance's laws, the Academy's law enforcement team will first punish him. This includes depriving him of his property, giving up his star beast, and so on. The Academy trained him and really didn't intend to let him do evil. If he refused to give up the star beast, then the Academy would also make him an offer that he couldn't refuse. In fact, Fu Han knew that this guy must have been blinded by greed for a while. In order to prevent the starlight from scattering, the box for the broken stars is specially made, and it is indeed easy to see at a glance. Moreover, the standard box for the broken stars is one box for 10 broken stars, and the broken stars Fu Han bought are second-class broken stars, so the box is one size larger. The Snake Man was probably planning to plot against Fu Han at first, but when he saw Fu Han bought 10 second-class broken stars, he had evil thoughts in his mind and finally his greed blinded him. But Fu Han is not a kind-hearted person. The reason he didn't let Saitama smash his head was mainly because he was afraid of dirtying his hands. How could he possibly speak for him? Fu Han just hopes that this guy is the last link in the nesting doll, and these guys who deliver food will stop bothering him. After leaving the alley, Fu Han immediately put the snake man out of his mind. Just by looking at the shackles that the law enforcement team put on him, Fu Han knew that it was impossible for him to escape. Moreover, he was just a greedy and petty person, and it was obvious that no great figure would rescue him. So Fu Han put his mind at ease and went back to engrave Giantization with peace of mind. Saitama has the efficient core feature and is the fastest leveler among all Fu Han's star beasts. It stands to reason that absorbing the broken stars should be done by him, so as not to waste them. However, Saitama is about to reach level 20, so this time Fu Han asked Boya, who is only level 10, to absorb the broken stars. And Boya's way of absorbing broken stars is also very unique. Other star beasts use their cores to attract the starlight in the broken stars. After the crystal structure of the broken stars collapses, the starlight will naturally be absorbed into the core. But Boya swallowed the broken stars in one gulp. If Fu Han had not sensed the information about the skill after it swallowed the broken star, he would have thought that it had wasted the broken star. After swallowing 2 broken stars, Boya successfully reached level 11 and grew a circle. After swallowing 4 broken stars, it did not level up again, nor did it master the skill of gigantism. However, Fu Han did engrave giant, and his Starforger talent is still as stable and reliable. Without delay, Fu Han immediately recalled Boya to the core and taught it the giant skill. And something unexpected but reasonable happened again. After teaching him the skills, Fu Han checked Boya's status and found that Boya still did not obtain the skill of giant, but instead gained a new characteristic. Advanced characteristics, giant individual, possessing a huge body size that is different from its peers. Or is it an advanced feature? Looking more closely, Boya's racial value has also increased by 40 points due to this feature. It has reached 547 points. It is equivalent to having 2 more heads. Fu Han wanted to summon Boya to see how big he was, but he failed to summon Boya successfully, because the dormitory full of furniture could not accommodate Boya's huge body. The increase was beyond Fu Han's expectations. Why does this multi-headed dragon always turn skills into characteristics? Is it because of the multi-headed dragon, or because Boya is an albino individual? Fu Han scratched his head, took out the terminal, and looked through the information about the hydra again, including the information about the hydra's colorful forms. He still couldn't find any relevant description. Fu Han couldn't help but mutter in his heart. This eternal tree is also unreliable. The permissions have been opened again and again, but the data still does not contain key information. I don't know why it is so hidden. After thinking about it, Fu Han reviewed his skill library again, trying to see which skills might allow Boya to gain new characteristics. He still dared not teach elemental skills randomly, and there were many skills that Boya could not learn. But Fu Han still found a skill that Boya could learn, which was the Jade transformation that Fu Han had first engraved. Jadification has become a passive skill for Saitama, and Xiaozi cannot learn Jadification, so Fu Han has forgotten about it for a while. I searched the entire skill library before I remembered that I had missed such a magical skill. The most important thing is that Boya can actually learn this skill. Teaching basic skills was relatively easy for Fu Han, so he did not delay and immediately taught Yuata Boya. Looking at his condition again, it turned out that Boya had a new characteristic. Intermediate characteristic Jade Scales. Possessed Jade Scales with stronger defense and higher resistance. After the primary Jadification was solidified into a characteristic, it also became an intermediate characteristic. The Giant and Jadification that originally consumed Starlight became characteristics that did not consume Starlight, so the rank upgrade was a matter of course. And Boya's racial value has been increased by 10 points to 557 due to the new features. His level has also been raised to level 12. Fu Han thought, if there are a few more skills that can allow Boya to acquire new characteristics, wouldn't it become an emperor level sooner? The physique of the multi-headed dragon is indeed very special. Seeing that it was just getting dark, Fu Han immediately got up and rushed to the training ground. Fu Han was extremely curious about what Boya would become, and couldn't wait until tomorrow to see. Chapter 70 Farewell Wine. Although Fu Han was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when Boya was summoned. Boya was originally only slightly larger than Xiaozi, but after acquiring the giant individual trait, it grew to 3 meters tall. Including its tail, its body length is nearly 10 meters. Fu Han never expected that Boya, who only had 2 heads, would become such a huge monster. In fact, Boya's fighting power comes entirely from his strong body. The improvement brought by the enlargement is very obvious. For example, his breath comes from the glands in his head. As the head becomes larger, the glands will naturally become more developed. When he first fought the blood blade mantis, the breath Boya exhaled was as thin as a line of fire. But now, the breath he exhaled was like a heavy laser cannon. Not only that, the scales on its body are also thicker, turning into large pieces of dragon scales. Coupled with the scales jadification feature, its scales have a clear texture. It's not clear enough just by watching, so Fu Han simply summoned Saitama and asked it to enter the Night Demon armor form and try to practice with Boya. As a result, Fu Han was shocked. Boya not only withstood Saitama's attack, but even used his breath to reduce Saitama's health by 1. Fu Han laughed. The reason why Boya became so tough was because he learned Saitama's Jade transformation. It was really like teaching a disciple only to starve the master to death. You have to know that Boya is a multi-headed dragon. It has a perverted recovery ability, and combined with scale jadification, before Saitama mastered Jainization, there was really no way to deal with it. He is even tankier than Saitama and has higher output. After this enhancement, Fu Han began to have full confidence in the exploration of the Fault Treasure House. Boya, who was only level 12, was even stronger than Saitama before he giant. Of course, it is not scientific to measure Boya's strength by star magnitude. It has a core of level 12 and a physique of level 30 or 40. Since the Fault Vault rejects all creatures with a star magnitude above 20, then what could be stronger than Saitama and Boya? It's settled. Although he thought it was safe, Fu Han was still not careless in his actions. In the next few days, he still tried his best to improve the strength of the star beast to the top. Saitama has mastered gigantism, and levitation has also been upgraded to level 5. Therefore, Saitama's star level has also been upgraded to level 19. At this point, Fu Han didn't dare to teach any skills anymore, for fear that Saitama would suddenly reach level 20, and then Fu Han would cry in the toilet. After mastering the giant, Saitama's combat power has also increased exponentially. Saitama in the gigantic state can easily break Boya's dragon scales. It is no problem to suppress Boya. But Fu Han was also shocked by Boya's recovery ability. Saitama punched Boya and a large piece of dragon scales broke. But in the blink of an eye, Boya's flesh and blood quickly grew back, and all the dragon scales were restored to their original state. If you think about it carefully, it seems impossible for Saitama to completely defeat Boya. 9-headed dragon body. This epic trait is extremely powerful, but it is a pity that the trait cannot be engraved. Otherwise, Fu Han would have already walked sideways at Qixingdi. Although Xiao Zi's racial value is a bit low, the characteristic of Dark Core makes its dark skills very powerful. So Fu Han will not give up training it. The Darkness Curtain and Life Stealing, engraved from the Snake Man's Night Python, were passed on to Xiao Zi. Life Stealing was also upgraded to level 3, and Darkness Blessing was also upgraded to level 4. Xiao Zi, who did not have Efficient Core, was also upgraded to level 19. At this point, Fu Han Star Beasts have been temporarily upgraded to their upper limit. If they become stronger, they will not be able to be summoned in the Fault Treasury. Only about 300 milliliters of the fairy honey wine was left, which was just enough to be put into 3 sealed bottles and carried with me. Just when Fu Han had upgraded all the Star Beasts and was preparing to rest for a day, something unexpected happened again. When Fu Han woke up in the morning, he felt that his inner core seemed to be crowded. After careful observation, he found that the crowding was not because his inner core had become smaller, but because the soul connection occupied by a certain star beast had become particularly large. Fu Han knew that this was caused by a star beast that had reached the second-class star brilliance. In fact, when Saitama evolved, his star level was 1 level higher than Fu Han's. At that time, Fu Han noticed that Saitama's soul connection had become much bloated. However, Fu Han's core area was still empty at that time, so it didn't feel so obvious. But this time, Fu Han has more star beasts, and the feeling is very obvious. Fu Han was shocked, thinking that maybe Saitama's high-efficiency core took effect and caused it to upgrade. Looking closely, Saitama is still level 19. Just when Fu Han was about to check on Xiao Zi, a huge Kikalu suddenly appeared in Fu Han's core space. It happily said to Fu Han, "Hey Fu Han, look, I'm 2 years old." Fu Han suddenly felt overwhelmed. and had forgotten about Kikalu. Now that he thought about it, it had been holding the sacred tree seed recently, and it turned out to be absorbing the starlight. Fu Han was speechless. You, Kikalu, originally leveled up every 20 years on average, but how come you only leveled up twice in a short time with me? In response, Kikalu replied, I think it was around the time I was 2 years old that I absorbed a little more starlight. Fu Han sighed, there's nothing you can do. Kikalu, you're free, but you won't be able to come out when we go to the Fault Treasure House next time. This is probably part of my bad luck. Fu Han thought. The day after Kikalu turned 2 years old, Fu Han also received a notice from Professor Chu, asking him to be on standby and ready to enter the Fault Treasure House at any time. Fu Han was about to set off, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. He didn't know what the result of this trip would be. After thinking about it, Fu Han felt that he still had one thing to accomplish, which was to teach Mu Chi's piranha plant seedling skills. So Fu Han came up with a plan. He called Mu Chi to the dormitory to drink under the pretext of showing off his skills. Then he tricked him into summoning the piranha plant seedling, and then asked Kikalu to knock Mu Chi unconscious or hypnotize him. After that, he taught the seedling skills and kept his achievements to himself. With a plan in mind, Fu Han took action immediately, bought some wine and food, and waited for Mu Chi to arrive. At first, Mu Chi insisted on going to some high-end bar, but was sternly rejected by Fu Han. In the end, he obediently came to Fu Han's dormitory. Then Fu Han started to force Mu Chi to drink. In fact, it is very easy to get Mu Chi to drink. Even if you ask him to drink, he will refuse. But Fu Han asked, Can't you drink anymore? Can't you drink? This guy was so excited that he couldn't be stopped and rushed to drink. After a while, Fu Han felt that if he didn't trick him into summoning the piranha plant seedling, he would get drunk. So Fu Han asked, By the way, how is your piranha plant seedling? Summon it out so I can take a look. The drunk Mu Chi replied with a big tongue. Don't mention it. I learned a skill and did 410 draws, and nothing happened except the star level increase. My old man's hair is falling out in clumps. Fu Han thought, for the sake of your father's hair, let me do it. Then why don't you summon it out for me to see? Are you reluctant to part with it? You can't confront Mu Chi when asked, Are you reluctant? He immediately summoned the young plant of the Venus flytrap to deal with Han and said, Look enough. Fu Han picked up the piranha plant seedling and took a look. It had grown a lot bigger and looked a bit ferocious and wanted to bite people. Just when Fu Han wanted Kikalu to take action, he found that Mu Chi was so drunk that he fell under the table. Fu Han quickly picked him up and threw him onto the bed, confirming again and again that this guy was drunk to death. Fu Han smiled and shook his head, thinking, if I get him drunk often in the future and then upgrade the skills of his star beast, will he think that his drinking will strengthen the star beast? The next morning, Mu Chi opened his eyes in a daze and found himself lying on Fu Han's bed. He picked up the terminal and saw that Fu Han had left him a message. The meeting has been notified. I'm going now. We'll meet again when I get back. After putting down the terminal, Mu Chi felt a splitting headache, and then he found his piranha plant basking in the sun on Fu Han's desk. Strangely, the piranha plant seedling seemed to have grown a lot, at least 2 or 3 levels higher. Mu Chi thought to himself, damn, did this guy buy fake wine for me to drink? What a head slap. Then Mu Chi turned over, covered his head with the quilt, and fell into a deep sleep again. Chapter 71 Ruyan. The weather in Star Chaser City had been sunny for several days in early autumn, but today it started to drizzle in Belan. The clouds were thick, and it seemed like it would rain all day. The drizzle caused the temperature in the White Forest to drop by several degrees, and the members of the treasure exploration team had to stand in the rain. A gust of cold wind blew by, and several thin beast masters shivered. Fu Han has a lot of advantages in this regard. On the one hand, Fu Han has exercised a lot and has a strong body. On the other hand, the outdoor suit given by Professor Chu is very good, waterproof and windproof, and wearing a big hood even makes him feel isolated from the world. The Supertime and Space Technology Group was still busy next to the Time and Space Rift. They raised all the electronic equipment and set up a awning. The one operating the computer under the awning is Thousand-Bearded Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao is a nice name, but it is actually an octopus with long and thin tentacles. Qinshu Wang Xiao is a psychic star beast, and it is the most intelligent among the star beasts. Sensu Wang Xiao is very sensitive to numbers and is very suitable for processing large amounts of data. After a little training, Sensu Wang Xiao can use a computer skillfully. Interestingly, it has exactly 64 tentacles, which is an integer for programmers. In addition to Wang Xiao, There are many superpowered star beasts working under the leadership of beastmasters, some of whom Fu Han knows. For example, the space-time owl that is staring at the space-time rift needs it to identify the colors in the space-time rift that the human eye cannot distinguish. However, there were several that Fu Han had never seen before. When asked about it, Zhang shook his head and explained, "It is a star beast that lives in the time-space fault. Its appearance was formed when it left the fault. Only its owner knows its ability and significance." Fu Han raised his eyebrows slightly and thought, "Is it so magical?" Professor Chu was still repeating the precautions for entering the fault. Fu Han had heard it many times, so he was a little absent-minded. Having arrived in front of the space-time rift, Fu Han felt a little nervous, but more curious and excited. Fu Han really wanted to see what was behind the dark space-time rift. This curiosity even exceeded his desire for treasures. However, Fu Han felt that his bad luck did not seem to be over yet, so he repeatedly reminded Qixingdi not to leave the core without permission and to carefully predict the situation. Qixingdi patted her chest and agreed. "Don't worry, leave it to me." After Professor Chu repeated the precautions 3 times, a staff member of the Trans-Time and Space team came to Professor Chu and whispered a few words. Then Professor Chu's face straightened and he said, "Everyone, let me confirm with you one last time. It is possible that you will never be able to come out of this trip. Do you regret it?" The rain was getting heavier, but everyone was quiet. Professor Chu waited for a moment and saw that no one responded. He raised his hand and said, "Everyone check the time. It is now August 25th, 7 hours 41 minutes and 21 seconds in the morning." Everyone raised their hands to calibrate the time on their Hengshire watches. Then Professor Chu said, "Fu Han, your team goes first." Fu Han nodded and accepted the order, then walked forward with the other 3. Professor Chu led everyone to the time-space rift and reminded them, "Remember, check the time on your constant time watch at any time. If you find that your constant time watch is running too fast, quickly leave the fault. We only have 48 hours. When the constant time watch shows the morning of the 26th, you must start to turn back regardless of whether you have gained anything or not." Fu Han and the others nodded and replied, "Remember." Professor Chu nodded, then waved to Qinshi Wangchao beside him. Wangchao's tentacles briskly began to operate various instruments. The instruments around the crack began to work one after another, and the dark crack was gradually torn wider. Then the special projection equipment around it lit up, and the light it emitted hit the crack, reflecting the situation inside the crack. Professor Chu nodded to the staff, then turned to the team members and shouted, "Enter one by one. Be careful of collisions." At this moment, Qixingdi's voice suddenly came from Fu Han's heart, saying, "Fu Han, it seems better to go in quickly." Hearing this, Fu Han said, "Let me go in first." Professor Chu nodded and signaled Fu Han that he could go in. So Fu Han strode into the space-time rift. Watching Fu Han disappear into the crack, Zhang said, "I'll be the next one." Professor Chu nodded. Zhang wiped the rain off his face and walked towards the crack. At this moment, a deep and distant wail suddenly sounded from the sky. "Woo hum!" Everyone looked up into the sky. There was a very huge black shadow floating in the clouds. "Cloud whale!" someone exclaimed. The huge figure in the clouds is not difficult to identify, because apart from the cloud whale, there is no other giant in the sky with a body length of more than 600 meters. Even the so-called cloud whale class used by the military only means largest class and is really much smaller than the cloud whale. Just as everyone expected, the cloud whale in the sky quickly emerged from the clouds and revealed its huge figure. "Woo hum!" As the wailing sounds grew louder, the cloud whale descended lower and lower, completely blocking the raindrops in the sky. At this time, a fishy smell filled the air. From the moment he heard the sound of the cloud whale, Professor Chu knew that something was going to happen today. When he smelled the fishy smell, Professor Chu immediately summoned his big jade hand. After a jade hand twice as big as Saitama appeared, it immediately clasped its hands and dropped heavily to the ground. Then the barrier with jade light gradually dissipated, and the fishy smell was also washed away. "Zhang, go call Fu Han out," Professor Chu urged. "Hurry up." Zhang nodded, summoned the Mercury Demon Blade, and was about to rush towards the space-time rift. But at this moment, there was a loud boom. A star beast jumped off the back of the cloud whale and hit the center console of the Super Time and Space team. Qinshi Wangchao, who was just operating the center console, fell in a pool of blood. Wangchao's owner's soul was damaged, and he fell to the ground in pain. The transdimensional instrument stopped working. The rift in time and space shrank until only a crack remained. Sang's steps could only stop. Seeing this, Professor Chu shouted, "Everyone come over here! Hurry up! Come to the big Jade hand!" The staff of the Trans-Time and Space Technology Group quickly dropped their instruments and entered the brilliant Jade Wall. The beast tamer who had just lost Wanchao was also helped by others to hide in the brilliant Jade Wall. The exploration team members who were waiting on the side also quickly came to Professor Chu. At this time, Professor Chu saw clearly the star beast falling from the sky. It was a ferocious beast bred by the old gods using evil methods. It looks like a deer, but it has no hair on its body. Its skin is metallic, pitch black with red patterns. The weirdest thing is its antlers, which look like two strangely shaped bone flutes, with bright red gas emanating from the hollows. As an expert on star beasts, Professor Chu recognized at a glance what kind of star beast it was before it was transformed by evil magic. It used to be a rune, a legendary infinite star beast. It should have been pure white like a piece of satin. Once it ran, the sound horn on its head would emit pleasant music that could heal the wounds in people's hearts. But now it has turned into a monster that exudes a fishy and rotten smell. Professor Chu frowned and pursed his lips in silence. At this moment, Ruyan, who had turned into a ferocious beast, raised her head and cried out in grief. The antlers on its head began to emit scarlet gas, accompanied by sounds like the wailing of evil spirits from hell. At the same time, dozens of sick and rotten warriors jumped off the back of the cloud whale, screaming and spreading their bat-like flesh wings and swooping down. Seeing this, Professor Chu summoned his own battle beasts one after another and shouted, "Everyone prepare to fight!" Chapter 72. Moving forward. On the back of the cloud whale, under the tent made of skin and bones, a woman in black gauze was fitting herself with scale armor with the help of servants. Those light green scales were attached to her body one by one, and every time a scale touched her skin, her flesh and blood would wriggle and embed the scale into her flesh. Soon, it was as if she had grown a body of dragon scales. The woman's eyes were bloodshot and her face was thin. She wore a bone crown on her head, which seemed to be covered with fresh flesh and blood. The flesh and blood were wriggling and fluttering in the wind along with her black hair. "So why isn't it over yet?" she asked coldly. A dwarf man crawling at her feet replied in a trembling voice, "They have a star beast that can take a stand to resist the ape corruption, so. Her voice became even colder. The dwarf lowered his head and said, "The defense of that star beast is extremely high. It is not easy to break through. It is a big jade hand." The woman sneered and said, "You want to wait until the Alliance troops arrive, right?" The dwarf said quickly, "Your Majesty, our sickly warriors are forcing them to retreat step by step. They have already given up the rift. You can land now." "I want those dirty thieves dead," the woman shouted. "Yes, Your Majesty, I'll do it right away." The dwarf raised his head slightly, revealing a mouse-like face. Kayla, the saint of the corruption sect, sighed softly and squeezed out the word fast from between her teeth. But because she spoke too quickly and too softly, the mouse-faced dwarf could not hear clearly, so he had to lower his head and asked, "Your Majesty? Your Majesty, I didn't hear clearly what you said." Kayla's face suddenly showed strong disgust. She looked at the rat face coldly and squeezed out a few words from her mouth. "I said you should die soon." As the scarlet in her eyes suddenly flashed, the dwarf's rat face immediately began to rot, and the flesh began to fall off piece by piece. Rat face howled in pain. He hurriedly held up his fallen face skin, then backed away while saying, "I'm sorry. Your Majesty, I'll be there right away. I'll be there right away." Ah! As the screams of rat face became farther and farther away, Kira's scale armor was assembled, which finally calmed her anger a little. She put on the purple bracelet beside her, stood up, and walked to the edge of the tent. Looking up at the heavy rain hitting the membrane of the tent, she cursed in a low voice, "Shameless thief." At this moment, golden lightning suddenly flashed in the clouds in the sky, and those golden lightnings moved towards the cloud whale at a rapid speed. Kyla frowned and shouted hurriedly, "Shanru." As soon as Kayla finished speaking, the lightning in the clouds suddenly broke through the clouds. In an instant, the golden lightning struck the back of the cloud whale. Buzz! The cloud whale wailed as it struggled to rise and tried to hide in the clouds. A huge wound also appeared on the cloud whale's solid keratinous dorsal fin. The sick and rotten warriors who were originally in neat formation on the back of the cloud whale were now in a mess. That golden lightning was actually a golden dragon spear, shining with lightning all over, and it was now nailed on the raised dorsal fin of the cloud whale. At this time, the mountain scholar who had been dozing in the tent was also awakened by the huge noise. He hurriedly stood up and looked at the dragon spear on the dorsal fin of the cloud whale, frowned and said, "The spear has arrived before the man. Thunder Dragon Spear, Li Wang. Can you beat him?" Kayla asked. 50-50. That means we can't beat them. Shanru shrugged and said, "Then I'll work harder, June 4th. Before Shanru finished speaking, the two of them felt the cloud whale begin to struggle violently. The two men had just managed to steady themselves when they saw the flesh around the cloud whale's dorsal fin suddenly split open, and blood spurted into the sky. The next moment, a bloody man crawled out of the body of the cloud whale. After casually wiping the blood off his cheek, the fierce man waved at the thunder gun, and the thunder gun immediately turned into a ray of lightning and came into his hand. The person who came was Li Wang. This man, who always ignores obstacles and goes straight to his goal, even drilled directly through the body of the cloud whale. However, the vitality of the cloud whale is indestructible. This penetrating wound still failed to seriously injure it, but its speed of rising to the clouds increased a bit. After Li Wang summoned his dragon spear, he looked at the two of them without saying a word. His fierce momentum frightened Kyla so much that she took a half step back. 30% to 70%. After a pause, Shanru changed his words and said, 20% to 80%. You should go first. Just by being glanced at by Li, Kyla felt like a hole had been stabbed in her head. She knew that Shanru could only stop him for a while, so she didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly turned around and jumped off the cloud whale. Li looked at the fleeing woman and then at the tall man in front of him. He felt that the man in front of him was stronger, so he raised his gun and walked towards the man. Seeing this, Shanru unconsciously stepped back slowly. At this moment, Yunjing drilled into the clouds. Li Wang turned into a flash of lightning and killed it. The blood immediately dyed a large area of clouds red. The cloud whale dived into the clouds, and bat-like flesh wings stretched out from behind Kayla. Hearing the thunder rumbling in the clouds again, she knew she could not delay any longer and dived towards the space-time rift. In a blink of an eye, she arrived next to the rift in time and space, and her wings fell to the ground with an unpleasant sound of flesh and bones being torn apart. The sounds of battle continued in the woods a little further away, but they were getting farther and farther away. Kayla knew that it was her sickly warriors forcing the thieves to retreat. Looking around, she smiled with satisfaction. At this time, the area around the crack was completely contaminated by the fog of corruption. The surrounding vegetation and trees had begun to become diseased, and even ordinary weeds had grown pink pterygiums. And the sick Rian was lowering her head to eat the diseased plants. Kayla waved to Bingfu Rian, and Bingfu Rian leaped lightly to her side. She touched Rian's cheek affectionately, and then the inscription on her hand lit up. She said to Rian gently, "Go. From now on, this is your forest." Then the soul connection of Bing Ruyan was released. Bing Fu Ruyan was stunned for a moment. Then it came to its senses and immediately turned around and ran towards the depths of the white forest. When Bing Fu Ruyan disappeared from her sight, Kira raised her head to face the heavy rain. Watching the groups of floating fighters emerging from the horizon and chasing the cloud whale away, Kira laughed again. The Alliance reacted quickly, but they chose the wrong target. When the cloud whale falls from the sky, it will nourish a large area of diseased and rotten land. This land is mine. Kayla smiled. Then her face turned cold, and she asked sternly, "You bastard. How long are you going to hide?" "I'm here. I'm here." The flesh and blood at Kayla's feet squirmed and condensed, and a short figure emerged. Rat Face crawled humbly at Kayla's feet and kissed her scaled boots. Kayla kicked the rat's face aside and asked, "Where's the brilliance suppressing starstone?" Mouse Face turned over and sat up, quickly took out a string of transparent pendants from his arms, and handed it to Kayla on tiptoe. "Here." Kayla took the pendant and looked at it carefully, then took off a string and put it around her neck. Watching the transparent pendant gradually filled with starlight and turned into a dirty pink, Kayla frowned deeply. She didn't like the feeling of having her starlight suppressed, as if she was being tortured. But the rules of the treasure house could not be changed, and she had no other choice. Then she kicked the dwarf at her feet, handed over the remaining pendants, and said, "Put them on my children, and let's go." Chapter 73, Exploring Fractals. The Fall Treasure House was hidden by the god of time and space in the chaotic time and space, so it is difficult to open the rift in time and space accurately within the treasure house. There are also sections of chaotic space-time fragments between the rift entrance and the Fault Treasure House. In order to allow the treasure house exploration team to reach the treasure house through the chaotic space-time fragments, the hypertemporal technology team has been working hard for more than a month. Their main task is to identify the chaotic fragments of space-time and then piece together the feasible fragments to form a road so that the exploration team can reach the treasure house along the road. In order to avoid mutual interference between time and space, the Transspace Technology Group will connect all the pathways at once and mix those useless time and space together. After the patchwork is completed, the space adhesion lasts for 48 hours. Once the connection is successful within 48 hours, it is difficult for external force to separate it. The farther the space-time fragment is from the entrance, the more difficult it is to see its true appearance. And the Super Space team is not completely sure that every road can successfully reach the treasure house. This is the purpose of exploring in multiple groups. Each group takes a different route. If you can reach the destination, then reach it. If you can't reach the destination, then turn back. If you have enough time, try again. If you don't have enough time, you can only regret it. The first space-time that Fuhan entered was very stable and comfortable. It was a green grassland with no undulations on the ground. At a glance, it was all green grass of the same length and density. The air here is fresh, the light is bright, and the temperature is comfortable. The cold feeling in the white forest is completely eliminated here. After stepping onto the grassland, the first thing Fuhan did was to look up. Above his head, there was not the usual blue sky and white clouds, but the next space-time fragment connected to this space-time. Although the distance is far, one can still roughly judge what kind of situation will be faced next by looking at it. At this time, the space and time above Fuhan's head looks much worse than the current one. It is dark and dilapidated, and there are sporadic fires. It seems to be a battlefield. Fuhan smacked his lips and thought, the contrast is quite big, but it doesn't matter. As long as there is a passable road, it is a good time and space. But why haven't those guys come in yet? Thinking about it, Fuhan looked back and found that the crack behind him had disappeared. Fuhan was stunned. What's going on? Shouldn't we wait until everyone comes in before switching the entrance? Why did it switch now? Fuhan raised his hand to look at his constant time watch and found that 3 minutes had passed in the main time and space, but he felt that only a few seconds had passed. Fuhan frowned and began to hesitate. In fact, before entering the space-time rift, Professor Chu explained in detail the situations that might be encountered. Fuhan guessed that the current situation might be caused by equipment failure. After all, it was raining today, and the probability of equipment failure caused by water ingress was actually quite high. Apart from equipment failure, Fuhan couldn't think of any other reason. After all, this was Belan next to the Star Chasing Academy, so it couldn't be that the old gods came to seize the entrance to the rift. But Professor Chu also said that if you find that your constant time watch is running very fast, you should leave the fragment immediately. Otherwise, time will be wasted. After thinking for a few seconds, Fuhan looked at his watch again and found that 5 minutes had passed. Fuhan frowned slightly, thinking that he should not waste time here. It was difficult for Fuhan to estimate the time required for equipment maintenance, but the time for exploring the treasure house was limited. The key is that Fuhan is very confident that he can explore the treasure house alone. The Academy arranged for everyone to form a team because there were few low-level summoners and their response range was limited. But Fuhan knew that he was different. He had tanks, DPS, and assassins. He was also fully equipped with self-healing abilities, so he didn't need treatment very often. If there is something that Fuhan cannot deal with, adding Songze and the others may not be much better. If they are by his side, Fuhan still has to hide his strength. But when he is alone, Fuhan can let go and act freely, and he can run away quickly in an emergency. As he thought about it, a bold idea came to Fuhan's mind. Maybe by the time they have repaired the equipment, I will have already explored the treasure house. We don't have to divide the spoils. This is simply, the old monk's house has no mouth. The temple is indescribable. Indescribable. Thinking of this, Fuhan made up his mind and decided to walk faster. So he summoned Saitama directly, jumped into its palm, and then rushed towards the aurora in the sky, which was the place where the two time and space connected. The grassland space-time was very barren, with nothing but identical green grass. The flow of time was also ridiculously slow, and staying here for a few seconds would mean several minutes in the main space-time. So Fu Han entered the next fragment of time and space without any reluctance. The connection between the fragments was a disturbed space-time, surrounded by broken light and shadows and disturbed mist. Sitting on Saitama's hand, Fu Han didn't observe too much and rushed all the way, and in the blink of an eye he entered the next fragment. After entering the new space-time fragment, Fu Han still looked up first. The next space-time fragment was a seemingly calm water area, and the depth of the water was unknown. With Saitama as a means of transportation, Fu Han did not need to go swimming. Then, Fu Han looked at his watch again. It was 10:02 a.m. on the 25th. It took Fu Han about 2 hours and 20 minutes to pass through the grassland fragmentation. After staring at the Hengshi watch for a while, Fu Han discovered that the time flow rate of this current space-time fragment was much faster than that of the main space-time. The second hand of the Hengshi watch seemed to move only once every few minutes. In other words, Fu Han could take his time to enjoy the view here. Just as Fu Han had expected, this was an ancient battlefield. Soldiers in armor were lying everywhere. Their blood even formed a trickle of streams, flowing to no one knew where, and the air was filled with the smell of blood and fire. Fu Han observed carefully. The two sides of the war, one side wore armor decorated with red, and the other side wore armor decorated with white. The battle seemed to be very fierce, and the number of soldiers lying down was basically the same, and the number was huge. Especially in the center of the battlefield, the soldiers lying down there formed a vortex, which was very tragic. Inevitably, Fu Han became curious about the identities of the two warring parties. He bent down and wanted to pick up a long sword stuck in the ground to see the emblem on it. Unexpectedly, as soon as his hand lightly touched the hilt, the entire sword shattered and instantly collapsed into fine sand. Moreover, the scattered fine sand also caused a chain reaction. On the entire battlefield, the fallen soldiers, armor, and halberds also collapsed and turned into nothingness. Looking at the scene in front of him, Fu Han was slightly startled. Fortunately, Professor Chu had explained what this situation was before. If things in space and time appear to be collapsing, it means that the space-time fragmentation is not very stable. There is no need to panic in this situation. The worst that can happen is that everything will collapse and become a barren land. It is also possible that everything will return to its original state after a while. In short, just wait a while. So Fu Han waited calmly. After a moment, everything on the battlefield collapsed and disappeared. But in the middle of the battlefield, there was still a silver-white object still standing. Just as Fu Han was about to step forward to see the thing clearly, the sound of metal clashing suddenly rang in his ears. Chapter 74 History repeats. The sound of armor colliding rang in Fu Han's ears. He looked back and found that he was surrounded by soldiers in armor. Subconsciously, Fu Han wanted to use the Saitama armor to protect himself. But the next second, Fu Han stopped again. He found that these soldiers seemed to be phantoms, and their attention was not on him at all. Then Fu Han realized that this seemed to be a historical fragment being replayed in the light and shadow. At this moment, he was just a bystander. So, Fu Han calmed down and watched. Now that the soldiers returned to the battlefield, Fu Han discovered that the soldiers in red and white uniforms were actually from the same camp. Although Fu Han could not identify their identities from their emblems, the emblems on their armor were the same, and they formed a circle, apparently fighting side by side. As for those who were surrounded by them, Fu Han turned around and looked at the silver-white thing, and there was one more person there. He was wearing silver-blue armor, and his body was shining like the Milky Way. At this moment, the silver-white object was already in his hand. Only then did Fu Han see clearly that it was actually a spear. Looking at the endless soldiers around him, Fu Han was a little surprised. So many people, are they just to encircle and suppress him? At this moment, a priest in a religious robe walked out from the ranks of soldiers. The robes they wore were very similar to those of the priests in the Sun Council. The only difference was the emblems and decorations. In other words, all the priests who came forward were at the chief priest level. After the chief priests stepped out, they immediately took off their instruments and began to pray, and soon the gods responded. The divine light in the sky shone on the soldiers, and the soldiers' aura became stronger. Looking at the man in the center of the battlefield, he remained motionless, quietly waiting. The religious troops that surrounded him did not keep him waiting for long. After the officiating priests finished their blessings, an officer took the lead and began to shout and charge. Suddenly, the deafening shouts resounded throughout the battlefield. All the soldiers began to run wildly towards the center of the battlefield. At this time, the man in the center of the battlefield also moved. He raised his spear and pointed it forward. A deep starlight suddenly burst out from the silver spear, and the starlight sprayed in the direction of the spear tip. With just this slight touch, all the religious soldiers in a straight line fell to the ground. It just so happened that the man's first shot was aimed in the direction of Fu Han. Feeling the powerful energy in the starlight passing across his cheek, Fu Han's hair stood up. This is too strong. However, the man's performance had just begun. Every shot he fired could bring out a star, regardless of stabbing, picking, chopping, or poking. Every time he fired, large groups of religious soldiers fell down. The religious soldiers rushed for a long time, but no one could get close to him. The soldiers of the Star Sect were also extremely brave. No matter how powerful the men showed, they still charged forward fearlessly. Fu Han thought, is this going to kill him? But it seems like he still has a lot of energy left. At this moment, changes occurred on the battlefield. Suddenly, a golden light fell from the sky, and the man quickly raised his gun to block it. Obviously, even he dared not neglect this attack. In a blink of an eye, the golden light fell on his gun barrel. The huge impact force made the earth tremble, and this attack did not stop, and several golden lights fell from the air one after another. Boom! Boom! The powerful collision shook the Crusaders to the ground, but they cheered and worshipped. This was the might of God, and they would win this battle. Fu Han felt a little regretful. The god's attack was too strong. The man probably died because of it. Just as he was thinking, the might of the divine light dissipated. Fu Han found that the man was still standing, but his silver blue armor was already tattered, revealing his unruly smile. He is actually laughing? The next moment, he bent his knees and jumped. His body turned into a meteor and rushed straight into the sky and disappeared in an instant. The battlefield suddenly became quiet, and all the soldiers looked up at the sky. A moment later, there was a sudden rumbling sound in the sky. The strong flames burned the clouds red. Then two figures fell from the sky. One was a man without any armor, holding only a silver spear. The other one was a man of light with golden wings and gorgeous clothes behind him. Fu Han's heart trembled, and he thought, that's God. Although I don't know which God it is, the body cast by light and the golden wings of light fluttering behind it are the symbols of God. At this moment, the god was strangled by the man's neck and stepped on. His silver spear had already been pressed into the god's chest. Although the god continued to bombard the man with divine light, he still had a grim smile on his face and stabbed the silver spear in his hand deeper and deeper. In an instant, two figures fell to the ground. Boom! Fierce flames shot up into the sky, and the powerful air wave instantly knocked over all the soldiers on the battlefield. The strong light made it impossible for Fu Han to look directly at it, so he could only raise his hand to block it. After a moment, the light faded, and the battlefield fell silent. Fu Han looked up again. The man was holding a spear, kneeling and pressing the god motionlessly. He still had a smile on his face. If Fu Han were to describe that smile, it would be satisfied, because the body of the god he was pressing down, made of divine light, was gradually disintegrating and disappearing. Then the man's body also disintegrated due to being bombarded by the divine light many times, and his body also shattered into sand and drifted away with the wind. All that was left on the battlefield were the fallen soldiers and the silver spear. The time and space of the ancient battlefield returned to the state when Fu Han first entered. Although time and space have returned to their original state and calmed down, Fu Han's heart cannot be at peace. That man killed the gods. He killed the gods all by himself. Although it was a tragic death, from the smug smile on his face, Fu Han knew that he was very satisfied with the result. The gods are dead. This is completely consistent with the academic school's explanation of the old gods. The mainstream view of the academic school is that the reason why the old gods gradually disappeared is because they all died of old age. The old gods will also die, which is the basic point of the academic school to refute the theological theory. The academic school does not believe that the old gods have supreme power and immortality. They do not believe the old gods claim that they are asleep. The academic school believes that life may have advanced forms and may have extraordinary meanings. However, as long as it can die, it logically does not enter the category of God. So although the academics called themselves old gods, they only regarded these two words as a title. In their hearts, they did not recognize that they had the status of God. Therefore, The academics did not accept the rule of God and overthrew the authority of the church to establish the Star Alliance. And this time, Fu Han saw the evidence with his own eyes. Although the space-time fragments were arranged by the Super Space-Time Technology Group, Fu Han knew that they could not actually clearly understand the situation within the fragments. They only found out that this space-time was passable. Moreover, the historical fragments replayed in the space-time fragments were not something the Trans-Space-Time Technology Group was capable of falsifying. So what Fu Han saw was the truth of history. The old gods are not immortal, they have fallen. Unfortunately, Fu Han was unable to recognize those emblems, and for the time being, he had no idea which old god he was. However, Fu Han has silently memorized the emblems on the soldiers. He believes that he will be able to get the answer from the Grand Secretary after he returns. After calming down a bit, Fu Han rode on the big jade hand and headed towards the center of the battlefield. The silver spear that could kill gods was still standing in the center of the battlefield, so Fu Han naturally wanted to go over and take a closer look. But this time he didn't dare touch anything, for fear that the same scene would happen again. Chapter 75, Strange Lake. The silver-white spear is a weapon that can kill gods. If Fu Han is not tempted by it, he would not be Fu Han. Professor Chu also gave some explanations about the items in the space-time fragments. Professor Chu had reminded everyone not to linger in the fractals and not to waste time on the things in the fractals because it was often difficult to bring items from the fractals to the next fractal, and even fewer could be brought back to the main plane. The space-time of the fragmented layers is not as stable as that of the Fault Treasure House. All things may have experienced countless time, turbulence, and space changes. However, Fu Han still noticed one point. When everything collapsed just now, the silver-white spear still stood and did not collapse. So Fu Han had reason to believe that this god-killing spear might be able to be brought back to the main time and space. When Fu Han came in front of the silver-white spear, he discovered that the reason it remained standing was because it was supported by the brilliant starlight. After observing the spear for a long time, Fu Han did not notice anything unusual, but his desire to reach out and touch the spear became stronger and stronger. After thinking it over again and again, Fu Han decided to ask Qixingdi, "Qixingdi, there is a silver spear in front of me. What will happen if I touch it?" After a moment, Qixingdi responded, "If you touch it, you will touch a spear." Fu Han pursed his lips. He knew Qixingdi was teasing him. But since Qixingdi didn't say not to touch, then it was okay to touch. So Fu Han no longer hesitated and reached out to hold the spear. At this moment, the starlight around the spear suddenly disappeared. Not only that, all the things in the ancient battlefield once again collapsed into streams of light and merged into the spear. Fu Han waited quietly for a moment. The sounds of clashing swords did not ring out again, and the dead soldiers did not appear again. Looking at the spear again at this time, it had turned from silver to black, without any luster at all. "Why does it seem to be oxidized?" Fu Han murmured. Looking at the black spear in his hand, Fu Han felt extremely regretful. Even the god-killing spear could not withstand the ravages of time. The god-killing spear had become a firewood stick. However, thinking of the fire stick, Fu Han remembered another thing. There was a senior named Zhang who had a fire stick in his hand, and his fire stick was very powerful. So we can't look down on the fire stick. Besides, the spear has only lost its luster. Its appearance is still very handsome, and the tip of the spear is still sharp. Why not just take it? It's a weapon after all, but I don't know where I can take it. Thinking of this, Fu Han picked up the spear in his hand. At this time, the space and time became a barren land. Fu Han did not delay any longer and headed towards the aurora in the sky. As you go deeper, the broken light and shadows and disturbed fog at the junction of the space-time fragments become more chaotic, which is also a very beautiful sight. However, Fu Han did not appreciate the wonder, but stared at the spear in his hand. He wanted to know what magical changes would happen to the spear if it could not reach other fragments. In a blink of an eye, Fu Han passed the connection, but the spear in his hand did not change at all. Fu Han smiled happily, thinking, maybe this gun can really be brought back to the main time and space. After all, it is a weapon for killing gods, and Fu Han is very happy to keep it as a collection. This time when he arrived at the new fragment, Fu Han first raised his hand to look at his watch to confirm the speed of time flow here. Because the speed of time might vary more when going deeper into the fragment, Fu Han must first determine how fast time flows here. If several hours pass in the blink of an eye, Fu Han had better turn back obediently to avoid being lost here forever. And this time, Fu Han's bad luck seemed to be over. Fu Han stared at the Hengshi watch quietly for a long time, and the second hand of the watch moved. In this way, Fu Han can continue to explore with ease. Then Fu Han looked up at the next space and time. He was surprised to find that the space and time above his head was a golden desert, and there seemed to be a dark red temple standing in the middle of the desert. The most important thing is that this space-time above is connected to many other spacetimes. It is the end of the spiral space-time chain. In other words, that is the space-time where the Fault Treasure House is located. Fu Han can reach the Fault Treasure House as long as he crosses the current space-time. The time in the main space-time is now 10:30 a.m. on the 25th. After exploring for more than 2 hours, Fu Han has already seen the Fault Treasure House. Fu Han was delighted and thought, maybe I have already explored the treasure house, but you haven't repaired the machine yet. Sorry, everyone. Although the treasure house is within reach, the current time and space is actually not that simple. Just as Fu Han had seen before, this space-time was like a calm lake. However, this place seemed to be several times larger than the previous space-time, and the calm water surface was endless. It is not difficult to imagine that if one does not have the appropriate ability, how to cross this water and reach the Fault Treasure House will be a very severe test. Fortunately, Saitama has the ability to levitate, so Fu Han doesn't have to worry about this problem. After walking along the lake for a while, Fu Han suddenly discovered something unusual. He first felt something brushing his shoulder, and when he turned around, he saw that it was a water plant hanging down from the sky. With doubt and caution, Fu Han continued to move forward. The seaweed hanging down from the sky gradually increased in number, and soon became more and more dense. Fu Han was stunned for a while, then stepped back. The drooping seaweeds gradually rose into the sky and disappeared. After observing back and forth for a while, Fu Han discovered the mystery. The physical laws of this fragment of space-time were obviously disordered. There was nothing at the bottom of the water in this space-time, and everything at the bottom of the water was hanging upside down in the sky. Moreover, the buoyancy rules here were also very strange. The deeper Fu Han went into the center of the lake, the bottom of the lake hanging upside down in the sky would gradually lower and reveal its true appearance. This was just like the effect of Fu Han diving into the water. Fu Han also tried to cut the water plants with his spear, and the broken water plants gently fell down. Fu Han couldn't tell whether they fell down or floated up. Fu Han also tried to get down from Saitama's hand, and he successfully fell into the water. After floating for a while, Fu Han didn't find anything unusual, so he asked Saitama to pick him up again. The physical laws used in this film are indeed very chaotic, but not completely chaotic. In short, they are very strange. In fact, there are even stranger situations in the space-time fragments, but those are probably not places where people can survive. Fu Han felt that the upside-down water area they were in now was already the limit of human survival. If time and space were to become more chaotic, he would probably be finished the moment he stepped in. This is also the significance of the Super Time and Space team's efforts for several weeks. They have eliminated the kind of broken layers that will kill people as soon as they enter. Many things that seem scary are no longer scary once you understand their principles. At first, Fu Han was thinking about whether the seaweed would suddenly roll him up to the sky and strangle him to death. However, after understanding the disordered nature of this space and time, Fu Han was no longer afraid of them. So Fu Han used his spear to push aside the water plants and continued to move forward. Soon, Fu Han passed the diving area with dense water plants and came to the deeper water place. Due to the lack of light, the water plants in the center of the lake gradually became sparse until they disappeared, and visibility became lower and lower. So Fu Han summoned the double-body moon lantern monster to provide lighting. What Fu Han didn't expect was that the bright light from the twin-bodied moon lantern monster actually attracted a large school of fish. Chapter 76, Ugly Fish. There were a large number of fish. All of them were very small. They swam upside down with their fins facing downwards and looked a bit ugly. Not only were they dark in color, but they were also a bit bloated, as if they had eaten too well, so they grew very fat. As they gathered around him, Fu Han could feel the clear fluctuations of starlight. Fu Han had never thought that these ugly fish were actually star beasts. There are also surviving star beasts in the space-time fragments. Fu Han had seen them at the Trans-Space-Time Technology Group before coming in. Fu Han subconsciously wanted to take out the terminal to scan, but when he reached out his hand, he remembered that he had not brought the terminal in. The fragmentation of time and space is a recognized unknown area. The consciousness of the eternal tree cannot connect here, and the electronic components of the terminal are also very easy to be damaged here. In fact, even if the terminal could really work here, Fuhan probably wouldn't be able to scan out any results. After all, the terminal couldn't even identify the vicious beasts cultivated by the old gods. Not to mention these strange star beasts living in the fragments of time and space. Their appearance doesn't even make sense at this time, and they will only be redetermined after entering the main time and space. Fortunately, these fish were not aggressive and just circled around Fuhan. They seemed to be only interested in the light. However, they reminded Fuhan that this kind of fish, which is small in size and huge in population, would not be very high in the food chain. If the big guys who like to eat these small fish also have phototropism, it would not be fun. Fuhan wasn't here to fish, and he couldn't use himself as bait, right? Since he had confirmed that there were fractal beasts in this area, Fuhan thought he couldn't be too careful. Thinking of this, Fuhan simply put away the moon lantern monster. But people are always afraid of darkness. Our main basis for judgment is vision. When vision doesn't work, people will instinctively become suspicious. After walking in the darkness for a while, Fuhan always felt that something was coveting him. So he simply let Saitama put on the colonization suit, then fell into the water and started swimming forward. Fuhan thought that since these creatures swam in the air, they should be safe underwater. Unexpectedly, Fuhan's decision to swim forward actually saved his life. After swimming in the water for a while, Fuhan noticed a huge black shadow approaching. Fuhan was frightened and quickly dived into the water. Then the black shadow hovered over his head for a while before going away with regret. Although Fuhan did not see the appearance of this star beast clearly, the strong starlight fluctuations emanating from it were more than those of the fish combined. It was even the strongest starlight fluctuation that Fuhan had ever felt since he came to this world. It was not difficult to imagine how powerful the core of this huge star beast was. After escaping the danger, Fuhan became more determined to keep swimming in the water. Saitama's colonial armor is already level 6, and its ability to move autonomously is now extremely powerful. Saitama has no problem balancing in the water, and with the ability to levitate, Saitama and Fuhan can swim very fast in the water. After moving forward in the water for about an hour, Fuhan felt 3 or 4 extremely powerful creatures passing over his head. Only then did Fuhan realize the danger of this space and time. When Saitama's starlight was already running low, Fuhan crossed the deep water area. The water plants above his head appeared again, and visibility improved. Considering that those huge star beasts should not be able to reach the diving area, Fuhan and Saitama floated to the surface of the water again. Unexpectedly, just as Fuhan floated up, he felt his hood move. He reached out and pulled the hood, and suddenly an ugly fish like the one he had seen before emerged from it. Fuhan was stunned, thinking, when did this guy hide in my clothes? No wonder I always felt uncomfortable with a bulge on my back after putting on the clothes. The ugly fish is a kind of fish that lives in groups. Without its companions, it panicked. After turning around twice, it hid back in Fuhan's hood out of fear of the unfamiliar environment. Fuhan was also speechless. In fact, when Fuhan first encountered this kind of ugly fish, he considered whether to contract one. But the ugly fish has very poor starlight fluctuations, is small in size, and lives in groups. Fuhan guessed that he was another guy with a single-digit racial assessment value, and his appearance was a bit disappointing to the audience. So Fuhan put away the thought of the contract and concentrated on getting on his way. How could he not know that one of them might crawl into his hood? What should I do? Should I believe in fate? After hesitating for a moment, Fuhan thought, I don't want to believe in fate now. At least I should wait until the time and space of the Fault Treasure House to see it again. The physical conditions of the Fault Treasury are consistent with the main space-time. If this guy is able to follow into the Fault Treasury and survive successfully, it is not impossible to make a contract with him. If he dies on the spot as soon as he leaves the current space-time, then Fuhan will have no choice. Thinking of this, Fuhan used his spear to clear away the water plants and continued to move forward. Soon after, Fuhan passed through the water plants, and the view ahead suddenly became clear. Not only did land appear, but the disturbing auroras also appeared on the horizon. After all, humans are creatures that live on land. After struggling in the water for a long time, Fuhan felt very familiar when he saw the land again. So Fuhan hurriedly asked Saitama to rush to the land. After his feet stepped on solid land, he looked up at the sky again. The Golden Fault Treasure House appeared again, and Fu Han's worries were completely put to rest. When Fu Han stepped onto the land, the ugly fish hiding in his hood came out to look around, still swimming in the air. This time the environment made it feel even more unfamiliar, and after a quick look around, it quickly hid back in Fu Han's hood. Fu Han was also speechless. Why did this guy use his hood as a shelter? Looking at the time, Fu Han realized that although he had been struggling in the strange lake for nearly 2 hours, only about 5 minutes had passed in the main world. After thinking for a moment, Fu Han decided to stop and rest. The flow of time here is much faster than that of the main time and space, so it is very cost-effective to wait for Saitama to recover his starlight here. The next space-time is the Fault Treasure House, where the nature of space-time is very special and was carefully designed by the god of space-time. When the Fault Treasure House is closed, time and space almost stop. No matter how time passes in the main time and space, the Fault Treasure House will not change at all. This is to prevent the treasures in the fault time and space from being eroded by time. However, when the space-time of the Fault Treasure House is connected to the main space-time, the space-time rules of the Fault Treasure House will become consistent. This is also to prevent the owner of the treasure house from entering the space-time to take something, and then finding that the outside world has changed drastically after coming out. So when Fu Han stepped into the rift, the space-time of the Fault Treasury had actually been connected to the main space-time. The space-time properties of the Fault Treasury were already consistent with the main space-time. If he went to the Fault Treasury now to wait for Saitama to recover his starlight, it would take a lot of time. Although, theoretically, there should be no threat after entering the Fault Treasure House, Fu Han still decided to wait until he recovered to his peak state before going there, because it is better to be safe than sorry. I just don't know how their transdimensional instruments are being repaired in the main time and space. Chapter 77 Rainy White Forest. Outside the Star Chaser City, by Lin. More than 2 hours have passed since the cloud whale of the old gods appeared in the sky. Under the leadership of Professor Chu, the exploration team and the Trans-Time and Space Technology Group withdrew. Although some people were injured and some lost their star beasts, fortunately everyone survived. In this battle where everyone was fighting and retreating while dragging their big jade hands, the young Beastmasters performed very well. Everyone fought bravely and coordinated in an orderly manner. Songze performed the most heroically. After all, the martial arts he learned were most effective against humans. However, he was the most seriously injured and fell into a coma. Fortunately, Songze's recovery ability was strong enough, and the support from the academy arrived in time. Although he had not woken up yet, he was no longer in danger. The entry level of the Fault Vault was too low this time, and everyone thought that the items in the vault would not be very important. In addition, the entrance was in the White Forest very close to the academy, so the academy did not arrange a particularly thorough security force in advance. But who could have imagined that the old gods not only came, but also mobilized the cloud whales? They also used some unknown secret method to bypass the Alliance military's blockade of the southern continent. The military also reacted quickly. General Li Yiwang rushed to the battlefield immediately. He injured the cloud whale, causing it to flee in panic, and preventing a large number of sick and rotten soldiers on its back from landing in time. This was actually an indirect rescue of the team, led by Professor Chu. Moreover, General Li Yiwang also severely damaged the powerful enemy, mountain-falling demon general, Shanru. Although Shanru finally escaped, the demon general was prevented from causing damage to Zhuxing City. The Alliance's military aircraft arrived even faster than the Academy's support. The group of fighters wiped out all the sick and rotten warriors on the back of the cloud whale and chased the cloud whale all the way until it was shot down in the uninhabited area northwest of Balan. On the surface, this seemed like a great victory, but in reality, the news Professor Chu received was worse than the last. The military has found out that the other woman who escaped and whom General Li Yiwang encountered on the back of the cloud whale should be the Saint Kira of the corrupted sect. The military believes that she has now entered the space-time rift. In the Starry Faith, the sickly corruption sect is a very special existence, and the people are very respectful of this sect. The people's expectations of other gods are probably asking for blessings, asking for protection, asking for grace, and asking for protection. As for the sick and corrupt sect, everyone's expectation is please let them go. It is conceivable that when other old gods are weak, the terrorist rule of the sick and corrupted sect will gain them much say. Therefore, ever since the old gods fell one after another, their rule was overthrown, and the old gods retreated to the southern continent. The sick and corrupted sect has had a great say among the old gods, and now they are the de facto rulers. Saint Kayla is the successor of the corrupted sect, and she will become the master of the southern continent in the future. Someone of such status actually risked his life to come to the heart of the alliance. This was the first time in nearly 100 years that an old god of such an important status left the southern continent and came to the land of the Qixing alliance. This shows how important the things in the treasure house are to her, to the point where she has to take them. But at this time, no one could spare a hand to deal with the sickly Saint Kayla, because the sickly saint brought with her this time was 100 times stronger than anything anyone had seen before. In just 2 hours, the rot had already contaminated a large area of forest. Not only were the animals contaminated, but even the plants and grass began to grow pterygiums and emit the smell of rot. The pathogenicity of the crayfish pollution is also extremely strong. After the researcher without starlight came into contact with the crayfish gas, he fell ill due to fever in just half an hour. The only good news is that the anti-corrosion drugs developed previously are still useful. The bad news is that this chimpanzee disease will quickly develop resistance to drugs, and the Federation needs to start developing drugs to fight this chimpanzee disease immediately. When Professor Chu was leading everyone out of the contamination, a large jade hand used the jade radiance wall to isolate the orangutan rot. Otherwise, even if they were beast masters, they would have been sick after being exposed to the orangutan rot for a long time. But Professor Chu knew that the matter was not over yet. He saw with his own eyes that the contaminated ruin was spreading the corruption. Professor Chu couldn't imagine what the forest would become if the sick and corrupt ruin was free in the White Forest. Professor Chu could only pray that the sickly saint would not let go of the infinite level ruin. And the sick and rotten sound is only part of the bad news. Soon the news that the cloud whale had been shot down came back. But before anyone could cheer up, bad news followed. The cloud whale was deeply contaminated by corruption. And although the military had mobilized enough firepower to burn its body, it was too large and would inevitably contaminate a large area of forest. What's worse is that the place where it crashed is not far from the Star Beast breeding center of the Star Chasing Academy, and the corruption pollution may spread to the Star Beast breeding base. Although the breeding base might be affected by the pollution, Professor Chu had no intention of rushing back. Because Jade Radiance Wall is the best known way to isolate pollution, he is still waiting here. He wants to wait for the Trans-Time and Space team to repair the equipment. In fact, after the college's support arrived, Professor Chu had already led people into the contaminated area once. The armored Earth Dragon dragged the Big Jade Hand, and then Yi Miao used his ability to replenish the starlight for the Big Jade Hand, and the Big Jade Hand then unfolded the wall of Jade Light to isolate the pollution. In this way, they went to the space-time rift again and transported out all the equipment, including those that had been smashed. At this time, the Trans-Time and Space Technology Group was trying to repair the equipment under the awning, but the situation was not optimistic. They found that the rot could even contaminate the circuit and grow with the electrical energy of the equipment. The drizzle was still falling, and Professor Chu paced back and forth alone in the rain. The Trans-Time and Space Technology Group had come to him several times with bad news, and he needed the cold rain to calm himself down. After a while, the technical leader of the Trans-Time and Space team ran to Professor Chu again and said, "Professor Chu, I'm afraid it still won't work. We disassembled the spare crack blocker and found pterygium inside it. We can't repair it under the current conditions. Send new ones over." Professor Chu whispered. "Professor," the technical team leader said anxiously, "that's not a mass-produced product. We developed and assembled it ourselves in the laboratory." Professor Chu stopped, looked up at the sky and asked, "How long will it take to repair it?" The technical team leader did not speak for a long time. After a while, he whispered, "I think every student has prepared to be trapped forever before entering." "Of course." Professor Chu lowered his voice a little. "I told them personally, anyone who goes in may not be able to get out. But I didn't say that the reason they couldn't get out was because we didn't guard the equipment." The technical team leader's tears welled up in his eyes. "We tried our best." Professor Chu sighed, then turned and walked towards the college. The technical team leader hurriedly asked, "Professor, where are you going?" Professor Chu stopped and said, "Organize the retreat. I will go and apologize to the Grand Secretary." After saying that, he walked into the rain alone. Chapter 78, Evolution of the Ugly Fish. Fu Han had no idea what was happening in the outside world. He had just finished his rest and was ready to set off again. Fu Han's core was filled with the starlight of the sacred tree seed, so Saitama quickly recovered to his peak state. Fu Han had just eaten some nutrient blocks and rested for a while under Boya's protection, so he was in excellent condition. After getting up, Fu Han looked at the time. Only 2 minutes had passed in the main world. It was indeed very cost-effective to rest here. So Fu Han stood up with full confidence and started rushing towards the connection between time and space. Coming to the junction between time and space again, the disturbance of time and space here became even more violent, and the broken light and disturbed fog had even formed a broken storm. At first glance, it gave people a feeling that they would be strangled by the broken storm as soon as they entered. However, Fu Han knew that these scenes looked scary, but they had no real impact on him. But he didn't know whether the spear in his hand and the ugly fish in the hood would be torn to pieces. Kikalu, I'm about to enter the fault vault, and you must not come out later. Okay, got it. Kikalu responded obediently. In fact, Kikalu never came out along the way. Fu Han found that it seemed to be more interested in the starlight of the sacred tree seed. I wonder if it has experienced the joy of growing up. After telling Kikalu about this, Fu Han reached into his hood and took out the ugly fish, releasing it into the air. The ugly fish was so frightened when it saw the chaotic connection between time and space that it immediately wanted to hide back in its hood. But this time, Fu Han held down his hood and stopped providing it with this shelter. He was about to go to the next time and space, and this ugly fish must not die in his hood. The ugly fish was at a loss when it saw that its shelter was closed, but after turning around twice, it found that the person who made it feel most familiar was Fu Han. So it had no choice but to follow Fu Han obediently. Fu Han thought to himself, you can follow me if you want, but don't blame me if you die. Thinking of this, Fu Han asked Saitama to start moving forward and dive into the seam of time and space. This time, Fu Han's attention was still on Chong Chong and Cho Yu, because the space-time of the Fault Treasure House was already consistent with the main space-time. If the two of them could enter the Fault Treasure House safely, it would be equivalent to being able to enter the main space-time. The spear was still very stable. When the disturbance of time and space passed through the spear, it did not cause any changes to the spear. The situation of the ugly fish was beyond Fu Han's expectations. It first flipped its dorsal fin downward and turned into an ugly fish swimming upright. Then its body began to glow and expand. At first, Fu Han thought it was going to explode and die. But in the end, he only felt a strong soul fluctuation in its body. Then the surrounding energy, elements, starlight, and source began to gather at a high speed. Even the disturbance of time and space was absorbed into its body as some kind of energy. Fu Han then realized that it was about to evolve. So Fu Han quickly asked Saitama to slow down and began to carefully observe the changes in the ugly fish's body shape. The ugly fish first became slender, and the dark scales on its body began to turn into black hair. There were also beautiful diamond-shaped patterns on the hair, making it look like an elf dragon. Then its gills evolved into beautiful feathers. Its fish tail also turned into a slender tail, dotted with beautiful whiskers. Then it grew limbs, and its light and agile lines looked like an ancient cat. Evolution is complete. The ugly fish has turned into a very beautiful star beast. It has the beauty and elegance of an elf dragon, and the lightness and agility of a cat. Its fur is very beautiful, mysterious, and gorgeous. Fu Han was stunned. It turned out that not only the ugly duckling could turn into a white swan, but the ugly fish could also turn into a cat-type elf dragon. After the ugly fish completed its evolution, it jumped on a Fu Han's shoulder very familiarly and began to look around vigilantly. The moment it came to Fu Han's shoulder, Fu Han even had the illusion that Qixingdi had revealed herself. At this time, Fu Han also slowly passed through the seam of time and space and came to a golden fault treasure house. However, Fu Han had no time to appreciate the desert scenery. Without wasting a second, Fu Han immediately drew up a soul connection contract and handed it to the ugly fish that had become beautiful. The ugly fish did not hesitate and immediately accepted the contract. Perhaps in its mind, after being separated from the school of fish, it regarded Fu Han as a companion. After the contract ended, Fu Han immediately detected its information. Chaos variant. Race. Space-time fault biological race. Evolution level. Adaptive evolution. Cat-like elf dragon. Attributes. Space-time. Chaos. Race value. 387. Elite level. Star Beast level 1. Health. 100. Ability. Legendary characteristic. Super time and space adaptability. Time and space fault creatures have unparalleled time and space adaptability. After going to any time and space, They can evolve themselves into a life form that can adapt to that time and space, so they have a unique chaos attribute. In addition, time and space fall creatures have special time and space control power and unique time and space attributes. Adaptability, companion animals. Animals that are close to humans and have an appearance that humans like, and are very suitable for living with humans. Individual characteristics, space-time navigation. This chaotic individual can record and track the positions of 3 spacetimes. Advanced skill, door of space and time. A method of opening a door to a specific space and time, gained at the seam of space and time. It turns out that the ugly fish is a variant of chaos. No wonder Qixingdi said that only the owner knows the characteristics and significance of this creature. The adaptive evolution brought by this legendary feature is amazing. The Fault Treasury is a desert landform, and ugly fish is with Fu Han, so when it evolves, it has some cat characteristics. Cats are not only desert animals, but also companion animals of humans. What a mysterious and precise grasp of evolutionary direction. The racial value of cat-like elf dragon is 387 points, which is quite close to the Lord level and is very outstanding. But more importantly, there are 2 unique attributes, time and space, and chaos. These 2 properties are so unique that they are not included in the Academy's textbooks. If it weren't for the chaos variant contract, Fu Han wouldn't even know the existence of these 2 properties. In Fu Han's understanding, he thought that the space-time system was already included in the super energy system. Now it seems that the attribute of space-time can still be broken down separately. Fu Han is now sure that his bad luck is over, because the individual characteristic of ugly fish, time and space piloting, is really unique. This should be a characteristic that can only be used in the super time and space technology group. But the amazing thing is that when it evolved, it learned an advanced skill, space-time gate, which perfectly matched its space-time navigation. This made the originally useless individual characteristics suddenly have infinite possibilities. Isn't the combination of the 2 the legendary magical skill, directional space-time gate? Fu Han himself didn't expect that he would suddenly contract a star beast with such ability. He was really unprepared at all. Fu Han's bad luck has completely gone, and his fortune has even reached a new peak. Fu Han is once again full of confidence in the next treasure trove exploration. However, the contract, Chaos Variant, the problem that gave Fu Han a headache came again. He had to give it a name. Chaos Variant was too difficult to pronounce, and he couldn't always call it ugly fish. It's neither ugly nor a fish now. Sitting on Satama's hand, Fu Han scratched his cheek and thought for a long time. I also thought of several options, such as Wundun, Xiaohei, Maolong, etc., but these names were abandoned because they did not match its elegant temperament. Finally, Fu Han looked at the graceful chaos variant flying in front of him, and suddenly thought of a name that was very suitable for it. Chapter 79, Treasure Temple. Chaos morphs are still very small, about the size of a cat. But its swimming posture is really very graceful, which reminds Fu Han of the goddess of Luo River. Light as a startled swan, graceful as a swimming dragon. It is like a light cloud covering the moon. It is like snowflakes blown by the wind. In mythology, Luotian is the god of water. Water is black, which was a very noble color in ancient times. It just so happened that Chaos Morph was born in water, and now it has transformed into a gorgeous black fur. Fu Han felt that the name Luo Shun was very suitable, so the name of Chaos Morph was decided. Fu Han reached out and touched Luo Shun's chin and said, "From now on, I will call you Luo Shun." Luo Shun let out a soft cry, seeming to be very satisfied with her name. Fu Han thought with tears in his eyes, "Is it true that my name is finally not useless?" He contracted an excellent star beast and picked out a reliable name. More importantly, Fu Han was sure that his luck was over, so he was in a good mood. Instead of recalling Luotian back to the core, Fu Han let it accompany him to visit the treasure house. Although the Fault Treasury is a desert, it is not hot. The Golden Desert is actually a protective measure for the treasure house. Fu Han tried it and found that the whole desert is actually very soft quicksand. As soon as he stepped lightly, he immediately sank half of his leg. After Satama pulled him out, the soft quicksand quickly returned to its original state. Fortunately, Satama can levitate. Fu Han has already lost count of how much convenience he has gained from using his levitating ability. In short, this elementary skill is truly a magical skill. Large areas of the desert are full of man-eating traps and are of no research value. Fu Han rode on Satama and headed straight for the temple in the center of the desert. From a distance, The temple was dark red, and Fu Han thought it was built with some ancient material he had never seen before. But when Fu Han got closer, he found that the entire temple was actually wrapped in some dark red material. In fact, the temple was originally built of huge yellowish bricks and stones, and the dark red thing covering it was a fungal blanket formed by some kind of fungus. Coming to the platform in front of the temple stairs, Fu Han picked up the fungal carpet with his hand. It was very firm and solid, with a leathery feel. Then Fu Han took out a knife and pried off a small piece of the fungus mat to observe carefully. He found that the fungi seemed very fresh, giving people the feeling that they had just grown out. Fu Han frowned slightly. This is a fault treasure house. Before the trans-spacetime technology group tour opened the spacetime rift, its spacetime was in a static state. So where did this fresh fungal life come from? Was it there from the beginning? Could it be that this treasure house is used to store these bacteria? While Fu Han was wondering, Luotian became interested in the mushroom in Fu Han's hand. He first approached Fu Han's hand and sniffed it. The smell of the mushroom made his eyes light up. Without hesitation, he immediately opened his mouth and took a bite and ate it. By the time Fu Han came to his senses and wanted to stop it, it was too late. Why does this kid eat random things? Thinking of this, Fu Han brought the fungal mat to his nose and smelled it carefully. He immediately discovered something outrageous. This fungus blanket actually smelled like barbecue, and it was barbecue with cumin. How is this possible? When Fu Han was eating the nutritional blocks before, he was still thinking that he hadn't eaten delicious barbecue for a long time, and he must try it when he returns. How could it be such a coincidence that this fungal blanket smells like barbecue? There must be something wrong. After careful thought, Fu Han guessed the reason. The unnatural smell of cumin barbecue cannot be the smell of the fungal blanket itself, but rather a hallucinogenic effect of it. The smell of this fungus can cause hallucinations, making other creatures think they smell delicious food. It is estimated that the smell that Luotian smelled was not cumin roasted meat, but some kind of food that it likes. This is not a good sign. Looking at Luotian again, I saw that Luotian seemed very satisfied with the taste of the fungal mat and wanted to eat more. Fu Han quickly sensed Luotian's condition through the soul connection and found that everything was fine and there was no problem. Fu Han thought, Luotian is a chaos variant with very strong adaptability. It should be able to distinguish what can be eaten and what cannot be eaten. But despite this, Fu Han didn't dare let it eat anymore. So Fu Han summoned Luotian back to the core area. When he left, Luotian was still humming, obviously a little reluctant. Throwing the fungus block aside, Fu Han took a closer look at the bricks under the fungus blanket. He found that these huge bricks were engraved with patterns. He pried up more fungus blankets and found that the patterns on the bricks were just some geometric patterns, which seemed to be just for decoration and had no special meaning. Fu Han pondered again. The huge bricks and stones used to build the temple have decorative patterns on them. When they were built, they probably didn't consider that they would be covered by fungal mats. So these fungal mats may have grown later. Considering the freshness of these bacteria, Fu Han made a bold assumption. They grew after the time of the treasure house began to flow. Since the time-space rift was opened, the treasure house should have only flowed for 3 hours. Fu Han looked at the still huge temple and couldn't help wondering, what on earth was stored here? Why could such a large and thick fungus blanket grow in such a short time? Having come here, Fu Han will definitely not give up exploring. However, it is necessary to be extremely careful. After taking a look at the stairs leading to the treasure house, Fu Han entered the colonial state. He had planned to carry out the rest of the exploration in the colonial state. After climbing up the stairs, there is a long and narrow passage in front of you. The passage originally had light-transmitting openings, but now those openings had been covered by the fungal mat, so the light was very dim. And this was when the twin-body moon lantern monster came in handy again. With the light from the moon lantern monster, Fu Han looked at the walls on both sides. He found that the walls covered by the fungus blanket were a little uneven, as if there was something underneath. So, Fu Han used his spear to pick up a large piece of fungal carpet, and the relief covered underneath revealed its true appearance. Fu Han was slightly startled and quickly moved closer to observe it carefully. It was a continuous narrative relief with explanatory notes written in ancient characters below the relief, which seemed to record a certain period of history. Upon seeing the ancient characters, Fu Han's first reaction was to take out a pen and paper to record them. After writing down a few words, Fu Han found that he seemed to understand the meaning of the ancient characters by combining them with the content of the relief. It tells a story about the history of the god of plenty. The giant mushroom carved in the first relief mural is the real body of the god of plenty. Fu Han realized that there must be a very important connection between this god of fertile soil and the things preserved in this temple, as well as the fungi covering the temple. So, Fu Han quickly picked up more fungal mats and began to carefully look at the reliefs and ancient characters on the wall. Just as Fu Han was seriously pondering the information on the wall, outside the range of the moon lantern monster's light, there was also a pair of eyes curiously observing Fu Han. Chapter 80 God of Fertile Soil. Fu Han carefully distinguished the ancient characters and reliefs on the wall. After all, he was a beginner in ancient Chinese, so he had to guess and associate hard to understand the meaning of the characters. This was all thanks to the relief murals as evidence. Otherwise, Fu Han probably wouldn't be able to read out a coherent meaning. In addition, the figure secretly observing Fu Han in the dark was very small, so Fu Han could not find it. But when Fu Han finished looking at one mural and wanted to use his spear to pry open more murals to look at, he suddenly discovered that the purple-red fungal carpet that originally covered the murals was shrinking and disappearing. This immediately made Fu Han alert. He held his spear and carefully observed the area twice, but found nothing. After thinking for a while, Fu Han guessed that it was the large piece of fungal carpet he had picked up earlier that caused the other fungi to necrotize and shrink. So Fu Han calmed down and began to look at the reliefs and ancient characters carefully again. Only by quickly deciphering the information on the reliefs could he understand the things preserved here more quickly. In ancient times, when the end barrier obscured the sky, humans needed to rely on the Nine-Yang Divine Tree to survive. However, the range of the Nine-Yang Divine Tree's shining light is limited, and its light cannot cover the entire Qixing land. In fact, the sacred tree can only cover a very small area, and most of the entire Qixing land is still shrouded in darkness. Once people leave the Nine-Yang Divine Tree, they will soon die of cold and hunger, and their bodies will be eaten by the ugly monsters living in the darkness. People believe that this kind of death was a very painful way to die, as even the soul could not rest in peace. Therefore, the dark area outside the glory of the Nine Suns Divine Tree was the thing that everyone feared the most. Therefore, those who commit serious crimes such as murder, robbery, laziness, and waste will be banished to darkness forever. But not all those exiled died in the darkness. A group of exiles found a place where they could survive. The name of this place was Dahonglian Mountain. There is a lava lake in the belly of the big red lotus mountain. In the center of the lava lake is a huge red mushroom. Its cap supports the top of the red lotus mountain, or in other words, the top of the big red lotus mountain is just the dust on its cap. And this huge mushroom is the god of fertile soil, the original. Since Fu Han's knowledge of classical Chinese was still a little poor, he was unable to understand the meaning of the word used to describe the god of fertile soil as the original something. So Fu Han could only copy down the words first, and then continue to look at the murals. Because of the existence of the lava lake and the god of fertile soil, there are many hot springs in the caves of Dahonglian Mountain, and there are mushroom blocks growing on the mountain walls beside the hot springs. These mushroom blocks taste delicious and make people strong after eating them. The caves in Dahonglian Mountain were warm and had food, so the exiles lived there. Seeing this, Fu Han couldn't help but look at the fungal carpet that covered the entire temple, and thought to himself, "Is this the thing?" Thinking about it, Fu Han checked Luoshan's condition again and found that it still had no abnormalities and was still very healthy. It seemed that there would be no problem eating it, but Fu Han still didn't try it himself and continued to watch the relief. Soon after, the first favored one of the god of plenty was born among the descendants of the exiles. His name was Tsuchiya. When Tsubomi was born, he was too weak to grow up. His parents put him in a lava lake in the belly of the mountain and left him to die. After several years, Tsubomi returned to the tribe from the lava lake. At this time, Tsubomi had become strong and intelligent. He said that he had become the favored one of the big mushroom, the god of the rich soil, who bestowed upon him a miracle of health and a long life. He revealed the power of the god of plenty to everyone, and asked everyone to follow him in worshiping the god of plenty in order to obtain the god of plenty's gift, an endless supply of food and health. So people followed the follower of the god of plenty and soil, Yin, and began to worship the god of plenty and soil devoutly. The main content of the offering is to collect dead plants and animals and offer them to the god of abundant soil, including the remains of dead companions, which are all offered to the god. In fact, the ancient characters should have described several powers of the god of fertile soil, but there were too many words in those ancient characters that Fu Han did not understand. so Fu Han did not understand all of his powers. However, Fu Han extracted some information from the murals. This god of fertile soil has a very important power, which is to make the dying plants and dead animals decay, and then let them blend into the soil, making the soil fertile so that more fungi can be produced to feed people. He is an important part of the growth and life cycle of all things, and has the power to satisfy people's hunger. It has to be said that the power of filling people's stomachs is very powerful. Mushroom blocks are not only delicious and nutritious, but also regenerate quickly. The most outrageous thing is that people don't even need to cultivate them. The mushroom blocks will grow on their own. Thus, the tribe of the god of plenty lived in peace for a long time. Many years later, the end barrier has dissipated, and people can finally leave the Nine-Yang divine tree to survive. However, the tribe of the god of plenty of soil still lives comfortably in the big red lotus mountain. Until one day, invaders came down the mountain. They were followers of the god of elements, and in order to seize the lava lake, the followers of the god of elements launched a war. Seeing this, Fu Han curled his lips and thought, "These savages who only know how to eat mushrooms must have been ravaged by others." Things turned out just as Fu Han had expected. The tribe of the god of fertile soil was no match for the believers of the god of elements. The believers of the god of elements have strong armor and sharp swords. They also fight with the blessing of God and are invincible. The tribe of the god of plenty used animal skins as clothing, and some were even naked. Moreover, the god of plenty did not bless and protect the tribe, or punish them with divine punishment to repel the enemy. Seeing that his home and tribe were about to be destroyed, Yang made a crazy decision. He decided to steal the power of the god of plenty. He managed to cross the lava lake and came to the feet of the god of plenty and began to eat the body of the god of plenty. As he swallowed more and more of the body, the power of the god of plenty began to gradually transfer to him. The one who gained the divine power ate faster and faster, and ate more and more. Soon, most of the body of the god of fertile soil was swallowed into his stomach. Finally, the top of Dahonglian Mountain lost its support and collapsed. The enemy fled back because of the collapse of Dahonglian Mountain. The people of the god of rich soil tribe were worried that their god was buried. As they were digging hard, Yang climbed out from the bottom of the mountain. He told everyone that he had replaced the god of plenty and soil as the new god, and he would avenge everyone's enemies. Then Yang came to the kingdom of the god of elements. First, the tidal wave caused their rice fields to rot and turn into swamps. Then it spread debilitating diseases among the livestock, and it also caused the worshippers of the elemental gods to suffer from excruciating illnesses without taking their lives. After passing through the kingdom of the god of elements, all life there withered and decayed, turning the place into a scene of hell on earth. Seeing this, Fu Han's eyes widened, thinking, "Isn't this the god of disease and corruption? Wow, what a great discovery." Thinking about this, Fu Han quickly finished reading the murals at the back. The elemental god's territory was almost turned into a hell, and his followers were killed. In the end, the elemental god had to abandon the devastated territory and leave with the remaining followers. Before leaving, the god of elements sent down flames and turned his territory into a sea of fire. The fire burned for several months. After the flames were extinguished, Yang led the tribe to leave the great red lotus mountain and established his own kingdom on the scorched earth left by the god of elements. What surprised Fu Han was that the relief carving had not yet ended.